All-Round Mid-Laner Chapter 125 to Chapter 154. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was the third week of May. The third round of the Divinity Pro League had officially begun. On Friday morning, everyone from Tianjin flew to Yan City, the venue of the competition. When they arrived at the hotel to check in, they bumped into the members of Xianxia's team. Fang Jingqing walked up to Xianxia and smiled. What a coincidence. Xianxia looked at the luggage in his hands and asked, "You guys just arrived too?" Fang Jingqing nodded. Yes, we took the morning flight. The two coaches shook hands. Coach Lin smiled and said, "Old Chen, what's the lineup for tomorrow?" Coach Chen put on a fake smile. "Just ask your captain Qi, he can guess it." Xianxia was speechless. It would be strange if he could guess. The coaches always let him guess and then eliminate the possibility. Coach Chen looked at Yi Xiaoyang and said, "Liang, you won't take the Goddess of Destiny tomorrow, right? This is fate. Don't try to resist?" Yi Xiaoyang said, "If I really do take it, you guys can resist." Everyone burst into laughter. Fang Jingqing narrowed his eyes and looked at Yi Xiaoyang. It's a duel between two of the league's best poop pickers. How about this, whoever loses tomorrow will buy a box of delicious food for the other person's cat. Yi Xiaoyang agreed readily. Okay. What brand of canned food does your cat eat? Fang Jingqing said helplessly, "My cat is very picky. It doesn't eat canned food. It only eats freeze-dried food." Yi Xiaoyang was a little surprised. Really? My cat only likes canned food. It doesn't eat freeze-dried food. The two of them looked at each other. Fang Jingqing thought for a moment and said, "Then I'll send the canned food I bought earlier to Tianjin for Little White to eat. Otherwise, it'll be a waste." Yi Xiaoyang said, "No problem. I'll thank you on behalf of Little White." Fang Jingqing asked, "Is your cat a brother or a sister?" Yi Xiaoyang said, "It's a brother." "Have you been sterilized?" "Not yet. I plan to wait until it's a little older, about 1 year old." The teammates around them pricked up their ears to listen to their conversation. Xianxia frowned and looked at Fang Jingqing. "Why don't you let your cat play tomorrow?" Fang Jingqing said, "Sure, why don't we apply to the alliance to have everyone rest off stage during the match between Tianjin and Xianxia and let the two feline aliens fight to determine the winner?" While they were chatting, another group of people walked over from behind them. It was the members of Yao Guang's team. Group A also had a match on Saturday afternoon. Yu Mao was suspended and Yao Guang was replaced with a new shooter. Everyone met at the front desk of the hotel, and the atmosphere instantly became awkward. Fang Jingqing did not continue the topic of cats. He quickly finished the procedures and returned to his room. On Saturday afternoon, Group A, Yao Guang vs Luo Shendian. Yi Xiaoyang watched the live broadcast of the match from the hotel. Yao Guang was crushed by Luo Shendian, and 0-2 lost terribly. The comments section of the live broadcast was filled with mockery and insults. Yi Xiaoyang watched the match with mixed feelings. After dinner, he went to the arena with his teammates. 7 p.m., Tianjin vs Xianxia. It was the highlight of the night. The entire Yan Esports Center's auditorium was filled with people. There was a large row of support posters in the back row. Tianjin's fans were not only holding promotional photos and team flags of the five of them, but there were also many holding Yi Xiaoyang's cat avatar. Little White was cute to begin with. Some fans had drawn cute avatars for it. Looking around, there were many cute avatars of Little White in the audience on the left. Xianxia was not to be outdone. Fang Jingqing's fans also drew avatars for him. His ragdoll was the main color. It had a black nose and a black face. It looked very cold. As a result, the entire auditorium became a showdown between the two cats. The big screen happened to show the audience. The netizens in the live broadcast were laughing. This was a showdown between two of the league's best poop pickers. Actually, we should have brought the two cats to the arena today and let them fight first. Then we can decide who is the blue team and who is the red team. Let's guess, who is stronger between Little White and Little Fang. I'm betting on Little Fang. After all, it looks fiercer. Little White is soft and obedient. It probably can't beat it, cats can't look alike. The more obedient a ragdoll is, the stronger it is. It's said that cats' personalities are like their owners. If Fang Jingqing is so lazy, his cat must be even lazier. If they really fight, Little White is obviously stronger. Because Little Fang is too lazy to move, ha ha ha, how lazy is Fang Jingqing? He named himself, I'm Fang, and named his cat, Little Fang. Does he not know how to write other characters besides Fang? Since Fang Jingqing is so lazy, he should stay in the middle lane and not move, doghead. JPG, he's pretty hardworking in competitions. Yi Xiaoyang looked at the comments in the live broadcast room. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If there was a chance in the future, why not let Little White get to know Fang Jingqing's cat? Would the two cats become friends? Or would they fight when they meet? Yi Xiaoyang was quite curious. When the time came to 1840, the screen cut to the commentator's seat. The backstage staff knocked on the door. Tianheng's players, get ready to go on stage. On the big screen, the two commentators said excitedly, audience friends, welcome to the Yan Esports Center. This is the first week of the third round of the 10th season of the God Wars official league. Group S, Tianheng vs Xianxia. As we can see, there are many fans of the two teams here today. Also, there are a lot of cat avatars in the audience. Yes. The cat people are also cheering for this game. The middle lane players of the two teams are both poop pickers. They have different ragdoll cats. Although the two cats didn't come here in person, their avatars have taken up a third of the venue. There was a burst of laughter in the audience. Next, let's invite the two teams to the big stage. The players of Tianheng and Xianxia came to the stage from the left and right side respectively. The host did a simple pre-game warm-up. As per the international practice, the pre-game talk segment. Do the two teams have anything to say? Fang Jingqing took the microphone, pushed up his glasses, and said, I don't ask for much. Qi Shua will give me the first kill. Qi Shua looked at him. Got it. I'll take your head as soon as the game starts. The host joked, Qi Shua and Fang Jingqing have a lot of chemistry this time. There was a burst of laughter in the audience. The host said, everyone, please go to the soundproof room to prepare. We look forward to the next exciting performance of the two teams. The two teams went to the soundproof room to prepare. The commentator began to introduce each player. After a while, the game started. The BP of the first game appeared on the big screen. Let's take a look at the BP of the first game. Tianheng is randomly assigned to the blue team. Priority ban. What hero will Coach Lin ban? Will he ban Cobra King? After all, this is Fang Jingqing's famous hero. He is also the core of Xianxia's very strong poison team. Coach Lin banned Holy Spirit Archer. Is this targeting the archer position? What will Xianxia ban? Jungler or mid laner? Xianxia's priority is to ban Forest Messenger and ban Healer. Tianheng's second ban is Poison Master, and Xianxia's ban Blessed Priest. Both teams' BP in the first stage is targeted at the bottom lane. So, this game is going to revolve around the bottom lane? The BP of the two teams confused the netizens. Both mid laner and jungler, could it be that Qi Shua and Fang Jingqing's reverse tacit understanding had taken effect? Regardless of what Qi Shua and Fang Jingqing thought, the coaches of both teams had a tacit understanding. In the first stage, the BP crazily targeted the bottom lane. Tianheng's first robber also took the bottom lane, and Xianxia also chose the bottom lane. In the end, the heroes chosen by both teams were Vampire Princess, Archer, Radiant Shield, Support, and Steel Body, Top laner on Tianheng's side. Xianxia was Snow Lady, Archer, White Bear, Support, and Dark Angel, Top laner. The two commentators analyzed Xianxia's Snow Lady plus White Bear combination. Snow Lady, Archer can shoot ice arrows to slow down the opponent. White Bear can block damage and summon little bears to stun people. It's a control-type combination. Tianheng's Vampire Princess can suck blood and has strong self-defense abilities. Her support can also block damage. It's not easy to target the bottom lane on both sides. In the top lane, Tianheng's main strategy is still to resist pressure. Xianxia's top laner is mid-range control. In a team fight, he can cooperate with the support to control. Let's look at the second stage. Both teams should continue to target the mid laner and jungler. Because the coaches of both teams tacitly chose the top and bottom lanes in the first stage, and put the mid laner and jungler in the second stage, the 4 bans in the second stage would definitely be a game against the mid laner and jungler. Everyone thought that Fang Xingqing's King Cobra would definitely be banned. However, Tianheng actually banned Frost Goddess and Flame Goddess in the second stage. The audience guessed that Xianxia would ban Qixua's jungler. In the end, Xianxia banned Yi Xiaoyang's Lord of the Abyss and Saint Soul Sorcerer. The two commentators looked at each other. I don't understand the BP of both teams. Yes, Qixua's jungler and Fang Xingqing's famous mid laner heroes have all been released? Why did Tianheng ban Frost Goddess and Flame Goddess? Fang Xingqing almost doesn't use these two heroes, right? Yes, this season, the Fang team only took down Frost Goddess and Flame Goddess. The Fire Mark team is best at this kind of control heroes. Why did they ban Xianxia's commonly used system today? Fang Xingqing frowned slightly. What are they going to do by banning 2 great mages who control the field? Coach Chen was also a little puzzled. He said thoughtfully, could it be that they chose to rush in and are afraid of being controlled? Fang Xingqing pushed up his glasses. That's possible. Coach Chen, let's take the jungler first, and leave the counter position for the mid laner. In the BP stage, the blue team could ban and choose first, and they had the advantage of making the first move. The red team would choose a hero later, and there would be a counter position. After the other team had all chosen, they would finally take out a targeted hero to restrain them. Xianxia took the jungler, fighter, which was the idea of using the jungler to protect the mid laner. It was Tianheng's turn to choose. In Tianheng's 2 boxes, a pair of heroes that no one had expected appeared at the same time: mid laner, White Wolf King. Jungler, Black Wolf. The two commentators were shocked. Is this the Black and White Wolf King combination that disappeared for 4 seasons? Fang Xingqing, his glasses almost fell off. Coach Chen's mood was complicated. He whispered, didn't you say that Qixua doesn't know how to play Black Wolf? Fang Xingqing. Don't ask. If you do, there's no tacit understanding. Coach Chen was cursing wildly in his heart. Previously, a pair of mysterious experts, Sunshine and Moonlight, had appeared on the international server playing Black and White Wolf King. At that time, he had guessed that Moonlight was Qixua. In the end, Fang Xingqing said very confidently, Qixua doesn't know how to play Black Wolf, and he wouldn't use such an obvious name as a side account. Moreover, Qixua never wakes up early. If Fang Xingqing said so, then it must be Qixua. It was all his fault for not learning the reverse elimination method. He had been led astray by Fang Xingqing and eliminated the correct answer. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Tianheng's lineup had been finalized. Xianxia's team was left with the last counter. The two commentators said, the White Wolf King is a summoner. Heroes like the Goddess of Frost and the Goddess of Fire, who have AoE skills, are the White Wolf King's nemesis. Once they use their skills, the White Wolf King's summoned pets won't be able to enter the arena. Yes. Tianheng didn't choose a champion based on the players, but based on the lineup. There were many ideas during the BP phase. They could either choose a champion that the opponent was particularly good at, or the opponent's core lineup, or they could choose a champion from their own team and eliminate that champion's nemesis. In this match, Tianheng and Xianxia's BP strategy had confused many people. Now that they heard the commentators' analysis, they realized that Yi Xiaoyang had already planned to take White Wolf King, so he eliminated White Wolf King's nemesis. Xianxia could have left a counter as a last resort. If Yi Xiaoyang didn't eliminate the nemesis, Fang Xingqing could have taken White Wolf King and used Frost Goddess. During the team battle, they could have used Blizzard. His little Wolf King would have been instantly killed if it entered the range of the ultimate skill. It wouldn't have been able to do anything at all. Coach Chen admired Tianheng's foresight. However, Xianxia's team was not to be trifled with either. Moreover, White Wolf King was Fang Xingqing's best hero. Coach Chen thought for a moment and said, let's use the Destroyer Mage. We can bypass the little wolf king and kill it directly. Fang Jingqing narrowed his eyes. I think so too. Xianxia chose the destroyer mage in the end. The lineups of both teams were finalized, and the match officially began. Tianheng's team had chosen a wild champion like Black Wolf. It was obvious that they wanted to combine the junglers. Fang Jingqing thought for a moment and said, Qi Shua will probably go to counter red? Black Wolf is more reliant on red buffs, so he can stick to people and fight. Support Li Yunma said calmly, then we don't need to defend the red zone. The method of reverse elimination could also be used in the match. Captain Fang guessed that if Qi Shua turned popular, then Qi Shua would definitely not come. Thus, a group of people went to guard the blue buff. In Tianheng, Yi Xiaoyang asked with a smile, Captain Qi, guess how they're going to start the match? Qi Shua said, you know Lan Kai? Yi Xiaoyang nodded and said, then let's go and fight red on the other side. Therefore, you predicted my prediction, and I predicted your prediction again. After a cycle, Xianxia took the blue spot, while Tianheng took the red spot. Both sides missed each other perfectly. Li Yunma, as the support, had to observe the opponent's movements in the beginning of the game. His teammates were fighting the blue zone, so he ran to the red zone to take a look. My goodness, there are 3 of them, Li Yunma could not help but ask, what happened to the reverse elimination? They're at the red buff. Fang Jingqing raised his eyebrows. I can only rule out Qi Shua in reverse. If Yi Xiaoyang is in command, how can I rule it out? Everyone, that made sense, Tianheng still had Yi Xiaoyang in command. It was useless to just guess Qi Shua. It was a miscalculation, to defend or to release? Everyone was waiting for their captain's orders. Fang Jingqing said calmly, release, go and fight red face. Thus, in the battle for the first 4 buffs, Qi Shua took the red spot and took the blue spot. Xianxia gave the first blue spot to Fang Jingqing and the first red spot to Xia Yuan. The jungler conscientiously became a tool. Both sides got 2 buffs each and did not engage in a team battle. It could be considered a peaceful start. The commentator laughed and said, both sides missed each other after you predicted my prediction. Now, let's see the battle for the river crab and the line between the 2 players. The top laner, mid laner, and support archer were all on the line. The middle lane river crab was also a resource that the junglers of both sides had to fight for. Xianxia's jungler, One Blade, was secretly hiding in the bushes. He wanted to cooperate with Fang Jingqing's black fog and wait for the river crab to have low HP before using punishment. As soon as Fang Jingqing released his black fog, he saw Yi Xiaoyang suddenly summon 2 little white wolves, one from the left and one from the right to attack the river crab. The moment Fang Jingqing's black fog hit, the little wolves bit the river crab. The river crab only had 1/3 of its HP left and could be killed by punishment. Xianxia's jungler was overjoyed and immediately rushed forward to use punishment. However, he saw a black wolf suddenly jump out of the bushes. Then, the opponent's body lit up with the light of leveling up. Qi Shua also used punishment. When 2 players used their skills, the difference in the order of their skills could be 0.01 seconds. He had already caught up with Fang Jingqing as fast as he could, but he still couldn't get it. Was this scientific? Dao Fengyu couldn't help but complain, F***ck, these 2 people's brainwaves are synchronized. They used their skills at the same time. Fang Jingqing said, Xiao Dao, quickly go to the jungle and prepare for the first wave of dragon team. Xianxia's player's name was actually quite interesting. His jungler's ID was Dao, and his surname was Dao. This surname was very unpopular, so everyone called him Xiao Dao. This player debuted in the S8 season and followed Xianxia to the World Series. Although he wasn't a world-class player, his overall ability was very well-rounded. He could be considered to have been trained by Fang Jingqing. Dao Fengyu immediately adjusted his mentality and ran to the jungle to farm. Qi Shua got a double buff in the beginning of the game and got the river crab. His tool gave the buff to his teammate, so his level was definitely lower than Qi Shua's by 2 to 3 levels. The first wave of Dragon Team would be at a disadvantage. But the good news was that after he gave the buff, Fang Jingqing would have the advantage against Yi Xiaoyang. Xia Yuan would also have the advantage against Qingxing. Xianxia's mid shot was a world-class double C. Even if the jungler's level was low, he would still be able to defeat his opponent in a team battle. Dao Fengyu was very confident in his two teammates, so he went to the jungle and cleared out the remaining small monsters. In this game, there was nothing to see in the top lane. The two tanks didn't lose much HP. In the bottom lane, Xianxia plus Xujiang definitely couldn't beat Xiaoyuan plus Li Yunma. However, Xianxia was very wretched. He hid under the tower to clear the monsters and didn't waste time with you. Xiaoyuan couldn't jump over the tower to kill him in the early game, so both sides were at peace. The middle lane was the focus of this game. The showdown between the two ragdolls in the alliance, the director also very cleverly cut the camera to the middle lane. The live fans raised their cat's head high, as if they wanted the cat to PK on the spot. However, Fang Jingqing and Yi Xiaoyang were actually getting along peacefully. Before the Destroyer Sorcerer had a big move, he would use his Q skill to clear the Black Fog monsters. One Q skill wouldn't be enough to clear all the monsters, so he would need to use a few normal attacks. Or, he would wait until the monsters were below 60% HP before using his skill. The White Wolf King was the same. Without any equipment, the little wolves he summoned would be like scratching an itch. There was no need for the 4 little wolves to bite the 4 monsters. Thus, the scene of the middle lane showdown became, Fang Jingqing and Yi Xiaoyang were wandering under the tower. The two of them were watching the monsters fight. When the 6 monsters from both sides were at 60% HP, Fang Jingqing used his Q skill to clear the monsters. Yi Xiaoyang released the little wolves to clear the monsters. Then, they continued to walk back and forth under the tower, watching each other from afar. The two commentators looked at each other. Before the camera cut to the middle lane, I thought that the two mid laners would be fighting fiercely, exchanging a wave of skills to cripple the other side. In the end, both of them are full of HP and are getting along peacefully. Two mid laners watching the show, wasn't Yang Yang's style quite fierce? He wasn't fierce when he met Fang Jingqing. Could it be that they were going easy on each other for the sake of the two cats? In fact, before the camera cut to them, Fang Jingqing and Yi Xiaoyang had exchanged a wave of skills. In the end, Fang Jingqing used his Q, and Yi Xiaoyang dodged it. Yi Xiaoyang released the little wolves, and Fang Jingqing dodged it. Fight the fur. Waste of skills. Both sides had the same thought at the time. In a battle between experts, details were important. Sometimes, a few simple skills, prediction, and positioning could be used to determine a person's strength. Then, there was no need to save skills to hit the air. After all, mages used up a lot of mana. Although Fang Jingqing had a mana buff, the Destroyer mage's skills used up a lot of mana. On the other hand, the little wolves of the White Wolf King could last for a long time after being summoned, so they didn't use much mana. Therefore, using only the blue buff to 1v1 with Yi Xiaoyang didn't give him as much of an advantage as expected. He saved skills and only used them to clear monsters. He was also waiting for an opportunity. Waiting for Yi Xiaoyang to make a mistake. Yi Xiaoyang was also waiting for Fang Jingqing to make a mistake. But he realized that Fang Jingqing was indeed a world-class mid-laner. He was extremely careful with his positioning, and it was very difficult to predict his opponent's next position. Fang Jingqing's famous hero, Cobra King, and White Wolf King, were both summoners. He understood the mechanics of summoners very well. He understood them well enough, so Yi Xiaoyang's skills couldn't hit him. After watching the battle for a while, the director helplessly cut the camera to the jungle. Qi Shua cleared the monsters and was level 6. This was a bad sign for Xianxia. The support Li Yunma immediately reminded him, go to level 6. Who would he catch in the first wave? Before the match, Fang Jingqing thought that Qi Shua would pave the way. The coach ruled it out and told the mid and top laners to be careful. Qi Shua's jungler was also leaning towards the top half of the jungle. Fang Jingqing had a bad feeling and immediately retreated. Yi Xiaoyang reminded him, we won't have a chance this time. Fang has retreated to the bottom of the tower. We can't kill him. Qi Shua, okay, we'll see later. Prepare the dragon. Little dragon respawned. The players from both sides quickly rushed over and got into formation. They pulled at each other in the jungle for a while. But because most of the players on both sides weren't level 6 and hadn't learned any big moves, Qi Shua was the first to reach level 6. Tianheng attacked Little Dragon, and Xianxia surrounded him and pulled him away. Xianxia took over, and Tianheng pulled him away. After pulling at each other for a long time, Little Dragon roared and returned to the dragon pit, full of health. The two commentators were helpless. They pulled him away again. Little Dragon is also very annoying. Are you guys going to fight or not? Are you kidding me? The audience burst into laughter. Backstage, in the audience area, Lin Feng frowned slightly. This game is too close. Team 2's captain, Yan Bin, said, "Yeah, it looks like both sides are developing peacefully. There haven't been any kills until now, but there are a lot of details on both sides. Positioning, last hits, support, vision, it's all about the details." Lin Feng smiled. This is how strong teams fight. It's very difficult to crush them in the early stages. Xie Xiaotian said anxiously, "Can Captain Qi and Brother Yang find a breakthrough?" Lin Feng was full of confidence. Yes. A stalemate was the most difficult to fight. Both sides pulled back and forth. One couldn't kill the other, and the other couldn't kill the other. Time would unknowingly drag on until the later stages. At this time, a small mistake could cause a chain reaction. Although the audience seemed to be very peaceful, but in reality, all the players in the audience were tense and didn't dare to relax at all. Qingxing's palms were full of sweat. Facing off against Xia Yuan, he was under a lot of pressure. He would be pressured to keep getting last hits. The control skills of an international champion marksman were really impressive. He could pick out the details and wear you down bit by bit. Xu Jiang said, "There are no more minions. Xiaoxing, go back home. I'll take a look at my vision." Qingxing quickly went back to replenish his equipment and wiped the sweat off his hands. The camera cut to the middle lane again. Unlike the piece at the beginning, this time, the audience discovered that Fang Jingqing was the first to reach level 6. Then, almost at the same time, the two of them used their flash skill. Fang Jingqing was originally below the tower. He suddenly used flash to kill Yi Xiaoyang. A level 6 Terminator Sorcerer's burst was very strong. With his control skills, 6 balls of black fog could bypass the protection of the wolf cubs and directly hit the white wolf king hiding behind, killing it instantly. But Yi Xiaoyang predicted his prediction. The moment Fang Jingqing reached level 6, Yi Xiaoyang didn't hesitate to use flash to pull away. Thus, the audience saw Fang Jingqing flash over and shoot out 6 balls of black fog from the tip of his magic staff. In the end, Yi Xiaoyang used flash at the same time and the 6 balls of black fog hit the air behind him. The two commentators were stunned. Beautiful. This flash, it's a flash of the soul. Because Fang Jingqing got the first blue buff, he reached level 6 before Liang. It looks like Liang even calculated the experience he would need to level up. After Fang Jingqing finished off the minions and reached level 6, he immediately used flash and ran away. His sense of smell in the arena is really sharp. Backstage, Jingxia's coach Chen had mixed feelings. When I first ruled out that Yi Xiaoyang wasn't the international server's sunshine, it was because the international server's expert looked like an experienced player. His sense of smell in the arena is very sharp and he has a lot of experience. Sigh, I didn't expect a newbie to be able to fight evenly with Fang Jingqing. Not only was his mentality stable when fighting one-on-one against a world-class player, but his control was also very detailed. From start to finish, he didn't miss a single soldier. Every time he used a skill, he was methodical. He could even predict that the opponent was going to kill him and decisively flash and run away. Was such a player really a newbie? Wasn't this talent a little too scary? After Yi Xiaoyang ran away, he immediately said to Qi Shua, Fang didn't flash. Qi Shua, got it. If he didn't flash, it meant that the fortress sorcerer didn't have any movement skills. Qi Shua purposely revealed his vision at the bottom lane and then used the agility of his wolf form to quickly cross the jungle and quietly went to the middle lane. Fang Jingqing thought Qi Shua should have gone to the bottom lane? But the tacit understanding between them made him unsure. The minions in the middle lane were about to arrive. If he went back now, he would lose some soldiers. Fang Jingqing stood under the tower. He wanted to wait for the minions to arrive and then go home. The bottom of the tower was still a relatively safe distance for him. However, the spectators with the omniscient view noticed that the black wolf had already circled around from his own jungle and was squatting in the bushes diagonally below the tower. The minions from both sides were slowly moving forward. The minions from both sides converged in the middle lane. Yi Xiaoyang poked his head out and released his little wolf to clear the minions. His positioning was no different from usual. It didn't seem like he had teammates nearby. Fang Jingqing relaxed and used his skills to clear the minions under the tower. At this moment, Yi Xiaoyang's White Wolf King took 2 steps forward and then suddenly transformed into a human. The White Wolf King in human form was very cool and had an AoE fear effect. He used his AoE fear skill almost instantly after transforming, causing Fang Jingqing to be rooted to the spot. At the same time, the black wolf darted out of the bushes like lightning and fiercely pounced on Fang Jingqing. Tear, bleed, critical hit. Qi Shua's explosive combo directly reduced Fang Jingqing to critical health. Yi Xiaoyang controlled the 4 little wolves to surround Fang Jingqing. When Fang Jingqing only had a sliver of health left, Qi Shua's normal attack took the kill. The black wolf that got the kill refreshed and quickly escaped from the tower by jumping over the wall. First blood, Qi Shua got the first kill. Fang Jingqing really wanted to vomit blood. During the pre-match segment, he seemed to have said, "Qi Shua, come and give me the first kill." But in the end, Qi Shua took the kill instead. Shuayue and Liayang's cooperation could be said to be colluding. "Yi Xiaoyang, your acting is too good," the 2 commentators excitedly said. 10 minutes into the game, the first kill finally broke out. The surprise attack in the middle lane was very effective. Liang and Qi Shua still had the same tacit understanding. One controls, the other kills. Even Fang Jingqing's team can't do anything about it. Jing's jungler came a step too late and could only help Fang Jingqing finish off the last 2 minions. He was a tool jungler. Of course, his clearing speed was not as fast as Qi Shua's, but he could be forgiven for being a step late. Fang Jingqing of course did not blame his teammate. After reviving, he frowned and said, "It seems like Tianheng is targeting the middle lane to break through this round?" Li Yunma asked, "Should I go and help?" Fang Jingqing smiled. "No need. They can't keep clearing towers to kill me. You guys can slowly develop in the bottom lane. I'll be fine alone in the middle lane." Not long after this flag was raised, Qi Shua came to the middle lane to ambush after clearing the blue buff. Yi Xiaoyang's blink was ready. Fang Jingqing's blink was also ready. This time, Yi Xiaoyang made the first move. As soon as the minions converged in the middle lane, he immediately transformed into a handsome human and threw out a big move, Fear. Fang Jingqing was also a player with a very sharp sense of smell. The moment Yi Xiaoyang transformed into a human, he ran away with blink. But running away was useless. The black wolf's wolf form could cross obstacles to pursue. Qi Shua chased him all the way to the bottom of the tower. Yi Xiaoyang sent 4 little wolves to help Qi Shua tank the tower. At this time, Qi Shua's economy was already up. After a burst of attacks, Fang Jingqing's health was reduced to 0. Then, the 4 little wolves suddenly pounced on Fang Jingqing from 4 directions. 4-direction encirclement. This was a common skill used by summoners. It was very complicated and required the cooperation of a mouse and keyboard to determine the movement and attack path of the 4 targets. Yi Xiaoyang determined the attack path of the 4 little wolves in a very short time, causing 4 layers of health to stack. Tianheng Liang, White Wolf King, killed my very Fang, World Destroyer Mage, Fang Jingqing. I'm really a bit panicked now. You 2 caught a sheep and are trying to pull its wool, can't you kill someone else? Qi Shua killed me once. Yi Xiaoyang killed me once. Do you think I don't care about my reputation? Am I a VIP to the 2 of you? Why do I have to fight 2 against 1 in the middle lane? Fang Jingqing raised his eyebrows and said calmly, "Ah Yuan, add a wave of minions in the middle lane. I'll catch them and break through as soon as possible. We can't be led by them." Xia Yuan, okay. Jing's top laner was Dark Angel. This hero had mid-range crowd control. After Fang Jingqing revived, he gave the mid-lane minions to Xia Yuan and roamed to the top lane. Yi Xiaoyang saw Xia Yuan appear in the middle lane and immediately reminded him, "Old Qin, be careful. But as soon as he said that, he heard the kill sound. My very Feng, World Destroyer Mage, killed Tianhing Zhuhua, Steel Body. Old Qin's hero was tanky, but it couldn't withstand Jing's 3v1. In this wave, Fang Jingqing went straight for the middle lane, which surprised Yi Xiaoyang. The biggest taboo in a match was to be led by the opponent. After Fang Jingqing was killed twice in a row, he decisively changed his strategy. Although Fang Jingqing and Qi Shua had completely different ideas, it had to be said that Fang Jingqing was a very good commander. He went to the top lane to take the kill and freeload the minions. It was a huge profit. Xia Yuan made up for the minions in the middle lane, so his development would be better than Qingxing's. Qi Shua said, change routes. The two of them had ambushed Fang Jingqing and killed him twice, which was already the limit. Fang Jingqing was not a noob, so he couldn't wait for them to kill him a third time. So Qi Shua immediately changed directions and went for the top lane. Thus, after Old Qin revived, the top lane once again erupted into a team battle. This wave was a 3v3, a PK between the top, middle, and jungle. Old Qin directly used his ult to tank the damage at the front, while Dark Angel used a mid-range crowd control to lock him down. Fang Jingqing's ult didn't hit the tank. He aimed at the back row, and 6 balls of black mist shot out in an arc, suddenly attacking Yi Xiaoyang. Yi Xiaoyang's positioning was very cautious, but Fang Jingqing's arc was very tricky. Yi Xiaoyang ate 4 balls of black mist and was instantly left with a sliver of health. He immediately recalled White Wolf and activated White Wolf Protection. Little Wolf surrounded him to help him tank the damage. Jing's jungler wanted to follow up with a follow-up skill to finish him off, but he couldn't. Yi Xiaoyang instantly switched to human form and used his ult to lock down the opponent. Qi Shua cut in from the side and killed the opponent's jungler with a burst of power. Tianhing Shuayue, Black Wolf, killed Yi Dao, Pugilist. This 3v3 wave ended with Yi Xiaoyang escaping with a sliver of health, and the opponent's jungler was killed. Tianhing gained a kill, but Fang Jingqing stole a river crab and killed Yi Xiaoyang. Xianxia didn't lose too much. The game continued, and Qingxing started to feel the strain in the bottom lane. Xia Yuan's economy was more than 500 yuan ahead of his. Because Xia Yuan started to crazily ride the middle lane, he gave all the experience in the bottom half of the jungle to him. He developed into the richest spot in the game. Yi Xiaoyang opened the game interface and immediately warned, Yuan's economy is higher than yours. The Yu he was referring to was Qi Shua. Qi Shua said, I see it. Lil Long started a wave of attacks. If Xia Yuan was allowed to develop further, he would become a difficult boss to deal with in the later stages. If they couldn't finish off the archer in the group battle, the archer would clean up the battlefield. Tianhing's game revolved around the middle lane and top lane, and let Qingxing tank the bottom lane. The effect was actually average. This was because after Fang Jingqing and Qi Shua eliminated each other, both sides went to the top lane. The result was that the top lane didn't open up, and the bottom lane archer's economy fell behind. This wasn't a good sign. Currently, the overall economy ranking was, Xia Yuan Qi Shua Yi Xiaoyang Fang Jingqing Qingxing Xia Yuan and Qi Shua developed the best, but Qi Shua had kills and the economy in the jungle. There was only a difference of 200 yuan between them, so it didn't affect him much. This wave of attacks could be fought. Qi Shua put a mark on Lil Long, and the two sides once again surrounded Lil Long and started to pull. When Lil Long's health was half, he was pulled away by his opponent. After 2 rounds, he was pulled away by the other side. The two commentators were speechless. Lil Long is innocent. Don't bully Lil Long like this. Lil Long should be the one who was pulled away the most today, right? Lil Long is very helpless. Lil Long was a boss born in the dragon pit. When fighting, he would run with the person with the most aggro. If a certain distance was pulled away, he would return to the pit with full health, just like the bosses in online games. When two sides were fighting, they didn't want to let go, but they couldn't get it. Pulling away was a common tactic. In the middle of the match, Lil Long's bonuses were quite high. Tianhing and Jingxia didn't want to let go of this dragon, so the two sides once again pulled at each other in the jungle for a long time. The two commentators said, "Is this wave going to retreat again?" Before they could finish speaking, suddenly, Tianheng's Xujiang flashed over with a large shield and stunned the opposing back row. Xiaoyuan's positioning was very careful. He immediately flashed through the wall to avoid this large shield. At the same time, Jingzhi's side also made their move. They sent out a mid-range control to target Qingxing. Qingxing also flashed over the wall to escape. The control skills forced the archers on both sides to flash. Looks like this wave is going to be a fight. The live audience was very excited. They were all spamming the screen. Fight, fight. This was indeed the most intense exchange of fire since the start of the match. For a moment, the light effects of various skills flashed around Lil Long's crater. The commentators couldn't tell what skills were used with the naked eye. After a round of exchanges of skills, the front row of both sides was low on health, and the back row wasn't any better. Although Qingxing flashed over the wall to avoid the opponent's control skills, what awaited him was Fang Jingqing's curse of the apocalypse. The 6 balls of black fog seemed to have calculated his landing point. They directly reduced Qingxing's health to a sliver. The opponent's jungler circled around to cut Qingxing. Old Qin hurriedly turned around to protect him. At the same time, Qi Shua was also looking for Xiaoyuan's position. The other team members in this wave weren't important. They had to kill Xiaoyuan and interrupt Xiaoyuan's development. Qi Shua changed into his wolf form, ran and jumped, and quickly circled around. After he found Xiaoyuan, he made a mark on the map. The archer is here. Yi. Xiaoyang, got it. It was a simple communication. There was no need for words. They both knew what the other side would do. The next moment, Yi Xiaoyang suddenly flashed over. White Wolf King was in his human form. However, no matter what form this hero took, the summoned wolves would automatically follow him. Therefore, the visual effect was that of a handsome guy and 4 wolves passing through the wall in an instant. He flashed and attacked with his wolves. It was very impressive, the commentator said excitedly. Liang used his flash and went straight to the blue buff area. He's going to cooperate with Shuoyue to kill the archer. Yes, we all know that Liang's playstyle is very fierce. His flash is only used to escape, but most of the time, it's used to kill. Xiaoyuan had nowhere to hide from his ultimate skill, fear. The 4 wolves rushed out like a gust of wind and surrounded Xiaoyuan. Immediately after, Qi Shua cut in from the side. His black wolf jumped over the wall and pounced on Xiaoyuan from a long distance. With one bite, he took off half of Xiaoyuan's health. Shuoyue's burst damage is quite high. His equipment is very good. Black Wolf is a wild core after all. Although his control is complicated and the damage of his ultimate skill has been cut, this hero's appearance rate has plummeted in recent seasons. However, after equipping it, this hero's reaping ability is very scary. Yes, White Wolf King's crowd control skill provides him with the best opportunity to enter the game. The wolf's bites reduce the opponent's health to 0. Then, Black Wolf can lower his health and reap the kills quickly. Xiaoyuan was instantly killed by Tianheng's tandem burst damage. Qi Shua took the kill. Fang Jingqing killed Qingxing with a Q skill. In this wave of teams, 1 for 1, the archers on both sides were killed. However, it was obvious that Tianheng was the winner. Jingzhi's archers were very well developed. They were a big fat sheep. Tianheng's archers were malnourished. They were thin lambs. As soon as Xiaoyuan was killed, Jingzhi's tempo of pushing the tower in the bottom lane was affected. They forcefully pushed the top lane. On the other hand, Tianheng quickly pushed the bottom lane to reduce the pressure on Qingxing. Both sides lost a tower each, but the number of kills was still about the same. The team's economy was not pulled apart. Lin Feng sat up straight and stared at the screen. Group S is really not easy to play. Yan Ben said, every game after this will be a tough battle like this. Lin Feng laughed. More or less. Playing against a strong team is like being stingy with details. The points of every game are very important. Selfishly, he still hoped that they could win this game. However, Xianxia was a very tenacious team. They would not be defeated so easily. It all depended on whether Qi Shua could seize another opportunity. The game dragged on until the end. The outer towers on both sides were slowly pushed down. The pace was very slow, but the entire arena was filled with a tense atmosphere. It was like a string that had been stretched taut and could break at any time. At 20 minutes, the inner tower in the middle lane fell. At 28 minutes, the outer towers on both sides' top and bottom lanes were pushed down. Only the high ground was left on both sides. The number of kills and economy were not pulled apart. The situation was very tense. It's the prison bureau again. Both sides have to be extra careful. Both sides can't see out. The wilderness is pitch black. It's a test of the support's overall vision. Wait a minute, Xianxia is stealing the dragon. Tianheng seems to have discovered it. Xu went to the dragon pit to plant an eye. Tianheng's 5 players are coming over. We can't let the dragon go. The dragon was very important in the high ground defense battle. It was very fast to push down the tower with the Tyrannosaurus captain. With the buff, letting the dragon go was equivalent to letting the high ground go. It would be very disadvantageous. Xianxia took advantage of the fact that Tianheng's players appeared in the bottom lane and suddenly stole the dragon. Fang Jingqing and his teammates quietly attacked for a long time. The dragon's health was reduced to half. However, Tianheng found out. Xu Jiang's eye position was very important. Xianxia's top laner and archer quickly killed the dragon. The support and jungler blocked the dragon for protection. Fang Jingqing hid in the bushes and squinted, waiting for the crispy skin to pass by. Tianheng's 5 players quickly arrived at the scene. The team battle between both sides was about to start. Qi Shua and Yi Xiaoyang circled around from the side. Xujiang, Qin Yizhu, and Xingxing attacked from the front. They surrounded Xianxia from the left and right. On Xianxia's side, Xiaoyuan's equipment was luxurious. Her attack speed and critical hit were full. Arrow after arrow, the dragon's health dropped rapidly. Just as the dragon was about to be killed, Yi Xiaoyang suddenly circled around from the side and used a big move, Fear. The big move of the White Wolf King after its transformation was Group Fear. The 3 people standing near the dragon pit were all frozen. Qi Shua suddenly jumped from a distance into the dragon pit and used punishment to steal the dragon. Our Black Wolf has killed the primordial tyrant. Deafening screams rang out in the stadium. The 2 commentators were also excited. They got it. Lai Yang and Shua Yu's teamwork allowed them to snatch the dragon at the last second. Yi Xiaoyang shouted, "Beautiful." It was really strange. Actually, at that moment, he and Qi Shua did not communicate at all. The 2 of them looked at the dragon's health at the same time. Then, Yi Xiaoyang activated his big move and Qi Shua instantly entered the battlefield to receive punishment. It was like they were living in each other's minds. Yi Xiaoyang said excitedly, "Fight, fight, fight. With the dragon's buff, take the opportunity to wipe them out." Xianxia's dragon was stolen, and the opponent's attack power was increased. They definitely had to avoid this battle. But Tianheng would not let go of such a good opportunity. Xianxia assisted Li Yunma and activated the white bear's big move. A huge white bear blocked Tianheng's path, tanking damage and protecting his teammates. Xiaoyuan retreated while fighting, while Fang Jingqing escaped from the side. Xianxia would definitely split up when escaping, or else he would be easily surrounded. But because the archer, jungler, and top laner were fighting the dragon, the 3 of them were in the same position. Yi Xiaoyang summoned 4 little wolves and chased after them. Qi Shua's black wolf leaped onto roofs, vaulted over walls, and jumped over walls. The critical hit of its bite was really frightening. The 2 of them had the dragon buff and were fighting 2v3 in the top half of the jungle. Kill Xiaoyuan first. This was their consensus. After all, Xiaoyuan's damage was too high. Xiaoyuan retreated while fighting. It was really annoying to be chased by 4 little wolves all over the canyon. Qi Shua was waiting for an opportunity. After Yi Xiaoyang's little wolf bit Xiaoyuan to low health, he immediately vaulted over the wall, swooped down from the air, pounced, and took Xiaoyuan's head with a critical hit. At this time, 2 of Yi Xiaoyang's little wolves were shot dead by Xiaoyuan. The remaining 2 followed Qi Shua to chase after the opposing jungler. The big black wolf chased after the white little wolf and killed the opposing jungler in the red buff jungle. Double kill. Yi Xiaoyang controlled the little wolves to attack the opposing top laner again, and Qi Shua immediately followed. Triple kill. With this tacit cooperation, they took down 3 kills in one go. Yi Xiaoyang shouted, Captain Qi, nice. Sure enough, snatching a dragon really made people excited. Qi Shua's lips curled up slightly. He had never used the hero, Black Wolf, in a match before, but in fact, he had practiced this hero a long time ago. If not for Yang cooperation, this jungler would not have been able to get the kill. Wherever I point, you'll hit it. The black and white combination was best at jungle chase. The tacit understanding between the two of them allowed them to get 3 kills in this chase. The little white wolves were pets summoned by the White Wolf King. But at this moment, the audience was surprised to find that the cute little white wolves were following Qi Shua as if they were pets summoned by the Black Wolf King. In other words, Yi Xiaoyang controlled the little wolves to attack whoever Qi Shua killed. My pets are also your pets. Our battle prowess can be combined into one. In this team battle, Xianxia was defeated. Actually, the key was that Yi Xiaoyang and Qi Shua cooperated to steal the dragon. Xianxia did not succeed in stealing the dragon and was snatched by Tianheng. Xianxia immediately retreated, but he was surrounded by Tianheng's demon kings. In the end, Fang Jingqing retreated home and took Xujiang with his ultimate. But 4 people from Tianheng survived, while only 2 from Xianxia survived. It was very difficult to defend home. Tianheng took the dragon and pushed away the high ground, then fought steadily. In the end, the 4 of them huddled together. Qingxing used his lifesteal ultimate and bit the bullet to break the enemy's crystal. Congratulations to Tianhuan squad for winning the first round. The cooperation between the Black Wolf and White Wolf King in this round is really amazing. That's right, Shua and Liayang's tacit understanding is really scary. The commentator exclaimed excitedly. It's like they're living in each other's heads. Qi Shua brought Yangyang's pet to kill people as if he was controlling it alone. I controlled people and you snatched the dragon. I started a team and you reaped the harvest. Your target is also my target, and your pet is my pet. It's no exaggeration to say that their tacit understanding is only comparable to a world-class Nakano team, right? Yes. Although Xianxia's performance in this round was also very good, it's a pity that fighting the dragon destroys one's life. If Xujiang didn't have that vision and if Sun and Moon didn't work together to snatch the dragon, Xianxia might have won this round. The competition was full of variables, and it was normal for a small detail to determine the outcome. #SunMoonshine together #CP Super Chat. Family members, Yaya and Yang are sprinkling candy on us again. Commentary, it's like they're living in each other's heads. They don't just live in each other's heads, they live in each other's hearts. The sun occupies the moon's heart, and the moon's heart is filled with the sun. Ah, I'm eating candy again. Before the CP fans could finish eating, Qi Shua and Yi Xiaoyang took off their headphones at the same time. They looked at each other and smiled. The CP fans, that's right. It's not a loss for the Sun and Moon CP to invest. The scene of Yi Xiaoyang and Qi Shua smiling at each other had almost become a daily occurrence. The jungler and mid laner were seated next to each other. Almost every time a match ended, they would look at each other first. Why didn't Qi Shua look to the left and look at Old Qin first? Why didn't Yang look to the right and look at Little Star? Why did they look at each other every time? In the eyes of the CP fans, this was obviously because Shua and Liang valued each other the most. After a match, they would first confirm each other's gazes. The other teammates were just teammates, but this was my CP. However, in the eyes of the honest Yi Xiaoyang, Qi Shua played well just now. Qi Shua stole the dragon well. Every time he finished a match, he would look at Qi Shua first, purely to praise him for playing well. Yi Xiaoyang looked at Qi Shua and said, the last 3 kills were very cool. Qi Shua was delighted by the praise. He looked at Yi Xiaoyang with admiration in his eyes. It's because you started the team well. Yi Xiaoyang wasn't modest either. We didn't train in the international server for so long in vain. Actually, the key to the White Wolf King's hero was in chasing and starting the team. He wasn't like Abyss Lord or Illusionist, who could insta-kill people with a combo. However, in terms of chasing, the Little Wolf King's movement speed was very fast and his magic critical hit was high. He chased the opponent all the way and could easily cripple the opponent, creating the best conditions for his wild teammates to harvest. The chase between Qi Shua and Yi Xiaoyang would definitely become a classic match. Just now, the two of them had used the dragon buff and killed 3 opponents in a 2v3. There were many details in the entire process that were worth studying. However, there were too many classic matches between the two of them. It would be a headache for the teams to study them. At this moment, Coach Chen was having a headache. He went to the soundproof room and rubbed his temples. If Qi Shua and Yi Xiaoyang are the sunshine and moonlight of the international server, then they have a very powerful team. Fang Jingqing said, a threesome? Back then, when the mysterious expert appeared in the international server, he happened to bump into the newbies of FNO team who were practicing their teamwork. He destroyed the Angus and Alan combo in the bottom lane and alerted Captain Mitchell. Mitchell recorded the match and sent it to the group chat. In that match, the two of them had used the threesome combination. Yumel wings would appear on the backs of the jungler, Spirit World Snowbird, and the mid laner, Fairy Mage, when the two heroes were flying. The visual effect was very nice. Moreover, after killing/assisting, the flying skill would be refreshed immediately. In theory, if one could continuously kill people, they would be able to fly indefinitely in the air. However, these two heroes were most afraid of being controlled. As long as they were controlled, they could easily break their legs. Coach Chen looked at Fang Jingqing hesitantly. Do you think that Qi Shua will choose the threesome combination? Fang Jingqing thought for a moment and said, I think so. The first game is a double kill, and the second game is a threesome. They will bring out the lineup that they have been hiding for a long time and get more points from Xianxia. Coach Chen was speechless. If Fang Jingqing said so, would Qi Shua still choose? Would the reverse elimination method still work? Sigh, what a dilemma. Compared to the dilemma of Coach Chen and Xianxia, Coach Lin and Tianheng was full of smiles. He seemed to be in a good mood. After all, Xianxia was the second team in the first 2 stages of Group S. To be able to take one game from Xianxia was already something to be happy about. After the break, the players put on their headphones again and prepared for the second game. The group stage was not an overall BP. The heroes that were used in the previous game could be used again in this game. In the second game, Xianxia's blue team was given priority to ban. The support of Blessing Light was the first to be banned. Coach Lin smiled and said, they are probably afraid that we will use a threesome, so they will ban the support that removes crowd control and controls. If we choose to use a threesome, they can use control-type heroes to counter us. This BP was very thoughtful. It seemed that Qi Shua and Yi Xiaoyang's international identities had been exposed. Qi Shua asked, which plan should we use for this game? Coach Lin thought for a moment and said, Plan C. Tianheng had prepared several lineups. Xianxia was not a fool. He would not let you use the same strategy twice. He would definitely think of a countermeasure. Therefore, in the second game, Yi Xiaoyang and Qi Shua could not use the Black Wolf and White Wolf King systems. Tianheng banned the support, Radiant Shield. Xianxia banned the support, Blessing Priestess, to prevent Tianheng's 4-wheel drive fast roaming playstyle. Tianheng banned the popular marksman, Machine Gun Hunter, to prevent Xia Yuan and Li Yunma from quickly destroying the bottom lane with a tower push. The 4 heroes that were banned in the first stage are all targeting the bottom lane. The mid laner and jungler are all banned. I wonder what kind of system Xianxia will use this game. Xianxia has taken the top laner first. This time, their top laner is Sword and Blade Will. It is a warrior top laner with strong backline abilities. Tianheng's first and second floor are the archery support combo. It seems like Tianheng will choose the top and bottom lane first. Both sides quickly chose their heroes. Tianheng chose the bottom lane of Holy Archer, Forest Messenger, and Paladin, the top laner of Giant Tank. Xianxia picked Shadow Warlock, White Bear, Sword and Blade Will. Shadow Warlock was the only assassin that could be invisible. Coach Lin was stunned for a moment, then said, Xiaoyang, it seems like Captain Feng wants to kill you in this game. Yi Xiaoyang smiled and said, I killed him twice in the last game. He must be very nervous. He wants to get back at me in this game. Qi Shua said, don't worry, I'll help the middle lane more. Yi Xiaoyang joked, yeah, we'll continue to camp him and let him continue to square. In the second stage, Xianxia banned Qi Shua's Stealth Thief to prevent him from circling around the back and killing the marksman. The other band was given to Abyss Master, who had gotten a pentakill in Yi Xiaoyang. Tianheng band 2 Marksman, Wind Spirit, and Sharpshooter. It's Xia Yuan's fault for not picking a marksman. They began to choose their heroes. Tianheng's 4th floor picked a jungler, King of Fighters, who could be used as a tool or a jungler. It all depended on the economic distribution. The last counter spot was reserved for the mid laner, Yi Xiaoyang. After Xianxia finished picking the lineup, Yi Xiaoyang could then make a specific choice based on the opponent. It could be seen that Coach Lin was very confident in Yi Xiaoyang's hero pool. Xianxia's 4th and 5th floor picked a very strange combination, Bounty Warlock, and Warlock of Curses. The live audience was a little confused. The 2 commentators were also stunned for a moment before saying, this. Xianxia picked 3 mages? The Warlock of Curses is the mid laner, the Shadow Warlock is the mid laner, and the Bounty Warlock is the support, right? White Bear is also a support. How did they distribute the roles? Are there no junglers? If the top laner wants to kill someone, he'll definitely bring Blink. He won't be able to jungler. Don't tell me they're going to let the support White Bear jungler? With Xianxia's lineup, even Coach Lin was stunned, let alone the audience. 3 mages? With so many spellcasting heroes, there won't be enough physical damage. Don't tell me they're going to let the mage hero be the physical damage dealer? Yi Xiaoyang guessed, the Warlock of Curses should be Xia Yuan. Qi Shua also thought the same. It looks like Xianxia has developed a new system, and Xia Yuan is going to use the mage as the archer? The Warlock of Curses was a hero that dealt damage by stacking curses on the opponent. Once the curses were stacked, the opponent's health would constantly drop. Moreover, the curses belonged to the dark negative state and couldn't be directly dispelled with purification. In fact, it was somewhat similar to the Poison Squad. Fang Jingqing and Xia Yuan were both players with great ideas. This had to be acknowledged. Yi Xiaoyang thought for a moment before saying, I'll use Saint Necromancer. Captain Qi Shua will be the jungler. Since the opponent had picked so many fragile warlocks, it would be better to let Qi Shua be the jungler and kill them by force. Moreover, Yi Xiaoyang chose this mage because he could cast a shield on his teammates and prevent them from being assassinated by Shadow Warlock. The 2 commentators continued their analysis. Tianheng's last counter is Saint Necromancer. He's a tankier mid laner who can cast a shield on his teammates or himself. He also has a strong control and can cooperate with the jungler. It's a good choice to prevent assassinations and protect the jungler. Shadow Warlock won't be able to kill Saint Necromancer. Xianxia is exchanging heroes. We can see that White Bear has been switched to the 2nd floor for jungler. Shadow Warlock has been switched to the 3rd floor for mid lane. Warlock of Curses has been given to Yuan Yuan, and Warlock of Bounty will be the support. Shadow Warlock, Warlock of Curses, and Warlock of Bounty. Isn't this lineup a little too fragile? The jungler, White Bear, is a tool. He can summon a big bear in a team battle. He's very tanky, and with the big bear summoned, he's equivalent to 2 frontliners. The Warlock of Bounty can also summon a tool. The specialty of this hero's skill is that, every 3 seconds, the surrounding teammates will receive an additional 5 gold coins. He can also store some gold coins himself. With his big move, he can take out the gold coins he's stored and throw them at others. Gold coins will fly everywhere. He's the richest hero in the Divinity Wars? As soon as he finished speaking, the hero's voice sounded in the game. Having too much money is also a kind of trouble. The audience burst into laughter. The netizens in the livestream were also spamming the screen. This is 2F** King Versailles, Warlock of Bounty. Can you give me some pocket money? This hero ranking game is very rare. If I choose it, I'll be scolded for being a jerk. It's also rare to see it in professional leagues, right? He doesn't have the ability to start a team battle. He only gives his teammates gold coins and uses his big move to reduce the opponent's magic and physical resistance. The damage of his big move isn't high either. He's a pure tool and relies too much on his teammates. But if his teammates are strong enough, this type of support is also very good. He just needs to let his teammates deal damage. The Warlock of Bounty would give his teammates gold coins. This way, his teammates would develop very quickly. Yi Xiaoyang frowned as he looked at Jing's hero allocation for this round. In the first round, Li Yunma used White Bear as a support. In the second round, Jing's player, Dao Fengyu, used White Bear as a jungler. In fact, many heroes in the game didn't have a fixed position. Their thinking could be flexible. The disadvantages of White Bear as a jungler were obvious: it was slow to clear the jungle, its damage was low, and it was difficult to raise its economy. But if it didn't pursue economy, it could summon a bear to help fight dragons and buffs. This would allow resources to be distributed to his teammates. This would be a very good tool. In the middle lane, the Warlock of Shadow used Magic Spike. Under the Shadow state, the damage was very high. Yi Xiaoyang had practiced this before. In the bottom lane, the Warlock of Bounty and Warlock of Curses duo developed very quickly. Yi Xiaoyang deduced Jing's strategy in his mind and said, Yuan will use the gold coins buff to develop quickly. Fang will definitely roam around to catch people. We have to keep an eye on Fang Jingqing. Xujiang took the initiative and said, let me keep an eye on him. His invisibility has a time limit. I will keep an eye on the river and protect Xiaoxing Old Qin, you be careful in the top lane. Qin Yizhu said, yes, I won't leave the tower. Qingxing said, I won't leave the tower either. The two of them didn't leave the tower. It was different from Yi Xiaoyang. Yi Xiaoyang didn't leave the tower. If he did, he would be killed instantly. Qingxing and Qin Yizhu, they really didn't dare to leave the tower. If they did, they would be killed instantly. The game soon began. In the first round of fighting for buffs, Jingzhi didn't go into the jungle. Tianheng also started the game steadily. Each of them got 2 buffs. At this moment, Xujiang suddenly said, the opponent's support isn't in the bottom lane. Yi Xiaoyang froze for a moment. He suddenly had a bad feeling. In this game, the support is following the mid laner? Qi Shuo reacted quickly. Their mid laner, jungler, and support are roaming around. They have to support the mid laner first. The Warlock of Bounty gives more money to the teammates around him. Old Fang's economy will take off quickly. Yi Xiaoyang suddenly understood. Jingzhi is using the mid laner strategy this game. Qi Shuo suggested, he dares to leave the archer alone in the bottom lane. Should we go and catch the explosive archer? Yi Xiaoyang smiled and said, no problem. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Econo support roaming was also a common fighting style. Tianhuan's illusionist system was Yi Xiaoyang, Qi Shuo, and Xujiang roaming together. The support would accelerate and quickly engage in guerrilla warfare. The netizens even jokingly called it the Scourge 3. Jingzhi's archer was left alone in the bottom lane. Fang Jingqing was the fastest developing player in the game. 5 minutes into the game, Yi Xiaoyang opened the game panel. Fang Jingqing's Shadow Warlock had the highest economy in the game. Unknowingly, he was more than 300 yuan ahead of Yi Xiaoyang. Although this amount of money didn't mean much, it would add up. If he continued to develop, he would soon be ahead in terms of equipment. Qi Shuo was already level 6. Yi Xiaoyang quickly went to the bottom lane after clearing the minions. Xia Yuan was fighting 1v2 in the bottom lane. Qingxing's archer had a long range, and Xujiang's healer could heal him. Xia Yuan was temporarily suppressed. Judging from his line of thought, he was indeed making physical damage output equipment, as well as attack speed equipment. Spellcaster of Curses would stack curses that would deal magic damage every second. The higher the attack speed, the faster the curses would stack. Xia Yuan's equipment was a mix of normal attack, physical, and curse, magic, damage. He cleared the minions very quickly. Although Qingxing had reduced his health to around 70%, his development wasn't affected. Qi Shuo went to the bushes in the bottom lane and pressed the in-game notification, attack. Yi Xiaoyang put a shield on Qi Shuo. Qi Shuo used a big move with the shield and punched Xia Yuan into the wall. With a short stun and King of Fighters combo punches, Xia Yuan was quickly crippled. Qingxing hurriedly activated his Q skills, enhanced normal attack and added a few more arrows, taking Xia Yuan's head. First blood, Qingxing said excitedly, ah, I got first blood. Qi Shuo said, not bad. Clear the troops quickly. Almost at the same time, the top lane also exploded with heads. I'm very square, Shadow Warlock, killed Tianheng Candle, Paladin, Xianxia said, there are 4 people on the other side. Kill them by leaping over the tower. Yi Xiaoyang quickly moved his camera over to take a look. Sure enough, it was a 4-on-1 in the bottom lane of Tianheng, and a 4-on-1 in the top lane of Xianxia. Although Old Qin was very cautious and stayed under the tower, Xianxia's white bear summoned a big bear to tank the damage from the top of the tower. The top laner and support worked together to form a team, and Fang Jingqing directly killed Old Qin in one burst. The paladin that Old Qin had chosen for this round was tough, but the magic resistance of the tank in the early stages was very low. No matter how thick his skin was, he wouldn't be able to withstand the attacks of 4 people. This exchange of heads between the top and bottom lanes was not considered a loss. The dragons in the bottom half of the jungle spawned, and Qi Shua immediately said, kill the dragons. At the same time, Xianxia invaded the top half of Tianheng's jungle and looted a wave of blue buffs, small monsters, and other resources in the jungle before turning back to retreat. Yi Xiaoyang opened the game's interface again to check the information. Fang Jingqing's Shadow Warlock had the highest economy in the game, followed by Qi Shua's King of Fighters, Qingxing's Archer, Xia Yuan's Spellcaster of Curses, Xianxia's top laner, and Yi Xiaoyang was 6th. Yi Xiaoyang's mid laner this round was a control playstyle, which gave Qi Shua a portion of his economy. Qi Shua and Little Star needed to develop quickly before they could form a team. 8 minutes into the game, Yi Xiaoyang reminded them, mid laner support miss. The opposing mid laner, Shadow Warlock, disappeared from the map, and the support, Bounty Warlock, who had been giving him gold, also disappeared. Yi Xiaoyang immediately retreated to the bottom of the tower, and his teammates in the top and bottom lanes also quickly retreated when they heard his reminder. Old Qin had just been killed by the tower, so this time he directly retreated to the bushes between the second and first towers to observe the situation. He saw a huge white bear fall from the sky, tanking the damage from the tower, and Xianxia's group of 4 directly pushed down the tower. Xianxia said helplessly, the top lane can't hold. As the top laner orphan, he hadn't enjoyed such special attention in a long time. With 3 people on the other side pushing together, even a world-class top laner wouldn't be able to hold, let alone him. Yi Xiaoyang suggested, make a magic resistance cloak? Old Qin, I think so too. When tanking heroes dropped equipment, most of them would first drop physical defense equipment, and then magic defense equipment in the middle of the game. After all, his opponent was a physical damage dealer hero. But in this game, Xianxia was focused on by the opposing team, so he could only use magic resistance equipment to resist Fang Jingqing's damage. Yi Xiaoyang said, the opposing support isn't in the top lane, be careful in the bottom lane. Previously, the support had been following Fang Jingqing. When Fang Jingqing and the support disappeared at the same time, Yi Xiaoyang thought that the 2 of them would go to a certain lane to catch someone. However, the support didn't appear in the top lane, so he went to the bottom lane. Sure enough, when Qi Shua roamed to the bottom lane to catch Xia Yuan, a golden wall suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking his path. Xia Yuan immediately flashed away. The support went to the bottom lane to provide support. The Bounty Warlock's W ability was called Wall of Gold, also known as Wall of Persuasion. It could erect a golden wall, and anyone who touched it would be stunned for 1.5 seconds. Qi Shua's big move was interrupted by this crowd control, and he didn't succeed in catching Xia Yuan. Yi Xiaoyang also roamed to the bottom lane and found that Xia Yuan had returned. When Xia Yuan returned to the game, the support began to clear the troops with him. Yi Xiaoyang opened the game interface again and found that Xia Yuan's economy, which had been lagging behind before, was quickly catching up. The mid laner had been fattened, and now the support was fattening up the archer. If the archer was fattened up, it would be more difficult to deal with the later team battles. Qi Shua also thought of this and said, team up in the bottom lane and kill their support. The support's gold bonus was when he was still alive. If he was killed, there would be no bonus. At this time, the second dragon spawned in the bottom half of the jungle. Tianheng quickly rushed over, and Xianxia didn't want to be left behind. The moment the 2 sides met near the dragon, Xianxia took the lead and started the team battle. A huge white bear suddenly descended from the sky and sat on Tianheng's back row. Qingxing and Xujiang stood together and were stunned by the white bear. Xianxia's top laner, Sword and Blade Will, immediately flashed over and killed Qingxing. Fang Jingqing's Shadow Warlock burst out and the three of them worked together to kill Qingxing in less than a second. Qingxing was speechless. Team Battle Archer, vanish? Fang Jingqing was targeting him. Xianxia's teamwork was indeed worthy of the strength of Group S, and their skills were seamless. The jungler White Bear descended from the sky and started the team battle without warning. The top laner and mid laner immediately followed up and dealt damage. Qingxing was killed almost instantly, and he didn't even have time to react. At the same time, Yi Xiaoyang suddenly flashed over the wall and used Holy Spirit Seal to freeze the opposing Bounty Warlock. Qishua's jungler followed up with a combo and killed the Bounty Warlock as well. Both sides lost one player each, and then Tianheng's jungler chased after the opposing archer. Xianxia's top laner and mid laner worked together to kill the support. The battlefield was completely split into two. Xiaoyuan was severely injured, but she suddenly used Soul Flash to escape to the bottom of the inner tower. On the other hand, Tianheng's support didn't have any Soul Flash skills and was chased to death by the opposing team. Tianheng suffered a small loss in this exchange of 1 for 2, but it interrupted the opposing team's support and gold. Qi Shua and Yi Xiaoyang turned around and grabbed a blue buff to stop their losses. Backstage, Coach Lin couldn't help but worry when he saw this. If we don't deal with Shadow Warlock, it'll be very troublesome in the later stages of the game. We don't know when that invisible spire will appear in the team battle. Xianxia's overall lineup is weak, but Shadow Warlock's burst damage is very high. On our side, our top laner has been killed several times, and his equipment isn't very good. If the paladin doesn't have equipment, he won't be able to hold on, Xia Xiaotian analyzed in a low voice. Yes, this is also the reason why they continuously attacked the top laner and pushed up the inner tower. Tianheng's frontline can't get up and hold on, and it's more convenient for the team battle. Coach Lin looked at the kids of Team 2 with relief. You know how to analyze a lineup? Hehe, I learned it from Brother Yang. Xia Xiaotian scratched his head with a red face and continued, the difficult thing is that the opposing team's spire can go invisible. We don't know when he will suddenly go invisible and launch a sneak attack. If Little Star is killed instantly, we won't be able to deal enough damage in the team battle. Our lineup's damage output is still relatively low. Your analysis is very correct. Xianxia's lineup is an offensive lineup with high burst damage but weak defense. We're a defensive counterattack lineup with low damage output but strong endurance. Tianheng only had 2 damage dealers, Qi Shua and Qingxing. The top laner, mid laner, and support were all defensive heroes. Xianxia had 3 damage dealers, Blade Will, Shadow Warlock, and Curse Warlock. The jungler and support weren't very tanky either. One side was a sharp spear, the other side was a strong shield. It was hard to say who would win or lose. The game gradually dragged on until 15 minutes. Qi Shua and Yi Xiaoyang had been looking for opportunities to grab the opposing team's archer. Xiaoyuan was clawed to death twice by this pair of demon kings. Xiaoyuan, F***CK. These two are trying to kill me. Should I change my name to Mfang too? Fang Jingqing laughed and said, don't go out. Develop in the jungle. Support an archer, get some money as soon as possible. Xiaoyuan didn't show up and ran to her own jungle to develop. Xianxia was just a tool in the jungle. He didn't need money and gave all the resources in the jungle to Xiaoyuan. The support could also earn money. Xiaoyuan was slowly developing even after dying twice. Both sides pushed together. Because the middle lane team had a tower, they had to tank the tower's damage if they forced the team battle. However, Xianxia had White Bear, which could summon a bear to top the tower. With an offensive lineup, they didn't hesitate to force the team battle. However, this time, Qingxing was very careful and didn't get sat on by the White Bear. He hid in the grass at the side and shot arrows at high speed. The opposing team's laner and jungler rushed under the tower and were quickly killed by Qingxing. Xiaoyuan's hands were very fast. She stacked curses on Old Qin and Xujiang. The magic damage of the curses and the physical damage of the normal attacks. This kind of mixed damage style of curses was really difficult for the frontline to tank. At this time, Old Qin made magic resistance equipment, but his physical defense equipment wasn't perfect. After being hit by the normal attacks, the thick-skinned paladin's health dropped to a critical level. Old Qin turned around and wanted to run. Suddenly, a black shadow jumped out from the grass and quickly took his head. Fang Jingqing had been crouching at the flank and took the opportunity to kill Tianheng's front line. Then, Jingzhi went to the back to attack Qingxing. Xujiang used a big skill to heal Qingxing. Yi Xiaoyang opened the equipment panel and saw that the opposing archer had just made a new equipment, Chain Lightning. The effect of this equipment was that every 3 normal attacks would trigger a chain of damage, which would splash onto nearby enemy targets. Xie Yuan couldn't hit Qingxing, but he could hit Old Qin and Xujiang. The curse marks on Qingxing would chain from Xujiang. If this continued, the 5 Tianheng players would all have black curse marks on them. They couldn't let Xie Yuan cast too many curse marks. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to tank. Qi Shua also noticed this and said, "Don't let the opposing archer cast the curse marks. I'll go and kill him." Yi Xiaoyang immediately cooperated with Qi Shua to kill Xie Yuan. Xie Yuan's equipment's attack speed had been stacked to the maximum, and the curse marks were stacking very quickly. Qingxing didn't have any anti-magic equipment, and his health was dropping rapidly. Xujiang's healing skill barely recovered his health. However, Jingzhi's top laner was also an experienced player who had participated in international tournaments. He took the opportunity to circle behind Qingxing. With a saber in his left hand and a sword in his right hand, he surrounded Qingxing with his snow-white saber and sword. Qingxing held on for a few seconds, but he couldn't escape. Qi Shua and Yi Xiaoyang's teamwork didn't go smoothly. Yi Xiaoyang sealed Xie Yuan, but Bounty Warlock, who had been protecting him, suddenly used a big skill and cast 2 RW combo. An overwhelming amount of gold coins rained down on the archer, and a golden wall appeared in front of him. As long as he entered the range of the rain of gold coins, his health would drop rapidly. Bounty Warlock made 2 defensive equipment at the start of the game, and then he made an explosive staff. This staff could trigger the spell stacking effect that dealt multiple damage. As the gold coins rained down, the spells would stack quickly. Even if he only had 1 damage output equipment, he could still deal decent damage. Although Qi Shua killed the archer with a burst attack, he was also heavily injured. Yi Xiaoyang immediately cast a shield on Qi Shua to help Qi Shua retreat. Originally, Tianheng wouldn't have suffered a loss if Qi Shua could retreat. However, after killing the archer, Fang Jingqing came back from the flank and blocked Qi Shua's retreat route. He used his QW combo, which had finished its cooldown, to deal a wave of damage, and took away Qi Shua's head. 1 for 3, this was a bit of a loss. The archer on the opposing team was killed by Qi Shua, leaving 4 players alive. Yi Xiaoyang's mid laner didn't have much damage output. White Bear ran over to tank the tower, and the 4 players forcefully took down the middle tower. Jingzhi's game was very extreme, and his support also dropped a damage output. Equipment. Was he going to go all out? Jingzhi's choice was correct. These top professional players had a very thorough understanding of equipment. Xie Yuan made a chain lightning and stacked curses on Tianheng's 5 players. Fang Jingqing's pure burst equipment killed the frontline in 1 set. The support's explosive staff and the multi-damage rain of gold coins were able to break the shield in the shortest time possible. The teams in Group S were more well-rounded. Yi Xiaoyang was sincerely convinced of their loss. Jingzhi's 5 players hadn't changed players before. After 2 seasons of practice, their teamwork was indeed better than Tianheng's. Tianheng's team fight was actually not bad, but the key was their equipment. Old Qin couldn't handle it. Xianxia targeted the top lane in this game. Old Qin didn't develop well, and his equipment was poor. The frontline was too fast. Qingxing was a small fry. How could he fight against the well-developed warriors? He could only stay on the ground for a few seconds. Tianheng's lack of damage output in this game was exposed. They only had Qingxing and Qi Shua. They didn't have enough damage output in a team fight. The opposing team's Bounty Warlock system farmed their economy very quickly. Although Yi Xiaoyang and Qi Shua interrupted their rhythm several times, they still snowballed. Xie Yuan crazily farmed the jungle with her support. Her economy actually overtook Qingxing's. Fang Jingqing was ahead of Yi Xiaoyang by a full set of equipment. When Xie Yuan finished making 6 sets of god equipment, Little Star had only made 4 sets. When professional players were about the same level, it was normal for them to lose due to their superior equipment. Xianxia had 3 damage output players. Fang Jingqing could also go invisible. Qi Shua couldn't deal with Fang Jingqing, who was invisible. In the end, Fang Jingqing and the top laner flashed to the backline and killed Qingxing in an instant. Qingxing lowered his head and said, "I'm sorry," Yi Xiaoyang said, "It's okay. It's not your fault." If it were any other archer, they would have been killed by Jing's top laner and mid laner. Yi Xiaoyang calmed down and thought for a moment. The key to Tianheng's loss was that Xianxia broke through their defensive counterattack formation before they could finish their equipment. The spear was too sharp, and the shield was not strong enough. Xianxia played a fast-paced early game and won the game with his equipment advantage. Looking at the gray screen, Yi Xiaoyang took off his headphones and looked at Qi Shua. "This game is my fault." Qi Shua also took off his headphones and said, "My fault." Both of them said at the same time. Their teammates? Did the tacit understanding between the two of you include taking the blame when you lost the game? Qingxing was confused. Shouldn't it be my fault? Old Qin scratched his head. "I think it's my fault." Sujiang laughed. "How many blames are there for you guys to take? It's okay, it's only 11 points. I think Jing's teamwork was very good and the pace was good. It's worth learning from. We can review it when we get back." Old Qin nodded. "That's true. Xianxia has always been second in Group S. It's not embarrassing to lose to them." Qi Shua said calmly, "We haven't lost yet, right?" Yi Xiaoyang smiled and said, "Yes, there's still the 3rd game. Don't worry." Old Qin slapped his mouth. Wrong. I mean, it's not embarrassing to lose a small game." Yi Xiaoyang felt a warmth in his heart. After losing the game, everyone didn't blame each other. Instead, they fought to take the blame. This kind of team atmosphere was really good. Although Tianheng still had some shortcomings, wasn't it because everyone worked hard together? Coach Lin quickly walked into the soundproof room and said, "There are a lot of problems with this game. We'll review the details after the game. Don't think about it for now. Let's prepare for the 3rd game." He looked at Yi Xiaoyang and said in a low voice, "Xiaoyang will take command for the 3rd game. Is that okay?" Yi Xiaoyang nodded. "No problem." The first 2 rounds were tied with 11 players. The 3rd round was very crucial. As long as 21 won, it would count as 1 win and 1 net win point. If 12 lost, it would be 0 wins and -1 net win point. Although the teams in Group S would be guaranteed to enter the playoffs, in the end, only the top 4 teams would enter the winners group. Everyone wanted to go to the winners group because the winners group had 2 lives, and the losers group would be eliminated if they were not careful. Everyone knew these rules, but Coach Lin did not say it out loud to add pressure to everyone. He looked at Yi Xiaoyang and said, "We will play steadily in the final round. Let's see if we can win by relying on the details." After the break, both sides began the final round of BP. Tianheng did not ban the Bounty Warlock, so Xianxia could not win 2 rounds in a row. Xianxia did not ban the Black Wolf Wildcore system in the 3rd round. Both sides' BP in the first stage was still aimed at the support position. Many support types who used big moves and dispelled crowd control and protection types were in the ban position. Tianheng's blue team, the top archer, Wind Spirit. The commentator said, Tianheng took the agile archer to ensure that the archer's position would not be cut down instantly. Wind Spirit is good at displacement and has stronger self-protection abilities. Xianxia chose Machine Gun Hunter and Mechanic Expert to push the tower combination. Tianheng's 2nd and 3rd floors took Frost Goddess and Black Dragon Knight as the top laner. Xianxia's 3rd floor took Vampire Duke as the top laner. He can resist and fight, and his overall strength is more comprehensive. The first stage of BP was very normal. Compared to the first 2 rounds, where both sides came up with new systems, in the 3rd round, both sides sought stability and chose a very conventional lineup. At this time, it was important to focus on details and skills because everyone was very familiar with all the heroes. In the 2nd stage, Tianheng banned the opposing team's 2 explosive mid laners, and Xianxia targeted the jungler position. Coach Chen asked Fangxia, "Which jungler do you think Qi Shua will choose?" Fang Jingqing said, he will probably choose the wild core. Coach Chen thought that according to the reverse elimination method, Qi Shua would most likely choose a tool in this round. So he put the fighter and paladin, these tools, into the position of ban. Jing's fourth pick was the jungler, White Bear, leaving the last target for the mid laner. I remember that in the previous game, Xu used the Goddess of Frost to walk through the support position. So, it's still uncertain whether Tianheng will choose the Goddess of Frost to be a mid or a support. That's right. If the Frost Goddess helps, the 4th and 5th floors of Tianheng will get another mid laner. Two heroes appeared in the selection window at the same time. The jungler, Stealth Rogue, and the support, Time and Space Traveler. Coach Chen was speechless. Didn't you say you wouldn't pick Wild Seeds? Fang Jingqing said innocently, I said he would choose Wild Seeds. Coach Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The problem is, everything you said has to be reversed. Fang Jingqing said, it's probably because they predicted my prediction, so negative is positive? Fang Jingqing, who had never had a tacit understanding with each other, guessed Qi Shua's hero correctly in this round. The Stealth Rogue was one of Qi Shua's famous heroes. It was a classic wild core that could go invisible and attack the archer from behind. Tianheng's lineup was chosen. The Goddess of Frost was the mid laner, and the Time and Space Traveler was the support. Fang Jingqing thought for a while and said, I'll use the Illusionist to counter the Goddess of Frost. Yuan, be careful in the bottom lane. Don't let the rogue go invisible and attack from behind. Xia Yuan, understood. Both sides' lineups were locked. The two commentators said, in this round, both sides have chosen the more common lineups in the league. It's very stable. If it's a real team fight, the outcome is uncertain. If the Goddess of Frost can freeze a few people, Tianheng will have an easy time. If the opposing team is stunned by the White Bear, or the Illusionist kills the archer, Xianxia will have an easy win. Yes, Xianxia's bottom lane is a combination that can push towers very quickly. If Xianxia quickly gets rid of the outer tower in the early stage, Tianheng will be caught in a small headwind. In this round, both sides will probably fight around the bottom lane. When the two commentators finished analyzing the lineups, the game officially began. The audience noticed that Qingxing didn't bring Blink this round. Instead, he brought Purify. This was because the illusionist that Fang Jingqing chose was a stream of stabs. As long as the target was controlled, the fragile archer would be killed instantly. During the team's training, he had been killed by Yi Xiaoyang's illusionist countless times. If he brought Purify, he might be able to save his life. Yi Xiaoyang was brave enough to bring Blink. He was confident that he wouldn't be killed by a single player. In the beginning of the game, both sides fought for buffs. After a while, their blue buff was countered by the opposing team. Qi Shua wanted to counter the blue buff, but he found that the opposing team had someone guarding the blue buff area. He went back to take the red buff first. Yi Xiaoyang looked at the opposing team's position and said, Old Qin, come with me to take the red buff. The two quietly went around the jungle and quickly stole the opposing team's red buff. In the end, they got 2 red buffs and the opposing team got 2 blue buffs. Although they didn't lose out, Qi Shua wouldn't be able to reach level 6 immediately. Qi Shua was very calm. Since he chose stealth, a wild hero with strong assassination abilities, he had to be prepared for the jungle to be invaded and his development to be restricted by the opponent. In the past, when he used this hero, there were many times when the opposing team stole 3 buffs and he only managed to steal 1. Today, Yi Xiaoyang changed his strategy to steal a red buff at the first opportunity. This could be considered to have stopped his losses in time. Since Qi Shua couldn't reach level 6 immediately, Xia Yuan in the bottom lane developed very easily. Both sides were 2v2 in the bottom lane. After Qingxing got the relatively flexible Wind Elf, he wasn't suppressed by Xia Yuan and could smoothly clear every wave of minions. Although the river crab was stolen by the opposing team, one crab didn't affect much. In the top lane, after Old Qin got the red buff, he fought fiercely and pushed the opposing team's top laner back to the bottom of the tower. In the middle lane, Fang Jingqing moved nimbly and Yi Xiaoyang couldn't freeze him. Similarly, Yi Xiaoyang kept a distance from Fang Jingqing and Fang Jingqing couldn't stun him. The first wave of minions was ignored. Both teams' junglers weren't level 6, and the others weren't level 6 either. They could be killed if they fought the minions. The game entered a stable stage of development until Fang Jingqing reached level 6 and learned a big move. Yi Xiaoyang immediately reminded him, mid laner, miss. Almost at the same time, the opposing team's support reminded him, thief is level 6, invisible. I can't see where he is. Both sides retreated quickly in the bottom lane. Qingxing retreated back to the bottom of the tower and Xia Yuan also retreated. Yi Xiaoyang immediately analyzed, the opposing team's mid laner went to the top lane. If Fang Jingqing went to the bottom lane to support, Xia Yuan wouldn't directly retreat back to the bottom of the tower. If he retreated, it must be because he was worried that Qi Shua would kill him. Then, Fang Jingqing would definitely go to the top lane. At this time, Qi Shua was near the middle lane and Yi Xiaoyang marked the top lane. The two of them quickly went from their own jungle to the top lane. Almost as soon as they arrived, they saw a summoned bear descend from the sky and stun Old Qin. Old Qin was killed twice in the previous game, so he played very cautiously. The opposing team's 3 players were about to cross the tower again. Old Qin was severely injured by the illusionist's burst. Seeing that he was about to die, he suddenly flashed. He flashed to the back row of Xianxia and used Black Dragon Roar to taunt the opposing team's jungler and mid laner. Almost at the same time, Yi Xiaoyang used his W freeze skill and followed up with Old Qin's taunt to control them. Qi Shua cut in from the back and the 3 of them worked together to kill Fang Jingqing. The opposing team's mid laner, Vampire Duke, used his vampiric blood drain skill to kill Old Qin. Tianhing Shuayue, stealthed rogue, killed my very Fang, illusionist, a mountain, Vampire Duke, killed Tianhing's candle, Black Dragon Knight. 2 messages popped up at the same time. The 2 sides exchanged 1 for 1. After using their skills, they tacitly retreated. Fang Jingqing frowned and said, their support is fast. In the second game, Tianhing's team was on the top lane, so they focused on defending the top lane. Xianxia wanted to use the same strategy to kill Old Qin, but it seemed that it wouldn't work. Fang Jingqing immediately made adjustments. Pave the bottom lane. After the 2 sides revived, Fang Jingqing went to the middle lane to clear a wave of minions. After the cooldown of his ultimate skill was over, he went to the bottom lane. Yi Xiaoyang put a warning sign on the bottom lane. Be careful bottom lane. Qi Shua quickly rushed over. The bottom lane became a 4v4 team battle. The 2 commentators looked at each other. In this game, Xianxia went up, Tianhing went up. Xianxia went down, Tianhing went down. It seems like they have a tacit understanding? Isn't Captain Qi and Captain Fang famous for not having a tacit understanding? Could it be that Liang is commanding? The camera panned to the soundproof room. Yi Xiaoyang's expression was serious as he stared intently at the computer screen. His mouth kept moving, but no one knew what he was saying. Qi Shua, who was sitting beside him, looked serious and didn't say anything. It seemed like Yi Xiaoyang was commanding. The bottom lane was a 4v4 team. The 2 sides pulled at each other. Qi Shua went around to kill Xia Yuan, but Xia Yuan flashed away. Yi Xiaoyang wanted to freeze Fang Jingqing, but the latter nimbly dodged. Fang Jingqing wanted to kill Qingxing, but Xujiang immediately used his speed boost skill to protect Qingxing as they retreated. In the end, there was a huge exchange of skills. In the end, no one was able to kill the other. The 2 commentators said, they exchanged a wave of skills, but no one died. Yes, a bunch of flashes and purifications were exchanged. The archers on both sides escaped with a sliver of HP. However, the machine gun hunter's clearing speed is very fast. The defense tower at the bottom lane of Tianhing lost a bit of HP, but Jingxia's defense tower is still full of HP. Although the difference is very small, pro teams can sometimes take advantage of small details to snowball. The 2 commentators' guesses were indeed correct. Although Qingxing and Xujiang were not suppressed in this game and could successfully clear every wave of minions, the mechanic specialist and machine gun hunter could forcefully destroy the defense tower without any minions. The mechanic specialist released his mechanical soldiers to resist the defense tower and then used his interference skill so that the defense tower would not attack his mechanical soldiers. The machine gun hunter used his long-distance skills to shoot at the defense tower. His attack speed was extremely fast, and this way, he could reduce the defense tower's HP. Even if Qingxing cleared the mechanical soldiers immediately, he could not kill all of them instantly. Qi Shua could not stay in the bottom lane all the time. He still had to farm in the jungle and collect buffs. Yi Xiaoyang could not support the bottom lane all the time. He still had to clear the minions in the middle lane. Jingzhi's support, Li Yunmo, had a very strong awareness. He would take advantage of the fact that Qi Shua and Yi Xiaoyang could not support the bottom lane to forcefully use his mechanical soldiers to resist and push the defense tower. After a few waves, the defense tower at the bottom lane of Tianheng was forcefully destroyed. Our defense tower has been destroyed. The game went on for 10 minutes. Yi Xiaoyang looked at the situation and said, "Little Xing, retreat to the second tower to prevent being surrounded." Once the defense tower at the bottom lane was destroyed, Xie Yuan was freed. He could push the minions out and then return to his own jungle to develop or help out in the middle lane. Losing a tower and starting a snowball game was a common strategy for strong teams. Tianheng was caught in a small headwind, but Yi Xiaoyang was not worried. The opponent chose a combination to push the defense tower. It was normal for them to push the defense tower faster than them. He had expected that they would not be able to kill the bottom lane just now. It was just a headwind. As long as it was not an avalanche, there would be a chance for them to turn the tables. Yi Xiaoyang said, "Be careful on the top lane." He had a premonition that Jingzhi would change lanes after pushing the top tower and quickly pull out the top tower. Sure enough, the mechanic specialist and machine gun hunter appeared in the top lane, while the vampire duke went to the bottom lane to develop. Old Qin on the top lane was fighting 1v2. His night speed of clearing minions was slower. A wave of minions was quickly pushed over by Xie Yuan. Li Yunmo immediately released his mechanical soldiers. Xie Yuan did not kill anyone. He just attacked the defense tower like crazy. In the blink of an eye, the defense tower on the top lane lost half of its health. Qi Shua and Yi Xiaoyang went to support the top lane. They wanted to circle around and kill Xie Yuan. However, as soon as Qi Shua appeared, a purple ball of light suddenly hit him. It was the illusionist's hallucination stun. Fang Jingqing hid in the bushes at the side to protect the archer. After the jungler was stunned, Xie Yuan immediately retreated. The headcount of both sides was still 11-1. Jingzhi made use of the bottom lane's minions to start a snowball game. Backstage in the spectator area, Coach Lin frowned and said, "Jingzhi's operation is very good." Xie Xiaotian was a little anxious. They're constantly draining the tower's HP instead of fighting head-on. If this continues, the small headwind will become a large headwind. Coach Lin said, "Yes, let's see if Xiaoyang can find an opportunity." A headwind situation? Yi Xiaoyang had played this many times. Sometimes, when the outer towers were pushed out and only the crystal was left, it was possible to turn the tables. For a professional player, as long as the crystal was not broken, it would not be considered a loss. A truly strong team could not only play with the wind, but also learn how to deal with headwinds. There was nothing wrong with Tianheng's strategy in this match. The support was also very timely. However, Jingzhi's archer and support combo pushed out the towers too quickly. In a situation where there were no minions, it was indeed impossible to defend with mechanical soldiers. Tianheng needed to develop. They needed to find an opportunity to turn the situation around. 14 minutes into the match, the top lane and outer towers were destroyed. Tianheng's top lane and bottom lane had lost a tower each. The situation was even more unfavorable. Tianheng's fans were a little anxious. Many fans in the stadium raised their posters high, as if to encourage their team members. Everyone knew that Jingzhi was the second strongest team in Group S. The 5 members had not changed, and their teamwork was very good. Tianheng's lineup had changed a lot, so it was normal for them to lose. However, the fans did not want to see Tianheng lose. Logically, they understood, but emotionally, they did not want to accept it. What should they do? Yang had to think of a way. This could not go on. Many fans pinned their hopes on the commander of this match, Yi Xiaoyang. However, the reason why a strong team was strong was because the details were perfect. For Jingzhi, this match was going well. In a situation where they had taken out 2 enemy towers, all they needed to do was stabilize their operations and slowly snowball. When the snowball grew bigger and their economy far exceeded their opponents, then they would definitely win if they fought a team battle. Therefore, Xianxia was not in a hurry to fight a team battle. They just moved the troops from the top lane to the bottom lane repeatedly. After the troops from the top and bottom lanes were moved, they would turn to the middle lane and push the middle lane. To move the troops from all three lanes at the same time and reach the middle lane at the same time, the commander had to have a good grasp of the overall situation. There was no doubt that Fang Jingqing was a very good commander. Xianxia's operations in this match were indeed very good. The fans were about to die from anxiety. However, in the soundproof room, Yi Xiaoyang's expression was very calm throughout the match. When Xianxia tried to push the middle lane again, Yi Xiaoyang suddenly said, "Captain Qi, go to the bottom lane to lead the troops. The four of us will defend the middle lane. You can lead them down the tower." Qi Shua, okay. In this match, Yi Xiaoyang was the commander. Everyone had to listen to him when it came to crucial decisions. Qi Shua went invisible and went to the bottom lane. At this time, Xianxia's economy was 3,000 times higher than Tianheng's. Tianheng was in a disadvantageous position, so how could they dare to go 4-on-5 in the middle lane? As long as Xianxia forcefully pushed past the towers, Tianheng could very well collapse. The fans anxiously sat up straight, afraid that Tianheng's team of 4 would be wiped out in the middle lane. However, things weren't as bad as everyone thought. Xianxia's polar bear opened up the troops. The mechanic specialist released mechanical soldiers to resist the tower. Xia Yuan moved very carefully. Fang Jingqing wanted to kill Qingxing with a burst of power. However, at the critical moment, Yi Xiaoyang used the ice goddess's magic shield on Qingxing, saving his life. Xianxia wanted to chase after him, but Yi Xiaoyang signaled, "Retreat." At the same time, he backhanded a big move. A blizzard covered the opponent's position. The support, Time Traveler, immediately used backtrack to speed up the retreat. Xianxia's top laner flashed to chase after the backline. However, Tianheng retreated too quickly and quickly retreated to the inner tower. They couldn't catch up. The outer tower of the middle lane fell, but Tianheng didn't die. At this time, the invisible Qi Shua appeared in the bottom lane. He quietly led a wave of troops and stole Xianxia's tower. The jungler didn't join the team. Instead, he went to steal the tower. This is a smart move because even if the jungler is there, he might not be able to repel Xianxia's attack. Xianxia will still cross the tower and force the middle lane tower to fall. That's right. Xianxia's support can let the mechanical soldiers resist the tower. If Tianheng is stubborn and tries to defend the tower in a 5v5, it will be easy for the tower to collapse. Pretending to defend the tower, retreating in time, and letting the jungler steal the middle lane can be considered a timely stopgap, right? Seeing this, Coach Lin smiled and said, "Xiaoyang's strategy is very calm. There's no need to forcefully defend the tower." Xie Xiaotian sat up excitedly. Qi Shua's jungler is invisible. As long as he doesn't appear, Xianxia won't be able to determine where he is. Coach Lin nodded. Yes, this is also a kind of psychological warfare. As long as the invisible jungler doesn't appear, Xianxia's archer can't move too far ahead. You have to guard against the jungler circling around and killing you instantly. Psychological warfare was also a part of the game between the two sides in the game. Xia Yuan indeed thought that Qi Shua was ambushing them from the flank, so they weren't very fierce when they chased after them. This was the potential psychological threat that the invisible jungler posed to the opponent. They didn't manage to kill anyone this time, but they didn't lose anything by destroying the middle tower. However, the minions and mechanical soldiers were all cleared by the goddess of frost. They couldn't continue to advance and had to wait for the next wave. Qi Shua led the minions all the way to Xianxia's second tower before returning home. He could be invisible, so it wouldn't be easy for Xianxia to surround him. This wave of tower stealing could be considered to have saved the situation a little, but overall, Tianheng was still at a disadvantage. At this time, Tianheng had lost all 3 outer towers, and Xianxia had only lost 1. Xianxia continued to operate steadily, and the economic gap between the two sides was about to reach 5,000. Tianheng's 5 players cleared the minions and quickly retreated to the high ground. This has become a prison. Tianheng is in danger this time. Everyone thought that Tianheng was bound to lose this round. However, Xianxia's first wave of troops didn't manage to destroy the high ground successfully. The Goddess of Frost's tower defense ability was very strong. She covered the middle lane with a big move, Blizzard, and the opponent couldn't force their way up. On the top lane, Old Qin's roar and taunt interrupted Xianxia's momentum of attacking the tower, and Xianxia quickly moved to guard the bottom lane. They divided up the work and quickly cleared the minions in 3 lanes. This was the skill of the high ground defense battle. During team training, Coach Lin often gave the second team a few thousand economic lead at the start of the game and forced the home team to fight against the wind. This kind of training was obviously effective. Tianheng was in a disadvantageous situation today. They defended the high ground in an orderly manner, and no one panicked and made mistakes. Even Xianxia, who was the easiest to kill, quickly moved to clear the minions in 1 lane during the high ground defense battle, and then ran back to the crystal with only a little bit of health left. Fang Jingqing frowned. Tianheng had always been a resilient team, and it was difficult to bring minions up to the high ground. He glanced at the dragon's respawn time and said, "Retreat, go back and fight the dragon." Xianxia's team of 5 quickly retreated, and along the way, they looted a wave of resources. Yi Xiaoyang put a mark on the dragon's position. "Let's go look at the dragon." Old Qin asked, "Should we try to snatch it?" Yi Xiaoyang, "No, just delay them from fighting the dragon." Old Qin, "Got it." Yi Xiaoyang said to Qi Shua, "Captain Qi, go and sneak the bottom lane." Qi Shua, "Got it." The audience with God's view saw that Qi Shua had turned invisible again and was following his own minions, slowly rushing to the bottom lane. At this time, Xianxia had already started the dragon. When they started the dragon, they were in a defensive position. The support was stuck in the bushes, the mid laner was crouching on the side, and the top laner, jungler, and archer were quickly killing the dragon. After all, they had accidentally snatched the dragon in the first round. If they did it again, it wouldn't be right. Xianxia's formation was impeccable. However, Yi Xiaoyang was using blink this round. "Your support is stuck in the bushes and won't let us pass. We can blink there." Old Qin and Yi Xiaoyang blink at almost the same time. Old Qin first used the big move Black Dragon Roar to taunt the people near the dragon pit. Yi Xiaoyang followed up with a 3 feet frost control and a big move Blizzard. The position of the dragon pit was very comfortable for the Goddess of Frost. Her big move covered the entire area. Yi Xiaoyang's economy was not bad this round. He did not miss a single minion in the middle lane. At this time, although his equipment was not as good as Fang Jingqing's, he was still able to deal decent damage. The two of them worked together to control the area. In addition to Yi Xiaoyang's big move covering the area, Xia Yuan was forced to retreat. Standing in the middle of the Goddess of Frost's big move Blizzard and fighting the dragon? If the dragon did not die, he would die first. Yi Xiaoyang's big move covered the entire dragon pit. Xianxia forcefully endured the big move Blizzard to fight the dragon. After all, Qi Shua was probably squatting nearby. As long as everyone's health was low, Qi Shua would come in and kill them. Xia Yuan retreated to the side of the dragon pit and turned around to shoot. Of course, Fang Jingqing would not allow Tianheng to interrupt their rhythm. He immediately moved over and attacked the Goddess of Frost. The vampire duke used his big move and slashed at Yi Xiaoyang. Just as the Goddess of Frost was about to die, his health suddenly returned to 50%. The commentator said excitedly, "The support used time recall and his health returned to 2 seconds ago." Yes, this wave of time recall was used at the right time. The Goddess of Frost would definitely be killed by the enemy if she used blink to interfere with the enemy's attack. However, the support's time recall made the enemy's attack miss. The healing effect of time recall was to let the teammate's health return to 2 seconds ago. Xianxia was unable to kill Yi Xiaoyang in one shot. As a result, Yi Xiaoyang's health was restored. Fang Jingqing did not have any skills at this time. Xianxia immediately seized the opportunity and jumped to attack him. Fang Jingqing quickly retreated. Xia Yuan attacked Yi Xiaoyang from the side of the dragon pit. The two sides pulled for a long time in the dragon pit, and then, the dragon was quickly pulled away by Old Qin. The dragon, which was originally at 30% health, was instantly restored to full health. Xianxia and the others, their efforts were in vain. At this time, the audience with God's view realized that Qi Shua had already stealthily arrived at the bottom lane. the minions of both sides met in the river. When the minions of both sides were at low health, he suddenly appeared and used his Q skill to remove the minions. Then, he continued to lead the minions forward. Li Yunma said vigilantly, "The jungler is at the bottom lane." They thought that Tianheng would come to snatch the dragon, but Qi Shua did not appear. He must have been waiting for an opportunity to snatch the dragon or kill someone. Snatch the dragon, you must be there, right? Who would have thought that Qi Shua would go to the bottom lane to lead? You're just a jungler. Why the F***ck did you run over to lead the dragon? The dragon spawned in the top lane, and Qi Shua was leading the bottom lane, which was very far away. At this time, it was too late for Xianxia to deal with the bottom lane. Fang Jingqing frowned and said, "I'll go back and defend." Yi Xiaoyang calmly said, "Keep them here. Don't let them go home." Xujiang used his ultimate skill, time travel, to block Xianxia's retreat path, so that they could not return home immediately. Yi Xiaoyang followed up with a speed reduction skill. The other side could not bear it anymore and directly killed Frost Goddess with 2 slashes. A mountain, Vampire Duke, killed Tianheng Liang, Frost Goddess. Yi Xiaoyang said, "Let's retreat." Xujiang used his acceleration skill and quickly retreated with his teammates. At the bottom lane, Qi Shua led the minions to the high ground. "Our defense tower has been destroyed." When Fang Jingqing and the others returned home, the high ground at the bottom lane had been stolen. Fang Jingqing was speechless. He was really confused now. Qi Shua did not join the team and went invisible to steal the tower. He really did not expect Tianheng to do such a thing. What was even more unexpected was that Qi Shua did not return home after stealing the tower. Instead, he quietly hid in the blue buff jungle. Xia Yuan and the support were farming mobs in their own jungle, trying to earn money to buy the last piece of equipment, the resurrection armor. However, Qi Shua suddenly came out of nowhere and killed the archer with a combo. Xia Yuan said. "He didn't even go home." Fang Jingqing was speechless. What he did when he was returning from the bushes was fake. He was trying to trick us. At the venue, Tianheng's fans were cheering excitedly. "Captain Qi 6666. Yi Xiaoyang also said, "Beautiful." Qi Shua had always been a player who was good at seizing opportunities. It was Yi Xiaoyang who had arranged for him to steal the tower. However, it was Qi Shua's idea to hide in the jungle and sneak attack the archer to kill him. As a result, Xianxia could not continue to push the high ground. Their tower pushing rhythm was forcefully interrupted, and Tianheng had time to catch their breath. Qingxing quickly followed the support to farm mobs, earn money, and make equipment. Qingxing's 3-piece set was finally completed. Yi Xiaoyang also completed the 4th piece of core damage output equipment. Tianheng finally had the ability to fight a team. In the next wave, Xianxia led the 3 lanes of minions to forcefully push the tower. In order to prevent Qi Shua from stealing the bottom lane again, they pushed the bottom lane first. Yi Xiaoyang said, "Guard the bottom lane." Xianxia, White Bear, and the mechanic specialist worked together to forcefully pull the high ground. White Bear sat on Qingxing's face, and Fang Jingqing used a combo. Qingxing hurriedly used Purify, and moved away. The opponent's burst was too high, and Qingxing only had 1 HP left. However, the advantage of defending the high ground was that he was only 2 steps away from the spawn point, and he could run back to full health. Qingxing ran back to full health, then turned around to join the team again. Yi Xiaoyang used Blizzard to seal off the path. Qi Shua quickly circled around to the back. At this time, the opponent's illusionist, White Bear, and Vampire Duke had no skills left. The archer was furiously attacking the tower from afar, and the tower was only left with a sliver of HP. Qi Shua broke out of hiding. Ambush, backstab, critical hit. Xia Yuan's HP bar was instantly emptied. He used revival armor to stand up, but the moment he stood up, Qi Shua aimed at him and attacked him with a critical hit. Tianheng Shuayue, stealthed rogue, killed me So Yuan, machine gun hunter. After the archer was killed, Qi Shua continued to chase after the mid laner. Fang Jingqing had just finished using a set of skills when he saw Qi Shua chasing after him. He quickly retreated, but how could a squishy mid laner be a match for a high-burst jungler? Qi Shua killed Fang Jingqing with 2 critical hits. Tianheng Shuayue, stealthed rogue, killed me So Yuan, illusionist, double kill. Qi Shua used stealth to circle around and kill the opponent's mid laner. On the front side, Xianxia used his ultimate skill after recovering full HP, jumping and shooting at the opponent. The opponent's frontline was already badly damaged by Yi Xiaoyang's blizzard, so Xianxia killed the opponent's top laner with a few consecutive shots. The opponent's top laner took away Yi Xiaoyang before dying, and he himself was killed by Xianxia in this battle on the high ground, 1-for-3. Tianheng defended the high ground. That's right. Tianheng only lost a mid laner, but Xianxia lost an archer, mid laner, and top laner. The remaining junglers and supports don't have the ability to defend the tower. There are minions at the bottom lane, so Tianheng can push back. They won't make a comeback, right? The two casters looked at each other. Yi Xiaoyang lay on the crystal, looking at the gray screen, and finally smiled. It's one wave after another. Well done, everyone. Qi Shua led his teammates and pushed forward quickly. Xianxia's dead players took more than 40 seconds to revive, and Qi Shua stole the tower at the bottom lane, so they could push directly to the crystal. When the minions reached the crystal, Xia Yuan had just revived. He ran out to clear the minions, but Qi Shua used his stealth to circle around and kill him, not letting him clear the minions. Then, Fang Jingqing revived, and Old Qin used his body to block Fang Jingqing's stealth, and died in front of the crystal. The two of them worked together to protect their minions. Qingxing's palms were sweaty, and he moved quickly, furiously attacking the tower. Attack the tower, attack the tower. At this moment, he only had eyes for the crystal. Qingxing moved back and forth, and the crystal's HP dropped rapidly. Finally, everyone heard the crisp sound of the crystal exploding. Victory! The moment the word victory popped up, many of Tianheng's fans in the stadium almost cried. They actually won. In a battle on the high ground, they turned the tables, and they won? The two commentators were also excited. The key to Tianheng's comeback was the Great Dragon team's handling of the situation. They stole the enemy's high ground and bought time for everyone to develop, so that the main damage dealer could quickly produce the key equipment. Yes, stealing the high ground and assassinating the archer slowed down Xianxia's tempo by at least 2 minutes. Their commanding was very calm in this game. The MVP of this game is Tianheng Shuayue. Although Shuayue's performance was better and he was named the MVP, I think the MVP of this game should also be given to Liang. The Great Dragon team's handling of the situation was the key turning point in their comeback. Liang sacrificed his life to keep the enemy from going back to defend, and his teammates stole the enemy's tower. Stealing the high ground triggered a chain reaction, and the last defensive counterattack pushed the enemy's crystal back. Let's congratulate Tianheng 21 for winning this game. Xianxia wanted to cry. So this was what it felt like to turn the tables in a disadvantageous situation. They had practiced so many times in the team, and everyone knew how difficult it was to turn the tables in a disadvantageous situation. After all, their opponent was a strong team in Group S, however, Yi Xiaoyang still seized the opportunity. The four of them delayed the enemy's tempo while Qi Shua hid and stole the tower. Just like that, the originally invulnerable Xianxia was forcefully torn apart by Tianheng. Xianxia shouted, "My brother Yang is awesome. Master is awesome." When he turned around, he saw that brother Yang and his master were already hugging. Yi Xiaoyang was full of smiles, and his eyes were as bright as stars as he looked at Qi Shua. "You're awesome. I didn't expect you to be able to kill the enemy's archer and buy so much time for everyone." Qi Shua's voice was low and gentle. "In the Great Dragon battlefield, you sacrificed yourself to stop them. In the back, I had to recover some of my losses so that it wouldn't be considered a loss." Yi Xiaoyang tightened his arms and hugged him tightly. "Good job." This was Qi Shua, always calm and sharp. Yi Xiaoyang's command in this game was actually the common tactic of stealing the tower in a disadvantageous situation of 4 or 1 minutes. But Qi Shua expanded the effectiveness of his tactic by surprise and assassinating the enemy's archer, dragging it out until all of Tianheng's players had their equipment ready. In the last wave, he made use of the terrain advantage on the high ground to turn the tables. At this moment, Yi Xiaoyang deeply realized that it was actually the fortune of his life to have such a teammate. Command is important, but having a teammate who can help you realize your tactical thinking is even more important. In the future, no matter how big the odds are, as long as you're around, I won't be afraid. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Inside Jing's soundproof room, Xiaoyuan walked up to the captain and complained, "Is it because our names are unlucky? You're square, and I'm round." The dragon was stolen in the first round, and the Highland team lost in the third round. Square and unlucky. Fang Jingqing was speechless. They had bad luck in today's match. Many players would pray to the dragon before the match and pray that the dragon would not be stolen. They did not pray this time, but it was actually stolen. Fang Jingqing rubbed his temples. Forget it. Let Qishua treat us to dinner to make up for our psychological trauma. As he spoke, the soundproof room's door was pushed open. Qishua led his team members over to shake hands. Qishua, Fang Jingqing, and Xiaoyuan were friends from the youth training camp. Therefore, even though Jing's team lost, the players' attitudes were more friendly. They said angrily, "Congratulations." Qishua walked up to Fang Jingqing, patted him on the shoulder, and said, "Before the next match, remember to burn some incense and pray to the dragon." Fang Jingqing rolled his eyes. "I'll remember. Don't rub salt in my wound." After shaking hands and leaving, Xiaoyuan suddenly called out from behind, "Qishua, will you treat us to supper tonight?" Qishua turned around and looked at him. "Why is it my treat again?" Xiaoyuan said, "You won. How can you let the loser treat you?" Qishua smiled and nodded. "Okay, I'll contact you later." He was in a good mood today. Treating them was a piece of cake. After a while, the screen cut to the interview booth. To the audience's surprise, Qishua and Yi Xiaoyang were invited to the post-match interview. Most of the time, the post-match interview was to invite the MVP player who performed well. However, today's situation was special. Qishua was the MVP in the first and third rounds, but Yi Xiaoyang's leadership were indispensable. Therefore, the official reporters invited the two of them together. Qishua and Yi Xiaoyang wore Tianheng's team uniform and stood side by side. Qishua was an alpha, nearly 1.9 meters tall. Yi Xiaoyang was an omega, but he was also tall and handsome. Standing beside Qishua, he was only about 10 centimeters shorter than him. His aura was not weak at all. When the two of them stood together, their height and appearance were a perfect match. The couple fans started celebrating again. Seeing the two handsome men standing together, the reporter was more excited than usual. "Congratulations to Tianheng 21 for winning the competition. Welcome to Shuoyue and Liang." The two of them nodded politely at the reporters. "We've gathered some questions that netizens are more concerned about." The reporter looked down at the cue card and said, "How long did you guys practice in private for when Black Wolf and White Wolf King cooperated so well in the first round?" Qishua handed the microphone to Yi Xiaoyang, who smiled and said, "Every hero will practice many times in private before they go on stage. Wolf King, we practiced for a week, right?" He looked at Qishua, and Qishua nodded and said, "Yes, it was a week. We practiced in the international server." The reporter said, "Did you guys practice in private? Do you have many other combinations?" Qishua said calmly, "I can't reveal this." Yi Xiaoyang echoed, "That's right, we know many combinations. These are all Tianheng's secret tactics." At the same time, at the Firemark team's base, the coach couldn't help but say, F***CK. Could it be that other than Wolf King and Double Fly, they practiced many other combinations in private? Zhou Jiawen said, "Coach, have you forgotten? Back then, Sunshine and Moonlight only appeared in the international server for less than 3 days. It was a flash in the pan. Later, these two IDs completely disappeared." "Why?" The coach scratched his ear. "Did they change their IDs?" Zhou Jiawen said, "I guess they changed their names." As Zhou Jiawen had many friends in the international server, Mitchell sent the video to Zhou Jiawen. The Firemark team was the first team to notice the international server's sun and moon combination. However, the two of them disappeared after they were done with the Double Wolf and Double Fly combination. Change their names, they must have changed their names and continued to play in the international server. The coach frowned and said, "No wonder the international server's shooter environment was extremely difficult at that time. Many international first-rate shooters were killed until they couldn't get out of the tower." There were also many Mojibake IDs. Maybe those Mojibake IDs were Qi Shua's and Yi Xiaoyang's alternate accounts? Anyway, the name change card isn't expensive. No one would recognize them if they changed their names. Zhou Jiawen rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Coach, do you still remember that before the start of this season, Mitchell suddenly sent me a message saying that a boss had appeared in our Chinese server? The coach slapped his forehead. I remember now. At that time, we were guessing if a Chinese team had a training match with FNO. So, the team that had a training match with FNO was Tianheng? Zhou Jiawen nodded. Yes, that's the only explanation. Mitchell's reaction was so big. I'm guessing that he underestimated his opponent and was killed by Yi Xiaoyang. The coach was speechless. Mitchell was a world-class mid-laner. Although he was a little impulsive and easily got carried away in a match, it wasn't that easy to kill him in a match. If it was really as Captain Zhou guessed, then this Yi Xiaoyang's ability might be much stronger than he had imagined. Was he really a newbie? Zhou Jiawen said, no matter what, the Firemark team will be playing Tianheng next week. We have to put in some effort to prepare. The coach immediately became serious. Yes, we'll go back and carefully study Yi Xiaoyang's data. In the interview booth, the reporters continued to ask questions. Liang, were you in charge of the third match today? Yes. Yi Xiaoyang joked. Because our Captain Qi and the opposing team didn't have a tacit understanding and always went in the opposite direction, so I was in charge of the third match. Was it also your idea to let Captain Qi steal the tower with 4 people from the Dragon team? The reporter asked. Yes. Tianheng was going against the flow, so we needed to find a breakthrough. If Captain Qi came over to fight, we might not be able to win even if we were 5v5. If we failed, we would have lost the match. Yang idea was very good. At that time, Little Star's key equipment hadn't been completed yet, so we needed to find a way to stall for 2 minutes to develop. If we could steal the opposing team's high ground, we could delay Jing's attack rhythm, Qi Shua added calmly. That tower stealing was really beautiful. The reporter paused, then asked, a lot of netizens are wondering why Liang, as a newcomer who just debuted this season, didn't seem like a newcomer at all. Whether it was his mental fortitude or his performance during the match, he gave off a very steady feeling. And he even knows how to command? Maybe it's because I've been more carefree since I was young. I've never been afraid of anyone, and I've never been nervous. Before I became a professional player, I read a lot of game guides and watched all the game videos since the S6 season. My command and thinking were all learned from those videos. Yi Xiaoyang smiled and brushed it off. It looks like Liang really has the talent to be an esports player. The reporter was about to become a little fangirl. She looked at Yi Xiaoyang and asked excitedly, one last question. The two of you cooperated very well. Many times, it was as if your brain waves were synchronized. Can you evaluate each other in one sentence? Qi Shua and Yi Xiaoyang looked at each other. Yi Xiaoyang said, in my heart, Qi Shua is the best captain. Qi Shua followed up, in my heart, Yang is the best partner. #SunMoonglass #SuperChat. The fans noticed a detail. Captain Qi paused for a moment before saying partner. I guess what he wanted to say was, Yang is my best wife. Ha ha ha, that pause was very clever. It wasn't good to say anything else in public, so he changed it to partner. Best captain plus best partner plus best partner. Did this interview feel a lot like a post-wedding press conference? The reporter said, thank you both for accepting the interview. Qi Shua and Yi Xiaoyang left the interview booth. The match started at 7 p.m. and ended at 9 p.m. The two teams went out for supper. All the teams in Group S would be guaranteed a spot in the playoffs. The third round of the group stage was mainly to determine the rankings in groups. Therefore, no one cared about the outcome of the match. They ate their supper happily. When they returned to the hotel at 10:30 p.m., no one felt sleepy. Coach Lin gathered the team members and borrowed the hotel's conference room. He said, let's strike while the iron is hot. Let's review today's match. In the first match, although Tianheng had brought out a new lineup, the teams in Group S did not collapse as easily as Group A and Group B. Even with the Black Wolf and White Wolf King systems, it was still very difficult for them to win the first match. In the end, Yi Xiaoyang flashed into the team and cooperated with Qi Shua to snatch the dragon, tipping the scales of victory in Tianheng's favor. Coach Lin replayed the team battle in slow motion and said, "The saying that a dragon can ruin a person's life is not just for show. It's very common for teams to lose an advantageous position in a game when the dragon is snatched by the opponent." He used a laser pointer to point at two bushes and said, "This time, Xiaoyang flashed into a very good position and blocked the opponent's formation. When we fight the dragon, the support must pay attention to his position. It's best to be in the jungle that the opponent must pass through and have a good view." Xujiang nodded seriously. Understood. After the match, not only did they have to look for their own problems, they also had to look for their opponent's problems. Tianheng could snatch Jingzhi's dragon. Similarly, other teams could snatch Tianheng's dragon. Therefore, they had to learn from this lesson. Coach Lin continued to play the second match in slow motion and explained, "There were many problems in the second match. First of all, I have to admit that my BP for this match was a bit wrong. The Bounty Warlock system is a very early lineup. We could have been a bit more bold and used our early lineup to fight them head-on instead of trying to drag it out in the late game. This lineup's damage output was too low, and it was weak in the early team battle. It allowed the opponent to quickly farm their economy, resulting in a crushing advantage in equipment. This was also the key to our loss. In a situation where the two teams were about the same level, it was indeed difficult to win with superior equipment. At that time, the opponent's archer and mid laner were ahead of us by a large amount, and their damage output was not at the same level at all." Qi Shua said, "In the future, if we encounter such an early lineup, we can let Xiaoyang use an explosive stab to kill the opponent's core, giving Xiaoxing a few minutes to develop." Coach Lin nodded. "Yes, I think so too. Also, we made a mistake in the small star cluster battle." He used a laser pointer to circle Qingxing's position in the middle lane team battle and said, "In this round, you were out of line with Xujiang. Two of his big moves did not heal you." Qingxing lowered his head in shame. "It's my fault." Coach Lin said gently, "Of course, in this round, the opponent's solo, mid laner, and jungler were specifically targeting you. Your survival environment is very difficult, so it's not entirely your fault." He paused and said, "In the future, you can be more wretched. Also, pay more attention to Xujiang's protection." Qingxing nodded vigorously. Yes, I understand." Xujiang said, "Understood." Coach Lin said, "In the third round, Xiaoyang's command was very good. Everyone can think about it carefully. We often practice against the wind in the team, and it's still effective. When the wind is against us, you must be calm. Today, everyone performed very well. Continue to do so in the future." Everyone nodded. At that time, Tianheng had been pushed to the high ground, but Yi Xiaoyang had been saying in the command channel, "Don't worry and don't panic." For some reason, when they heard his calm voice, everyone was calmer and felt that there was a chance to turn the tables. Reality proved that they were right. They really turned the tables. Coach Lin smiled and turned off his computer. "Alright, everyone go back and rest. There are many problems in this round. We'll go back and practice." When the review of the 3 rounds ended, it was already 12:30 a.m. Everyone returned to their rooms. Yi Xiaoyang took a shower and lay on his bed, thinking about today's competition again. In his previous life, GD Team had also played in the jungle. However, GD Team's jungler style was more stable, and their awareness was not as strong as Qi Shua's. For example, in the third round today, he had asked his jungler from his previous life to steal a tower. His teammate should have gone home immediately after stealing the tower. However, not only did Qi Shua steal the tower, but he also set up an ambush in the jungle and killed the opponent's archer by surprise, completely opening a breakthrough. Qi Shua's awareness was actually very strong. Perhaps it was because Qi Shua was Tianheng's commander himself, so his understanding of the big picture was much better than the other team members. When he cooperated with Qi Shua, he always felt at ease. Not only did Qi Shua realize his ideals, but he also played more brilliantly than he had imagined. For example, he had hoped that Qi Shua would get 80 points this round. In the end, Qi Shua got 100 points, far exceeding his expectations. Strong teammates made him feel gratified and proud. This was something he had never felt in his previous life. Tianheng still had some problems now. For example, the team was out of sync, little Xing was not mature enough, old Qin's performance was not outstanding enough, and so on. However, this team had unlimited potential and a bright future ahead. Yi Xiaoyang closed his eyes in a happy mood. This was the first time he dreamed of Qi Shua. In his dream, the two of them hugged after the competition. However, strangely, there was no one around. He and Qi Shua were the only ones hugging tightly on the big stage. Qi Shua looked at him with a gentle gaze, and his hug was especially warm. He hugged Qi Shua tightly and refused to let go. The two of them did not say anything and just hugged each other quietly. Yi Xiaoyang woke up in the morning and scratched his head in confusion. What a strange dream. It made his heart beat faster early in the morning. As the saying goes, what you think about in the day, you dream about it at night. Before Yi Xiaoyang went to sleep last night, he remembered the scene of him and Qi Shua hugging after the game. So, he replayed the scene of them hugging in his dream. He used to dream a lot, and most of the dreams were related to games. For example, he killed his opponent in the mid lane, led his minions to push the tower crazily, stole the dragon into the jungle, and even dreamed of winning the world championship with his teammates. This was the first time he dreamed of hugging someone so clearly. In the dream, the intimacy of hugging each other so tightly made Yi Xiaoyang feel a little awkward. He reached out to touch the back of his neck and took out the pheromone detector that he always carried with him to check the data. The value of the omega pheromone was only 3.0, within the normal range. His heart was racing early in the morning. Maybe he didn't sleep well last night. Yi Xiaoyang didn't think about it anymore. He went to the bathroom and washed his face with cold water. Only then did he calm down. He was flying back to the imperial capital at 3 in the afternoon. He had free time in the morning. After Yi Xiaoyang washed his face, he sat on the bed and scrolled through his phone out of boredom. He unconsciously opened the Super Talk section of #LunaSolar#. Then he saw that the most popular post in the Super Talk section was titled Hugging Collection. Since the start of S10, the scene of him and Qi Shua hugging after the game had been edited into a video by this blogger. It was accompanied by very warm music. Yi Xiaoyang opened the video and watched it. He had a clear conscience and always treated Qi Shua as a brother. But after watching the video, Yi Xiaoyang felt that something was wrong. Ever since Qi Shua hugged him after winning the MVP with the jungle, Qi Shua would turn around and hug him after every game. He also subconsciously looked back at Qi Shua the moment he took off his headphones. Sometimes, he would also take the initiative to hug Qi Shua. The encouraging hugs between teammates didn't seem like a big deal. But when all of their hugs were picked out and made into a video, from a bystander's point of view, the two of them were really ambiguous. Only then did Yi Xiaoyang realize that it had been a long time since he had hugged Xiaoxing. Every time, he would hug Qi Shua. It was no wonder that the CP fans would imagine so many things. Yi Xiaoyang's cheeks suddenly felt a little hot. He recalled the scene of Qi Shua biting the glands on the back of his neck not long ago. His heart, which had just calmed down, started to race again. Oh no, he seemed to be playing hooligan with Qi Shua again. In his previous life, he was a straight man. It was normal for him to hug his teammates who were also straight men. Even if he hugged his teammates for 10 minutes, no one would misunderstand. Straight men and straight men hugging each other's shoulders were like sisters going shopping hand in hand. There was no need to think too much about it. However, this world was different. Although he and Qi Shua were both men, they were not of the same gender. Alpha and Omega really shouldn't be so close. After every match, he would hug Qi Shua. Sure enough, he was too excited during the match and forgot about the ABO setting. Yi Xiaoyang coughed awkwardly. He thought to himself that he shouldn't hug Qi Shua after a match to avoid causing misunderstandings among the netizens. He turned off the chat and opened Tianheng's Weibo. He reposted the competition announcement from the Tianheng Esports Club's official Weibo. Congratulations to Tianhuan Squad 21 for getting off to a good start in Group S. Everyone has worked hard. Keep up the good work. Tianheng Candlelight, Tianheng Shuaiyue, Tianheng Liang, Tianheng Fanqing, Tianheng Jiangshui. At first, the fans only thought that Tianjin could get into Group S and keep their spot in the playoffs. However, in the first match of Group S, Tianjin was able to coordinate with the jungler to set the pace. Their ability to withstand pressure in the headwind game was also very good. They even won against Xianxia, who was ranked second. This performance far exceeded the fans' expectations. Naturally, the fans' expectations were raised. They hoped that they could get into the winners' group this season. Last season, they were eliminated in the first round of the losers' group. Just thinking about it gave them a heart attack. I've liked Tianjin since S6. I've been your fan for 4 years. Please don't be eliminated in the first round of the playoffs this season. Please, bring back a trophy. To the sister above, let's be bolder and hope that Tianjin can win the championship this season. Let's be bolder and hope that Tianjin can win a trophy in the international competition. Xiaoyang reposted his Weibo. Thank you for your encouragement. We will work hard. Tianjin Shuoyue. Repost, keep up the good work. The 2 Weibo posts popped up one after another. Xiaoyang was stunned for a moment. He looked at the time Qi Shua posted and couldn't help but send a private message. Captain Qi, you're up so early? It was only 7:30 in the morning. Qi Shua replied, yeah, I woke up with a start from a nightmare. Xiaoyang was puzzled. Didn't you win the match yesterday? What nightmare? Qi Shua. In the next room, Qi Shua's ears were already red. What he had was not a nightmare, but a dream that was not suitable for children. In the dream, he treated Xiaoyang. In short, he was worse than a beast. His usual serious and indifferent appearance disappeared. The possessiveness in Alpha's bones was vividly displayed in the dream. After Qi Shua woke up early in the morning, he immediately took a cold shower. After that, he opened his phone to check Weibo and reposted the official post. He didn't expect Xiaoyang to also wake up so early. Xiaoyang saw Qi Shua's ellipsis and remembered the scene of him hugging him in his dream last night. He felt inexplicably embarrassed and quickly changed the subject. Are you going to eat breakfast? Qi Shua asked, the hotel buffet? Or do you want to eat out? Xiaoyang thought for a moment and said, there's nothing good in the hotel buffet. During every competition, it's the same vegetables, fried eggs, and porridge. Anyway, I have nothing to do in the morning. Why don't we eat out? There's something I want to talk to you about. Qi Shua immediately replied, okay, let's try the local specialties. Then I'll see you at the elevator in 10 minutes? Okay. The 2 quickly changed their clothes and tidied their hair. When Xiaoyang went to the elevator, he found Qi Shua already waiting there. Of course, they couldn't wear their team uniform when going out for breakfast. Qi Shua had a good figure. He wore a pure black t-shirt without any patterns, blue jeans, and flats. He looked simple and handsome. Xiaoyang wore a beige short-sleeved shirt with a smiley face pattern of a sun on his chest, which made his smile bright. He looked like a young and lively handsome guy. Qi Shua looked at him with gentle eyes. What do you want to eat? Xiaoyang said, I checked. There's a nearby rice noodle store with good reviews. Do you want to try it? Qi Shua naturally wouldn't refuse. The 2 took the elevator downstairs and turned on the GPS to arrive at the rice noodle store. The location of the store was easy to find. It was just by the side of the road. Xiaoyang checked the reviews of the netizens. It was said that the store had been open for decades and had authentic flavors. It was already 8 in the morning when the 2 of them arrived at the store. There was actually a line outside. Qi Shua frowned. Why are there so many people lining up so early on the weekend? Xiaoyang smiled and leaned over to whisper, after all, most people's work and rest schedules are normal. Esports players like us who work and rest in the underworld are the minority. Qi Shua nodded in agreement. That's true. Xiaoyang looked at the long line in front of him and said, if you don't want to line up, why don't we go somewhere else? Qi Shua said, it's okay. You can line up if you want to eat. In the past, Qi Shua wouldn't have dared to imagine that he would line up at a rice noodle store so early in the morning. He wasn't picky about food and wasn't interested in looking for good food. In his opinion, it was fine as long as he could eat his fill. He could finish his 3 meals as quickly as possible and use the rest of his time to do more meaningful things. This was his first time coming to a snack bar like this. The environment of the snack bar naturally couldn't compare to that of a high-end restaurant. The tables and chairs inside were rather old. The owner of this place was probably older than him. But when he saw the look of anticipation on Yi Xiaoyang's face, Qi Shua suddenly felt that as long as he was with this person, he would be in a good mood no matter what he did. The two of them lining up to eat breakfast together could also be considered a form of fun. In less than 10 minutes, it was their turn. The shop assistant asked, "Would the two of you like to take your food away or eat it here?" Yi Xiaoyang looked at Qi Shua. "Would you like to eat here? The rice noodle rolls should be eaten while they're hot." Qi Shua nodded. "Okay." Yi Xiaoyang continued to ask, "What would you like to eat?" Qi Shua said, "Anything is fine. I'm not picky about food." Yi Xiaoyang looked at the shop assistant. 1 serving of fresh shrimp rice noodle rolls, 1 serving of beef rice noodle rolls, and 2 bowls of century egg congee. The shop assistant gave him a number tag. Number 52. Please take a seat upstairs. There were a lot of local elderly people eating breakfast in the shop, and the aroma of food wafted through the air. Qi Shua and Yi Xiaoyang went upstairs and found an empty seat. The food they ordered was quickly served. The rice noodle rolls were cut into 8 small pieces and arranged neatly on the plate. Yi Xiaoyang tasted the fresh shrimp rice noodle rolls and was full of praise. "It's delicious. The netizens didn't lie to me after all. Try it quickly." Seeing how happy he looked, Qi Shua also picked up a piece and tasted it. "It's really good." The shrimp wrapped in the rice noodle rolls were about the size of a thumb and were all very fresh. Paired with a special dipping sauce, it was fragrant but not greasy. It was especially appetizing. Yi Xiaoyang started to gorge himself. "Let's eat it while it's hot." The two of them buried their heads in their food. As Qi Shua ate, he thought about how Xiaoyang seemed to like this rice noodle rolls very much. When he retired in the future, he could learn how to make them for Yi Xiaoyang at home. After finishing breakfast, the two of them went out together. Qi Shua took a business card from the restaurant. Yi Xiaoyang was in a good mood after eating and drinking to his heart's content. "This restaurant is not far from where we live. Let's come here for breakfast when we're playing in yen in the future. I only tried 2 flavors today. I want to try something else." Qi Shua said, "Okay. There are still 2 Group S matches scheduled in yen. We'll come over together then." The morning sea breeze blew by, bringing with it the smell of the damp sea water. The two of them's hair was slightly messy from the wind, and Yi Xiaoyang's heartbeat was inexplicably a little erratic. The two of them walked along the beach for a while. Yi Xiaoyang suddenly said, "Captain Qi, I have something to talk to you about." Qi Shua stopped and looked at him. "What is it?" Yi Xiaoyang ignored the awkwardness in his heart and coughed softly. "It's just, there's a trending topic on the internet called the sun and the moon shine together. I told you about it last time. Do you still remember?" Qi Shua said, "Yes." He had already followed it on his SMF account. Yi Xiaoyang said, "The scene of us hugging after the match was edited into a video. The fans are saying that the sun and the moon are true love, and teammates are nothing. Ahem. I hope you don't mind. We just hugged and encouraged each other after the match. They're overthinking it." A smile appeared in Qi Shua's eyes. "I don't mind." Yi Xiaoyang looked away. "Ahem, we're the best partners. I don't want those rumors to affect our relationship. What do you think?" Qi Shua nodded. "Yeah, I know what you mean." The two of them chatted very smoothly. But for some reason, Yi Xiaoyang's state of mind was not as open as before. He recalled the video edited by the fans and the ambiguous dream he had last night. When he met Qi Shua's gaze, he suddenly felt a little guilty. Were they really just partners? The two of them had done very intimate things. They had tagged each other 3 times, the equivalent of hitting each other in real life. After the match, he couldn't help but hug Qi Shua. Yi Xiaoyang was such a scumbag. Yi Xiaoyang coughed and said, "Let's go back. We won't be able to explain ourselves if the paparazzi take a picture of us." Qi Shua looked at Yi Xiaoyang's back and felt puzzled. Was Xiaoyang acting a little strange today? After breakfast and returning to the hotel, Yi Xiaoyang turned on his phone and sent a message to Xiao Rui. "Xiao Rui, have you been following the hashtag sunmoonglass together recently? Qin Rui had been following the post on his alternate account for a long time and would check the post every day. In Qin Rui's opinion, his brother and Qi Shua were a perfect match. He couldn't imagine any other alpha other than Qi Shua being together with his brother. Not to mention that Qi Shua's height and appearance were impeccable, the key point was that he was especially good to his brother. Therefore, ever since he found out about the hashtag sunmoonglass together hashtag post, Qin Rui secretly liked this couple. Of course, he only dared to follow them secretly. As for what his brother said about we're just friends, Qin Rui was skeptical. Anyway, his brother was a carefree person. Maybe he liked Qi Shua but didn't realize it. Seeing Yi Xiaoyang's message early in the morning, Qin Rui was startled and immediately replied, I occasionally look at the post, mainly to see if anyone is defaming you. Brother, why are you suddenly asking this? Yi Xiaoyang scratched his head and sent a voice message, Xiao Rui, you're also an Omega. In your opinion, isn't it bad for an Omega to take the initiative to hug an Alpha? It's easy to cause misunderstandings, isn't it? Yi Xiaoyang himself didn't have the self-awareness of being an Omega. After all, in his previous life, he was a straight man. Suddenly transmigrating, even if the internal structure of his body changed, he was still a man on the outside. Therefore, he had always considered himself a man and treated other male friends the same as in his previous life. Good brothers putting their arms around each other's shoulders seemed normal to him, right? But this world wasn't normal, men and men could have children. Good brothers my ass, therefore, he decided to ask Xiao Rui. Xiao Rui was born and raised as an Omega. His understanding of these things was definitely more reliable than his. Qin Rui remembered the hug compilation in the post yesterday. He guessed that his brother had seen it. He immediately understood Yi Xiaoyang's meaning and replied, an Omega taking the initiative too. Hug an Alpha depends on the occasion. Sometimes, there was no problem with a polite hug. However, if you hug her often in private, it will indeed cause misunderstandings. Yi Xiaoyang rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Then Captain Qi shouldn't have misunderstood, right? Qin Rui. I don't know about that. Yi Xiaoyang tried his best to convince himself. I told him that the competition is the most important thing. He also said that I'm his best partner and that we're just teammates. You're very excited after winning the competition. It's okay to hug, right? Qin Rui, once or twice is fine, but the problem is, do the two of you have to hug each other after every competition? Haven't you noticed that the way Qingxing looks at you two isn't quite right? He looked like he was about to eat dog food. When Yi Xiaoyang saw his brother's reply, he also felt that his explanation was a little far-fetched. He couldn't bring the thoughts of a straight man from the real world into the ABO world. He was an Omega, and it wasn't good to take the initiative to hug an Alpha. Yi Xiaoyang said helplessly, I'll be careful next time. I'll keep a distance from Captain Qi so that the CP fans won't have too much imagination. In the future, if Qi Shua falls in love, his girlfriend will definitely feel uncomfortable when she sees the CP fans' imagination. Qin Rui was dumbfounded. Bro, what are you talking about? Captain Qi will fall in love in the future? Yi Xiaoyang said, Qi Shua and I really aren't like what the CP fans think. I neglected the fact that I'm an Omega before. I didn't have a good sense of propriety when interacting with him. It won't happen again in the future. Although Qi Shua didn't plan to fall in love now, he would eventually fall in love in the future, right? His future girlfriend/boyfriend would definitely be unhappy if she saw the ambiguous scene between Yi Xiaoyang and Qi Shua. So it was better to keep a distance. He couldn't get along with Captain Qi like a straight man. Yi Xiaoyang tried hard to convince himself. Strangely, he felt inexplicably uncomfortable when he thought about how Qi Shua would fall in love with someone else in the future. He didn't know how to describe it, but it probably felt uncomfortable when his good brother distanced himself from him because of a relationship. Yi Xiaoyang pressed his temples with a headache. He was a straight man in his previous life, and a virgin with zero experience in relationships. He really didn't know much about relationships. It was easier to analyze the competition. He originally thought that Qi Shua was his good brother, but in reality, his current body could give birth to Qi Shua's child. F***ck. He kept forgetting this setting. Yi Xiaoyang turned around and washed his face with cold water. He logged into the game on his laptop and played a few rounds of entertainment. After lunch, everyone prepared to go to the airport. Yi Xiaoyang quickly packed his luggage and got into the car with his teammates. Everyone had walked the road from the hotel to the airport many times. Yi Xiaoyang usually sat with Qi Shua, but today, he took the initiative to walk in front of Xujiang after getting into the car. Omega and Alpha had pheromones that attracted each other. If they were often together, it would be easy to misunderstand. However, Beta didn't have pheromones. Xujiang was a beta, so it was fine for him to get along with Xujiang in the way of good brothers. Yi Xiaoyang smiled and said, "Xujiang, I'll sit next to you." Xujiang? Xing? Everyone looked at him in confusion, and then secretly glanced at Qi Shua, thinking, "Are you two at odds?" Yi Xiaoyang smiled and said to Xujiang, "I have something to say to you." Xujiang had no choice but to move sideways to make room for him. Qi Shua sat in the back and didn't say anything. Anyway, there were many seats in the car. Yi Xiaoyang was free to sit wherever he wanted. Qi Shua didn't need to care about such details. Yi Xiaoyang chatted with Xujiang. "You used to play mid laner, so you're very familiar with mid laners. In fact, many mid laners can also be support. Do you want to try the mid laners teamwork? Mid laner and support seamlessly teamwork." This was also one of the common playstyles in the game. Xujiang smiled and said, "Okay, we can practice it later. Previously, I used Frost Goddess as a support, and the effect was okay. However, this kind of soft support is not good for protecting Xiaoxing. And it's not good for vision." Yi Xiaoyang nodded in agreement. "That's true. I just have this idea. Let's go back and let the coaches analyze it carefully. Dia Goddess, Saint Necromancer, these heroes can theoretically be support." He just felt that Xujiang, who used to be the most stable mid laner, had been buried after becoming a support. In fact, Xujiang could completely play to his advantage and use some mid laner heroes to catch the opponent off guard. Qi Shua calmly interjected, "Xiaoyang is right. If we always have mid laners working together, the other teams will break our mid laners' rhythm. It will be very difficult to play in the later stages. It's good to try more." Xujiang nodded. "That makes sense. We'll discuss it with the coaches when we get back." After chatting for a while, Yi Xiaoyang said, "I'm going to sleep for a while. Wake me up at the airport." Xujiang smiled and said, "Okay, you go ahead and sleep." Yi Xiaoyang propped his head up with his hand and fell asleep. Qi Shua, who was sitting in the back row, raised his head and looked at him. He saw that his head was swaying back and forth in a daze, without any image to speak of. The corners of Qi Shua's mouth could not help but curve up slightly. The car got on the highway and arrived at the airport an hour later. Qi Shua whispered, "Yang, wake up." Yi Xiaoyang woke up in a daze. He rubbed his eyes and asked, "Have we arrived?" Hearing this familiar voice, he hurriedly stood up. Because he got up in a hurry, his head hit the roof of the car with a bang. Yi Xiaoyang held his dizzy head and felt that something was very wrong with him. He had slept in the car for half an hour, and he actually dreamed of Qi Shua marking him. The plot in the dream was very clear. Qi Shua gently hugged him and gently bit his glands. He squinted his eyes in enjoyment and said, "Captain Qi, do it again." He was really king crazy. Yi Xiaoyang was too embarrassed to look at Qi Shua. He quickly got out of the car and went to the security check with his teammates. Every time he went out for a competition, he didn't take much luggage with him. He didn't need to check it in. When they reached the security check, Yi Xiaoyang suddenly felt that his left hand was empty, as if something was missing. He looked at the laptop bags in his teammates' hands and suddenly slapped his forehead. K, I left my laptop in the hotel. When he woke up this afternoon, he was in a bad mood. He didn't pay attention when he was packing his luggage and casually threw his laptop bag on the sofa. The team leader asked everyone to gather downstairs. He only took his carry-on bag and forgot about his laptop bag. Yi Xiaoyang looked annoyed. Qi Shua looked at his anxious face and gently pressed his shoulder. He whispered, "Don't worry. That hotel has cooperation with the Alliance. I saved the hotel's phone number. Call them and ask." Qi Shua called the hotel's front desk and said politely, "Hello, I'm from room 702. I left in a hurry and left my laptop in the hotel. Did you find a laptop in room 702? Do you have it? Thank you. Please send it to me. I'll pay the postage. The address is..." Qi Shua told the hotel's front desk the Tianhuan squad's address. Yi Xiaoyang listened to Qi Shua's calm voice and felt a little conflicted. He used to be a team leader. He had encountered this kind of situation many times when his team members accidentally left their things in the hotel when they went out for competitions. He was always able to deal with it calmly. He didn't know what was wrong with him today. His mind was in a mess. When he realized that he had forgotten to bring his laptop, he was anxious and wanted to go back to find it. He forgot about the express delivery method. After Qi Shua dealt with it, he looked back at Yi Xiaoyang. "Don't worry, I'll have them send it by air. Your laptop will be sent to the base tomorrow." Yi Xiaoyang scratched his head awkwardly. I don't know what's wrong with me today. I feel like I'm sleepwalking. Maybe it's because of last night's nightmare." Chingxing said worriedly. "Master woke up early this morning and said that he woke up from a nightmare." "Brother Yang, you also had a nightmare?" Old Qin looked confused. "We won the competition yesterday." "What nightmare did you have?" "By the way, dreams are the opposite. If you dream that we lose the next game, then we will definitely win the next game." Xujiang looked at him as if he was an idiot. Chingxing looked at Yi Xiaoyang worriedly. "Brother Yang, are you okay?" Yi Xiaoyang laughed dryly. "Ha ha ha, I'm fine. It's just a nightmare. I'm not in a good mood today. I'll go back and rest. Tomorrow, we'll train as usual. Don't worry." Qi Shua didn't say anything. "Xiaoyang, did you dream of me? Otherwise, why would you avoid my sight?" "You used the word nightmare to cover it up. You were too embarrassed to say it, right?" In last night's dream, those indescribable scenes made Qi Shua crave for more. When he woke up this morning, he had a violent reaction. He took a cold shower for half an hour to suppress his desire. Xiaoyang wasn't in a good mood today. He didn't feel right when he had breakfast. When he left his laptop in the hotel. Was it because there were some too ambiguous scenes in his dream? Thinking that he appeared in Yi Xiaoyang's dream, Qi Shua's chest felt hot. Could Alpha and Omega, who had a high compatibility, have telepathy in their dreams? Next to him, Yi Xiaoyang lowered his head guiltily. His dream was actually nothing. At night, he dreamed that he was hugging Qi Shua tightly. Just now, in the car, he dreamed that Qi Shua had marked him. These were all things that happened in reality and replayed in his dream. Maybe today, he kept thinking about his relationship with Qi Shua, so he frequently dreamed of Qi Shua. Without affecting the relationship between teammates, he should keep a certain distance. This included, don't sit with Qi Shua when going out in a car or on a plane. Try not to take the initiative to hug Qi Shua after a game. It was true that physical contact between Omega and Alpha needed to be avoided. But in private, it was still the same. During a game, they were still good teammates with a tacit understanding. The more open he was with Qi Shua, the more outsiders would think that they had no ulterior motives and that they were just normal teammates. Yi Xiaoyang understood this point and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although his body became an Omega after crossing over, he was still a straight man psychologically. He wasn't gay. He wouldn't like a hard man, absolutely not. On the night they returned to the base, Coach Lin called everyone for a meeting to analyze next week's opponents. Although Fire Mark did not have a long history like Tianheng and Xianxia, they had never missed the playoffs since they were established. They were a team with stable results. Zhou Jiawen's addition had raised the team's strength to another level. Coach Lin said, "The core of the Fire Mark team is Captain Zhou, but before he joined, their team had always been a wild core lineup. Therefore, their jungler is also very strong." When Qingxing heard this, he couldn't help but say, "That's right. When I was playing with Brother Chu on the international server, I was killed by Ah Yen many times." Yi Xiaoyang also thought of this name, Yan Yan, the Fire Mark team's jungler. He usually liked to practice heroes in the country server. There were countless shooters who died under his knife in the country. Before Zhou Jiawen joined the Fire Mark team, Yan was the absolute core of the team. However, Zhou Jiawen had the strength of an international level. He was also handsome, and his elegant personality attracted countless fans. Soon, he overshadowed the old player, Yan. Later, when the Firemark team was mentioned, the first person the fans thought of was Captain Zhou. Yan didn't mind his limelight being stolen. It was said that he had a good relationship with Captain Zhou. His strength was actually one of the top junglers in the country. Therefore, when dealing with the Firemark team, they couldn't just focus on the single player. Qi Shua said, the Firemark team also has a jungler, but their jungler is the core of the team. The jungler follows the rhythm of the mid laner. Coach Lin nodded and said, that's right. Yan's playing style is a bit like the shadow striker strategy in football. His position in the team battle is between the top and mid laner. As the shadow of the mid laner, he can quickly change according to the situation on the field. His biggest role is to assist the mid laner in attacking and protecting the mid laner when he retreats. Therefore, the jungler of the Firemark team often appears in the mid lane. Yi Xiaoyang understood and said, it seems that Yan and Captain Zhou have a very strong tacit understanding. Coach Lin said, yes, so when fighting the Firemark team, it's equivalent to a head-on PK between the jungler and the mid laner. It depends on which side's rhythm is stronger. The pressure of the bottom lane isn't very high. The strength of the Firemark shooters can only be said to be average. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this. Unfortunately, before he could finish heaving a sigh of relief, he heard Coach Lin say, however, Vulcan's teamwork is stronger than ours. This team is very good at the positional battle system. It's very difficult to crack a positional battle with the Goddess of Flames as the core. Yi Xiaoyang had seen all the videos of last season's matches. Fire Vein's positional play system was indeed very powerful. The Goddess of Flame would spread out a ring of fire, the trapper would set up traps, and the cannoneer would throw artillery shells from a distance. Their opponents would be crippled before they could even get close. Then, they would steadily advance, pull out the defense towers, and occupy the wilderness inch by inch. Coach Lin looked at Yi Xiaoyang and Qi Shua. If you want to crack Huowen's positional warfare system, the two of you can only work together to kill Captain Zhou. However, Captain Zhou is heavily protected. You may not be able to kill him. If it doesn't work, I'll ban the Goddess of Flames. Yi Xiaoyang lowered his head and pondered for a moment. Suddenly, he said, I have another idea. Everyone looked at him in unison. He twirled the pen in his hand and said with a smile, walk the opponent's path and leave the opponent with no way out. We'll take the positional warfare system that Fire Vein likes and use it ourselves. I know how to play the Goddess of Flames too. Everyone was speechless. That would work too. In the following week, everyone entered the intense pre-match training session. Because they had to prepare a new lineup, the 5 people of the home team played against the wind every day with the children of the second team. At the beginning of the game, there was a financial gap of a few thousand. Every game was particularly difficult to play. After getting used to playing against the wind, it was very easy to win against the wind. On Thursday, Coach Lin made an appointment with a Group S team from the European division to play a training match. He wanted to test the results of the training during this period of time, find out the problems of the players, and then carry out targeted special training. In the blink of an eye, it was Friday. Everyone flew to Chengdu. After the first week of the competition, the current standings of Group S were Baima 21 Yueying, Tianhing 21 Jingzhe, Fire Vein 21 Ice Seoul. Tianhing, Fire Vein, and Baima had the same number of wins and net points. They were tied in ranking. The strength of the teams in Group S was not very different. There were often situations where A beat B, B beat C, and C beat A. Sometimes, the competition depended on some luck. On Friday night, everyone arrived at the hotel and had a meeting. Xianxia suddenly took out a big dragon doll from his backpack and placed it on the table. He put his palms together and bowed seriously. Please bless us. Tomorrow's competition will go smoothly and we will get the big dragon. Don't let the dragon be stolen. Yi Xiaoyang joked beside him. You should buy 3 incense sticks and give it a plate of fruit as a tribute. Xianxia blushed and said, I'm not worshipping my ancestors. Qi Shua glanced at his silly disciple and said lightly, "Let's go back and sleep." "Xiaoxing, don't think too much." Everyone got up and left Xing's room together. The next day, everyone slept in and didn't wake up until noon. At 6 p.m., all members of Tianheng arrived at the competition venue. This week's schedule was Baima vs Ice Soul at 7 p.m. and Tianheng vs Fire Vein at 9 p.m. There were fans of the four teams at the venue and all kinds of support signs and posters were very lively. Tianheng arrived at the venue early and went backstage to watch the competition. It was a good opportunity to learn about the other opponents in Group S. At 7 p.m., the competition between Baimu and Ice Soul officially began. Ice Soul didn't have a particularly bright star player, but they had the best support in the league, Xianxia. Their teamwork was very good. However, Baimu's 3 lanes had no weaknesses. Before Ice Soul reached the late stage of development, the siblings Zhao Sinan and Zhao Xinping had already defeated their outer tower. In the mid lane, Xiaoan was also able to suppress the opposing mid laner and even single-handedly killed the opposing mid laner once. In the end, Ice Soul was eliminated before they reached the late stage. It was the same for 2 consecutive matches. In the end, Baimu defeated Ice Soul in 21. Yi Xiaoyang originally thought that today would be a long game. However, the competition started at 7 p.m. and ended at 8 p.m., much earlier than expected. In the backstage area, Coach Lin couldn't help but frown. Ice Soul's loss this week isn't good news for us. They'll definitely adjust their strategy when they go back. If we meet Ice Soul again next week, we won't be able to end the game by destroying the top and bottom lanes in the early stage. Qi Shua said, Little Chen is a very resilient player. The reason why they lost so quickly today was mainly because Northern Shepherd had chosen a 2-sided system. Zhao Xinping rushed up and killed the archer. Their bottom lane was underdeveloped and couldn't play as a team. Yi Xiaoyang couldn't help but say, Miss Zhao Xinping's playstyle is really fierce. Qingxing whispered, she's a female lead. She has a lot of fans. Coach Lin had a headache. Dealing with Baimu's 2-sided system is also a problem. We'll think about it later. Xianxia had already defeated his opponent in Group S in 21-1. Today, he would be fighting against Fire Mark. Yueying had fought against each other in Group A before, so they knew each other well. Ice Soul and Baimu were both big bosses. Previously, it was easy to kill small monsters in Group B. Now that they were in Group S, every step was very difficult. However, Coach Lin wasn't worried at all. Tianheng would definitely enter the playoffs anyway. There was still a lot of time left for everyone. Winning or losing in the group stage wasn't important. Before the playoffs began, it was enough to adjust the team to its best condition. At 9 p.m., the match between Tianheng and Fire Mark officially began. The first match was BP. Tianheng's blue team was given priority to ban. Coach Lin still banned the support, Radiant Shield, from the bottom lane. Fire Mark's team first banned the jungler, Spirit World Snowbird. Many netizens couldn't understand this BP. The live broadcast room was filled with question marks. The 2 commentators also looked at each other. What does that mean? Ban Spirit World Snowbird? Only the coaches of the major teams understood. Fire Mark was preparing for a rainy day and banning the duo. Sunshine and Moonlight's international accounts had already been removed. Fire Mark was worried that Qi Shua and Yi Xiaoyang would get the duo, so he simply banned them. You 2 want a duo? Don't fly. Let's fight on the ground. Once Spirit World Snowbird was banned, Qi Shua and Yi Xiaoyang couldn't use the duo for the time being. Coach Lin was very calm. He continued to ban the support in the bottom lane. Fire Mark's second ban was given to Qi Shua's Stealth Bandit. First, it was to prevent Qi Shua from going around to kill Zhou Jiawen. Second, it was to prevent Qi Shua from going invisible to steal towers. In the match against Xianxia, he had turned the tables by stealing towers. It was indeed scary. The 2 commentators laughed. Today's BP is all targeted at the jungler position. Captain Qi is enjoying VIP treatment again. Yes, Spirit World Snowbird and Stealth Bandit banned 2 junglers. So, what hero will Tianheng get first? At this time, the entire Baima team, who had just finished playing, also stayed to watch the game. Seeing this, Zhao Sinan couldn't help but say, "The Lord of the Abyss has been released. Will Little White use the Lord of the Abyss for another pentakill?" Zhao Xinping said calmly, "Impossible. The team in Group S will get a pentakill unless the opponent collapses." Xiaoan rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Liaoyang's hero pool is very deep. They might not be the first to get the mid laner. I think they should get the archer first. Their archer position is relatively weak. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Tianheng's blue team pick, Goddess of Flames. Xiaoan, Zhao Sinan, the group of people was stunned. Zhao Xinping said indifferently, "He does have guts, daring to use Goddess of Flames in front of Zhou Jiaowen." The two commentators looked at each other. This Goddess of Flames is Captain Zhou's famous hero. Tianheng's blue team picked Goddess of Flames to crack Huan's positional warfare system, right? Zhou Jiaowen looked calm. Anyone could pick a hero. There was no rule that said a hero would be reserved for a certain player. Yi Xiaoyang picked Goddess of Flames to break their positional warfare. Coach Yuan said, "Let's not use positional warfare for this game. Let's use a mid-laner combination." Zhou Jiaowen said, "Well, I'll use the Nemesis, Goddess of Fate, to kill him." Goddess of Flames' fire circle could hit mana, causing people who came into contact with the fire circle to continuously lose mana and be unable to use skills. However, Goddess of Fate had no mana and was not afraid of being burned at all. Coupled with Goddess of Fate's explosive power, she could instantly kill the opposing mid-laner. This was a typical hero counter. Ah Yan said, "I'll use King of Fighters to cooperate with Little Zhou." Huan's first and second floor locked Goddess of Fate and King of Fighters. When it was Tianheng's turn to choose from the second and third floor, to the audience's surprise, Tianheng actually locked two heroes, Cannoneer and Trap Hunter. The audience? F***CK, wasn't this Huan's positional warfare lineup? Did I see wrongly? Tianheng was on the left, right? Tianheng took Huan's favorite system? Was this what it meant to walk the opponent's path and leave the opponent with no way out? The two commentators laughed and said, "Tianheng took Huan's positional warfare system. This is going to be fun." That's right, Goddess of Flames, Trap Hunter, Cannoneer, a classic positional warfare combination. Tianheng's first floor chose Goddess of Flames not to dismantle the opposing team's system, but for their own use. This is, using your lineup to beat you? Using magic to defeat magic? This kind of BP thinking was indeed unexpected. However, it could also be seen that Tianheng had been preparing for this game for a long time. Zhou Jiaowen smiled and said, "This must be Xiaoyang's idea, right? When Tianheng's coach Lin played against us before, he always banned Goddess of Liang. This season, they are very stubborn. When they met Xianxia, they didn't ban King Cobra. When they met us, they didn't ban Goddess of Flames. Instead, they found a way to crack it." The key to Tianheng's change in style was the mid-lane player, Yi Xiaoyang. This was a very bold player who would try to innovate and break through. When they met a powerful system, they would ban it and not release it. That was the Tianheng of the past. This season, Tianheng liked to be stubborn and confront people head-on. They tried to crack the opponent's strongest system. This kind of courage was worthy of recognition. Zhou Jiaowen sat up straight and looked at the computer calmly. "Don't be careless. Although they chose the positional warfare that we are good at, the lineup is one thing, and the playstyle is another. They must have secretly researched a new playstyle and won't directly copy our routine. Pay attention later and send more signals to communicate." His teammates said in unison, "Roger." The first round of BP ended quickly. In the end, Tianheng's top laner was Paladin, who had a strong resistance to pressure. The support was Time Traveler, and the remaining jungler, mid laner, and archer were the classic positional warfare system, Trap Hunter, Flame Goddess, and Cannon Hand. The jungler, King of Fighters, was capable of crowd control and explosive power. The mid laner, Goddess of Destiny, was also capable of insta-killing with one set of explosive power. As for the remaining three positions, the bottom laner was the classic, Forest Messenger, plus, Holy Spirit Archer, combination. The top laner was the warrior hero, Vampire Duke, who had the ability to cut people apart. The commentator analyzed, usually, Fire Mark likes to use Forest Messenger as a support in positional warfare. They stand together and heal, and there are traps and fire circles everywhere. The opponent can't get through it all, and the healers can heal. In a team battle, the more you fight, the more health you gain. This is also the strength of positional warfare. But Tianheng has chosen Time Traveler as a support. This support also has the ability to heal. However, the healing from time travel is to heal teammates back to 2 seconds ago, which is equivalent to avoiding the opponent's key skills. Fire Mark's lineup for this round is very fierce. The top laner, jungler, and mid laner all have the ability to go around and kill people. Obviously, they will keep an eye on Tianheng's 2 tanks. As long as they kill one of them, they can break the positional warfare system. Tianheng's top laner and support can protect the 2 tanks from being killed. It will depend on who can find the opportunity first. Both players are ready. Let's enter the first round of Tianheng vs Fire Mark. The match officially began. Trap Hunter could only appear in a specific system and couldn't be taken alone. His damage output was relatively weak, and his control of traps was unstable. He needed to cooperate with his teammates. But the advantage was that his jungle was not easy to be invaded by opponents. As long as he placed some traps at the narrow crossroads of the jungle, the opponent would be trapped by the traps if they wanted to fight back. If his teammates supported him in time, it would be easy to kill the opponent. Zhou Jiawen obviously knew that Trap Hunter was like a hedgehog and was not easy to bully. Therefore, Fire Mark did not choose to invade in the early stages. They cleared their own buffs first and let the support check the vision to determine Qi Shua's movement path. The support said, "The other side is going wild, blue open." If it was Lan Kai, he would first farm the blue buffs and minions in the first half of the map, then farm the red buffs and minions in the second half of the map. In that case, Qi Shua would appear in the bottom lane when he reached level 6. Zhou Jiawen gave a warning signal at the bottom lane. Pay attention to your vision. Archers, be careful not to get caught. At the same time, Xujiang also reported the position of the opposing jungler. The king of fighters is Red Kai. Our jungle and the opponent's jungle were like mirror images. The direction was opposite. Our blue buff corresponded to the opponent's red buff. The king of fighters hit red first, which meant that his movement path was the same as Qi Shua's. Not long after the game started, the junglers from both sides met in the middle lane and fought for the first river crab. At this time, Yi Xiaoyang was already level 2 and had learned 2 skills, Q and W. When he saw the opponent's jungler appear, he decisively placed a W fire wall next to river crab, blocking the opponent's path. Following that, he used his explosive hand speed to create a circle of fire. In the blink of an eye, 4 fire circles appeared on the river, and the jungler on the other side had nowhere to land. Qi Shua quickly took down river crab and left. Flame Goddess used the fire circle card to move the opponent's position. Yan didn't manage to grab river crab, so he immediately turned around to farm minions. Soon, both junglers were level 6 and appeared in the bottom lane at the same time. Xujiang used time backtrack to speed up the retreat with Qingxing. The opposing jungler wanted to jump over and kill Qingxing, but he was trapped by Qi Shua's trap and could only give up helplessly. In this wave, neither jungler found a chance, and they were familiar with each other in the bottom lane. The first dragon spawned, and Yi Xiaoyang marked the position of the dragon pit. Fight the dragon. Yi Xiaoyang was the commander for this game. This was because he was the one who came up with the idea of walking the opponent's path and leaving the opponent with no way to go. Tianheng had never tried positional warfare before. This week's practice was also under the command of Yi Xiaoyang throughout the whole process. He had a thorough understanding of Flame Goddess, and a tacit understanding with Qi Shua. As long as Qingxing could keep up with the rhythm, Tianheng's positional warfare was actually not weak. The principle of positional warfare was very simple. Yi Xiaoyang used fire circles to block the opponent's position, Qi Shua used traps to seize the opportunity to trap people, and Qingxing hid in a safe position far away and threw cannons where they needed to deal damage. Cannon Hand was a cannon shooter. His life-saving ability was weak and he wasn't flexible enough, but he stood still and dealt explosive damage. After he set up the cannon in place, the critical hit rate would continue to stack, and the damage of each cannon would be higher than the previous one. His big move, Cannon Impact, could throw 5 cannonballs in a row in a designated area, and they would explode like fireworks. The core of positional warfare was actually this cannon shooter. Once he couldn't be dealt with, he would repeatedly blast the cannons. The opponent's front row might not be able to withstand it, let alone the squishies. Positional warfare was very advantageous in the big dragon, small dragon, and jungle encounters. In these narrow places, as long as you blocked the opponent's position, it would be very difficult for the opponent to come. Of course, Zhou Jiawen knew that the biggest advantage of positional warfare was the fight for resources in the jungle. Once Tianheng got the first small dragon, it was very likely that their economy would be kicked out, and they would continue to get the second and third. After the economy gap widened, it would be even harder to fight in the later stages. Therefore, the first small dragon had to be snatched. Tianheng's 5 people set up a formation near the dragon pit, and Fire Mark's 5 people quickly rushed over. The battle between the two sides was about to start. The 2 commentators said excitedly, "It seems that neither side wants to let go of the first small dragon." Let's take a look at the situation of the heroes on both sides. On Fire Mark's side, except for the support, everyone else is level 6. On Tianheng's side, the support hasn't reached level 6, and the jungler, mid, top, and archer are level 6. Tianheng's bottom lane got the first river crab, and Little Star's economy is slightly higher than the opposing archers. This difference is actually not big. In this wave, we still have to see if Fire Mark's jungler can one-shot the archer. In the game, from Fire Mark's point of view, Xianxia hadn't shown up yet, and they didn't know where he was hiding. The archer didn't show up before the start of the team battle because archers were too fragile, and they could be one-shot as soon as they showed up. The opposing jungler, mid, and top laner were all staring at you. Xianxia had also learned how to play dirty, and he hid very far away. When the team battle started, he would sneak over to attack. Zhou Jiawen frowned. Find the opposing archer. The support was helpless. I can't find him, he's probably hiding in the grass above the dragon pit. Zhou Jiawen, go around and find him. When the top laner heard this, he immediately used a big move to cut in from the side. Vampire Duke could recover HP after using a big move. It was very tanky and wouldn't die so easily. Anyway, even if he used his life to kill Xianxia, it wouldn't be a loss. However, when he went around from the side, he didn't find Xianxia. The audience with God's point of view saw that Xianxia was actually hiding in the grass at the bottom of the tower, and Xujiang appeared near the dragon pit on the left. That was a trick to deliberately confuse the enemy. Fire Mark couldn't find Xianxia for a long time, but Yi Xiaoyang wouldn't wait for them to catch the archer. He directly clicked on a signal in the game. Go up and start a team battle. Xujiang decisively used time back, and Tianheng's group of 4 quickly rushed over. Old Qin's Paladin took the lead to tank the damage. Qi Shua and Yi Xiaoyang stood side by side, and Xujiang protected them from the side. As soon as they accelerated, Tianheng's group of 4 rushed directly to the faces of Fire Mark's team members. Immediately after, Yi Xiaoyang's hand speed exploded as he started to lay down fire rings. The goddess of flames fire rings covered the ground in the blink of an eye, and the burning flames would cause people who stepped on the fire rings to lose HP and MP every second. You want to avoid stepping on it? Qi Shua froze you and forced you to step on it, the 2 commentators said. Tianheng's teamwork is still so strong. Wherever Liaoyang's fire rings go, Shuoyua's trap will be there. As soon as the support accelerates, Tianheng directly surrounded Fire Mark's backline like dumplings. Fire Mark's group of 5 was quite scattered, but just now, in order to find Xianxia, they went around from the side. The top and jungler were on the left, and the mid, archer, and support were on the right. Forest Messenger, healer in this area must be standing with the archer, so Tianheng suddenly accelerated and surrounded the support and archer. The archer hurriedly flashed and ran. As soon as he flashed, his feet suddenly stopped, and he couldn't move anymore. He had triggered the trap. Qi Shua guessed that if the archer wanted to retreat, he could only retreat in the direction of the jungle, so he set up a trap in advance on the archer's path of retreat. As a result, the archer flashed into the trap. Yi Xiaoyang's reaction was very fast. At the same time that Qi Shua set up the trap, he threw a fire ring on the trap. This series of actions only took 0.1 seconds, but what the audience saw was that Fire Mark's archer flashed to escape, but he was trapped by the trap and stepped on a ball of fire. The burning flames made him lose HP and MP quickly. At the same time, Yi Xiaoyang set up a wall of fire to block his path. Then, a cannon was fired from a long distance. With a boom, the cannon exploded, and the archer was killed directly. Cannon wielder's crisp and cute voice sounded in his ear. Are the fireworks I set off beautiful? The archer, I've already exploded into fireworks, thank you. As soon as the cannonball exploded, Zhou Jiawen finally locked onto Qingxing's position. This guy was actually hiding in the bushes on the side of the bottom lane and throwing cannonballs from a long distance. The moment Yi Xiaoyang and Qi Shua controlled the archer, Qingxing followed up and killed the opponent with one shot. The cooperation between the three of them had obviously been practiced many times in private. The cannon wielder's attack range was very long. As long as his teammates controlled the opponent, it was equivalent to hitting a target. It was very easy to kill someone with one shot. Qingxing's output environment was very comfortable. Fire Mark's top laner and jungler went around the left side to find him, but they went in the wrong direction. He actually hid in the bushes on the right side and threw cannonballs. Zhou Jiawen narrowed his eyes and decisively flashed. Goddess of Destiny released her fancy skills. Black, white, and gold charms of various colors fell from the sky and smashed into Qingxing, who was hiding in the bushes. Seeing that Qingxing was about to be killed, the moment Zhou Jiawen went to cut Qingxing, Xujiang used time back again. Qingxing recovered from 1 HP to half HP and flashed over the wall to escape. In this wave of attacks, the Fire Mark's archer died suddenly, and Tianheng's archer escaped with low HP. He could continue to hide in the distance and attack. Zhou Jiawen used all his skills and had to retreat quickly. Tianheng opened up the dragon. Old Qin tanked at the front, and Qingxing hid in the distance and threw cannonballs to attack. Yi Xiaoyang spread fire circles around to prevent the opponent from stealing the dragon. Fire Mark's jungler tried to steal the dragon, but he was silenced by Xujiang's big move. Qi Shua directly punished the first dragon. Tianheng's 5 players collectively received a gold coin reward. Qingxing returned to the bottom lane and quickly cleared the troops. He went home to replenish his HP and buy equipment. Not only did he get the dragon with his teammates, but he also didn't miss a single soldier line. The opposing archer was killed and returned home, missing half a wave of troops. It was a huge profit. Qingxing was very happy and continued to clear the troops with Xujiang to push the tower. Yi Xiaoyang was level 6 now. He put a mark on the bottom lane and said, let's group up and attack. Qi Shua quickly rushed to the bottom lane after clearing the monsters. The opposing jungler also rushed to the bottom lane. A 4v4 team battle was about to break out at the bottom lane. In this wave, neither side's archer flashed, nor did Zhou Jiawen. Qingxing was too far away from him. It was not easy to kill him if he hid under the tower. Zhou Jiawen simply went to kill Yi Xiaoyang's flame goddess. He gave Yan a signal, and Yan decisively went up. The king of fighters jumped over from a distance and directly jumped onto Yi Xiaoyang's face. He knocked him out with one punch, and Zhou Jiawen followed up to attack. The Fire Mark team's jungler was also a first-tier player in the league. They had a good tacit understanding. In this wave, the two of them worked together to kill the flame goddess. Xujiang used time backtrack in seconds. Unfortunately, Yi Xiaoyang had already fallen. Time backtrack's calculation was to return to the HP 2 seconds ago. The opponent's burst was too high. They killed Yi Xiaoyang in less than a second, so there was no way to recover HP. Xujiang said helplessly, Yang, I can't save you. Yi Xiaoyang was all smiles. Teammates sacrifice to the heavens, and their magic power is boundless. Continue, we can fight this wave. Before he died, he set up a few fire rings to block Zhou Jiawen and Yan's retreat. The advantage of the burst-type jungler was obvious. When they worked together, they could destroy heaven and earth and kill people in one wave. But the disadvantage was also obvious. After this wave, the jungler and the mid laner had no skills. A hero without skills was like a super soldier. Qingxing aimed at the opponent's retreating position and directly fired. Cannon impact. For a moment, several cannonballs flew into the air like rockets. They were thrown down from a long distance and exploded at the feet of Zhou Jiawen and Yan Yan. These colorful skill effects were really like fireworks. Several cannonballs exploded in succession. The stacked critical damage was quite terrifying. Zhou Jiawen and Yan were instantly left with low HP. Qi Shua had been crouching by the side waiting for an opportunity. Seeing Yan and Zhou Jiawen retreat down the tower, he rushed over with AW skill. He predicted their position and set up 2 traps on the opponent's retreat path. Trap hunters had low DPS, but it wasn't that they had no DPS. His traps could immobilize the opponent and cause a small amount of damage. His big move, Trap Explosion, could cause considerable physical damage. Qi Shua's QR combo, setting up traps and exploding them, directly blew the opponent's HP down to a sliver. Qingxing took the opportunity to throw a cannonball over and took the opponent's head. Tianheng Fanqing, Cannoneer, killed Ho Ho, Goddess of Destiny. Tianheng Fanqing, Cannoneer, killed Yan Yan, King of Fighters. Qingxing was so excited that his eyes lit up. Double kill, I got a double kill. Yi Xiaoyang praised, nice. In the previous wave of attacks, the key was actually Yi Xiaoyang's firewall, which blocked the fire pattern archer and support. The opponent's 2 players wanted to provide support immediately, but after being blocked by the firewall, they were late by a second. 1 second was enough to be fatal in an esports competition. Professional players' reactions were calculated in milliseconds. Sometimes, even if a combo was interrupted in a fraction of a second, a teammate could be killed instead. Just now, if the fire pattern archer had kept up with the damage output, Yi Xiaoyang would have died first, and then Qi Shua would have died next. Tianheng would have lost. However, a crucial firewall blocked the way, interrupting the opponent's attack rhythm. Even if the fire pattern jungler coordinated and killed Yi Xiaoyang first, Qi Shua immediately counterattacked and cooperated with Qingxing to kill the mid laner and jungler who had no skills. These were the details. Even if Yi Xiaoyang died, he still had to make a contribution to the team. His teammates sacrificed to the heavens, and his mana was boundless. His sacrifice to trick the opponent's mid laner into using a key skill in exchange for Qingxing's double kill was really worth it. Yi Xiaoyang smiled and said, push the tower, push the tower. On Tianheng's side, it was a 3v2. Although the fire pattern archer had a long attack range, it couldn't withstand Qingxing's bombardment. Moreover, after the double kill, Qingxing had immediately made the critical hit equipment for cannon hand. When the bomb went down, the damage when it triggered a critical hit was very shocking. The fire pattern archer and Qi Shua quickly cleared the troops and retreated. The bottom lane's defense tower had lost half of its health. Logically speaking, after Qingxing returned home, the next wave of mid laners would come to support, and they would be able to forcefully take out the tower with half of its health left. In a competition, if the first wave couldn't be taken down, another wave would come. This was a common move. Zhou Jiawen immediately said, guard the bottom lane. However, the moment fire pattern's mid laner and jungler arrived at the bottom lane, Zhou Jiawen suddenly realized that Qingxing and Xujiang had actually appeared at the top lane, and the one who appeared at the bottom lane was Old Qin's paladin. Zhou Jiawen frowned. Not good. Be careful on the top lane. Yan couldn't help but complain. They actually changed lanes. They stopped halfway and switched to the other side. This Liang really doesn't play by the rules. Fire Pattern had made comprehensive preparations and planned to go 4v4 with Tianheng again. In the end, Tianheng didn't want to fight with you and ran to the top lane. On the top lane, Yi Xiaoyang laid down fire rings to suppress the opponent's lane, pushing the opponent's lane back to the bottom of the tower. Qingxing set up cannonballs in the grass and fired one shot after another at the bottom of the tower. The opponent's lane wanted to cut him, but it was blocked by the fire rings all over the ground. It couldn't pass. Moreover, the troops entered the tower, and he had to defend the tower. However, the Vampire Duke's speed of clearing troops was not fast. After Qingxing's consecutive shots left him with low health, he had no choice but to return home. The top lane and the outer tower were quickly pushed down. On the bottom lane, Old Qin switched to defend, and Qi Shua quickly supported. It seemed that Fire Pattern was going 4v2, and Old Qin and Qi Shua would definitely win this round. However, Xianxia placed a row of traps on the path of the minions. The minions took a step and were frozen. They took another step and were frozen again. Your minions can't even reach the bottom of the tower, so why are you pushing the tower? Xianxia and Old Qin stood under the tower and watched the enemy's minions walk and stop. The two commentators laughed and said, "Is Captain Qi reviewing the troops at the bottom lane this round? This wave of switching lanes is really well played. Fire Pattern definitely didn't expect this." Tianheng's 4 players pushed the bottom lane together, but they suddenly ran to the top lane halfway. Moreover, why didn't the jungler follow them to the top lane? He didn't take the buffs from the top lane and stayed at the bottom lane to set traps and defend the tower. Trap Hunter's way of defending the tower was very disgusting. He set traps so that the minions couldn't get over. When the minions reached the bottom of the tower, they only had a sliver of health left. Old Qin cleared the minions with a big move. On the top lane, Tianheng pushed down the outer tower. On the bottom lane, Tianheng defended the outer tower. This sudden change of lanes and the strategy of splitting lanes in 3 and 2 was a huge win, Yi Xiaoyang praised. Beautiful. Retreat from the bottom lane. Little star, collect the resources in the jungle. Xianxia didn't collect the resources in the top half of the jungle. Yi Xiaoyang let Qingxing collect them without wasting any resources. Then, Yi Xiaoyang returned to the middle lane. Zhou Jiawen crouched in the bushes on the side of the middle lane and waited for Yi Xiaoyang to come out to clear the minions. Then, he suddenly went up and killed Yi Xiaoyang with a burst. A familiar voice sounded, "This is fate. Don't try to resist." Yi Xiaoyang, "I think I can still resist." There was a burst of laughter in the audience. The Demon King was killed, and the bystanders were very happy. Tianheng's fans weren't sad either. They spammed the screen, "Yang aggro is so high. Captain Zhou crouched for a whole minute, ha ha ha, who told you to change lanes and secretly push the tower? The team battle can be lost, but Yi Xiaoyang must die." The other teams in the alliance already have this consensus. Yang, who has a strange way of thinking, must be the one in command this round. In the future team battles, we'll sacrifice Liang first. Tianheng will go 4v5. The two commentators also laughed. Goddess of Fate is the nemesis of Goddess of Fire. Her burst damage is very high. It's normal for her to kill someone with a burst. Captain Zhou has been crouching here for a long time. He's very patient. Yes. However, the solo kill in the middle lane didn't have much impact. Liang cleared the minions with a fire circle before he died. As for the top and bottom lanes, the fire minions are at a disadvantage, so they can't directly push the minions. The kill ratio between the two sides is 32. Tianheng has the advantage in the tower defense. I wonder what Tianheng will choose for the next wave. Tianheng chose to push down the tower. Old Qin switched to the top lane to develop. Qingxing, Xujiang, Xianxia, and Yi Xiaoyang pushed down the tower again. This time, Tianheng directly launched a surprise attack. Xujiang used a big move, Silence, under the tower, silencing the opposing archer and support. Yi Xiaoyang set up a fire circle to block the enemy, Xianxia set up a trap, and Qingxing hid in the distance and madly threw cannons. The advantage of positional warfare was that the enemy couldn't come over after the formation was set up. You want to kill our archer? Come with the fire circle and the trap. Before you can reach the archer, I'll burn you to a low HP. In addition to burning the opponent's mana, the flame of the Goddess of Flames also caused a lot of damage when stepping on the fire circle. Moreover, continuously stepping on the fire circle would stack the magic damage. Yi Xiaoyang surrounded Qingxing with fire circles like a bodyguard. Qingxing felt a sense of security and quickly pushed down the tower. He didn't kill anyone. The cannons aimed at the opposite tower and fired. After the cannons exploded, the damage caused the tower's HP to drop. The moment the tower was pushed down, Xujiang accelerated and the 4 of them immediately retreated. Although Zhou Jiawen and Ah Yan wanted to find a chance to kill Qingxing, Time and Space Traveler's acceleration was too annoying. Not only could it accelerate the team, but it could also restore HP. The 2 of them couldn't kill him, and Qingxing escaped again with a sliver of HP. Zhou Jiawen, it was also positional warfare, but the style was completely different. Tianheng had actually developed a more flexible positional warfare system in such a short period of time. When the two commentators saw this, they also understood Tianheng's thinking. Huowen's positional warfare is mainly about fighting a team with you, using the tacit cooperation of a team battle to advance steadily and slowly snowball. But Tianheng's positional warfare is a bit like a quick guerrilla positional warfare? That's right. After changing time and space traveler's support, they rely on the support's acceleration, HP recovery, and quickly change lines to push the tower. Tianheng's positional warfare is actually a bit of dissuasion. They put fire circles and traps on the ground so that the opponent can't come over. It's as if they're saying, "Don't come over, I just want to push the tower." The two commentators' teasing made the audience burst into laughter. A large number of bullet screens were replicated in the live broadcast. Yang sets fire circles, "Don't come over, I just want to push the tower." Shuoyue sets traps, "Don't move, wait for me to push the tower first." Xiaoxing throws bombs wildly in the distance, "I only have eyes for the tower." The essence of the dissuasion-style positional warfare was, "Don't come, don't disturb, I want to push the tower." This tactic was thought of by Yi Xiaoyang, and it was tested by the coaching team before they tried it out. The key to the dissuasion-style positional warfare was to use all kinds of fire circles and traps to stop the opponent, pull out the defense tower as quickly as possible, and accelerate line changes with the support. Relying on the flexibility of the lineup, they built an advantage and snowballed. Huowen liked the team battle-type positional warfare. The more he fought, the more HP he gained, and he could crush the opponent. However, the support, Forest Messenger, was relatively clumsy, and Tianheng's current teamwork was not so tacit. Therefore, Tianheng changed their thinking and used today's new positional warfare system. "I won't fight with you in a team battle. I'll only push the tower and run after pushing it." It was commonly known as the dissuasion-style positional warfare. This kind of rapid tower-pushing formation made it difficult for Huowen to deal with. It was like he had practiced martial arts all his life but punched cotton. Although Zhou Jiawen had killed Yi Xiaoyang twice, it didn't affect the situation much. They couldn't kill Qingxing. The archer, protected by the time traveler and the paladin, was attacking the defense tower from afar. If Huowen's Nakano wanted to kill him, he would be blocked by Yi Xiaoyang's fire wall and trapped by Qi Shua's traps. It would be very difficult to get close. After Tianheng pushed down Huowen's tower, he immediately pushed the middle, pushing his operation skills to the extreme. Huowen's two lanes were at a disadvantage. Although Zhou Jiawen had seized the opportunity to kill Yi Xiaoyang, his teammate's mana was boundless. Yi Xiaoyang was using his life in exchange for his skills. He deliberately swayed in front of his opponent. It was as if he was saying, "Come and kill me. You won't have any skills after killing me, right? Our little star can push the tower in peace." Yi Xiaoyang lay on his fire circle and smiled. "Push the tower, push the tower." These were the words he said the most during this round of command. Qingxing quickly destroyed the opponent's defense tower, and then Xujiang used speed to retreat. Huowen didn't know whether to chase or not. The situation was completely passive. Next, Tianheng started a 5-man guerrilla warfare. Huowen tried to ambush in the jungle several times, but he was stopped by Xujiang's silence, stopped by Yi Xiaoyang's fire wall, or trapped by Qi Shua's traps. He finally managed to catch Qingxing, but he managed to escape with a flash. Tianheng's 5 players huddled together, so it wasn't easy to kill the archer. 20 minutes into the game, Tianheng was pushing the dragon. At this time, Huowen's towers had all been destroyed. He retreated to the high ground, and Zhou Jiawen led his teammates to snatch the dragon. Qi Shua had already set up traps in the enemy's path. Once the enemy stepped on the traps, they would be exposed. Huowen's 5 players split into 3 groups. The top laner and jungler circled from the left, while the archer and support circled from the right. When his teammates saw the enemy, Zhou Jiawen directly flashed into the dragon pit. At this time, Qingxing was fighting the dragon. Zhou Jiawen's hand speed exploded, and he used a combo to kill Qingxing. At this critical moment, Qingxing's body emitted a golden light. It was the paladin's guard skill. Old Qin used guard at this critical moment and transferred all the damage Qingxing received to himself. Zhou Jiawen's combo didn't kill Qingxing, and Old Qin only had half of his health left. Huowen's players circled from the left and wanted to kill Qingxing, but they were stopped by Yi Xiaoyang's fire wall and Qi Shua's traps. Qingxing flashed far away, set up a cannon in the grass, and used a big move. The cannon soared into the sky and exploded, colorful bombs fell one after another, and the damage from the explosion completely destroyed Huowen's front line. Double kill, triple kill, Qingxing's eyes lit up. Triple kill. Yi Xiaoyang laughed. Qi Shua and I will chase after their archers. Little Star will take the dragon and push it to the high ground. The two commentators were excited. Little Star got triple kill in this wave of dragons. Little Star is using the Cannonier's Christmas limited skin today. The explosion of the cannon is like fireworks. It's colorful and the effect is very gorgeous. Combined with his colorful backlit keyboard, it's really gaudy and dazzling. The livestream was full of laughter. I've never doubted Little Star's aesthetic. Colorful lights, my eyes. With Qingxing's aesthetic, what gift would he give Omega? I guess it's a colorful crystal ball. The colorful fireworks effect, coupled with the Cannonier's Little Shota's voice, the edible effect is even better. The Little Shota's clear voice sounded in the game. Are the fireworks I set off beautiful? The Cannonier's image was a cute little Shota, wearing red Christmas-style clothes, carrying a cannon, and releasing colorful fireworks. He was really the most beautiful kid in the game. Zhou Jiawen helplessly face-bombed. This game was not only a psychological torture, but also a torture to the eyes. It's enough to fight a colorful team. Tianheng led the dragons to push the high ground, and the three waves of dragons operated steadily and finally won the game. With the new tactic of dissuading and Yi Xiaoyang's excellent three-way operation command, Huowen's coordination between the middle and the jungle was not effective. Qingxing could not handle this point well, so it was expected that he would lose the game. The MVP of this game was given to Qingxing. The little guy was so happy that he almost jumped up. The moment the game ended, Zhou Jiawen finally understood how Mitchell felt when he sent him the candle emoticon. He also wanted to light a candle for himself. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Congratulations to Tianheng for winning the first match. The MVP of this match is Tianheng Fanqing. Little Star's performance in this match was really outstanding. He didn't die once from start to finish, and he dealt 45% of the damage in the team battle. He even let us enjoy a colorful fireworks show. The crowd roared with laughter. The MVP information card appeared on the big screen. Qingxing's picture was enlarged, and next to it was his information for the season, including his win rate, hero pool, KDA rating, and MVP number. He was the shooter with the least MVP number. However, looking at Little Star's stiff smile, the viewers couldn't help but flood the screen. Why did Little Star look like he was going to the execution ground? His smile was so stiff. Was the photographer holding a knife to his neck? Little Star, if you're kidnapped, just blink. To be honest, although Little Star was Tianhuan's weakest point, his improvement was indeed quite fast. Tianheng had a demon king named Lai Yang, and Little Star was just a noob. After seeing Little Star's 100 Ways to Die on Weibo, they sympathized with this little cutie. Stars rise. In the soundproof room, Qingxing took off his headphones and shouted excitedly, "Brother Yang is awesome." This was what he would shout every time he finished a match. As Yi Xiaoyang's #1 hardcore fan, Qingxing praised Yi Xiaoyang on a daily basis. However, in the past, when he shouted this phrase after a match, he would often see Brother Yang and his master hugging each other to celebrate. He would quietly stay by the side, not daring to disturb them. However, today, Yi Xiaoyang didn't hug Qi Shua. Instead, he turned to look at Qingxing and patted him on the shoulder. He smiled and said, "You played well in this match." Qingxing smiled and scratched his head. "My hands feel good today, and I feel that my playing is smoother than before." Xujiang said, "Is it because you forgot the keyboard's light effect?" Qingxing looked down and saw that his keyboard was lit up with colorful lights. Every time he hit a key, the keyboard would change into a colorful light effect. It was very cool. Qingxing was puzzled. Could that be the reason? Yi Xiaoyang laughed and said, "Then don't turn it off. It's not like your keyboard can shake us anyway." Qingxing sat back down and typed on the keyboard for a while. He danced with joy, almost writing the word happy on his forehead. This kid's mental age was still relatively childish. Coach Lin walked into the soundproof room and praised, everyone played very well in the first round. The rhythm of the three-pronged tower was excellent. Little Star, you have to be praised for your high damage output. You didn't die even once. Very good. Xianxia chuckled. It's because everyone protected him well. Coach Lin said, shall we follow the original plan for the next round? Yi Xiaoyang looked at Qi Shua. Will Huowen use positional warfare? They are the blue side in this round. They can snatch the goddess of flames. Qi Shua said calmly, if they use positional warfare in the second round, I will choose the stealth thief to kill the opposing archer. If they don't, then the middle and wild team will lead the rhythm. Coach Lin nodded. Yes, let's see the BP situation first. At the same time, in the soundproof room of the Huowen team, the coach said, shall we use positional warfare in the second round or plan B? Zhou Jiawen frowned slightly and thought carefully. Don't use positional warfare. Tianheng seems to have specially researched a way to break it. If we use it, we will fall into their trap. The coach thought so too. Then let's be more stable and use a more balanced lineup. The break time passed, and the second round soon began. In this round, the blue side of the Huowen team was given priority to ban. Their first ban was still the Spirit World Snowbird. They didn't use the double fly, because the double fly combination was a huge threat to the archer position. Tianheng still banned the team support to prevent Xianxia from being forced to use it. Huowen's second ban was given to Yi Xiaoyang's Lord of the Abyss, to prevent him from using a mark to kill the archer. The two sides chose heroes. Huowen's first choice was the most agile archer, Wind Spirit. In the last round, Huowen's archer almost didn't deal any damage. He was restricted by the flame goddess's fire circle and couldn't perform well. In this round, Wind Spirit was taken. He had strong self-defense abilities and was not afraid of death. When he developed, his damage output was also very high. Tianheng's side directly took the top, Steel Body, and the support, White Bear. Huowen took the mid, World Destroyer Mage, and the jungler, Demon Hunter. It was a classic combination. The World Destroyer Mage was also one of Zhou Jiawen's famous heroes. The World Destroyer Mage had high damage output, and a big move could directly kill a brittle character. The Demon Hunter was a jungler with a longer attack range. He could control the opponent from a distance and cooperate with the mid to kill people. This combination was also very strong. After equipping them, they could almost catch one and kill one in a second. It was Tianheng's turn to choose. Tianheng's third floor decisively took Snow Lady. The two commentators looked at each other and said, this should be the first time Little Star has taken out the archer, Snow Lady, right? That's right. This hero's attack range is medium, and the early damage is not high. The ice arrow that it shoots can slow down the opponent. It's good at exhausting the opponent. Very few people use this hero in the league. It's too slow. The ice arrow 10 minutes ago was like scratching an itch. If you want to deal damage, you have to make at least 3 sets. However, Snow Lady's biggest advantage is the E skill, Spell Shield. She can put a shield on herself and resist a certain amount of magic damage. In the early stage, it's also considered a good self-defense ability. Huowen's mid laner is a mage with high damage output. The jungler's big move also has magic damage. Tianheng's side chose Snow Lady, to a certain extent to prevent the opponent from killing people in a second. It can be considered a countermeasure. There's nothing wrong with that. Looks like Little Star's hero pool is not as shallow as we thought. He also knows how to play this unpopular archer. Yes, I'm looking forward to seeing if Little Star can use Snow Lady to resist the opponent's burst. The first stage of the BP ended. Tianheng chose the top and bottom lane, while Huowen took the mid lane to shoot. In the second stage, Tianheng targeted the support and top laner heroes. Huowen continued to target the jungler and mid lane. As Tianheng's archer position took the slow hero, Snow Lady, Huowen banned Sea Goddess to prevent Tianheng's mid laner from having double slow. After that, he banned Qi Shua's Stealth Thief, who was very good at assassination. In the second stage, Tianheng first took the jungler position, Ninja. When Stealth Thief was banned, Ninja, who could use Shadow Clone to chase and attack, had a stronger ability to cut to the back. This hero did not need mana and could give mana to the mid laner. Tianhing's last counter position was still reserved for Yi Xiaoyang. Huwen chose heroes on the 4th and 5th floor. The top laner continued to take Vampire Duke, and the support took Paladin. The commentator said, "Remember the last game, Tianhing took Paladin as the top laner. In the key team battle, a substitute skill helped the archer block a large wave of damage. Huwen took Paladin as the support position to protect the archer until the end. Let's see which mid laner Tianhing will choose for the last counter position." Liang took Giant Monster of the North Sea. The audience erupted in exclamations. The two commentators' voices could not help but become excited. As everyone knows, in the Battle of Gods, the two heroes with the strongest burst in the middle lane are Terminator Sorcerer and Giant Monster of the North Sea. Today, Huwen chose the Terminator Sorcerer, and Tianhing chose the Giant Monster of the North Sea. Are they going to attack each other in the middle lane? Liang's spellcaster is very good, but he doesn't choose the Terminator Sorcerer often. This game's middle lane should be very intense. Let's look forward to the battle between these two excellent mid laners. The Terminator Sorcerer had 6 balls of black fog and a curved attack. If all of them hit, he could insta-kill someone with a big move. The Giant Monster of the North Sea was a summoned beast. It opened its bloody mouth to devour its target. If the skill hit, it could also bite someone to death. The Terminator Sorcerer's advantage was that his skill was instantaneous, making it difficult for the opponent to guard against it. However, the curved attack was not easy to aim. If the opponent moved quickly, it was likely to miss. The Giant Monster of the North Sea's advantage was that its big move, Giant Monster Devour, could devour an area of effect. When equipped in the later stages, it could devour 2 to 3 squishy players. However, the skill would be delayed by 0.1 seconds, making it easy to dodge. The two canon heroes each had their own advantages and disadvantages. They both needed to predict the opponent's movements. If they hit, it would be an exciting play. If they missed, it would be embarrassing. Especially the Giant Monster of the North Sea. In online games, players often summoned a big monster, only to end up biting the air in an awkward situation. The battle between Zhou Jiawen and Yi Xiaoyang's Terminator in the middle lane was the highlight of the second game. At the same time, Qi Shua and Yan Yan's two junglers would also have an intense battle in the jungle. The two commentators concluded. In this game, Tianhing's archer, Snow Lady, can cast a spellcaster shield on herself. She has strong self-defense capabilities. Huwen's bottom lane, Wind Spirit, has more displacement and is more difficult to kill. The key is the jungle. That's right. There are 2 cannons in the middle lane and 2 spellcasters in the jungle. The key to winning or losing this game is the coordination between the 2 junglers. Whichever jungler creates an advantage first will win more easily. Let's move on to the second game between Tianhing and Huwen. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The second round began. The jungler Ninja and Demon Hunter didn't have strong DPS before level 6. Both sides had a relatively peaceful start. They didn't attack, but cleared their own buffs first. The first river crab in the middle lane was snatched by Fire Mark's jungler Ayen. After all, Demon Hunter had a longer attack range. He waited in the grass for the crab's HP to drop, then used a combo of Q and Retribution to kill the crab. Yi Xiaoyang wanted to use small demons to block his movement, but he didn't make it in time. The experience of a crab allowed Ayen to reach level 6 before Qi Shua. Yi Xiaoyang said, "Be careful in the bottom lane. The jungler will reach level 6 first." Fire Mark's Nakana would definitely focus on the bottom lane. Qingxing heard the command and immediately replied, "Got it." Xujiang took the opportunity to scout the river. Sure enough, Ayen reached level 6 half a minute before Qi Shua and quickly went to the bottom lane. Zhou Jiawen also finished clearing the troops and followed. Although he didn't have a big move, he could use his Q to deal damage from a long distance and cooperate with the jungler to kill Qingxing. But Qingxing retreated just in time and hid behind the tower. Zhou Jiawen looked at Qingxing's position and said, "Let's retreat. We can't fight." roaming around to catch people, kill if you can, and retreat if you can't. There was no need to be stubborn. He wasn't level 6 yet and hadn't learned a big move. His DPS wasn't enough. If he tried to kill Qingxing, it would be a loss if he got hit back. Fire Mark's Nakano came to the bottom lane and didn't find a chance, so he turned around and retreated. Yi Xiaoyang crouched in the grass in the middle lane. He wanted to wait for Zhou Jiawen to pass by so he could exhaust his opponent. However, Zhou Jiawen was very cautious. When he came near the river, he suddenly changed direction and went around the tower. Yi Xiaoyang didn't find anyone and had to go back to his tower to clear the troops. In the early stages of the game, if they couldn't kill each other, they could only exhaust each other. However, both of them were extremely cautious as they moved back and forth nimbly. Every time, they were able to perfectly avoid the other party's skill damage. The commentator said, the two mid laners are playing very cautiously. They move back and forth in an S shape, making it impossible for the opponent to predict their next position. There are a lot of details in their maneuvering in the middle lane. Top mid laners also rely on the handling of details when facing each other. That's right. Currently, both of them have the same amount of HP. The number of last hits is also exactly the same. When Yi Xiaoyang's fans heard this, they felt very proud. Yang Yang was a newbie who debuted in S10, while Captain Zhou was a world-class mid laner. If Yang Yang could tie with Captain Zhou in the matchup, what did that mean? This meant that Liang already had world-class strength. The fans were excited, but Yi Xiaoyang and Zhou Jiawen were very calm. Both of them were observing their opponent's next moves and immediately responding. Soon, the two of them simultaneously emitted the light of leveling up. The audience sat up nervously. In this wave, would Zhou Jiawen use a big move to kill Liang? Would Liang blink and run away or use a big move to devour his opponent? A level 6 Terminator sorcerer and a giant North Sea monster both had the ability to kill people. When the two sorcerers attacked each other in the middle lane, whoever's skill hit would win. In the end, the mid-lane sorcerer duel that the audience was anticipating did not happen. Yi Xiaoyang suddenly walked into the bushes in the top lane and disappeared. Zhou Jiawen wanted to use a big move to kill him, but once he entered the bushes, Zhou Jiawen temporarily lost his vision and could not see his position. Sensing that something was wrong, Zhou Jiawen immediately retreated. At the same time, he issued a warning in the team channel. Mid laner miss. Be careful in the top lane. Qi Shua did not gain anything from the previous wave of attacks in the bottom lane, so he turned back to farm. According to the order of farming in the jungle, he would farm all the way to the top tower. At this time, Yi Xiaoyang was walking toward the top lane. The mid laner and the jungler must have worked together to catch the top laner. When the top laner heard the notification, he immediately retreated to the bottom of the tower. At the same time, the top laner came to the middle lane. He did not find an opportunity in the bottom lane just now, so he went to the jungle to farm. He came to the middle lane to cooperate with Captain Zhou to kill Yi Xiaoyang. In the end, Yi Xiaoyang hid. Zhou Jiawen said decisively, "Go to the bottom lane." The main target for this round was still Qingxing. Although Snow Girl's damage was limited in the early game, as long as she could make a 3-piece set, the speed reduction and mixed damage of Frost Arrow could be very annoying in a team battle. Zhou Jiawen and Yan went to the bottom lane together. The audience watching from God's perspective held their breaths nervously, because everyone saw that Yi Xiaoyang had walked a few steps toward the bushes in the middle lane, then circled around from his own jungle. After circling around, he squatted in the bushes opposite the blue buff. Qi Shua had already taken up a position in the bushes. The two of them hid there silently, as if waiting for their prey to come closer. Time passed second by second, and Zhou and Yan were getting closer and closer to the bushes. The two commentators became excited. They must have calculated the time when the opponent's vision would disappear and turned around to ambush the enemy's support in the bottom lane. That's right. The eyes placed in the bushes will disappear after a period of time. At this time, the support will have to cover their vision. As for Fire Mark's jungler, since he has already removed the blue buff area is not a threat. It is temporarily safe, so the support has covered his vision at the bottom of the river and did not care about the jungle. The jungle was usually covered when the two sides were fighting for the buff. Without the buff, the opponent would not invade the jungle. That was what Fire Mark's support thought. He focused on protecting his own marksman, so he set his vision at the bottom of the river and the side of the bottom tower to prevent the opponent's jungler from catching people. In the end, Yi Xiaoyang and Qi Shua took advantage of this small detail. Zhou Jiawen and Ai Yan went to the bottom lane from their own jungle to support. Professional players were very vigilant. It was impossible for them to make a low-level mistake like looking into the bushes. Even if it was their own territory, they would pay attention when passing by the bushes and use their Q skill to look for the bushes. Zhou Jiawen's Q skill was quite far away. It was a black magic ball. Just as he used his Q skill to hit the bushes, a black shadow suddenly darted behind him like lightning. The sharp dagger in the shadow's hand was aimed straight at his chest. Shadow clone, backstab from behind. Qi Shua was very decisive. His need combo caused critical damage. And Zhou Jiawen's health bar was instantly halved. Realizing that he had been ambushed, Zhou Jiawen immediately flashed to escape. However, just as he flashed, a pale golden light flashed in front of him. That was the light effect of someone else's flash. Giant North Sea monster appeared on his path of retreat and used a big move at his feet. Giant monster devour, a huge monster suddenly appeared from the ground. The giant monster opened its bloody mouth and swallowed the low-health Terminator sorcerer. The familiar hero's voice rang in his ears. "Let me try." "Ah, you're so disgusting." Zhou Jiawen was speechless. This voice was also full of taunts. It swallowed him whole and complained that he was disgusting. The two commentators said excitedly, "Oh my god, this ambush was executed beautifully. It was so fast that I couldn't react in time. Can the director please replay the scene in slow motion?" The slow motion was replayed on the big screen. Only then did everyone see the details of Qi Shua and Yi Xiaoyang's teamwork. Shuoyue was very decisive. Shadow Clone rushed to the back and used a series of explosive attacks to cripple the Terminator sorcerer. The Terminator sorcerer flashed to escape, but Liang flashed over and used a big move on him. This teamwork was amazing. If anyone's skill was slower by 0.1 seconds, they wouldn't be able to complete the kill. After all, Zhou used his flash at the right time. That's right. Zhou reacted quickly and flashed to escape. However, Liang and Shuoyue's skills were almost seamless. He couldn't escape. Tianhing's mid laner worked together and used the gap in the jungle's vision to ambush. This teamwork directly killed the mid laner who wanted to go to the bottom lane to provide support and interrupted Huowen's rhythm. Yi Xiaoyang had deliberately walked to the bushes in the top lane to confuse Zhou Jiawen and give him the illusion that he was going to the bottom lane to provide support. Qi Shua didn't go to the top lane to farm the blue buffs, nor did he go to the top lane to catch people. Instead, he sneaked into the jungle with Yi Xiaoyang to set up an ambush. Who would have thought, Yi Xiaoyang and Qi Shua's real target wasn't the top laner or the archer. It was Huowen's mid laner, taking advantage of the fact that a wave of support didn't have time to cover their vision, ambushing the enemy's reinforcements. One had to admit that Shuoyu and Liang's ability to seize opportunities was very strong. Zhou Jiawen said helplessly, "Ah Yan, farm in the jungle and develop. Wait for me to revive." Once Huowen's teamwork was interrupted, Qingxing in the bottom lane was very comfortable. No one came to catch him. Under the protection of Xujiang's white bear, Qingxing's snow girl covered himself with a shield and slowly attacked the minions. His early damage was low, but it was easy for him to clear the minions with the slow effect of his normal attacks. Qingxing was very cautious. The opposing archer couldn't find a chance to kill him. Yi Xiaoyang got the first blood and returned to the middle lane to quickly clear the minions. Then, he started to work together with Qi Shua. Tianhing's teamwork was different from that of many other teams. In most teams' teamwork, the jungler would clear the minions in the jungle and go to whichever lane to provide support. The mid laner would follow after clearing the minions. In Tianhing's teamwork, Qi Shua would help Yi Xiaoyang clear the minions, then Yi Xiaoyang and Qi Shua would go to the jungle to help Qi Shua. The two of them split the minions in the middle lane and the jungle's economy equally. It was like traveling hand in hand in the jungle. Was Qi Shua faster, or was it faster for the mid laner and jungler to farm together? The answer was obvious. In the livestream, the netizens also noticed the fast pace of Tianhing's teamwork. Tianhing's teamwork was so fast that it was flying. Tianhing had two junglers, right? How could the minions be cleared so quickly? Qi Shuoyue pampered Yang so much that he gave his blue buff to him. Ninjas didn't lack blue buffs. With the blue buff, North Sea Monster could speed up the cooldown of his big move. Now that North Sea Monster's big move was done, was he going to bring disaster to the top lane? The two of them farmed together. Yi Xiaoyang and Qi Shua had practiced this playstyle many times. In the international server. This was the true combination of mid laners and junglers. Wherever the jungler was, the mid laner would be there. The two of them were like pendants to each other, inseparable as they wandered side by side in the canyon. After they farmed the monsters in the top lane, they came to the top lane. Huowen's top laner wasn't a fool. He knew that he would be caught this time, so he retreated in advance. However, Old Qin blocked him from clearing the minions. Before Huowen's top laner retreated, 2 minions weren't cleared. The 3 from Tianheng worked together to destroy the defense tower on the top lane with 2 minions. There were minions in the middle lane, so Yi Xiaoyang went to fill in the minions. After filling in the minions, the red buff on the other side refreshed. Yi Xiaoyang put a mark in the jungle. Go and get the red buff. Qi Shua, okay. When the red buff refreshed, Yan would definitely go and fight the red buff. Last time, the two of them had ambushed in the blue buff area. Yan had learned his lesson. Before returning to the jungle, he placed an eye in the bushes. However, as soon as he looked down, he saw the 2 great devils squatting there waiting for him. This was awkward. Yan immediately turned around and ran. Qi Shua used the big move, Ninja, and chased after him. Shadow Spear darted behind Yan and stunned him with a critical hit. Yi Xiaoyang followed up with a big move at Yan's feet. Zhou Jiawen immediately rushed over to support Yan and help him retreat. Yan equipped a pair of resistance shoes. Yi Xiaoyang couldn't kill him in one shot and was pulled back by his low HP. Qi Shua and Yi Xiaoyang quickly farmed the red buff. Zhou Jiawen frowned slightly. He realized that Tianheng's teamwork was too fast, and their coordination was very good. Sun and Moon worked together to farm, completely messing up Huowen's teamwork. Teamwork versus teamwork, there were 2 ways to play. One was to grab a certain lane at the same time and gain an advantage in a small-scale team fight. The other was to directly attack the opposite jungle and break the rhythm of the opposing team's jungler. Tianheng obviously chose the latter. First, they ambushed in the blue buff area and assassinated the mid laner. Then, they invaded the red buff area and crippled the jungler. In this way, Huowen's jungler almost lost their rhythm for 3 minutes. For 3 minutes, either Zhou Jiawen died or Yan went home with low HP. There was no way to go online to catch him. This was fatal in a game. Zhou Jiawen immediately adjusted his strategy. Go kill their archer and break through from the bottom lane. Yan immediately went to the bottom lane after recovering his HP. He thought that Qi Shua and Yi Xiaoyang would come to support the bottom lane, but the two didn't show up. Instead, they continued to push the tower on the top lane. Old Qin, Qi Shua, and Yi Xiaoyang fought 3 against 1. Huowen's top laner didn't dare to defend the tower at all. In the blink of an eye, the inner tower was also lost. In the bottom lane, Qingxing and Xujiang had already retreated and directly let go of the bottom lane. Huowen's jungler came to the bottom lane to kill Qingxing, but found that Qingxing had already run away. He ran to the middle lane to help Yi Xiaoyang clear the lane. Tianheng hugged and pushed, and Huowen was forced to defend. At this time, everyone found that Qingxing had unknowingly made a 3-piece set. Huowen's jungler was completely passive. The 2 commentators, in this game, Tianheng seized the opportunity to attack the jungler. Huowen's early rhythm was interrupted twice, so no one caught Little Star. His economy has improved. The 3-piece set, Yuki-Ana, can deal good damage in a team fight. Skill Q shoots an ice arrow to slow down the opponent. Skill W has an AoE slowdown. The 2 sides are fighting in the middle lane. Huowen wants to kill the archer in this wave. Yan is very decisive. A demon hunter has locked onto Little Star from a distance, so Little Star can't move. Captain Zhou followed up with a big move. All 6 balls of black fog hit. Little Star was killed instantly. After all, Zhou Jiawen was also a world-class mid-laner. If he couldn't kill the opposing archer when his teammates locked onto him, then he should delete his account and retire. However, before Xianxia was killed, he made a great contribution to the team. He made chain lightning, which shot an ice arrow with explosive hand speed. All 5 of the opposing players were chained together and stacked with the slow-down negative effect. He also put the slow-down of skill W behind him, blocking the opponent's retreat path. Although Wind Elf was the most agile archer, she was affected by the slow-down effect and couldn't jump at all. Her movements were as clumsy as a snail. Xiaoyang aimed at the opposite side and swallowed the fragile elf in one gulp with a big move. Both sides' mid-laners killed the opposing archer in an instant. It looked like a 1-for-1 trade wasn't a loss. However, Tianheng's jungler didn't use a single skill and only relied on the mid-laner to kill the opposing archer. On Fire Mark's side, Xianxia was killed only after the jungler used all his control skills. In a team battle, a key skill could often turn the situation around. Xujiang's white bear descended from the sky and sat on the head of the opposing jungler. Qi Shua immediately rushed over and killed the opposing jungler with a burst of skills. Then, he turned around and killed the opposing mid-laner. Xiaoyang used skill Q and Qi Shua to wear down the opponent. White Bear also chased after Zhou Jiawen. In the blink of an eye, Fire Mark's mid-laner was also killed. In this wave of 1-for-3, in the mid-lane, Tianheng profited handsomely. Xiaoyang led the team to take down the middle tower. In the following game, Tianheng's mid-laners worked together and crazily invaded the opposing jungle. Yan almost couldn't grab a single buff, and the opposing jungle completely became the backyard of Tianheng's mid-laner. Tianheng's economy was constantly pulled apart, and they fought steadily, killing dragons and pushing for high ground. Xujiang used White Bear to top the tower, and Xianxia used stacked ice arrow to slow down. Old Qin, Xiaoyang, and Qi Shua all rushed up at the same time. Old Qin's steel body tanked the damage in front, and Qi Shua's shadow clone quickly rushed forward. Xiaoyang's giant monster followed closely behind. Giant monster devour. With the increase in the hero's level, the giant monster of the North Sea's monster grew larger. The big monster that drilled out of the ground opened its bloody mouth and looked very scary. He actually swallowed the opposing team's 3 low-health players in one gulp. Let me have a taste. You guys are really disgusting. The giant monster of the North Sea's low and perverted voice sounded in the stadium, and the audience roared with laughter. Why did Xiaoyang's hero voice sound so sarcastic every time? Was it a coincidence? The livestream was also flooded with comments. Liaoyang's Demon King was as annoying as ever. I think the other players are very handsome when they use this hero, but why do I feel like Liaoyang is asking for a beating when he uses it? It's because of the player's style. I feel like he's asking for a beating no matter what he uses. He's already eaten it, yet he still thinks it's disgusting. Too much in the soundproof room, Xiaoyang happily took off his headphones as the word victory popped up from the crystal explosion. Compared to the tacit understanding between the mid-laners, he was thinking too much. The tacit understanding between him and Qi Shua was probably not as good as the world-class mid-laners. Grab the top lane or the bottom lane, there was no need to choose. Just disrupt the mid-laner's rhythm and be done with it. Congratulations to Tianheng for winning this game. The MVP of the second game is Liaoyang. In several waves of team battles, his big move Giant Demon Devour killed the opposing team's key heroes and created conditions for his teammates. His skill hit rate is very high. Last week, Tianheng won the game against Xianxia with 21 points. Today, Tianheng won against Fire Mark with 20 points. Tianheng has already won 2 games in Group S, with a net score of 3 points. The teams in Group S are very strong, and the competition is fierce. There are only 3 weeks left in the regular season. Let's look forward to Tianhuan Squad and Fire Mark's performance in the following games. Once again, a round of applause for these 2 teams. The 2 commentators quickly summarized the game. In Tianheng's soundproof room, the atmosphere was a little strange. Usually, after a game, Xiaoyang would turn around and hug Qi Shua to celebrate. Today's second game was so tacit that the audience thought they would hug and celebrate like before. However, after Xiaoyang finished the game, he took off his headphones and stood up. He didn't hug anyone. Qi Shua wanted to turn around and hug Xiaoyang, but he found that Xiaoyang had already left his seat. He smiled and patted Xianxia's shoulder, saying to Xianxia, "You did well in the 2 games today." I'll give you an extra drumstick when we get back. Xing was very happy to be praised, and he didn't notice anything wrong between Xiaoyang and his master. Qi Shua looked up at Yi Xiaoyang. Yi Xiaoyang seemed to be avoiding his gaze intentionally or unintentionally. Maybe Xiaoyang realized that it wasn't good for an Omega and an Alpha to hug so often, so he tried to avoid suspicion in public. The hug collection edited by the CP fans was pushed to the front page of the Super Facebook a few days ago. Yi Xiaoyang must have seen it, so he was vigilant and worried that the fact that they had temporarily marked each other would be exposed. No matter what, he respected Xiaoyang's thoughts. It was normal to keep a certain distance from the public. Qi Shua took a step forward and said to Yi Xiaoyang in a low voice, "You commanded well in the 2 rounds today." When Yi Xiaoyang heard this, he turned around and said with a smile, "It's all thanks to Captain Qi's cooperation." Qi Shua smiled. "Let's go and shake hands on the other side." Although they didn't hug, the tacit understanding between the two of them made many CP fans fall for them. The people from Tianjin came to the soundproof room across the street to shake hands. Zhou Jiawen politely shook hands with them, then looked at Yi Xiaoyang and asked curiously, "Did you kill Mitchell single-handedly before?" Yi Xiaoyang played dumb. "Is that so? Did Mitchell tell you that?" Zhou Jiawen smiled. "I guessed. Before the start of the season, he sent me a row of candles." Beside him, Yan Yan looked at Yi Xiaoyang and said sincerely, "You guys really fought well today. I think the two of you won't be weak against the world-class tandem from Korea." Yi Xiaoyang said, "We haven't faced the Korean tandem head-on, so it's not clear who will win." Qi Shua echoed, "Yeah, it's still too early to talk about our foreign opponents." Yan Yan didn't continue with this topic. He shook Qi Shua's hand and said, "Congratulations, Captain Qi, you got 2 net points from Huan, which will be very beneficial for your upcoming ranking." Qi Shua nodded at him. "Thank you. It was just a lucky win." After the two sides separated in the soundproof room, they came to the big stage and bowed before leaving. The Tianjin shooter, Xing, was invited to the post-match interview for this game. Yi Xiaoyang was invited every time, and the audience got tired of watching him. Today, Xing won the MVP in the first round, and his performance in the second round was also remarkable. Therefore, the reporters dragged little Xing over for an interview. Xing stood in the interview booth facing the cameras below the stage. He was very nervous, and his ears were red. The reporter smiled and said, "Congratulations to Tianjin for winning this game. Welcome to Tianjin Fanqing to our interview booth." Xing took the microphone with a stiff smile. "Thank you." The reporter asked, "Little Xing, you won the MVP in the first round today, and you also played very well in the second round. Have you been training hard during this time? Do you feel like you've improved a lot?" Xing said seriously, "Yeah, I've been training like crazy every day. Brother Yang also said that I've improved." The reporter said, "Some people on the internet say that you're one of the weaker players in Tianjin. What do you think about that? Do you feel a lot of pressure?" Xing scratched his head and said, "The netizens are right. I'm indeed weaker and can't be compared to the best shooters in the league. But I'm a newcomer." Brother Yang said that newcomers need to be honed, and pressure is also a form of motivation. The reporter asked, "Do you have any goals that you want to achieve this season?" Xing thought for a while and said with a red face, "My goal is to follow Tianjin into the playoffs and bring back a trophy. Also, I hope that I can make a breakthrough and not waste Master and Brother Yang's nurturing." The reporter smiled and said, "You have a good relationship with Lai Yang, right? You always talk about Brother Yang." Xing said bluntly. "Brother Yang has a good relationship with everyone. He can be considered my second master. He taught me a lot, including how to adjust my state of mind and not be affected by the outside world. His mentality is really super good." Little Xing was really Yang's #1 fan. When he was interviewed, he always said, "My brother Yang." His second master was the main point, with Shuayue and Lai Yang spurring him on. It was no wonder that little Xing grew so quickly. Sun, moon, star. Why did it feel like a parent taking care of a child? Doghead. JPG, the reporter continued to ask, "Tianjin has already won 2 matches in Group S. Are you confident that you can continue to win the next match?" Xing said, "Of course, we will do our best." The reporter said, "Thank you, little Xing, for accepting our interview." Xing nodded and turned to walk away. Because he was too nervous, his front foot tripped over the back foot when he was walking and he almost fell on the interview stage. Xing smiled awkwardly at the camera and ran away with a red face. The passers-by who mocked him before were attracted by this wave of action. This kid was silly. Xiaoyue and Liang teamed up to play doubles every day. He died more than 100 times in the team's training matches and was even made into a compilation. It was really not easy for him to be able to stabilize his state of mind and slowly improve. Backstage, Northern Shepherd Zhao Xinping watched the interview and said lightly, "Xing is improving very quickly. Although he can't compare to the top archers in the league, he is no longer Tianheng's obvious weakness." Zhao Sinan agreed. "This kid is very talented. Otherwise, Qi Shua wouldn't have accepted him as a disciple. His death rate has been getting lower and lower recently. It's not as easy to kill him as it was in the beginning." Zhao Xinping looked thoughtfully at the exciting replay on the big screen and said, "Huowen has banned Spirit World Snowbird in 2 consecutive matches. Those who know can see that they are banning the Sun and Moon combinations dual flying system." The coach said, "Facts have proven that this kind of BP is useless. Even if you ban the dual flying system, Xiaoyue and Liang can still take something else. The hero pool of these 2 players is too deep, and there are many combinations that they know how to play." Zhao Xinping nodded. "Yes, Tianheng's midlaner and jungler are endless. When we face off against Tianheng, I think it's better to target the flanks." Zhao Sinan said, "I think so too. Tianheng's midlaner and jungler are strong, but the top and bottom lanes aren't that strong. They can be used as a breakthrough. I'm in the top lane, and I can't kill the opposing tank alone. But my sister is in the bottom lane, and she can choose to kill Xing." Xiaoen said, "I'll hold off Liang in the middle lane and not let him go to support. This will give you time to break through the flanks." Everyone discussed for a moment, and the coach said, "There are still 2 weeks before the duel with Tianheng. The coaching team will study it carefully and come up with several targeted plans." He paused and looked at the blue-eyed mixed-blood helper next to him. "Xiaoen, did you get the video from Europe?" Xiaoen smiled and said, "Yes, I got it. I'll send it to the coach when I get back." Back then, Sunshine and Moonlight changed their names in less than 3 days after they appeared in the international server. There were 2 teams in Europe. They saw their Mojibake IDs during ranking and recognized them through their 2-player combination. They recorded the entire game for research. Xiaoen was very familiar with these teams and got the video of the international server ranking. Tianheng was strong in the midlaner and jungler, while Baimu was strong in the 3 lanes. The duel between these 2 teams should be the biggest highlight of Group S. After returning to the hotel, Coach Lin struck while the iron was hot and gathered the players for a post-match review. The details of today's 2 games were handled very well. The first game was a variant of positional warfare. The 3 lanes played operations and dissuaded the enemy from pushing the tower. In the second game, the midlaner and jungler worked together to quickly break the enemy's midlaner's rhythm and let Xing develop. Then, they used the economic gap to snowball. Coach Lin was full of praise. Xiaoyang's command is excellent, and his understanding of the overall situation is also very good. Everyone looked at Yi Xiaoyang. Yi Xiaoyang said modestly, "It's because everyone cooperated well." Coach Lin smiled and continued to praise the others. Xiaoxing performed very well today. He played more than 40% damage in both games. Xujiang's protection and team initiation were very timely. Old Qin's sacrifice to save others in the team battle was also very important. I won't say much about Qi Shua. His performance was as stable as ever, and his cooperation with Xiaoyang was also very synchronized. Coach Lin took a deep breath and glanced at the players. In short, everyone's cooperation in today's game is obviously much better than before. There aren't too many problems to pick out. It seems that our training is also effective. Everyone nodded. Coach Lin continued, "There were a few mistakes on Huan's side. I'll focus on the replay for everyone to see. In future games, we should try to avoid these mistakes as much as possible." The pleasant review lasted until the wee hours of the morning before the coach let everyone go back to their rooms to sleep. Yi Xiaoyang's phone was on silent when he was reviewing the game. After the review, he took it out and found that a friend request had popped up on his phone. The verification message said Zhou Jiawen. Yi Xiaoyang was stunned for a moment before accepting the request. Qi Shua frowned. Why did he add you? Yi Xiaoyang joked. I don't know. He wouldn't scold me in private after losing the game, right? Zhou Jiawen sent a smiley emoji. Yi Xiaoyang greeted angrily. Hello, Captain Zhou. Zhou Jiawen said. Mitchell just woke up and watched the replay of today's game. He lit a row of candles for me. Yi Xiaoyang looked at the row of candles in the screenshot of the chat and did not know whether to laugh or cry. How did these international friends all learn to use Greater China's emoji packs? Mitchell was their everyday candle. JPG, and Xiaowen was their everyday crack. JPG. Yi Xiaoyang replied, they're far away in the United States. Are they also paying attention to the competition in China? Zhou Jiawen joked. FNO should only be paying attention to the competition in Tianjin. They're probably still holding a grudge after you single-handedly killed them. Mitchell is a very vengeful guy. I killed him once before, and he said that he must kill me twice to get back at me. Yi Xiaoyang was speechless. Zhou Jiawen said, by the way, Mitchell wants to add you as a friend. Can I give him your business card? Yi Xiaoyang, okay. A moment later, a request popped up in the bottom right corner with an additional message, Mitchell. Yi Xiaoyang accepted the request. The other party sent a handshake emoji, followed by a string of English words that roughly said, you played very well, but I won't lose. Yi Xiaoyang held back his laughter and showed the message to Qi Shua. Is this an international challenge? It seems that the game where I took his life without leaving the tower left a deep impression on him. Is he still holding a grudge? Qi Shua said, he wants revenge. Let's talk about it after FNO enters the international competition. Yi Xiaoyang had a hunch that FNO might really qualify for the North American division. This year's international competition was surrounded by strong opponents. Many teams' lineups had changed, and it was still unknown who would make it out of the encirclement. Although Yi Xiaoyang really wanted to go to the international competition, it was better to win the domestic competition first. Only the champion and runner-up of the division were qualified to go to the international competition. They had already won 2 games in the 21-20 round. As long as they won one more game, they would be in the winners group. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The third round of the regular season had a total of 5 weeks. 2 weeks had already passed, and the 6 teams in Group S had played against each other. Tianjin 21, Xianxia 20, Huowen 20, won 2 matches, net points, 3, Baima 21, Yueying 20, Huowen 20, won 2 matches, net points, 3, the 2 teams were tied for first place. Xianxia 21, Huowen 12, Tianjin 1, won 1 match, net points, 0, Huowen 21, Yueying 0-2, Baima 1, won 1 match, net points, -1. Both teams had a record of 1 win and 1 loss. Yueying lost 2 matches in a row, net points, -2. Huowen also lost 2 matches in a row, net points, -3. From the current rankings, Tianjin had a very high chance of entering the winners group, top 4. In this season, Yueying was eliminated by Group S in the second round because Xiaoyu and Suzhou didn't have enough time to break in. Although they returned to Group S, their top and bottom lane rhythm hadn't been completely solved yet. Yi Xiaoyang had a good relationship with Xiaoyu. He knew that Xiaoyu was actually very hardworking and often practiced in private. However, the other teams in Group S were also very hardworking. Yueying had no chance of entering the winners group with their current results. The losers group wasn't without hope. In the history of the Pro League, there were many teams that made it to the finals from the losers group. There were still 2 months after the end of the regular season, so everything was uncertain. Huowen's current results weren't good. As a team that leaned towards the core, Zhou Jiawen was being targeted too hard. If the mid laner and jungler couldn't play together, their rhythm would collapse. In the third week, Group S schedule was Tianjin vs Huowen, Baima vs Xianxia, Yueying vs Huowen. If Tianjin could win against Huowen, they would have won 3 matches in a row. Even if they lost 2 matches in a row, they would still be able to enter the winners group. The playoffs were a knockout system. The winner's group had 2 lives, so they had a higher chance of winning the prize. The next afternoon, Coach Lin gathered the team for a meeting. Huwen was the champion team last season. Although they're in Group S, they're still very strong, especially in group battles. Xiaoyang had gone to the finals last season. Huwen in Group S's group, the game. The 5 players were like a rope, and the rest. And the others. In the blink of an eye, their opponents. Chen. Was translation Chen Fong. Chen. Translation. Coach Lin said, ISOL's strength lies in its team battle, but its weakness is also very obvious. They are not strong in the early stages of the game. Their archers and midfielders are not considered star players. Their individual strength is lacking compared to the 2 Cs. This, team translation team C1 that is Team S is. As Xianxia analyzed, their team battle strategy has already been thoroughly studied by the other teams. Before the team battle, they will first destroy a certain path. They won't be able to drag it out until the later stages. Xiaoyang said, 2 days ago, in the match between Northern Shepherd and Frost Soul, I think we can use this idea as a reference. We should directly fight them in the early stages of the match so that Frost Soul's C position can't develop. We should try our best to fight small teams of 3 or 4 players and avoid large teams of 5 players. ISOL's strongest team was a 5-man team. However, they might not necessarily be able to defeat others in a small-scale team battle. For example, in the classic 2v2 team battle between Nakano and Nakano, Tianhing's Xianxia and Xiaoyang were almost invincible. Even Huwen's Nakano was defeated. If Xianxia and Xiaoyang were to fight ISOL Nakano in a 2v2, their chances of winning would definitely be very high. It was still unknown who would win the 4v4 team battle between the bottom lane's jungler and support archer. If it was a 5v5, Tianhing would easily lose. ISOL was a typical team battle team. When it was a 5v5, it was as if the brainwaves of all 5 players were synchronized. Disjointed cooperation was a problem that could easily occur in other teams, but ISOL had never encountered such a problem before. Coach Lin looked at Xiaoyang and Xianxia. You're right. After careful research, the coaching team summarized the dozen or so matches of ISOL this season. We found a pattern: the matches that ISOL won were won in an average of 25 minutes. The matches that they lost were only 20 minutes long on average. A difference of 5 minutes is enough to explain the problem. In other words, ISOL can basically win in the later stages of a match that lasts for 25 minutes. The winning rate is more than 80%. If we don't let them drag it out in the later stages, we'll directly destroy one of their lanes at a fast pace. If we end the match before 20 minutes, they will easily lose. This team is very strong in the later stages, but not in the early stages. A team with such a distinct style was easy to target. Last season, ISOL brought out a particularly novel Spirit Rabbit support system in the finals. They caught their opponents off guard and entered the international tournament as China's #1 team. This season, their Spirit Rabbit was permanently in the ban position. Xiaoyang asked, do we need to ban the Spirit Rabbit to fight ISOL? Coach Lin said, I was just about to discuss this with everyone. He paused and joked, Xiaoyang, don't tell me you're going to walk the opponent's lane and leave them with no way out again? Xiaoyang coughed softly. It won't work this time. The Spirit Rabbit system is very special. It requires a long time to practice. We have never practiced this system before. 1 week is not enough to practice from scratch. If we let Xujiang take the Spirit Rabbit. Xujiang said confidently, I can destroy 3 lanes. Everyone, then it's better not to take it. The Spirit Rabbit was a very special support system. The ultimate move of a cunning rabbit with 3 burrows could create 3 rabbit nests on the map and teleport teammates to them instantly. ISOL's Spirit Rabbit system was essentially a combination of operations and guerrilla warfare tactics. Chen Qianhua, as a support with a strong view of the overall situation, used the Spirit Rabbit to set the pace of the game and summon teammates to push the tower crazily. The opponent would fall into the awkward situation of wanting to hit them but not being able to find them and being controlled by others. This kind of system was indeed very difficult to crack. Coach Lin asked, do you guys think we should ban the spirit rabbit as a support? Yi Xiaoyang said, I don't think it's necessary. We're still in the group stage of the regular season. It doesn't matter if we lose once or twice. Let's use the opponent's strong system as a way to accumulate competition experience. Qi Shua agreed. I think so too. Ice Soul Spirit Rabbit system has been banned for an entire season, but in fact, this system's operations and playstyles are very flexible. We can also learn some experience from them when we clash with them on the field. He looked at Xujiang. Especially Xujiang, he can learn from Little Chen's support thinking. Xujiang nodded seriously. Yes, I've seen a lot of Captain Chen's game videos. He's really good at checking the eye positions and grasping the timing of team battles. Coach Lin smiled with relief when the team members all said so. It's best that you guys think so. In the future, if we go to the world competition, we will encounter more strong opponents. It's good to train in advance. This sentence made everyone's chests heat up slightly. It was as if the stage of the world competition was waving at them. Yes, Tianheng's goal this season was the world competition. They had to have a long-term vision. In the group stage, there was no need to desperately ban the strong systems of the domestic teams in order to win. If you banned the opponent's strongest lineup, even if you won, could you guarantee that you wouldn't encounter it again in the future? There were so many lineup systems in this game that it was impossible to ban all of them. On the contrary, if they played the Spirit Rabbit system against Ice Soul this time, wouldn't Tianheng have experience in the world competition in the future when they encountered teams from other countries that used this kind of operations and guerrilla tactics? The team members and coaches exchanged glances and reached a consensus. Coach Lin looked at Xujiang and Qingxing and said with a smile, this season, I will ban the strong team's support in almost every game just to reduce the pressure on the bottom lane. However, I won't ban the support position in the game against Ice Soul. I will release all of Captain Chen's support positions. The pressure on your bottom lane will be huge. Is that okay? Xujiang braced himself and said, no problem. I'll try my best to protect Xiaoxing. Qingxing scratched his head and said, then, I'll try my best to stay alive? There was a burst of laughter in the conference room. Everyone knew that the role of the support was very important in the fight against the support in the bottom lane. Sometimes, a critical big move could save the archer's life. The support could also help the archer take the kill at the right time. Therefore, if Coach Lin released Captain Chen's strong support, Qingxing's survival environment would be extremely difficult. Yi Xiaoyang patted Qingxing's shoulder and said, don't worry, we will help the bottom lane more. When we fight Ice Soul, we will definitely fight around the bottom lane. We can't let their support wander frequently. Ice Soul's support wander would make people feel very uncomfortable. Chen Qianhua was like a pair of eyes that observed the entire situation. He would clearly know the movements of the opponent's jungler and mid laner and report their positions to his teammates in advance to prevent the opponent from catching people. With such a support, it was easy for the jungler to catch people to return empty-handed. In the early stage, the support wandered around to see clearly and prevent their teammates from being caught. In the late stage, they would band together to crush the opponent. This was Ice Soul's common strategy. Qi Shua and Yi Xiaoyang had two ways to catch people. The first was to use an invisible hero to make Ice Soul's support invisible. The second was to use a hero that could cross obstacles and launch a surprise attack from a position where Ice Soul could not see from a distance. The two exchanged a look and said tacitly, double flying? Coach Lin nodded vigorously. Yes, yes. We also think that using a double flying combination against Ice Soul is very suitable. However, Ice Soul might ban double flying. After all, your international accounts have already been exposed. Qi Shua said, Ice Soul might not ban double flying. I personally think that they are more likely to ban invisible junglers like Stealthed Bandit and Bloodcloak Assassin. Or they could ban Invisible Mage Assassin. Yi Xiaoyang smiled and said, if they ban double flying, I have an idea. His teammates all turned to look at him. Qingxing said excitedly, Brother Yang, tell us, I think your ideas are very interesting. Yi Xiaoyang said, Ice Soul is relatively weak in the early stage, right? There is a formation that is especially strong in the early stage. Have you forgotten? Qi Shua immediately understood. The Bounty Warlock system? Yi Xiaoyang nodded. Yes, we can also use the game where Xianxia defeated us. Coach Lin looked at Yi Xiaoyang with mixed feelings. Learning from the opponent and applying what you learned was also a necessary quality for a strong team. In the last game against Fire Mark, Tianheng had learned Fire Mark's positional warfare system and improved it to great effect. They could also learn from Xianxia's Bounty Warlock system and improve it when fighting Ice Soul. The Pro League was like this. Learn from each other's strengths, sum up experience, and slowly improve. Tianheng had come up with a lot of ways to combine the mid laner and jungler, but they could also learn from the strengths of other teams. If this continued, Tianheng would have more and more formations. In the future, when they faced strong opponents in the World Championship, they would be able to adapt to the situation and find a way to deal with them as quickly as possible. Lin Feng said excitedly, "Okay, it's settled then. I'll write down the hero configurations for fighting Ice Soul now. Everyone, make good use of the time to practice." 7 days passed quickly. The venue for the third week's competition was in Glacier City. It was already early June, and the average temperature in this northern city famous for its snowy scenery was still around 22 degrees. The climate was very comfortable. When everyone arrived at the hotel, they happened to run into the Ice Soul team. Xianxia took the initiative to walk over and greeted them with a smile. "Qi Shua, what a coincidence." Qi Shua nodded at him. "Yes, we just arrived." Xianxia looked at Yi Xiaoyang with a very gentle gaze. "Liang, hello." Seeing him up close, Yi Xiaoyang found that this beta team captain's smile was very gentle and his words were very elegant. The 4 alpha players of the Ice Soul team were very respectful to him. It seemed that Captain Chen was indeed a very charismatic player. Ice Soul had been on the verge of disbanding in the S8 season, and had turned the tide to win the national championship in the S9 season. Chen Qianhua had become a legend in the alliance. Yi Xiaoyang admired this player who had turned the tide. He said angrily, "Hello, Captain Chen." Chen Qianhua joked, "Can you kill me less in tomorrow's game?" Yi Xiaoyang said, "You can choose a tanky support, then I won't be able to hit you." Although he admired this gentle captain, he would not be merciful to anyone on the field. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Tianheng vs Soul of Ice. Only Tianheng and Soul of Ice were scheduled to compete in Group S on Saturday night. The other 4 teams were scheduled to compete on Sunday. Hence, no one saw the other teams backstage. At the same time, in a hotel near the arena, Baimu, Xianxia, and the other team's members gathered in their dorms to watch the live broadcast of the match. There were also many streamers on various gaming platforms who were commentating on the match. Among them was the #1 streamer on Whale platform, Little Wei. Little Wei and Mumu were streamers that Yi Xiaoyang knew when he was a rookie. Ever since Xiaobai became an esports player, Little Wei had been following Tianheng's matches. Since he was free today, he started the live broadcast and commentated at the same time. Many comments appeared in the live broadcast room. "Are you friends with Xiaobai? Is the commentator going to praise Xiaobai today?" Previously, when Sister Mu was commentating on the Star City bracket match, she kept praising Xiaobai. "She made me feel so embarrassed. Xiaobai played well. Can't she praise him? Everyone says he's a world-class mid laner. Aren't the fans exaggerating? Liang's fans are really shameless. They're already bragging that Sun and Moon can beat Korea's Cho Park team. They haven't even gotten the trophy yet and they're already bragging about world-class mid laners. You guys are the most shameless. Are Liang's fans going to soar into the sky and stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun?" Little Wei poured a glass of water and saw a large number of anti-fans in the live broadcast room. He frowned and said while drinking water, "I'm close to Xiaobai. Are you guys crazy to come here and scold him? Admin, ban this group of haters for me." The admin quickly took action and banned more than 10 IDs. Most of the netizens were friendly. There were only a few anti-fans who wanted to start a fight. Little White debuted on Whale platform, so he had quite a lot of fans on this platform. Seeing those people get banned, everyone was gloating over their misfortune. Little Wei turned on the live broadcast channel and started commentating. Soul of Ice was last season's champion. It won't be easy for Tianheng to win today's match. I'll try my best to not be biased. If you think that I'm siding with Tianheng and deliberately stepping on Ice Spirit, you can watch the official livestream. A row of "We want to see you" comments popped up on the bullet screen. It was very common for game streamers to start their own livestream commentary during important competitions. Some streamers did this to ride on the popularity of the competition. Some streamers, such as Little Wei, who was a top streamer with tens of millions of viewers, did not need to ride on the popularity of the competition. They simply wanted to watch a certain competition and chat with their viewers. The competition was about to begin, and both teams entered the arena. In the soundproof room, the Tianheng players connected their keyboards. The camera zoomed in on the colorful keyboards of Qingxing and Xujiang bottom lane duo. Little Wei also adjusted the camera and aimed it at her keyboard. She introduced it to her friends. "This keyboard is really good. I also bought a rainbow-colored one. Haha, it's pretty cool." The netizens, "It's fancy, but it looks pretty good." The official commentator began to introduce the players from both sides. Little Wei turned off the official commentator's voice and turned on the microphone. "Ice Spirit's strongest player is the support position. Captain Chen is without a doubt the support's golden thigh. I've met him in the ranking matches before. I'm a professional marksman, and a support like Captain Chen makes me want to kneel down and call him daddy. He's very good at protecting others, and he's also very good at picking the right time to start a team. Following him, marksmen often get double or triple kills. Friends who have played marksman before should understand this feeling. A good support will check his vision completely, and the opposing jungler won't be able to find a chance to catch you. He can also help you control others, allowing you to focus on your damage output. In short, Captain Chen is Ice Spirit's strongest bodyguard, no doubt about it. As for Tianheng, I won't introduce them too much. Their strong point has always been the Nakano tandem. The first round is BP. Let's see what lineups both sides will choose." Little Wei zoomed in on the screen. Ice Spirit will be randomly assigned to the blue side, and the first ban will be given to the stealthed rogue. Little Wei explained, "Banning the stealthed jungler is a very reasonable move. After the rogue stealthed, the support won't be able to see his position, and our own marksman will be easy to assassinate. Tianheng will ban the support like before, right? Will they ban the Spirit Rabbit?" Tianheng didn't ban the Spirit Rabbit. Instead, they banned a strong top laner, Sword and Blade Will. Ice Spirit's second ban will be given to Shadow Warlock. It's surprising that Tianheng didn't ban the support today. Ice Spirit will continue to ban the stealthed assassins. Two heroes who can stay stealthed for long periods of time have been banned, and the remaining heroes can only stay stealthed for a few seconds. They aren't that big of a threat. Tianheng's second ban still didn't ban the support. Instead, they banned the Paladin, who had strong protection. They've released all of Captain Chen's supports. Little Wei frowned. What's Tianheng thinking? They can't even ban a single support against Ice Spirit? The live audience was puzzled, and the official channel was filled with question marks. Ice Spirit's Spirit Rabbit is very strong. Captain Chen actually released his Spirit Rabbit. Is this a BP error, or did Tianheng think of a way to break it? Ice Spirit's first floor was indeed the first to snatch the Spirit Rabbit. If you dare to release it, I dare to take it. That was Captain Chen's confidence. When it was Tianheng's turn, the first and second floor instantly banned two heroes. Jungler, Spirit World Snowbird. Mid laner, Fairy Sorcerer. Once these two heroes were chosen, the live audience gasped in surprise. In the hotel room, Zhao Sinan, who had gathered to watch the match, jumped out of his bed. Damn, threesome. Their threesome is finally out. Zhao Xinping frowned. Don't jump so high. Zhao Sinan said excitedly, Ice Spirit didn't ban threesome. What a mistake. Baimu's coach said, you can't say that. If you release the stealthed bandit, Tianheng can also surround the stealthed bandit and go stealth to kill the archer. In the live audience, the two commentators said excitedly, threesome combo, a combination that hasn't been seen in a long time. If they cooperate well, they can fly indefinitely. If they don't, they'll break their legs. The live audience burst into laughter. In the face of a great disaster, were they going their separate ways, threesome in the midst of flying and breaking their legs, dying together for love? Ha ha ha. This combination that was most prone to crashing was actually used in the league. You're wrong. Others can't fly if they break their legs. Shuoyue and Liang were infinite threesome. Seeing that the opponent chose threesome, Ice Spirit used a Holy Spirit Sorcerer, Seal and Control, specifically targeting Yi Xiaoyang's Fairy Sorcerer, making it impossible for him to fly. Immediately after, the third floor chose a Control-type Jungler, Demon Hunter, to stun Qi Shua from mid-range, making it impossible for him to fly. Tianhing's third floor chose a support, Light of Blessing, which could be immune to control for 2 seconds after activating a shield. The first round of BP between the two sides was very exciting. You counter me, I counter you, and they counter each other. The second round of BP targeted the top and bottom lanes, and the commonly used archers were all banned. In the end, Qingxing took down Snow Girl, slowing down her opponent, and cooperating with his master and brother Yang to catch her. Ice Spirit took down Machine Gun Hunter, who had the fastest attack speed, and cooperated with Spirit Rabbit to quickly push the tower. In the top lane, Tianhing chose Steel Body, a physical tank with strong protection, while Ice Spirit chose Dark Angel Fatten, who had mid-range control skills. Both sides' lineups have been confirmed. Let's enter the first game of Tianhing vs Ice Spirit. The game began. Threesome combinations were very fragile before they learned their big moves. Qi Shua and Yi Xiaoyang didn't choose to invade in this game, and focused on guarding their own buffs. On the other side, the jungler, mid, and support all huddled together to fight for blue. Old Qin was the first to support, but soon, the opponent's mid also came to support. It was a 3v4 in the jungle. Qi Shua decisively said, "Retreat." In this game, Qi Shua was the commander. Threesome worked together, and it mainly depended on the jungler's rhythm. Yi Xiaoyang and Old Qin split up and retreated, leaving their blue buffs to their opponents. Qi Shua wanted to try to steal their blue buffs, but Captain Chen defended in advance, and the rest of Ice Spirit's support was very fast. He couldn't find an opportunity, so he quickly went to farm his own red buffs, and then went to snatch the river crab in the mid lane. Since he left a discipline skill, the opponents used it in order to snatch their blue buffs, and Qi Shua successfully took down the river crab. Ice Spirit did well in the first wave of invasions, starting with a 3v3 buff. Tianhing's jungle in the early game had a slight collapse, but fortunately, Shuoyue reacted quickly and snatched the river crab in the mid lane. Although they're behind in experience, it's not impossible to recover. Before the duo reaches level 6, they're just like little brothers. The key is to see if they'll be effective when they reach level 6, Little Wei explained seriously as she stared at the live stream of the match on her computer. Chen Qianhua was Qi Shua's old friend, so he knew him very well. The 4-man invasions at the start of the game affected Qi Shua's jungler's rhythm. When Ice Spirit's jungler reached level 6, Qi Shua had just reached level 5. He clicked a warning sign on the bottom lane, and Qingxing and Xujiang immediately retreated. Sure enough, the opposing jungler appeared and used a crowd control on Qingxing from a mid-range. At that moment, Xujiang used his W skill, Shield, on Qingxing. The Light of Blessing shield could prevent crowd control for 2 seconds. Xujiang's shield was activated just in time, and the opposing jungler couldn't lock down Qingxing, allowing Qingxing to escape. Qi Shua noticed that Chen Qianhua's Spirit Rabbit was gone, and immediately marked it on the map. At the same time, he reminded him the opposing jungler missed. He should be checking his vision. Xujiang said, "I'll go check on Lil Dino." He didn't find any traces of the Spirit Rabbit near the Dragon Pit. At that moment, Yi Xiaoyang suddenly said, "The jungler came to the mid lane. Is he trying to make a nest in advance?" After Spirit Rabbit reached level 6, it could make 3 nests on the map and teleport teammates at any time. Before level 6, he could wander around and place the nests in advance. When he reached level 6, he could activate the nests instantly. The nests were hidden, and he couldn't see where they were. Yi Xiaoyang observed for a moment and noticed that Chen Qianhua was just clearing troops with the mid laner. Then, he wandered around the bushes around the mid lane. Should the nests be in the bushes? But Yi Xiaoyang couldn't tell which patch of grass it was. As time passed, Qi Shua finally reached level 6, and Yi Xiaoyang also reached level 6. Qi Shua immediately said, "Grab the archer." Since the jungler went to wander around, there was only one archer at the bottom lane of Ice Spirit. This was the best opportunity. Yi Xiaoyang quickly circled around his own jungler. Ice Spirit's archer sensed danger and immediately let go of the tower, intending to retreat in the direction of his own tower. However, Yi Xiaoyang and Qi Shua wouldn't let him go just because he retreated. Both of them used their ultimate skills at the same time and directly jumped over the tower to kill him. Without any creeps, the two of them jumped over the opposite tower and chased him all the way to the inner tower. Spirit World Snowbird shot a snowball in the air and accurately hit the archer on the opposite side, freezing him in place. Yi Xiaoyang's staff kept shooting snow-white light balls, as if a white light rain was falling. The archer's health dropped rapidly. Qi Shua followed closely and dived in the air, instantly emptying the archer's health bar. First blood. Qi Shua got the kill. After killing the target, the flying ultimate skill was refreshed. The two of them took off and retreated over the wall. Little Wei couldn't help but slap her thigh. Beautiful. They jumped over the first tower and chased after the second tower to kill him. Shuoyue and Liang's flying combination is too fierce. More importantly, they can fly away unscathed after killing the archer. Ice Spirit's archer was actually quite alert. He had already retreated to the inner tower, but unfortunately, he still couldn't escape. After all, archers have short legs and can only run on foot. The other side can fly. There's nothing you can do if they fly over the outer tower to catch you. Captain Chen's departure without protecting the archer was one of the reasons why the archer was killed. But in reality, Chen Qianhua was considering the big picture. Spirit Rabbit's support was not like the other supports that protected the archer. He needed to take the initiative to set up a nest and drive the rhythm of the game. If he stayed at the bottom lane to protect the archer, Ice Spirit's Cunning Rabbit 3 Burrows system would not be able to fight. His role as a support would be mostly wasted. He had to move away before level 6. When Chen Qianhua left, he had already reminded his teammates to go home as soon as possible. Ice Spirit's archer ran fast enough, but Qi Shua and Yi Xiaoyang flew faster. They chased into the inner tower and killed too fiercely. Archer Wei Feng said in annoyance, "It's my fault. If I ran 2 seconds earlier, I wouldn't have been caught." Chen Qianhua said gently, "It's okay. Wait for me to reach level 6. Captain Chen's voice was the most gentle among all the commanders in the league. No matter what the situation was, Chen Qianhua was always calm and gentle. He could quickly calm his team members down. No matter how bad the situation was, they wouldn't be anxious when they listened to his commands. It wasn't a big problem since they had just lost some blood. Wei Feng returned to the line and carefully cleared the troops. The second wave of buffs in the jungle refreshed. Qi Shua went to the jungle to collect the blue buffs. His many years of competition experience made him feel a sense of vigilance when he walked near the blue buffs. He used his Q skill to probe the grass. The next moment, 4 people suddenly emerged from the grass. Dark Angel used a mid-range immobilize to freeze Qi Shua in place. Midlaner Holy Spirit Mage followed up with a seal control. The jungler's burst instantly killed Qi Shua. Ice Luo, Demon Hunter, killed Tianhing Shuoyue, Spirit World Snowbird. Yi Xiaoyang wanted to help, but it was too late. This was because Ice Soul and the other 3 didn't walk over, but teleported over. Qi Shua said, "There's a rabbit's nest here with the blue buffs. Be careful." Yi Xiaoyang was surprised. He didn't expect Chen Qianhua's nest to not be in the grass in the middle lane. He had deliberately misled Yi Xiaoyang by wandering around in the grass on both sides of the middle lane, making Yi Xiaoyang think that they were going to surround the middle lane. In fact, Isol's target was the jungle. Chen Qianhua had secretly placed the rabbit's nest in the blue buff area. After calculating the time when Qi Shua was farming, he directly summoned his teammates to launch a surprise attack. It was 4 against 1. Qi Shua couldn't escape even if he had wings. As a result, the rhythm of Tianhing's jungler coordination was cut off. Chen Qianhua was indeed a support with a strong view of the big picture. When his own marksman was killed, he immediately seized the opportunity to counterattack. With this counterattack, they quickly pulled back from a 1 HP disadvantage. However, Yi Xiaoyang was not to be trifled with. When he saw the other 4 appear in the blue buff area, he immediately clicked on the location of the blue buff area and asked Xujiang to go over and protect it. Yi Xiaoyang activated his flying skill, jumped over the wall obstacles, and quickly wiped out the blue buffs on the other side. Since they were caught, they had to think of a way to stop their losses in time to salvage the situation. Xujiang prompted, teleport CD 45 seconds. The best thing about the spirit rabbit system was its frequent teleportation. The first rabbit's nest had not been found yet. They only knew that there was one blue buff here. Where were the other two? If Xianxia continued to teleport and fight everywhere, Tianheng would be completely passive. Qi Shua was killed back home and waiting to be revived. He could use this time to calmly think of a strategy. He carefully observed the map. Ice Soul had a rabbit's nest in the blue buff area, which was very close to the top lane. Xianxia wouldn't waste another rabbit's nest in the grass in the top lane. There was no need to fight for the dragon in the early stage, and there was no need to set up a teleportation point at the dragon's position so early. As for the remaining two, it was very likely that one was at the dragon's position in the bottom half of the map, and the other was in the middle lane. This way, there would be teleportation points in the top half, bottom half, and middle lane. It would be the fastest way to support and fight the tower. Qi Shua thought of this and immediately marked on the top lane. Old Qin, retreat. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, he saw the 4 members of Ice Soul appear in the top lane. After they finished fighting for the blue buff, they immediately grouped up to push the tower on the top lane. Old Qin hurriedly activated his ultimate skill, Iron Will, to increase his defense and quickly retreated. The 4 members of Ice Soul didn't kill the tank. Instead, they led the troops to push the tower and the outer tower of the top lane. At this time, there were still 10 seconds before the spirit rabbit's teleportation time. In the middle lane, Yi Xiaoyang pushed the troops over. In the bottom lane, Qingxing, Xujiang, and the opposing archer were 2v1, pushing the archer back under the tower. Ice Soul's archer returned home with low HP. Qi Shua set up a gathering mark at the dragon's position and said, "The support and archer will follow me to open the dragon. They will teleport over soon." The spirit rabbit's teleportation could instantly teleport its teammates to its rabbit nest. Ice Soul's archer returned home to recover his HP. As long as Xianxia summoned him, he would immediately appear on the battlefield. Qi Shua guessed that Xianxia must have set up a teleportation point in the bushes near the dragon pit. Tianheng's trio would pretend to open the dragon pit, and Ice Soul would teleport over. They would outnumber Tianheng's trio and wipe them out in the dragon pit. On the live streaming platform, Little Wei couldn't help but say, "Tianheng's trio is opening the dragon. This wave is dangerous." This was because the audience could see the position of the rabbit nest from God's perspective. Xianxia's rabbit nest was in a very tricky position. It was in the bushes near the outer tower of the bottom lane. After they teleported, they would be able to surround the dragon pit and surround Tianheng like dumplings. Xujiang carried the dragon in the pit while Qi Shua and Qingxing attacked the dragon. Xianxia said in the live stream channel, "Top laner, continue to carry. Everyone else, teleport the dragon." As soon as the support teleported, Ice Soul's 4 players teleported to the bushes at the bottom lane. Ice Soul's 4 against 3, and Tianheng's trio still had low HP. Was this wave going to collapse? The audience sat up nervously and stared at the big screen. Ice Soul's 4 players quickly surrounded Xujiang, Qingxing, and Qi Shua in the dragon pit. Xianxia said, "Kill the jungler first." Demon Hunter locked onto Qi Shua from afar, but Xujiang reacted quickly and activated his ultimate shield. Qi Shua flew up the sky and jumped over the wall to escape. He didn't care about the dragon that was in the middle of the fight. Qingxing directly flashed away and decisively betrayed Xujiang. Xujiang couldn't escape alone in the dragon pit, but Ice Soul's players weren't interested in fighting him. Qi Shua jumped over the wall and was not easy to chase, so everyone tacitly chased after Qingxing. After 2 steps, the mid laner, Saint Soul Mage, directly flashed over and sealed Qingxing. The sniper hunter fired a series of bullets and reduced Qingxing's HP to a sliver. Seeing that Qingxing was about to die, Xianxia suddenly saw 2 white figures in the corner of his eyes. The 2 figures flew into the air, spread their snow-white wings, and rushed toward their back row at lightning speed. Not good, Xianxia subconsciously retreated, but it was too late. Yi Xiaoyang, who had been lying in ambush in his own jungle for a long time, waited for the opponent to finish using his key skills. Then he and Qi Shua, who was pretending to escape, took off at the same time and launched a counterattack. Qixua threw a snowball from the air and accurately fixed the mid-laner on the opposite side, breaking his seal. Yi Xiaoyang used his ultimate skill and shot out light balls from his staff like a rainstorm. 7 light balls hit the Saint Soul Mage on the opposite side and killed the mid-laner in one breath. Tianheng Liang, Flying Mage, killed IC Qingqing, Saint Soul Mage. After killing the mid-laner, the ultimate skill was refreshed and the two continued to fly in the air. Qixua found the position of the archer on the opposite side and swooped down to bite him, instantly emptying the archer's HP. In the eyes of the audience, it was like a white eagle hovering in the sky suddenly swooping down and biting a fragile prey to death. Tianheng Shuoyue, Spiritual World Snowbird, killed ICE Xiaofeng, Machine Gun Hunter. After the kill, the flying skill was refreshed again. Yi Xiaoyang's Flying Mage chased after the opposing support. Qixua Spiritual World Snowbird followed closely behind and slowed Chen Qianhua with a Q skill. Chen Qianhua couldn't escape and was killed by Yi Xiaoyang's light ball. Ice Spirit killed Qingxing in the jungle with a sliver of HP. However, Tianheng Shuoyue worked together and killed 3 of the opponents. In this wave, Little Dragon originally surrounded Tianheng with Ice Spirit, but in the end, it became Tianheng's surprise attack and Ice Spirit killed 3 of the opponents. Little Wei said excitedly, Shuoyue's coordination is so beautiful. Shuoyue's previous wave was actually to lure the snake out of its hole. No, to lure the rabbit out of its nest? They purposely blocked the opponent's vision and created the illusion that it was 3 people fighting the dragon. In the middle lane, Little White pretended to go home, but in reality, he was lying in ambush in the jungle. Shuoyue pretended to retreat with a sliver of HP and escaped by jumping over the wall. In reality, he was helping his teammates. He flew away alone and brought Liang back with him. The 2 of them jumped over obstacles and attacked from behind, catching Ice Spirit off guard. In a 4v4 team fight, 3 of them were killed in an instant. Beautiful, beautiful. Little Wei's voice was very excited, and the live stream was flooded with 666. Other people's Shuoyue was when they crashed together and broke their legs. Tianheng Shuoyue was the real Shuoyue. Shuoyue flew away with a sliver of HP and brought the Demon King back with him. The 2 of them worked well together. They froze one and killed the other. Their skills were never wasted. Little Dragon's counterattack of luring the rabbit out of its hole allowed Qixua and Yi Xiaoyang's economy to quickly surpass the opposing midlaner. Although Chen Qianhua led the tempo and reversed the blue buffs in 2 waves, his command was very good. However, when the 3rd blue buff started, Qixua calculated the timing and waited in advance. With Yi Xiaoyang's help, Ice Spirit couldn't take it head-on. Qixua quickly gained control of the jungle. 15 minutes into the game, Chen Qianhua realized that he couldn't reverse the jungle, so he started to quickly teleport and engage in guerrilla warfare. Ice Spirit regained some of the tempo and took advantage of the Tianheng's jungler's blue buffs to quickly take down the bottom lane's inner tower. However, Tianheng's jungler and top laner worked together to take down the outer tower of Ice Spirit's top lane. Currently, Ice Spirit was leading by 1 tower. The cooldown of Spirit Rabbit's ultimate skill was over, so he could change the position of the rabbit's nest. The audience was most concerned about where he would change the rabbit's nest. The audience with God's perspective saw that when Chen Qianhua changed the position of the rabbit's nest, he placed one of the rabbit's nests near the dragon. As for the other 2, one was next to the bottom lane's inner tower, and the other was in the middle lane. Will Ice Spirit fight the dragon? Little Wei looked at the layout of the rabbit's nest doubtfully. Or are they going to teleport directly to the bottom lane's inner tower and steal the bottom lane's high ground? In the live chat channel, Yi Xiaoyang joked, Captain Qi, guess where the rabbit's nest will be. You and Chen Qianhua don't have reverse synergy, right? Qixua said, there's definitely 1 dragon, 1 mid lane, and the rest are probably in the bottom lane. Yi Xiaoyang agreed. I think so too. Qixua said, Ice Spirit has a disadvantage in economy, so he might try to steal the bottom lane's high ground. Xujiang, pay attention to defense. A moment later, Ice Spirit chose to teleport to the bottom lane as expected. They were best at late-game team fights. As long as they stole the bottom lane's high ground, they could use the minions of the bottom lane's super soldiers to pin down Tianheng until the late game. Both sides pulled at each other in the middle lane. Xianxia pretended to retreat, blocking Tianheng's blind spot and teleporting to the bottom lane's high ground without warning. Their rabbit's nest at the bottom lane was in the bushes next to the high ground tower. At this time, there was a wave of minions at the bottom lane. Tianheng was still clearing the minions in the middle lane, but Ice Spirit had already led his minions to the bottom lane's high ground. The machine gun hunter's speed was very fast, and in the blink of an eye, the bottom lane's high ground only had half of its health left. Our high ground tower is under attack. The system's sound effects rang in their ears. Xianxia said decisively, surround them. Tianheng's lineup for this round was very fast. Xianxia and Yi Xiaoyang took off at the same time, directly crossing the jungle's obstacles and flying to the bottom lane's high ground tower. At this time, Ice Spirit was busy attacking the tower when he saw two white figures suddenly flying behind him. Both of them were equipped with the anti-control light shield provided by the support. The Light of Blessings shield provided immunity to control effects, including immobilization, stun, and other common control effects. However, the Saint Soul Sorcerer's seal was a type of control effect that could not be undone or avoided. In other words, once Yi Xiaoyang and Xianxia were sealed, they would fall from the sky and break their legs. Ice Spirit chose the Saint Soul Sorcerer as a mid-laner to deal with Venerable Dual flying and prevent him from flying. Seeing Tianheng's mid-laner coming to support, Ice Spirit's mid-laner immediately used his ultimate to seal Venerable Dual flying. However, before he could use his ultimate, Xianxia threw a snowball at him from a long distance, freezing him first. Yi Xiaoyang followed up with a series of light balls to clear the minions first. Xianxia used a big move and instantly killed the mid-laner on the other side. After killing the enemy, the two of them did not continue fighting. They immediately jumped over the wall and flew away because their anti-control light shields had disappeared. If they continued to stay here, they would easily die if they were controlled. Ice Spirit was now in an awkward situation. Should he chase after them or not? The two of them flew away, and he could not catch up with them even if he wanted to. But if he did not chase after them, what if the two of them flew back in a few seconds? The tower only had half of its health left. Unfortunately, the minions had been cleared. Xianxia said decisively, let's retreat. If they failed to steal the tower, it would not be so easy to leave. Spirit Rabbit's teleportation had a cooldown time. They had just used it, so if they wanted to retreat now, they could only use speed up. Tianheng went around them and cut off their retreat path. Old Qin jumped into the crowd with a big move. Qingxing used Snow Girl's Ice Arrow to slow down the enemy's speed. Chujiang put up a shield to protect him. Shuayu and Lai Yang, who had just flown away, appeared in the air once again. The two of them hovered in the air for a few seconds. After their teammates arrived, they moved again. Xianxia's crowd control skill was used, but Old Qin had an AoE skill. The moment Old Qin used the AoE skill, Yi Xiaoyang followed up with light balls to attack. Flying sorcerers relied on their Q skills to deal damage. After their attack speed was stacked, the light balls from their Q skills would be shot out continuously. The magic critical hit would stack layer by layer, and they could deal extremely high AoE damage. If all the light balls hit one person, they could kill them instantly. If they hit them separately, they could reduce the opponent's health. The light balls at the tip of Yi Xiaoyang's staff fell like a storm. They hit the weaker jungler and archer of Immortal Soul separately. In the blink of an eye, the two of them were crippled. Xianxia seized the opportunity and swooped down. He used his ultimate skill on the two people behind Immortal Soul, double kill. This hit triggered the equipment's critical hit damage. It was a double kill. Xianxia used speed up to escape with his remaining teammates. They escaped home with little health. This wave of Immortal Soul suddenly teleported to the high ground. The tower only had one health left, but they lost 3 people. What a loss, the live commentator said excitedly. Tianheng's flying duo's support speed is too fast. Moreover, I think that Tianheng guessed that Immortal Soul might steal the bottom lane and made preparations in advance. Yes. Judging from the support route, they have long been on guard against the enemy's tower stealing. After all, Tianheng once turned the tables by stealing towers. The bottom lane's minions are at a disadvantage. They can't ignore it. Shuayu got 3 kills. His economy is very high. He has already made 6 godly equipment. It will be difficult for Immortal Soul to turn the tables. The flying duo can cross obstacles and quickly provide support. Although Immortal Soul's teleportation style is very flexible, the flying duo's support is even more flexible. Moreover, Immortal Soul's team teleportation had a time limit and a long cooldown. As long as the flying duo killed someone, their flying ultimate skill could be refreshed. If they cooperated well, they could fly infinitely in a team battle. Xianxia and Xiaoyang quickly provided support and continuously interrupted Immortal Soul's rhythm. It was difficult for their cunning rabbit's three-burrow system to successfully form a team. In the blink of an eye, they were pushed back by Tianheng. They destroyed the outer and inner towers at noon. Immortal Soul was forced to retreat to the high ground. The key was the dragon team. Immortal Soul was the strongest in a 5v5 team battle. However, Tianheng once again provided support and activated his shield. The jungler and mid laner had a control immune shield and forcefully killed the opposing Saint Necromancer, preventing him from releasing his seal. After killing the enemy, they jumped over the wall and flew away. It was impossible to catch up. The two's flying style was very flexible and they cooperated well. In the end, Xianxia took down the dragon with a punishment. Yi Xiaoyang's hand speed exploded and killed the Immortal Soul archer. Tianheng successfully took down the crystal with the dragon. In the chat section of #LunaSolar#, the CP fans were collectively excited. The flying duo was originally a very well-matched pair in the game. Both of them had beautiful wings. Spirit World Snowbird's human form was wearing a Yumao mask. He was cool and handsome. Flying Mage was also a very handsome human. The two of them took off at the same time with the same rhythm. It really felt like a pair of wings flying together. What's more, when Xianxia and Yi Xiaoyang obtained this combination, the match was very entertaining. They took off at the same time and landed at the same time. They chased and killed separately and flanked from left and right. Their coordination in the air was also flawless. This was the world's top flying duo combination. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. After Tianheng won the first match, the netizens finally understood why Tianheng banned Spirit Realm's Snowbird last week. No wonder Fire Pattern banned Flying Jungler when they fought Tianheng. So it was because of this, the Sun and Moon duo was indeed terrifying. They could fly into the inner tower and kill people. Tianheng practiced duo in private, and Fire Pattern knew about it, right? They must have used duo in training matches or ranked matches. Fire Pattern knew about it and banned Snowbird during the match. Maybe Ice Spirit didn't know about it, so he didn't ban it. Sunshine and Moonlight's sock puppets were only spread in the international pro player group, so the netizens didn't know about it. Little Wei also found it strange. He scratched his head and said, maybe Little White and Chi Dui practiced duo in private, and Captain Zhou happened to see it? I'll ask. A round later, a replay of the match appeared on the big screen. Little Wei analyzed, Tianheng's BP was very good. They're the red team, so they sent out all of Captain Chen's supports. Ice Spirit's first floor must have snatched the supports first, and then Tianheng would have taken down the duo. Since Ice Spirit had already chosen the support position, they naturally couldn't choose the support position. They could only choose to counter the duo's jungler and mid laner. This way, Tianheng would have taken down the Light of Blessing, which would protect the duo. It could be said that Tianheng had already predicted their opponent's move from the BP stage. The BP competition was the key to the match. Tianheng's coaching team had studied Ice Spirit's Spirit Rabbit system for a long time. Although Ice Spirit's BP in the first round prevented Xianxia's invisible stab, they clearly didn't do enough research on the duo. Little Wei said, Ice Spirit is the red team for the second round, so they can take down the duo. Let's see what they choose. The break time passed quickly, and the second round officially began. Tianheng's blue team was given priority to ban. Coach Lin still didn't ban the supports. Instead, he banned the two mages, World Destroyer and Sea Monster. Sure enough, Ice Soul sent Spirit World Snowbird and Stealth Thief to the ban position. Little Wei smiled and said, sure enough, I don't dare to use threesome anymore. What is the Tianheng Union chief fighting for? A familiar avatar appeared in Tian Huan's selection. The commentator raised his voice, Bounty Warlock. Having too much money is also a kind of trouble. With the appearance of the hero's avatar, the familiar voice of the Bounty Warlock was played in the stadium. The audience was in an uproar. At this moment, Xia Yuan, who was watching the match in the hotel room, could not help but say, "No way. Are they trying to replicate Xianxia's Bounty Warlock system?" Coach Chen rubbed his chin and analyzed, "Not necessarily. Previously, they had not directly copied Huwen's positional warfare system. Instead, they had learned and improved upon it. Perhaps our system has also been improved by Tianheng?" Learning and improving was a common line of thought used by master tacticians. Many of the formations in the Pro League were created by learning from other teams' playstyles and changing them to suit their own team's style. Even the poison team that Xianxia came up with back then was inspired by a team from Japan. Coach Chen was puzzled. But our Bounty Warlock system was only used 2 weeks ago. Can Tianheng come up with a strategy that suits their team so quickly? Everyone looked at each other and then looked at the big screen. They wanted to see what Tianheng had changed into. Coach I's soul was stunned when he saw the hero, Bounty Warlock. He fell into deep thought and after a long time, he chose a combination of Wind Spirit, Archer and Vampire Duke. This Archer had strong survivability and could avoid being destroyed in the early stages. Tianheng's second and third floor followed. Mid laner, Lord of the Abyss, Jungler, Ninja. As soon as these two heroes appeared, the audience screamed excitedly, "Lord of the Abyss! Liang has finally brought out Lord of the Abyss again." The two commentators were also excited. This season, his Lord of the Abyss has been banned since it was a pentakill. After that, he didn't bring it out anymore when he wasn't banned in the first stage. Is he bringing it out today to set the pace in the early stages? Lord of the Abyss has strong support and killing abilities. Let's look forward to Liang's performance after he gets Lord of the Abyss again. The commentators were so excited that their voices went up in pitch. Isol's third floor thought for a while and chose Frost Goddess as the mid laner. It was a functional mid laner that could attack and defend. It was good at crowd control and could even give itself an ice shield. In the second stage, Isol started targeting archers. He eliminated Machine Gun Hunter and Holy Spirit Archer to reduce Qingxing's pool of heroes. Tianheng continued to pick support and eliminated 2 junglers. Isol's fourth floor chose the jungler, Fighter, who was a tool. Tianheng's fourth and fifth floor chose the Archer, Vampire Princess, and the top laner, Dark Angel, who had some self-defense abilities. Little Wei was confused. Tianheng's lineup is a little weak. The support, Bounty Warlock, is weak to begin with. The top laner, Dark Angel, is a tank. If they don't have good equipment in the early stages, they won't be able to tank. The mid laner, Jungler, and Archer are also weak. If the front line isn't strong enough in a group fight, it's easy to collapse. Isol still has the last counter position left. Let's see what Captain Chen will pick. Chen Qianhua's pool of heroes was very deep. He left the support position for last. This way, they could wait until Tianheng's lineup was confirmed before choosing a specific support. Isol's fifth floor chose the support, Ice Emperor. The moment this support appeared, the audience screamed again. Chen Qianhua was one of the famous heroes. He had once frozen 5 opponents with a big move and worked with his teammates to wipe out the opponents. The two commentators were even more excited. Isol has finally picked the control-type ice team. The support, Ice Emperor, can place an ice cage to lock up and freeze the opponents. The mid laner, Frost Goddess, SW skill can also freeze the opponents. This is a dual ice system. If it's a seamless combo, the opponents can be wiped out in one wave. The dual ice system of Frost Goddess plus Ice Emperor was a group control-type lineup. It tested the teamwork of the teammates. The strongest lineup of this type was a 5-man team. The opponent couldn't move at all. As long as the support's control was placed well, the mid laner could take control in time, and the top laner, Jungler, and Archer could attack together to reduce the opponent's members in a very short time. The lineup of the two sides is more early game, and the other side is more late game. The chances of winning are 50-50. If Tianheng can't control the rhythm in the early game and let Ice Soul develop, it will be difficult to win in the late game when the opponents have too many control skills. Yes, but ninjas and abyss lords are very flexible heroes. If Tianheng can establish enough advantages before Ice Soul forms a group, it will be very difficult for Ice Soul to break through. Let's enter the second battle between Tianheng and Ice Soul. Little Wei turned off the commentator's voice and teased, seeing the opponent bring out the dual ice system. The timid little Xianxia has quickly changed his shared skill to purification. Our little white is still stubborn. He still uses flash. A row of comments appeared in the live broadcast room. He has always been stubborn, the most stubborn Omega player in the world. Others use flash to escape, but he uses it to kill. Yang must be thinking, dual ice? Before you freeze me, I'll kill you first. When have you ever seen him stab without a flash? The opponent has so many control skills, but Yi Xiaoyang still dares to use flash. He is indeed stubborn. Is he not afraid of being controlled? Or is he confident that he can avoid being controlled? Jingxia's coach Chen had mixed feelings. Tianheng's Bounty Warlock system was completely different from Jingxia's 3 Warlocks lineup. They actually used Bounty Warlock to pair with Abyss Lord and Ninja. Xia Yuan praised, this modification is actually more in line with Tianheng's style. Tianheng relies on the jungler to lead the rhythm, while our Jingxia keeps the dual C, so the core is different. Fang Jingqing nodded and said, yes, this modification is indeed more suitable for them. Let's see how it goes in real combat. The game loaded. After Zhujiang set up a protective vision in the bottom lane, he left Xingxing alone to develop. He went to the middle lane to clear the troops with Yi Xiaoyang. After clearing the troops, the two of them went to the jungle to help Qi Shua. The gem would drop at the start of the game, and the effect of this equipment was that it would not share the experience and economy of nearby teammates. Even if he followed Qi Shua and Yi Xiaoyang, the 3 of them would not share the experience of his teammates. Qi Shua gave the first blue to Yi Xiaoyang. The 3-man team was very efficient in clearing the jungle. Every few seconds, Qi Shua and Yi Xiaoyang's bodies would emit a gold bonus light effect. When the live commentator saw this, he could not help but say, the effect of Bounty Warlock can be maximized when the 3-man team is clearing the jungle. It can increase the gold of nearby teammates. The mid laner and jungler can also enjoy the gold bonus. Moreover, the 3 of them clearing the jungle together is very fast. The mid laner gave the first blue buff to the mid laner. Shuayue saved the punishment and came to the middle lane to snatch the first river crab. Shuayue went to the bottom half of the jungle. The support continued to clear the mid laner. Is this a strategy where the mid laner and support work together to snatch the lane and then quickly move away? Lane control was the priority to clear the troops. Especially for the mid laner position, whoever cleared the troops first could leave and go to other lanes to support. Yi Xiaoyang and Zhujiang cleared the troops together and cleared the troops as quickly as possible. When the 2 of them cleared the first wave of troops, the Goddess of Frost on the other side still had 3 troops left. This way, Tianheng could snatch the rhythm and the mid laner and support could go to other lanes to do something. The mid laner of Immortal Soul said with a headache, mid laner, miss. Chen Qianhua immediately said, retreat. Sure enough, Yi Xiaoyang and Zhujiang came to the bottom lane together. Both of them were not level 6 and could not kill people. They only showed their faces to create psychological pressure. Although it was a 2v1 in the bottom lane of Immortal Soul, Tianheng's mid laner had always prioritized clearing the troops and could support at any time. Therefore, Immortal Soul did not dare to be too aggressive in the bottom lane to avoid being surrounded. The mid laner's clearing speed was slower before Goddess of Frost reached level 6. Yi Xiaoyang and Zhujiang cleared the troops together naturally faster than him. The 2 of them went to the bottom lane after clearing the troops and showed their faces twice in a row at the bottom lane. Immortal Soul's archers were forced to crouch back under the tower and did not dare to show their faces to avoid being killed. Immortal Soul's jungler was level 5.5. Qi Shua gave up the first blue buff and snatched the first river crab. He was currently level 5. However, the mid laner Yi Xiaoyang was level 6. The 2 commentators saw the light of level up on Lord of the Abyss and looked at each other in disbelief. The jungler is not level 6, but the mid laner is level 6 first? Tianheng's resource allocation is a bit strange. The first blue buff is given to the mid laner, and half of the EXP from the monsters in the top half of the jungle is given to the mid laner. Every time Liang supports the bottom lane, it is when there are troops at the bottom lane. On the surface, he is supporting, but in reality, he is leeching EXP, right? That's right. He leached off half of the EXP from the jungle and the 2 waves of troops at the bottom lane. Tianheng's mid laner is the first to reach level 6, faster than the opposing jungler. This is Tianheng's brand new economic allocation model. The mid laner is leading the tempo in the early game. Immortal Soul's mid laner saw the light of level up on Xianxia and immediately gave a warning signal. Mid laner to level 6. Xianxia could not help but frown slightly. Tianheng's jungler and archer gave up part of their economy to the mid laner, so the mid laner was the first to reach level 6 in the entire game. In addition, Xianxia had been controlling the mid laner's troops, so they had to be careful in this wave of roaming and catching people. A level 6 Lord of the Abyss had the ability to jump towers and kill people. Xianxia looked at the map and immediately said, "He is coming to the bottom lane. Retreat." Xianxia had brought support to the bottom lane twice in a row, so Xianxia's vision of the bottom half of the jungle was very good. His eyes in the bushes along the river happened to see Xianxia squatting there. Immortal Soul quickly cleared the troops at the bottom lane and went straight home. At this moment, Old Qin on the road suddenly used his W skill to lock on to the Vampire Duke and froze him in place. Vampire Duke was stunned for a moment. Then, he saw 3 black shadows instantly dash out from the bushes and quickly stack black abyss markings on his body, F***CK. Isn't he in the bottom lane? Immortal Soul's HP was instantly low, and he hurriedly flashed away. But Xu went around the bushes and blocked him with a wall of gold coins. Lord of the Abyss Shadow followed closely and killed the opposing top laner with a Q skill. First blood, this wave of catching caught Immortal Soul off guard. Little Wei could not help but praise, Little White is very smart. Just now, Lord of the Abyss deliberately revealed his vision in the bottom lane to mislead the opponent. But don't forget, Lord of the Abyss can switch positions with his shadow. His shadow went to the top lane, and after revealing his vision, he would switch positions and go up. Then he would cooperate with his teammates to catch up and kill Vampire Duke directly. As an experienced mid laner, Xianxia was very good at camouflage and false vision. Do you think he went to the bottom lane? He would suddenly appear in the top lane. To play a mid laner, not only did you have to pay attention to your skills, but you also had to play a psychological battle with your opponent. This wave of pretending to go to the bottom lane, but actually going to the top lane to provide support, allowed Lord of the Abyss to maximize his advantage of being the first to reach level 6. Not only did they kill the opponent's top laner, but they also snatched the top lane crabs and took away 20% of the top lane's HP. Immortal Soul's jungler had reached level 6, and he quickly rushed to the bottom lane to provide support. Immortal Soul's bottom lane was 3v1, and Qingxing was in danger. But Qingxing had already cleared the troops and went straight home, not giving the opponent a chance to catch him. Xianxia said, "Attack Lil Dino." Xianxia, Xu and Old Qin were on the top lane, so they did not have time to support Lil Dino. Immortal Soul's 3 people killed Lil Dino as quickly as possible, and they managed to salvage the situation a little. However, Qi Shua was not someone to be trifled with. When Xiaoyang went to the top lane, he stayed near the bottom lane and secretly observed Immortal Soul's movements. When the opponent finished killing Lil Dino and wanted to retreat, Qi Shua had just reached level 6. Ninja could be temporarily invisible, so the opponent could not see his position. Qi Shua guarded the opponent's retreat path, and used Shadow Meld, Sneak Attack, Backstab. Immortal Soul's archer did not have time to react, and was killed by Qi Shua's combo. Xianxia opened the game interface to look at the finances of both sides. Since Immortal Soul had killed Lil Dino in time, the team's finances were only 800 points behind. This was not a big gap. However, in terms of personal finances, Xiaoyang had 400 more than Immortal Soul's mid laner, and Qi Shua had 100 more than Immortal Soul's jungler. The other positions were basically the same. In other words, the 2 richest spots in Tianheng were still the mid laner and jungler. If Liang was not dealt with, not only would they not be able to hold on in the early game, but he would also be a big boss in the late game. Xianxia said calmly, "Don't worry, everyone clear out the troops first, and be careful not to leave the tower. When the archer makes equipment that can be used in a team fight, we'll team up in the middle lane and kill Liang first. We can't let him continue to develop." Immortal Soul began to drag out the tempo. Xianxia's overall vision was excellent. He kept his eyes and ears on all sides, and controlled the vision of the bottom lane very tightly. Before Yi Xiaoyang went to the bottom lane to catch someone, he would protect the archer and retreat, and the bottom lane would not be able to find an opportunity. In the top lane, Immortal Soul learned how to play dirty after being killed once. He hid under the tower and refused to come out. If the mid laner missed, he would even hide near the inner tower. Yi Xiaoyang roamed twice in a row, and the top lane did not find an opportunity. However, the good thing was that the opposing mid laner kept hiding, and the defense tower was only left with a sliver of health. Yi Xiaoyang said, "Old Qin, go and tank the tower. Let's pull it out." The top lane did not have any minions, so Qin Yizhu tanked the damage from the defense tower, and Yi Xiaoyang stood in the distance and attacked. After destroying the defense tower, the three of them went to the opposite jungler to loot for resources. In this game, the mid laner was the one who set the tempo, so it was Yi Xiaoyang's turn to command. Qi Shua was also focused on developing during this time. Gradually, the gap between his economy and the opposing junglers was widening. Because he controlled the river crabs in the middle lane, the opposing jungler did not manage to get a single one. Immortal Soul took down the first dragon, and Qi Shua and Yi Xiaoyang defended the latter together. Immortal Soul did not want to rush into a team fight, so he just left it there. Neither side moved. The game went on for 12 minutes, and it was still the early game. Immortal Soul lost a tower in the top lane, but the defense towers in the middle and bottom lane were still full of health. However, Yi Xiaoyang kept snatching the control of the minions in the middle lane, moving back and forth to gain experience. With Xujiang, who was a gold support, following him, his current equipment was already ahead of the opposing mid laner by a large amount. Lord of the Abyss made the exploding staff. This was one of the core equipment of Lord of the Abyss. When the exploding staff exploded, it could cause an AoE magic critical hit, increasing the damage output of Lord of the Abyss's exploding staff. Yi Xiaoyang said decisively, "Old Qin will lead the top lane, and the others will push the bottom lane." Immortal Soul's archer economy was not worse than Little Star's, but it was far worse than Yi Xiaoyang's. Wind Spirit, key attack and speed equipment, he still needed 300 more to complete. "I'll take advantage of this gap when you haven't finished making your equipment." Old Qin took advantage of Immortal Soul's outer tower being pushed and quickly brought the minions near the inner tower to pin down the opposing top laner, so that the opposing top laner had to defend the tower and could not join the team. Tianheng's other 4 players quickly gathered at the bottom lane. Immortal Soul's top laner had already fallen. If the bottom laner fell again, they would be completely passive and would not be able to drag it out until the late game. Xianxia said decisively, "Defend the bottom tower." The mid laner quickly rushed over and directly used Frost Storm under the tower. Frost Goddess's AoE Blizzard cleared the minions very quickly. One big move was enough to reduce the minions at the bottom lane to a sliver of health. Wind Spirit quickly fired and cleared the minions first. However, after you cleared the minions, did Tianheng not dare to go up? Tianheng was stubborn, especially Yi Xiaoyang. Overtower killing? It was just a basic skill. Yi Xiaoyang pressed the attack staff symbol. "I'm going up." As soon as he said this, he suddenly blinked over from a very long distance away. He brought along 3 shadows and switched positions with the shadows. He quickly stacked 7 layers of mark on the enemy's backline. Little Wei joked, "Little White's hand speed is like a tentacle monster, right?" That wave of mark was probably done by QWE's combo. Don't copy it if you're not skilled. When Qin Xianhua saw Liang flash under the tower, he immediately used his big move to seal him. Frost Emperor's big move, Frost Prison, was an AoE ice prison. It could lock up all enemies in the area and freeze them into ice sculptures. As long as he could freeze Yi Xiaoyang, his teammate Frost Goddess would follow up with a crowd control, and Yi Xiaoyang would definitely die. As a support with good awareness, Qin Xianhua was very good at crowd control support. His big move was extremely accurate. Not only did it freeze Lord of the Abyss, it also locked up the 3 shadows. Yi Xiaoyang stubbornly tried to blink away, but he ended up being frozen under the tower. His health dropped rapidly. However, Immortal Soul's archer only had a sliver of health left after being hit by his blink. Trade a life for a life, Liang had the highest economy in the game. It was a bit of a loss to switch out the archer. Just as the audience was thinking this, they saw Xianxia, who was hiding in the distance, suddenly make a move. The ninja's shadow meld skill could temporarily increase speed, become invisible, and switch places with his clone. Xianxia rushed over at an extremely fast speed. He went behind Immortal Soul's archer and dealt a critical hit. He directly took the head of the retreating Immortal Soul's archer. Xianxia was frozen under the tower. He only had a sliver of health left. Immortal Soul's jungler killed Xianxia with a Q skill. However, Xianxia didn't care. Your dual ice system and freezing skills were all used to control Xianxia, who had the most aggro. Xianxia was crazily killing Immortal Soul under the tower. Blood splattered everywhere with ninja's dual blades. In the blink of an eye, he killed Frost Goddess. The jungler wanted to retreat, but Xu blocked their retreat with a wall of gold coins. Gold coins rained down from the sky. Xianxia hid at the back and used his lifesteal skill to shoot wildly. In the blink of an eye, Immortal Soul's jungler was also killed. Xianxia slashed down again and killed the opposing jungler in seconds. Triple kill. This wave of 3 kills over the tower was simply unreasonable. The live commentator said excitedly, Liang is so stubborn. He's actually going to trick the opposing team's skills. That's right. Lord of the Abyss can flash and form a team from a very long distance. As the player with the highest economy in the game, he flashed under the tower and killed the archer. Immortal Soul will naturally control him and kill him as quickly as possible. This way, Xianxia was liberated. The opposing team's freezing control chain was used on Lord of the Abyss and Shadow. The ninja's damage output environment is too good. Yes, Liang is not brainless. He helped Xianxia resist the damage from the tower and tricked the opposing team's control skill. Then, he fell and handed the battlefield to his most trusted teammate. In this game, Tianheng seems to be a middle core system. The support has been following the mid laner. The mid laner has the highest economy in the game and frequently moves around to drive the rhythm. But don't forget, the jungler is also a thorn with the ability to harvest. Xianxia has been working hard to develop, crazily snatching crabs and rolling snowballs. Unknowingly, his economy is very high. Immortal Soul's attention is on Liang. Although he killed Liang, Xianxia got 3 kills in one go. Tianheng has profited greatly from this wave of 1 for 3. Xianxia felt helpless. In fact, Immortal Soul's control chain was placed very well just now and killed Xianxia as quickly as possible. But Xianxia and Xianxia's coordination was better. Xianxia waited for the opposing team to finish casting their ice control skill before suddenly entering the game. The 4 players in Tianheng's bottom lane were very fragile. Without a frontline, one of them had to tank the damage, right? Xu support did not have the ability to initiate the team. Xianxia's archer had to stand at a distance and deal damage. Between Xianxia and Xianxia, who would initiate the first wave of damage? Xianxia, who had more aggro, would definitely be the one to attract the enemy's firepower. The two instantly reached a tacit understanding. Xianxia decisively went up and used all his burst skills to wait for death. He crippled the opposing team and let Xianxia reap the rewards. Xianxia, who had been working hard for half a day to develop, of course did not disappoint him. Little Wei sighed. Little White has the highest economy in the game. When it's time to die, he decisively flashed up and sold. He's really strong in the game. Of course, Xianxia didn't let him down. I'm not exaggerating, but Tianheng's Nakano tandem is really amazing. Tianheng Sunmoon tandem is always a god. I really like Little White's stubborn style. He's so cool. Even if he dies, he'll die in a very cool manner. Their economy was crushing, right? Lord of the Abyss had crippled the opposing team in this wave. This Bounty Warlock's early game lineup was really good. Although Lord of the Abyss did not get 5 kills like he did in his debut game, the rhythm was very good. Whether a player performed well or not was not determined by the number of kills they had. In the previous wave, Xianxia did not even get a single kill. How could he be considered a noob? He was the one who flashed up to tank the damage and created opportunities for his teammates to kill Ice Soul in one wave. Tianheng originally had the economic advantage. After this wave of 3 kills, Xianxia became the one with the highest economy in the game. Alright, you two can take turns to be first. Tianhing's jungler had a big lead over the opposing team. The mid laner also had a big lead over the opposing team. Isol was very strong in team battles, but with such a big gap in equipment, it was too difficult to turn the tables. Xianxia commanded his teammates to break through the middle lane, but Qi Shua and Yi Xiaoyang seized the opportunity to kill their archers. On the top lane, Old Qin led the lane and quickly took down the inner tower. Isol's army was at a disadvantage and had to retreat to the high ground. Tianhing began to snowball crazily, attacking the dragon and pushing for the high ground. Old Qin controlled the middle distance, and Xujiang's gold coins rained down. Yi Xiaoyang and Qi Shua worked together to rush forward, and Xingxing attacked the tower crazily. Isol defended one lane, but could not defend 3 lanes. The game ended in 20 minutes. Just like the statistics of the coaching team, Isol's team had obvious advantages and disadvantages. They were very strong in the late game, and it was difficult to beat them in a team battle. But in the early game, it was easy for them to collapse. Isol exposed this weakness when they fought Northern Shepherd. Today, when they fought Tianhing, they also could not resist the early game. Chen Qianhua knew very well that the individual strength of Isol's members still needed to be improved. Northern Shepherd had world-class bilateral plus mid laners, and Tianhing had the terrifying combination of mid laners and junglers. Isol only relied on auxiliary commands to fight in a team battle. If they were defeated in the early game, they would not be able to drag it out until the team battle. Coach Lin saw this from backstage and smiled with relief. 3 wins in a row. Fire Rune and Ice Soul are still 20 points, and we got 2 points. We will be in the winners group this season. It was rare to see the coach so excited, and the members of Team 2 hugged each other excitedly. Lin Feng looked at Yi Xiaoyang's smiling face on the big screen with mixed feelings. Xiaoyang was not only good as a mid laner, but what was more surprising was that his tactical thinking was also quite outstanding. Bounty Warlock with Abyss Lord, quickly roaming around to set the pace in the early game. This was the modified lineup that Yi Xiaoyang had come up with, and it was very suitable for Tianhing. Yi Xiaoyang's Abyss Lord was very proficient, and his teammates also knew how to cooperate with him. Therefore, Tianhing was able to familiarize themselves with this system in just a week, and the results were also very good on the field. The Abyss Lord in this game was not a sneak attack to kill people. It was Tianhing's starting point to set the pace. Congratulations to Tianhing 20 for winning this match. In today's 2 games, Tianhing's tandem was still strong. In the first game, the duo killed the enemy and left Isol's archer with no room to attack. In the second game, Bounty Warlock followed the mid laner, Lord of the Abyss, to fatten up the mid laner and let the mid laner set the pace. The effect was very good. Tianhing's thinking is very clear. They will fight with you in the early game and not drag it to the later game. Isol is very strong in the later game, but they can't hold on in the early game. It's really not easy for this team to get to where they are today. I also look forward to their exciting performance in the later games. In the soundproof room, Yi Xiaoyang and Qi Shua still didn't hug. He had already engraved the word propriety in his mind. Although he often forgot that he was an Omega during the game, after the game, when he thought of the hug compilation in the CP Super Chat section, he was embarrassed to extend his claws to Qi Shua. He had a lot of fun playing today, but Yi Xiaoyang still rationally controlled the idea of hugging Qi Shua. Qi Shua didn't mind. There was no need to be too intimate in public. Some things were enough to know in their hearts. Although they didn't know the same thing, they could always strangely reach a consensus. Qi Shua stood up and simply said, "Let's go and shake hands with Isol." Tianhing's team of 5 came to Isol's soundproof room. Isol's team members also stood up. Qi Shua walked to Chen Qianhua and patted him on the shoulder comfortingly without saying anything. Chen Qianhua smiled and looked at Yi Xiaoyang. "Lai Yang, you played really well." Yi Xiaoyang said, "You're also very good. Your awareness is too strong." Chen Qianhua asked angrily, "Can we add each other as friends?" Yi Xiaoyang said, "I couldn't ask for more. Support Golden Thigh and play duo together in the future?" Chen Qianhua looked at Qi Shua and said, "Push Liaoyang's shares to me later." Qi Shua nodded. Yes. During the competition, all the players' phones were kept by the team leaders. Qi Shua was surprised that Chen Qianhua had taken the initiative to add him as a friend. When he returned to the backstage, he whispered, "Xiao Chen must admire you, that's why he took the initiative to add you as a friend." Yi Xiaoyang smiled and said, "I admire him a lot too. It's not easy being a captain." Qi Shua, what was with this sudden sense of crisis? Before they had time to think about it, the backstage staff walked over and said, "Both of you, please prepare for an interview." Yi Xiaoyang said helplessly, "You're looking for me again? Can I not go?" The staff member was a little embarrassed. "The reporters have invited you over. Please cooperate with them." At this moment, many people in Little Wei's livestream were asking Lil Wei, "Hurry up and find out what's going on with Fire Rune Ban. Paparazzi Lil Wei, I'll leave the gossip to you. Let me give you a suggestion. Use canned food to bribe the white cat. Maybe Yang Yang will tell you." When Little Wei saw the comments, she smiled and said, "Don't worry, I don't need to ask. The reporters will help me ask during the post-competition interview. There are 2 rounds today. The MVP of the first round is Lai Yang, and the MVP of the second round is Shuo Yue. I'm guessing that the reporters will invite both of them to the interview booth to increase the viewership." As soon as she finished speaking, Shuo Yue and Lai Yang appeared at the interview booth. The female reporter smiled warmly. "Welcome Shuo Yue and Lai Yang to the interview booth." The 2 of them stood side by side in front of the advertising wall and nodded angrily at the reporters. The female reporter, "Congratulations to Tianheng for winning the competition in 20. So far, Tianheng's results in Group S are 21-20-20. They have won 3 matches in a row and have a net score of 5 points. They have already secured a spot in the winners group. Do the 2 of you have anything to say?" Yi Xiaoyang picked up the microphone and said calmly, "Of course we're very happy to be in the winners group. However, the playoffs are different from the regular season. The overall situation is more of a test of the coaching staff's lineup and the hero pool of the players. Everyone's psychological pressure will be greater. Teams that perform well in the regular season often fail in the playoffs. Therefore, we shouldn't be arrogant just because we're in the winners group. We still have to prepare for every match seriously." He looked at Qi Shua and signaled with his eyes. "You should say a few words too." Qi Shua's lips curled up slightly and he said, "Yes, Lai Yang is right. Yi Xiaoyang, are you the captain or am I the captain? You should say a few more words. Don't always make me speak." In the broadcast room, Tianheng's fans were spamming the screen. "Tianheng's diplomat, Lai Yang. Does it seem like he has a script written in advance for every interview? Liang's EQ is very high. He's not nervous at all during the interview." Yang Yang blabbered on and on. Captain Qi concluded, "Yang Yang is right. Captain Qi really knows how to slack off. He's standing at the side like a prop. Why do I feel like Lai Yang is more like a captain?" "Captain Qi, you only blinked when you were kidnapped?" Yi Xiaoyang had indeed been a captain for several years, so he was very good at handling interviews. Qi Shua was not willing to speak, so Yi Xiaoyang had to say a few more words. Otherwise, it would be very awkward if there was an awkward silence. The reporter also realized that Lai Yang was better at talking, so he handed the microphone to him and asked, "In today's match, the pair that the 2 of you brought out was very eye-catching. This pair was rated by the netizens as the most prone to crashing, but the 2 of you cooperated very well and did not crash even once. May I ask if the 2 of you have practiced in private for a long time?" Yi Xiaoyang said, "The pair is indeed very difficult to work together. Captain Qi and I practiced this pair in the international server. We practiced for about a month, right?" He looked at Qi Shua, who said calmly, "Yes, we have a pair of sock puppets in the international server." The reporter suddenly understood. So, when the Fire Mark squad was fighting in Tianheng, they suddenly banned Spirit World Snowbird, because they knew that the 2 of you were practicing the pair, so they prevented the 2 of you from bringing it out? Yi Xiaoyang smiled and said, "Yes, the pair is a more useful combination for positional warfare. The most powerful thing about positional warfare is the fire rings and traps all over the ground. The pair can bypass these traps from the air and directly fly over to the enemy's core. It's quite reasonable that the Fire Mark squad banned the pair." Qi Shua added, "The Fire Mark team probably guessed our sock puppets and banned them in advance." These words completely ignited the gossipy souls of the netizens. the two of them had a pair of sock puppets in the international server? Could it be that this pair of sock puppets was very famous? They actually allowed the Fire Mark squad to ban Spirit World Snowbird in advance. Little Wei suddenly understood. No wonder. After Little Bai signed on to the Tianhuan squad last October, he did not broadcast much. It turns out that he and Captain Chi went to the international server to blow up fish using sock puppets. After the interview, there were all kinds of speculations online. The topic #flying wing to wing hashtag became the trending topic of the day. Netizens who did not know the truth clicked on it and thought that it was a couple showing off their affection. In the end, they found out that it was actually a pair in the game. The netizens changed the name of the pair from Crash But Not Fly to Flying Wing to Wing. There were many videos of today's match in the topic section. They were all videos of Xianxia and Liang taking off at the same time and killing people over the tower. At this time, the streamer Kevin had just woken up. He opened Weibo and saw the trending topic. He clicked on it to take a look. Why does it feel so familiar? Where have I seen such a pair before? He scratched his head and thought about it carefully. Suddenly, he remembered a ranking match in the international server a long time ago. There was a pair of players who seemed to be a couple, and their IDs were Sunshine and Moonlight. Kevin had the habit of saving videos during his live broadcasts. He immediately logged into the live broadcast room of Little Bear TV and browsed through the saved records. He quickly found that match. He opened it and took a closer look. Good guys. Was this the pair that he had bumped into? It turned out that they were professional players from Tianjin. Looking at the clip of the post-match interview, Captain Chi also publicly said that the two of them practiced in the international server. Kevin excitedly posted the video on his Weibo. The pair that I bumped into in the international server, could it be these two big shots? Tianjin Liang, Tianjin Xianxia, the names of the international masters are Sunshine and Moonlight. It can't be so coincidental, right? Kevin was one of the top streamers of Little Bear TV. He was Chinese and currently lived in the United States. Other streamers started their live broadcasts at night, but he was a time difference person and started his live broadcast every day from 8 to 12 in the morning. Therefore, when Qi Shua and Yi Xiaoyang played in the international server for the first time, they just happened to bump into him. As the top streamer of Little Bear TV, he had tens of millions of fans on Weibo, many of whom followed the esports circle. As soon as this video was posted, it immediately caused an uproar. Sunshine, Moonlight, the sun and moon combination, it must be them, they cooperated so well at that time, in the international server, it's ridiculous. In the video that Brother Kai posted, Spirit World Snowbird, S record is 807, Flying Mage, S record is 708. I'm sure that this is Tianjin's Demon King Nakano, last year's video in October. They really practiced for a long time in private. No wonder they had such good chemistry during the competition. Chemistry is not developed in a day. In the CP section of #SunMoonShineTogether the fans were happy as if it was the new year. The international server's alternate account is actually a couple's name. Ah, I'm dead. Did they kill me to liven things up for them? The Sun and Moon CP is really a walking sugar spreader. There's sugar everywhere. Family members, they didn't hug, but they looked like an old couple during the interview. Yang went to see Captain Chi, then Captain Chi said, Liang is right. They really look like an old couple. Yi Xiaoyang returned backstage and the team leader handed him the phone. Qingxing suddenly said excitedly, Master, Brother Yang, quickly look at Weibo. There's a streamer named Kevin who released a video of you guys in the international server. Your aliases have been exposed. Yi Xiaoyang and Qi Shua looked at each other and opened Weibo at the same time. The video that Kevin played was the recording of their encounter in the international server ranking. Yi Xiaoyang did not have a deep impression of this streamer. He only remembered that at the time, Qi Shua recognized the name Kevin and said that he was a streamer. He also reminded Yi Xiaoyang not to use the smiley face emoticon to avoid exposing himself. In the professional circle, their aliases had been exposed long ago. Today, they had officially exposed themselves in front of the public. Many netizens were surprised that there were actually people in the Chinese server who could make a name for themselves in the international server. The international server was filled with experts, and the fact that the Sun and Moon duo could make a name for themselves there proved that the duo's strength was on par with a large number of international experts. The fans in Tianjin were overjoyed and left comments on Qi Shua and Yi Xiaoyang's Weibo. Are the international experts really you guys? Sun and Moon, it's you guys, right? I watched the video of the international server. You guys are amazing. To be able to make a name for yourself in the international server, that's awesome. Tianjin can make it to the international tournament this season, right? Bro above, be bold. Tianjin will win the world championship this season. Yi Xiaoyang could understand how excited the fans were. Tianjin squad had been quiet for 3 whole years after S6. Now, their results were finally improving, and the Demon King Nakano who dominated the international server had appeared. Everyone's expectations were high, and it was normal for them to have extravagant hopes of winning the championship. Yi Xiaoyang and Qi Shua were also aiming for the world championship. However, they could not announce it so early. If they did, the pressure from the outside world would be too great. Yi Xiaoyang looked at Qi Shua. Do you need a response? Qi Shua said, yes, admit it. There's no need to hide this from the 2 aliases. Thus, Yi Xiaoyang posted on his personal Weibo, the international server's sunshine is me, and Captain Qi is moonlight. Last October, when I first entered Tianjin, the hero pool was not deep enough. The coach asked me to practice hero with Captain Qi and practice the coordination of the Nakano team. The 2 of us woke up at 7 a.m. every day to play ranked matches in the international server. This caused a lot of misunderstandings among our peers. Actually, esports players also sleep early and wake up early. Qi Shua reposted his Weibo. Yes, we worked and rested together in the mortal realm for a while. I heard that many teams guessed wrong and arranged different nationalities for us. Actually, we're just esports players who sleep early and wake up early. The coaches of the major teams who guessed wrong back then, the hatred of the 2 of you is all over the world. The coaches of the Huan Nation guessed that this pair of experts were from the United States. After all, their schedules were the closest to North America's, and there were no esports players in the Huan Nation who played ranked matches at 8 a.m. The Americans guessed that they were from Europe, the Europeans guessed that they were from Japan and Korea, the Japanese and Koreans guessed that they were from North America. No matter how they guessed, no one had a clear answer. Who would have thought that this pair of international experts would be right beside them? They were just esports players who slept early and woke up early. After returning to the hotel, Coach Lin reviewed today's game with everyone as usual. He replayed the game carefully from beginning to end, and only let everyone go back to rest at 23 o'clock in the evening. Yi Xiaoyang walked to the door of the dormitory and remembered that Xianxia had mentioned adding him as a friend. He said to Qi Shua, "Oh right, Captain Qi, can you give me Captain Chen's name card? I want to add him as a friend." Qi Shua took out his cell phone and searched for Xiaochen in his friend list. He pushed his business card to Yi Xiaoyang. Yi Xiaoyang thanked him and turned to open the door and enter the house. Qi Shua suddenly asked, "Are you going to play ranked against Xianxia?" Yi Xiaoyang said, "Let's see how Captain Chen does it. If he loses the competition and is in a bad mood, he might not want to play games." Qi Shua said, "Don't stay up too late. You've just finished a match. Rest your head." Yi Xiaoyang said, "Got it. After all, I'm an esports player who sleeps early and wakes up early." The 2 of them smiled at each other and said goodbye at the door. Qi Shua turned around and entered the door. Just then, a message popped up. It was from Xianxia. "Push Liaoyang's to me. Did you forget about it because you were busy?" Qi Shua typed a reply, "I didn't forget. I just gave him your account. He'll add you soon." Xianxia, okay. After a few seconds, she sent another message, "He added me." Qi Shua came to the bedside and sat down. After a moment of hesitation, he asked, "Why do you suddenly want to add him as a friend?" Xianxia, "I think he's very handsome. He's the most handsome Omega I've ever seen." Qi Shua frowned warily. "You don't have any ideas about my Yang, do you?" Xianxia said, "Are you saying that we should poach him to join the Ice Soul battle team?" "I do have this idea, but it's just a thought. I know Tianjin won't let him go." Qi Shua, it seemed that Xianxia only had the competition in his mind. Speaking of ideas, he actually thought that it was the idea of poaching someone. Sure enough, he had relied on his own strength to stay single until now. Among this group of people who came out of the Star City Youth Training Base, maybe he would be the first one to leave the single life. Thinking of this, Qi Shua happily put down his phone and went to take a shower. After Yi Xiaoyang and Chen Qianhua added each other as friends, they exchanged a few words before Chen Qianhua asked, "What time are we sleeping tonight? Do you still sleep early and wake up early?" Yi Xiaoyang, recently, I've been sleeping at 1 a.m. and waking up at 8 a.m. Chen Qianhua said, it's only 11 o'clock. Do you want to play 2 rounds of ranking? Yi Xiaoyang, sure. Now that Ice Spirit had lost the game, it would definitely review the game after returning to the hotel. Captain Chen was quite mentally strong to still have the mood to play ranking games after reviewing the game. After all, he was a veteran player. He probably had already gotten over it, right? Just as Yi Xiaoyang was about to start the group chat, a message popped up. It was from Xiaoyu, Yang, are you guys done reviewing? If you're free, let's play together. Yi Xiaoyang, Captain Chen and I were just about to enter the game. Xiaoyu was stunned for a moment. Captain Chen from Ice Spirit? Yi Xiaoyang, yeah, I just added him as a friend. Are you close with him? Xiaoyu, not really. Yi Xiaoyang, let's get to know each other. Want to join? And so, the 2-player squad became 3-player squads. Xiaoyu was a very introverted person. Other than his teammates in Yueying, he only had one friend in the league, Yi Xiaoyang. Chen Qianhua was very good-tempered and took the initiative to greet him. Hello, Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, hello, Captain Chen. It was a little awkward to play with people who were not familiar with each other, but Yi Xiaoyang was very good at livening up the atmosphere. With him around, the live chat channel was not boring at all. Yi Xiaoyang, 3rd squad, we're invincible. A row of question marks appeared in Little White's live chat. An Omega with 2 beta bodyguards, I think Little White is quite interesting. Last time, after playing Yueying, he became good friends with Xiaoyu. This time, after playing Ice Spirit, he pulled Captain Chen to play with him. Does Little White like to make friends with beta players more? Yeah, I've never seen him play with alpha players other than Team Qi. Yi Xiaoyang saw the discussion in the bullet screen and joked, after all, I'm an Omega. It's easier to get along with beta friends. Beta players don't have pheromones, so they don't need inhibitors. Think about it carefully. How many inhibitors and injections do Alpha and Omega have to take since they were young? Beta players don't need them. It's much easier. He really wished that he was a beta player. Then he wouldn't have so many problems. Chen Qianhua was stunned when he heard his words. In the eyes of others, beta might mean mediocrity. Their genes were not as good as Alpha and Omegas, and they needed to put in more effort to achieve good results. Yi Xiaoyang, on the other hand, felt that beta players did not need inhibitors and were not troubled by pheromones and estrus. It was very easy. That seemed to be right. Chen Qianhua thought about it carefully. Since he had split into beta players, he had not gone to the hospital and did not need to prepare all kinds of sprays and drugs. As for those alpha players, they had to spray concealer on their bodies every time they went out. They also had to go to the hospital regularly to check their pheromones. If their pheromones were unstable, they had to get injections. It was indeed quite troublesome. Chen Qianhua chuckled and said, Yang has a point. I also think it's good to be a beta player. Xiaoyu agreed. Yeah, I've never had an injection since I was young. The netizens in the live chat room complained about the trouble of getting injections and taking drugs. In fact, in the ABO world, beta players were the most common. They accounted for more than 70% of the human population. Yi Xiaoyang's words made a good impression on the beta fans and resonated with many netizens. Seeing that the live chat room had turned into a discussion about the sexes. No, the sexes. Yi Xiaoyang hurriedly changed the topic. Are we going to play ranked games or the entertainment bureau? Chen Qianhua asked considerately. Xiaoyu still has a game tomorrow, right? Xiaoyu, yes, the game is at 9 p.m. Chen Qianhua said, then let's go to the entertainment bureau to relax. It's not good to bump into professional players in ranked games. Yi Xiaoyang said, that's right. The 3 of us have a high hidden score. It's too easy to bump into professional players. The entertainment bureau is more fun. What kind of entertainment bureau do you want to play? Previously, he and Xiaoyu often played clone battle. Their 5 heroes were exactly the same. The two of them often chose Illusionist and Frost Goddess to kill people in the bushes. They were extremely happy. Xianxia thought for a moment and said, "How about playing Border Breakout?" Xiaoyu nodded. Okay. Yi Xiaoyang was puzzled. What's the Border Breakout mode? Xianxia explained seriously, 100 players will be randomly spawned on a deserted island in small teams. Their equipment will become treasure chests that will drop everywhere. When teams meet, they will have red names that can be attacked. The safe zone will be refreshed every minute. Players must reach the safe zone as quickly as possible. Whoever survives until the end will be the winner. Yi Xiaoyang thought to himself, isn't this like eating chicken? This is the God's Wars version of eating chicken. Interesting, Yi Xiaoyang said, then let's start. The 3 of them entered the entertainment bureau. Yi Xiaoyang found the Border Breakout mode and clicked on it. Xiaoyu reminded him, in the hero selection phase of this mode, the hero pool will be open to 100 players. You need to rely on your hand speed to grab the hero. If someone else grabs the hero, we won't be able to grab it. Yi Xiaoyang said, do you want to discuss which hero you want to play in advance? Xiaoyu said without hesitation, I'll grab Wind Spirit. Chen Qianhua said, I'll grab a health recovery support. Yi Xiaoyang said, then I'll grab Mage Spike. Lord of the Abyss, be more flexible. I found the match for you. Do you want to enter the Border Breakout room? Yi Xiaoyang clicked yes. 100 avatar frames appeared in the room. The hero pool was fully open. Yi Xiaoyang quickly grabbed Lord of the Abyss. Xiaoyu and Chen Qianhua also grabbed their favorite heroes. As for the other players, some grabbed their favorite heroes. Some were slower and had their favorite heroes snatched by others. They could only rely on the system's random allocation. After 30 seconds of preparation time, the Entertainment Bureau officially began. All the players were randomly spawned on the map. Yi Xiaoyang and the other 2 were spawned in a corner. Xiaoyu was experienced in this kind of Entertainment Bureau. She said, let's find the treasure chests first. So the 3 of them split up to search for the treasure chests. After a while, Chen Qianhua said, I found a golden treasure chest. There's an explosive staff inside. Yang, come and get it. Then Xiaoyu said, I have a way to put on shoes. Yang, I'll help you pick it up. Yi Xiaoyang ran over, took the equipment from his 2 teammates, and put it on. Xiaoyu couldn't help but complain, are you going to become a boss at the beginning of the game with this equipment? Chen Qianhua smiled. It's enough to help us win. The 3 of them searched for treasure chests like a small team of treasure hunters. The 3 of them searched this area of the map. Xiaoyu also found 2 physical damage output equipment. However, they couldn't find a strong magic healer equipment suitable for Chen Qianhua. At this moment, 5 people ran towards them. Sensing that there were only 3 people in their team, they didn't hesitate to attack. Xiaoyu directly flashed over the wall and used her ultimate skill to jump quickly. Chen Qianhua used Vine Control to lock down the 3 opponents. Xiaoyu moved around crazily and attacked. Yi Xiaoyang's shadow quickly stacked marks to kill the core damage output of the opponent. Double kill, Lord of the Abyss killed the backline of the opponent with a double kill. The remaining 2 frontline players were quickly disabled by Xiaoyu and killed. In the end, only Thorn ran away. 3 against 5, they quickly killed 4 opponents. Treasure chests fell to the ground. After the opponents died, their equipment would become treasure chests. Yi Xiaoyang smiled. Thank you, friend, for coming to give us equipment. He opened the treasure chest and saw that there was healing equipment. Chen Qianhua put on the healing equipment and used her ultimate skill. All 3 of them were full of health. The netizens in the livestream were speechless. The 3 great demon kings were tyrannical on the deserted island. The 3 of them, with their luxurious equipment, encountered many 5-man teams on their way to the safe zone. Every time Chen Qianhua attacked, he was able to control the opponent's key position. Xiaoyu moved around nimbly, and Yi Xiaoyang was the boss of the entire game. They were able to kill to their heart's content. In the end, 100 players killed each other. The 3 of them survived to the end. Congratulations on winning the border breakout competition, Yi Xiaoyang was in a good mood. This mode is interesting. I love finding treasure chests. How about another round? Xia Weiyu and Qin Qianhua were also having a lot of fun. They quickly pressed the ready button. At this moment, in the Professional Alliance Headquarters Tournament Committee, a few staff members were working overtime. The regular season will end in 2 weeks. The next All-Stars is the main event. The chairman wants us to come up with a plan by the end of the week. It has to be innovative. We can't always be friendly matches. Everyone is tired of watching 5v5 ranked matches. Should we consider the Entertainment Bureau? A staff member who was secretly watching Little White's livestream suddenly said. I think that the Entertainment Bureau's livestream is really good. The fans also look very happy. All-Stars is a program that invites the ace players to interact with each other. There's no need to be too serious. That makes sense. The players who can participate in All-Stars are all super popular gods. If they lose, the fans will definitely be unhappy. But if the Entertainment Bureau is defeated, the fans will only laugh, right? Yes. Little Lee, write a plan. We'll have a meeting tomorrow to discuss it. Also, prepare the voting channel for All-Stars as soon as possible. This year, there are many new players in the alliance. The competition will probably be very fierce. Yi Xiaoyang, Xia Weiyu, and Qin Qianhua played PUBG until 1 a.m. He said goodnight to the netizens in the livestream and turned off the livestream channel. Just as he turned around and lay on the bed, a message popped up on his phone. It was from Qi Shua. Are you ready to sleep? Yi Xiaoyang was puzzled. How did you know? Qi Shua, I was watching your broadcast. The border breakout mode is quite interesting. Yi Xiaoyang laughed and said, I think so too. The 100-person battle royale is more fun than the 5v5 tower push mode. However, the equipment is randomly dropped and you have to look for treasure chests everywhere. Luck is also very important. It was obvious that Xiaoyang really had a lot of fun tonight. Qi Shua was also very happy for him that he could find friends in the circle who treated him with sincerity. Alpha would have a strong desire to monopolize their Omega, but Qi Shua didn't want to interfere with Yi Xiaoyang making friends. Xiaoyang's personality was like a small sun, and it was easy for people around him to have a good impression of him. He wouldn't block out the light of the sun just to monopolize Xiaoyang. Qi Shua sent a voice message, if you're done playing, go to bed early. I'll take you to breakfast tomorrow morning. I found a breakfast shop nearby that has good reviews. Yi Xiaoyang asked curiously, did you download the app to find food? Qi Shua, yes. I don't want to eat the hotel buffet either. Let's go out and have a local breakfast. Yi Xiaoyang replied, okay. Good night, Captain Qi. In fact, Qi Shua wasn't picky about breakfast at all. Just some bread and milk would be enough. However, last time in Yan, Xiaoyang said that he didn't like the hotel breakfast and wanted to try the local food. He even took Qi Shua to line up to eat rice noodle rolls. Qi Shua kept this matter in mind. In the past, all he could think about was the competition. He had never paid so much attention to other people. He would forget all the daily details and leave all his food, clothing, and transportation to the team leader. But since he fell in love with Xiaoyang, Qi Shua couldn't help but remember Xiaoyang's habits and hobbies. Many details about Xiaoyang seemed to be magnified in his mind. She liked someone, so it was natural for her to want to treat him better. Qi Shua fell asleep thinking about Yi Xiaoyang and had a beautiful dream. In Yi Xiaoyang's dream, he was in the border breakout mode. He used Lord of the Abyss to go on a killing spree, killing more than 10 players in a row and surviving to the end. When they woke up the next morning, both of them were in a good mood. Yi Xiaoyang sent a message to Qi Shua, are you up yet? Qi Shua, yes, I'm washing my face. Yi Xiaoyang replied, I'm going to wash my face too. See you at the elevator in 10 minutes. At 8 a.m., the two of them went to a breakfast shop near the hotel. Unlike the rice porridge and rice noodle rolls in the south, the citizens of Binghe City preferred to eat steamed buns in the morning. Qi Shua chose the shop, which mainly sold steamed buns for breakfast. It was very popular, and there was still a long line early in the morning. The big steamer at the door was steaming hot, and the aroma of delicious food floated in the air. Yi Xiaoyang rubbed his hands excitedly. I got this shop yesterday and was just about to try it. Captain Qi and I had the same idea. Qi Shua smiled, the reviews are good. Many locals come here to line up for breakfast. Yi Xiaoyang said, I used to like to search for specialty snacks from all over the world. Any shop with a long line is generally not bad. Unfortunately, the league only arranged 4 cities for the competition, so I can't go anywhere else. Qi Shua looked back at him. After the competition, I'll take you to other cities. Meeting Alpha's gentle gaze, Yi Xiaoyang's heart suddenly jumped. Take you to other cities? Why does this sound like a conversation between a couple? Is it because he has read too many super posts of #lunasolar# that he has also become a CP fan? Qi Shua just said it out of anger. Don't think too much. Yi Xiaoyang quickly calmed down and said casually, you really can't run around during the competition. If there's a chance in the future, I also want to go to other places to relax. Since there were 2 people in line, Yi Xiaoyang ran to the front desk to order. The 2 of them sat upstairs and ate delicious steamed buns. Yi Xiaoyang sighed, I really don't like bread and eggs. Do you think I'm picky? Qi Shua said, no, everyone has their own preferences. The 2 of them were chatting when a girl's cautious voice suddenly came from behind. Is that Captain Qi and Yang? Yi Xiaoyang was stunned and looked back. It was a little girl with a ponytail, eating steamed buns at the next table. After meeting his gaze, the girl was so excited that her face flushed. It's really you guys. I'm your fan. What a coincidence, you guys are also here for breakfast? Yi Xiaoyang smiled and said, yes, we got up in the morning to try the local specialties. The girl was so excited that she spoke incoherently. You guys go to bed early and get up early, it's true. By the way, can you give me an autograph? I really like you guys. She took out a notebook from her bag, found a pen, and handed it to Yi Xiaoyang. Yi Xiaoyang's attitude towards his fans had always been gentle. In his previous life, he was the captain of the esports circle who doted on his fans the most. Meeting the girl's expectant eyes, he opened the notebook without saying a word, wrote his ID Liang on it, and then handed the notebook to Qi Shua. Qi Shua also signed Shuayue next to it. Yi Xiaoyang asked, are you a student? The girl said, yes, I'm an art examinee, and I have to go to tutoring on the weekend. After breakfast, I'll go to the teacher's house to learn how to draw. She scratched her head in embarrassment. Can you write a line for me to wish me success in the exam? Yi Xiaoyang smiled and said, no problem. He wrote a line of bold words on the notebook. I wish you success in the exam and all your wishes come true. The girl took the notebook and stood up excitedly. Thank you, Yang. Let me treat you guys to breakfast. Yi Xiaoyang said, there's no need, you're still a student. We'll treat you. He took the initiative to scan the QR code to pay for the table next to them. The girl's eyes reddened. She suddenly thought of something and took out a notebook from her bag and handed it to Yi Xiaoyang. This is a cartoon version of your avatar that I drew for you guys when I was practicing. It's for you guys. I hope that Tianheng will make it to the playoffs, win the championship, and go to the international competition. The girl's drawing skills were not bad, and her avatar was quite cute. Qi Shua's cartoon avatar still had a cool expression on his face. Yi Xiaoyang's cartoon avatar was smiling so widely that his eyes were squinted. His agra was full, and it was 70% similar to Yi Xiaoyang's own expression. Yi Xiaoyang took the avatar and said, thank you, it's very well drawn. After the 2 of them finished breakfast, they said goodbye to their fans and turned to leave the shop. Yi Xiaoyang held the avatar lovingly and said, this girl should be able to get into the Academy of Fine Arts, right? I think she drew very well. Qi Shua had never been very interested in cartoon avatars. But Xiaoyang liked it very much. Perhaps he loved her because of her? He also felt that this pair of avatars was very pleasing to the eye, so he took a picture with his phone and saved it. A moment later, a girl posted a screenshot of their signatures on Weibo. I bumped into Shuayue and Liang during breakfast and got their signatures. I'm going to spiral up to the heavens. Captain Qi is still very serious. I didn't dare to speak to Captain Qi the entire time. Yang is really a super warm guy. His attitude towards his fans is really good. Woo, I really didn't love him wrongly. The comment section was soon flooded with comments. Sister, you actually saw the two of them up close? Envy, jealousy, and hate. Xianxia's signature is very handsome, and his handwriting is very elegant. Captain Chi's signature is as proper as a print, haha. As expected of the esports players who sleep early and wake up early. It's only 8 a.m. and they're already up for breakfast. The esports players actually have breakfast? Don't they usually have afternoon tea? Which shop is it? Is it too late for me to fly over now? Someone Yi Xiaoyang and Qi Shua, worried that the blogger was maliciously impersonating their signatures. Yi Xiaoyang clarified on Weibo, I signed it. It's such a coincidence that I bumped into a fan during breakfast. Countless fans immediately asked for his signature in the comment section. When it was almost noon, Weibo was already flooded with comments asking for his signature. The girl realized that the situation was getting out of hand and immediately sent a private message to apologize. Sorry, not many people follow my Weibo. I was so excited that I posted my signature. I didn't expect to cause you so much trouble. I'm sorry. Yi Xiaoyang looked at the row of crying emojis in the private message and guessed that the girl was frightened by the sudden surge of comments. He replied, it's okay. Focus on preparing for the exam. Good luck. Actually, it was understandable that a fan would want to show off her idol's signature in excitement after getting excited. Yi Xiaoyang was very popular in his previous life, so he had seen too many situations like this. As long as it wasn't malicious hype or nonsense about his relationship with Qi Shua, such a small matter wouldn't cause much of an impact. It was just a coincidence that a fan gave him an autograph. Of course, it was normal for other people to be jealous of this fan and come asking for autographs. At noon, Yi Xiaoyang contacted Tianheng's team leader and asked, Sister Tang Can, are Tianheng's peripherals going on sale? Do you need an autograph? Tang Can's eyes lit up and she hurriedly said, the first batch of peripherals includes promotional postcards and customized bookmarks. It would be best if you guys are willing to sign them. However, there are tens of thousands of Tianheng's peripherals this season. If you sign all of them, you won't be able to finish signing them in a week. You guys still have to play in the competition. Why don't you give it a try? Yi Xiaoyang turned around to ask his teammates for their opinions. Qi Shua said calmly, our main task is to play in the competition. The club has people in charge of the peripherals. We can randomly sign some blessings as a benefit. Let's just sign the rest. Yi Xiaoyang agreed, yes, if the fans ask for autographs, it wouldn't be good if we ignored them. Everyone can get the autographs. The autographed blessings can be considered a surprise drop? Qi Shua nodded, yes, take a day to sign them. Don't let it affect the training. Old Qin, Xujiang, and Chengxing didn't have any objections. After everyone returned to the base, they cooperated with Tang Can on this matter. Coach Lin also gave everyone a day off. 2 empty tables were cleared out in the large training room and a row of postcards were placed for everyone to sign. Yi Xiaoyang signed them quickly. He had signed tens of thousands of postcards in his previous life. His ID at that time was also Liang. Now that he was writing the 2 words Liang, he was naturally very skilled. In the blink of an eye, he had signed hundreds of blessings. His handwriting was natural and unrestrained, and the simple blessings looked very good when written by him. When Yi Xiaoyang finished signing, Chengxing was still seriously drawing next to him. Yi Xiaoyang leaned over to take a look. Little Xing's crooked handwriting was quite cute. He had drawn a star on each signature, and his attitude was very serious. In fact, the fans liked them and supported them. This was also one of their motivations. Every time they played, the fans would come to the scene with support posters to cheer them on. They really should give back to the fans. That night, the official Weibo account released a plan for Tianheng to pamper their fans. In this batch of merchandise, all the postcards were printed with the autographs of the contestants. If all of them were personally signed, there would not be enough time and it would affect the competition. The fans understood this very well. In addition, the 5 contestants had personally signed hundreds of blessings, which would be randomly dropped. The official Weibo account would also do an official limited edition figurine, special bookmarks, hero pillows, and other merchandise after the end of the regular season. The fans were overjoyed, and the comments section was filled with Tianheng, you can do it, and it's a blessing to be a Tianheng fan. This season's merchandise sales were obviously higher than last season. The keyboards endorsed by Tianheng's contestants were also selling very well. It was said that they were already out of stock, and the manufacturers were rushing to produce a second batch. Yi Xiaoyang's Weibo fans had exceeded 20 million in just a few months, and he had entered the ranks of the professional league's top players. At the same time, the popularity of Qingxing, Xujiang, and Qin Yizhu had also increased significantly. Everything was developing in a good direction. The team's results were improving, their popularity was rising, and the players' conditions were getting better. Coach Lin looked at the players in the training room, who were busy signing autographs, and smiled slightly. He casually posted on Weibo, "There are only 2 matches left in the playoffs. Although Tianheng is guaranteed to enter the winners group, we can't go too high. For the last 2 matches, regardless of whether we win or lose, we will prepare well and live up to everyone's trust and expectations." Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. The 5 Tianheng players handed over the signed postcards and bookmarks to Tang Can. They didn't need to worry about what happened next. Tianheng Club had its own surrounding shopping malls and staff in charge of selling them. They would take care of everything. Yi Xiaoyang posted on Weibo to appease his fans, "I've already signed the autographs you guys wanted. The autographs will be randomly dropped. Everyone has a signature." Picture, the fans left comments one after another, "Touch, do your hands hurt from signing so many? Yang handwriting is super nice. I'm going to buy the autographs now. The blessing you signed is your wish comes true? I'm thinking of marrying you as my wife. Will that work?" Yi Xiaoyang. Of course it won't work. These fans were getting more and more mischievous. The comments section was filled with "Yang is my wife." Yi Xiaoyang smiled and said, "I'm going to train." Then he quickly closed Weibo and focused on preparing for the next match with his teammates. In the 4th week of the 3rd round of the regular season, Tianheng would be facing their second-last opponent in Group S, Team Yueying. They had played against Yueying in Group A before, so they had a pretty good understanding of the team. Because Xie Weiyu had just transferred not long ago, he didn't have enough chemistry with the top laner, Su Zhua. In the end, Tianheng defeated Yueying in 21. Lin Feng called everyone to the conference room and said, "The current Yueying is no longer the team that dropped back to Group A. After such a long period of competition, Xie Weiyu's condition has been adjusted very well. Their problem of being out of sync in the group battle has also been corrected. We definitely can't be careless when we play against Yueying again." Coach Lin singled out the few small matches that Tianheng had lost in the past for everyone to review. "Our Tianheng has always had a winning streak from Group B to Group S. Our worst result so far is 21. We only lost a few small matches, but we still won the overall situation. All the small games that you lost had a common point. Did you notice?" Qingxing looked at the replay on the big screen and took the initiative to say, "We lost 1 round against Xianxia and 1 round against Yueying because our marksman position was destroyed. In these 2 matches, my team battle damage is less than 35%. Lin Feng looked at him with gratification. It seems that little Xing is also clear in his heart. Tianheng's strongest player has always been Nakano. I'm confident that our Nakano tandem has now reached the world-class level. Even if we face the Nakano tandem from North America, Europe, and Korea, we still have a good chance of winning." He paused for a moment before changing the topic. "However, our team still has 2 very serious problems. First, Little Star's living environment was very difficult. His opponents knew that Tianheng's Nakano was not easy to deal with, so they would definitely target him. Archers are also the core damage output. If we die too many times, we won't be able to deal enough damage, and it'll be very difficult for us to win the team battle." Everyone nodded in unison to show that they understood. Coach Lin continued, "The second point is that Old Qin's heroes change too little. He always uses tank-type heroes to protect his teammates. In the S10 season, Old Qin almost never used a warrior-type top laner, and he has never been a threat to the opposing C position." Qin Yizhu took the initiative to admit, "Coach is right. I really don't play that well on the side." Coach Lin said, "So, if the opposing team wants to cut our marksman, they can top, jungler, mid laner, or even marksman to run over and kill little Xing. However, in Tianheng, we can only rely on our Nakano to kill the opposing Cs. In summary, our damage output is not enough. Once Little Xing dies before the opposing team's marksman in a team battle, we'll easily lose. Yi Xiaoyang agreed from the bottom of his heart. Everyone had been aware of this problem for a long time, but changing it was not something that could be fixed in a day or two. To be honest, Xianxia was a rookie who had just debuted this season. Previously, he had been deliberately smeared as the worst marksman in the league by the Internet Water Army. He was already doing very well by carrying so much psychological pressure and improving so quickly. However, Tianheng had a rookie like Yi Xiaoyang, who overshadowed Little Xing's brilliance. As for the other team's strategy against Tianheng, they had gone from crazily targeting junglers 2 years ago to crazily targeting marksmen this year. This was because the coaches of the other teams knew that Little Xing was Tianheng's weakness. Everyone understood that persimmons were soft to pinch. Seeing Xianxia's drooping head, Yi Xiaoyang gently patted him on the shoulder and said, "Actually, Little Xing's improvement is already very fast. Now that we're sure to enter the winners group, you can go all out in the next 2 games." Coach Lin smiled and said, "Xiaoyang is right. That's what I think too. Take a look at the scoreboard first." He opened the scoreboard on the big screen for everyone to see. Currently, Tianheng had 3 wins in a row, 21/20/20, with a net win score of 5 points. They were ranked first in Group S. Baimu had 2 wins of 21 points and 1 win of 20 points, with a net win score of 4 points. They were ranked second in Group S. There was no doubt that these 2 teams would definitely enter the playoffs. Xianxia had 21 points, Tianheng had 12 points, Baimu had a net win score of -1. Next, Xianxia would play Ice Seoul and Yueying. If they lost in a row, they might go to the losers group. Ice Seoul had 21 points, Yueying had 2 points, Baimu had 2 points, Tianheng had a net win score of -3. Yueying had 21 points, Ice Seoul had 12 points, Baimu had a net win score of -3. These 2 teams had the same score. Currently, it was still unknown who would go to the winners group and who would go to the losers group. Fire Seoul had lost 3 games in a row and had a net win score of -4. They were ranked last. In theory, unless Fire Seoul had a second win in a row, they could only go to the losers group. Yi Xiaoyang finished looking at the scoreboard and said, "In the playoffs, Tianheng will either be first or second. However, depending on the ranking, our opponents will be different." Coach Lin nodded. "Yes. The first and second in Group S are between us and Baimu. The competition for the 3rd and 4th places is the fiercest. For Tianheng and Baimu, the next 2 weeks of matches won't affect the outcome of the competition. Our 2 teams won't meet in the first round of the playoffs. The top 4 teams would enter the playoffs. The first team would fight against the 4th team, and the second team would fight against the 3rd team. Therefore, regardless of who was first or second, it would only affect the opponents in the playoffs. The 2 teams wouldn't meet in the first round of the playoffs." Xianxia finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this. "Then I can really fight without holding back. Even if I die a few more times, I won't be afraid, right? Anyway, even if I lose, it won't affect my ranking." Coach Lin said, "Yes, so don't feel pressured. Just fight without holding back and do your best. For the match against Yueying next week, I hope Old Qin can try something new. When we go to the international competition in the future, it won't do if the top laner only plays with meat. We still need to make adjustments according to our opponent's lineup." Xianxia nodded seriously. "I understand." Coach Lin took out a few sets of lineups that he had studied and said, "Yueying's top laners and archers are very strong. Therefore, when we play Yueying, we need to pay attention to the details of the top and bottom laners. Don't keep helping out. Let the top and bottom laners take more pressure and get used to the pressure of this kind of competition." He looked at the players and said, "If the teams in the domestic competition can't take the pressure, they will easily collapse in the international competition in the future. Therefore, for the next 2 matches, I hope everyone will be prepared to play against the wind and withstand the pressure of our opponents. We will mainly play defensive counterattacks." Previously, Tianheng had relied on the middle laner to lead the rhythm, and the other teammates had won many games without doing anything. However, Coach Lin made it clear that the middle laner would take the initiative to restrain himself in the following matches and let the top and bottom laners practice resisting pressure. This was a very wise decision because Tianheng's current weakness had not been completely solved. If they let Old Qin and Little Xing win without doing anything, what would they do when they met the top laners and archers in the international competition? In a 5-player match, they could not always rely on Qi Shua and Yi Xiaoyang to lead everyone to win without doing anything. Instead, they had to work together and be able to withstand the pressure of all 3 lanes and play to their own standards. When their weakness was no longer a weakness, only then could Tianheng go to the international stage and fight for the world championship. Yi Xiaoyang was very gratified that the coaching team could consider this point in advance. If they did not train in the regular season, should they train in the playoffs? If they lost in the playoffs, they would be eliminated. It was still not too late to let Old Qin and Little Xing get used to the pressure as soon as possible so that they could play more smoothly in the playoffs. In the following week, Tianheng played practice matches with the players of Team 2. They were forced to go against the wind every day. Coach Lin also arranged 2 practice matches with the Korean team. They were also forced to go against the wind. Xing and Old Qin were constantly surrounded by the opposing team. The jungler and mid laner did not come to help, so the 2 of them could only think of ways to escape. Every day, they were either running for their lives or on the road to escape. Under the immense pressure, the 2 of them became calmer and calmer. Die once? That was normal. Die twice in a row? I can still make a comeback. Xing's position gradually became more tenacious and harder to kill. Although Old Qin looked mediocre, he had played with Tianheng for so many years. He also had pride in his bones. Pure tankiness was his specialty, but it did not mean that he did not know how to play the warrior's side lane at all. He only did not take the side lane for the sake of the team. If he had to take it, he would have risked his life to kill the opposing team's back row. It was not a loss to exchange a life for a life. A week passed quickly. Tianheng's team flew to Fuqing. Everyone paid a lot of attention to the matches in the 4th week of the group stage, especially the 3rd and 4th place. The competition for the winners bracket was especially intense. Thunder Hibernation vs Ice Soul, Northern Shepherd vs Fire Mark. Winning or losing would affect the ranking. Tianheng vs Yueying's match was also very popular. Back in Group A, Tianheng 21 defeated Yueying. This time in Group S, would Tianheng continue to win, or would Yueying succeed in their revenge? Before the match even started, there were already many opinions online. Some people thought that Tianheng's current strength was enough to win a prize in the national competition. If they were to fight against Yueying's team, they would have a high chance of winning. Others thought that Yueying's relegation to Group A was due to problems in the team's run-in. After returning to Group S, Yueying's team had already changed. It was hard to say whether they would win or lose. In the pre-match guessing channel, 55% of people guessed that Tianheng would win, while 45% guessed that Yueying would win. On Saturday night, a large number of banners were put up at the competition venue. The fans were very enthusiastic, and the auditorium was full. Yi Xiaoyang saw Xiaoyu backstage and took the initiative to greet him. Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu smiled shyly. Yang, can you kill me less in today's match? Yi Xiaoyang said, don't worry, I won't kill you. I'm going to kill your captain Su today. Suzhua looked at him innocently. Are you targeting me? No one would take a joke before a match seriously. Both teams were ready, and the first round officially began. Everyone thought that Tianheng would ban Xiaoyu's famous hero, Wind Spirit. But today, Coach Lin released all the heroes in the top and bottom lanes, and only randomly banned 2 junglers. In the hero selection stage, Xiaoyu was the first to steal Wind Spirit. When it was Tianheng's turn, Xing took the archer, Vampire Princess, and Old Qin took the top lane, Vampire Duke. The live commentators were stunned and looked at each other. Tianheng's top laner chose the side lane? Vampire Duke needs economy, and he can only deal damage when he's developed. Isn't Old Qin taking the tank this round? Tianheng had often used the mid-core and tank playstyle this season, letting Yi Xiaoyang take the top lane to gain experience. But once the top lane picked a developmental warrior, the mid lane couldn't gain experience, and it would affect the development of his teammates. Could it be that Tianheng was going to pick a mid? Laner, sure enough, Tianhing's third floor picked the hero, Saint Necromancer, as a mid laner. The commentator said excitedly, Tianhing's strategy has been adjusted. Warrior top laner, mid laner, and team-based archer. The focus of development is on the top and bottom lanes. We all know that Yueying's top and bottom lanes are very strong, but Tianhing's head is really hard. Yes, Tianhuan Squad's S10 style is like this. If the opponent is strong, I won't ban them, and I'm not afraid. I'll fight them head-on. Even if the bone is hard, I'll bite it. I'm not afraid of knocking my teeth. The audience roared with laughter. Many fans were worried about Tianhing's choice. Old Qin chose the warrior side lane, and Yang chose the tool lane. This was to let Old Qin deal damage in the team fight. Was it reliable? But the coach of Northern Shepherds knew what Tianhing was doing. He scratched his ear and said, Tianhing is not only hard-headed, but they're also preparing to play Northern Shepherds. For the first round, the lineups of both sides were quickly determined. Tianhing, Vampire Duke, was the warrior top laner, King of Fighters, was the jungler, Saint Spirit Mage, was the tool mid laner, Paladin, was the support at the bottom lane, and the archer was, Vampire Princess, who needed to develop, but had a big skill that could drain health. The Yueying top laner was Sujua's famous hero, Kung Fu Master. He was very good at carrying and cutting off the backline. The jungler was the tool, Pugilist. The mid laner was the cannon, Destroyer Sorcerer, the support, Radiant Shield, and the archer, Wind Spirit. The two commentators analyzed, Tianhing's output points are top, bottom, and jungler. Yueying's output points are top, bottom, and mid. Both sides' support was very tanky and had the ability to start a team. In terms of lineups, both sides have balanced and stable lineups. The outcome of the team battle depends on the player's grasp of timing. That's right. The Saint Soul Mage that Liang chose can forcefully seal the opponent. It's more effective against the Wind Spirit, which is why in this round, Xiaoyu brought along the Blink, because she can't break the seal. Yueying's support, Radiant Shield, allows her to raise her shield to block critical damage. Xiaoyu's living environment is actually quite good. On Little Star's side, the support, Paladin, can take the damage for him. His, Vampire Princess, can also suck blood, so he also has decent survivability. Let us enter the first battle. From the start of the first game, Qi Shua did not choose to invade, and Yueying did not disturb the jungle either. Both sides developed steadily. Yueying's tool jungler gave the first red buff to Xiaoyu. During the landing, Xiaoyu quickly moved and used the red buff to stick to Qingxing. Qingxing couldn't beat them in the early game, so he had no choice but to hide under the tower and clear the enemies. In the middle lane, Yi Xiaoyang dodged several skills from the opposing mid laner. He only focused on clearing the troops and assisted Qi Shua in snatching the first river crab. On the top lane, Sujua, as one of the top laners in the alliance, had a steady but fierce playstyle. He was very good at taking advantage of opportunities to wear down the opponent. When the opponent was in front of him, he would suddenly go up and use a series of combos to cripple the opponent. Old Qin's Vampire Duke couldn't beat the Kung Fu Master before he could use his ultimate skill. After exchanging 2 waves of skills, he was left with little HP. He had no choice but to return to the tower to eat the HP bun. Tianhing is going to be a bit difficult to play against during the matchup period. That's right. If Old Qin had chosen to be a tank, it would have been better. The opposing warriors wouldn't have been able to hurt him. But in this game, Old Qin chose to take the warrior side. The warriors' defense was much worse than the tanks. Captain Su's maneuvering skills are very good. Kung Fu Master can move frequently and is much more agile than Vampire Duke. It's normal for him to be knocked back to the tower. As for the bottom lane, Xiaoyu got the red buff. The archer got the red buff, so the laner will be more aggressive. Moreover, Wind Spirit can also move and is more agile than Vampire Princess. Xiaoxing was also pushed back to the tower. Tianhing's top and bottom lanes are being suppressed. Will Nakano find a chance to help? Captain Qi Shua is blue. Level 6 should be able to help the bottom lane. The two commentators guessed. Tianhing's top and bottom lanes couldn't beat Yueying, but as long as Nakano came to help, the result would be different. Everyone knew that Tianhing's Nakano was good, in a 2v2 on the bottom lane, Yueying had the advantage. But in a 4v4, Tianheng could win as long as they could kill the archer. The live audience and the netizens in the live broadcast room also looked at the big screen in anticipation. Finally, Qishua reached level 6. Yueying's jungler hadn't reached level 6 because of the buff in the beginning of the game. This was a very good opportunity to catch someone. However, Qishua didn't catch someone. He actually went to the middle lane to freeload? The two commentators looked at each other. Level 6, he didn't go to the bottom lane but stuck out in the middle lane? He probably wants to wait for Liang to reach level 6. After all, King of Fighters, control can't control the opposing archer. Only the mid laner's seal can guarantee that he can control Wind Spirit. Yes, he didn't rush to fight the first dragon. Captain Chi returned to the top lane after freeloading a wave of experience in the middle lane. Does he want to continue farming? Level 6 junglers usually went to a certain lane to catch people. If they couldn't find an opportunity, they would return to the jungle to develop. However, Qishua didn't go to catch people this round. He returned to the jungle directly. This strategy was very common in online games. He would develop silently and wait for the crucial equipment to be ready before catching people to ensure the success rate of catching people. Yi Xiaoyang quickly reached level 6 and left the middle lane. Yueying's mid laner immediately reminded him, "Mid laner, miss." The top and bottom lanes quickly retreated to prevent Yi Xiaoyang from flashing and starting a team fight. However, the audience with the omniscient view noticed that Yi Xiaoyang didn't go to the top and bottom lanes to provide support. Instead, he crouched in the grass near the river in the jungle, observing the movements of the opposing jungler. Sure enough, when he saw the jungler pass by the top lane, he immediately signaled Old Qin, "Retreat to the top lane." Qinizhu was level 6 at this time. As soon as Yi Xiaoyang finished speaking, the opposing jungler popped out from the grass and jumped over the tower to attack him. Suzhua immediately followed up with damage output. The two of them were fighting 2 against 1. It was obvious that they wanted to kill him under the tower. Qinizhu used his lifesteal skill and braced himself to charge forward. He desperately cleared the last wave of troops and then retreated with a flash. He escaped with only a sliver of health left. The commentator said excitedly, "This flash was too timely." He only had a sliver of health left. The opposing team couldn't continue chasing because the troops were cleared. The tower's damage was very high. Sure enough, the tower continuously attacked the opposing players within its range. Yueying's top laner and jungler were crippled by the tower and didn't chase after them. Old Qin ran to the safety of the inner tower and pressed the return button. Old Qin's fearful voice came from the live chat. "Fortunately, I ran away in time." Yi Xiaoyang looked at the top lane and smiled. Not bad. They caught this wave for nothing. They didn't kill him and the tower wasn't destroyed. The jungler came here for nothing. This way, Chengxing at the bottom lane could use the time to develop. In a 2v2, as long as he wasn't stunned by the opposing team's support, Xiaoyu wouldn't be able to kill him quickly. After all, his ultimate skill could lifesteal. It was useless even if Xiaoyu crippled him. Little Xing used lifesteal to heal a wave of troops and recovered his health back to full. After a while, Yueying's jungler came to the bottom lane again. The pugilist could jump over from a distance and stun the enemies within range with a horizontal slash. Chengxing and Sujiang had already retreated under the tower after receiving Yi Xiaoyang's notification signal. However, the opposing team was fighting 3v2 and could directly jump over the tower to kill them. The pugilist got past the crowd control and Xiaoyu fired wildly from afar. In the blink of an eye, Chengxing's health was low. Sujiang used the paladin's substitute skill in time to help little Xing take the damage. After the 2 seconds of stun ended, Chengxing immediately flashed and escaped. Sujiang's economy wasn't high at this time. He only bought support equipment and was killed by the opposing team before he could finish his defensive equipment. First blood, Xiaoyu got first blood. Tianheng's jungler sold his support and escaped with a sliver of health. The two commentators, Tianheng's escaping ability in the top and bottom lanes is really top-notch. They can even escape like that? It's indeed harder to catch them than before. I remember when we were in Team A, Old Qin and Little Xing were killed a few times when they were playing against Yueying. After a while, Yueying's jungler came to the top lane again after farming resources in the jungle. The jungler and top laner wanted to kill Qiniju in a 2v1 battle. However, old Qin had a keen sense of smell and noticed that the opposing team was coming to catch him. Once again, he activated his army and escaped with a sliver of health. The two commentators didn't know whether to laugh or cry. They escaped just in time. It feels like they've practiced pressure games before, right? They're very good at escaping. That's right. Old Qin flashed with a sliver of health, and little Xing also escaped with a sliver of health. Moreover, before they escaped, they cleared out the minions. The opposing team didn't have any minions, so they couldn't push the tower. Their losses weren't that big. When Suzhua saw this, he was very puzzled. Where's the opposing jungler? The bottom lane support said, he hasn't shown up yet. He's developing in the jungle, so we can't see him. Suzhua immediately said, go find the jungler's position. Don't get caught. There was something wrong with the Tianhuan squad today. In the past, Tianhing's jungler would have already spawned at this point in the game. But today, even though Qi Shua and Yi Xiaoyang were level 6, the two of them didn't try to grab the bottom lane or top lane. Yi Xiaoyang missed frequently, but he didn't appear in the map. He was probably hiding in the bushes to watch. Qi Shua, he didn't show up at all. It was as if he had disappeared from the map, Xia Weiyu quickly reacted. Tianhing's top and bottom lanes are just bait to lure us in. The jungler is the core. Their jungler is developing like crazy. Once he develops, it won't be easy for them to win the team battle later on. Suzhua said, go into the jungle and force Qi Shua out. If it were any other team, they might have been fooled by Tianhing's top and bottom lanes. But Suzhua knew Qi Shua very well. Xia Weiyu and Yi Xiaoyang had often played together during this period of time, so he knew Xiaoyang's style very well. These two big devils had been running around crazily to set the pace in the previous game. But today, they suddenly stopped trying to grab people. Instead, they restrained themselves and watched from the sidelines. Something was very wrong. If their opponents fell for their trap and tried to grab the top and bottom lanes but failed to kill them, it would mean that they were allowing Tianhing's jungler to develop steadily. Qi Shua, who was developing steadily, once he came out of the mountain, he would cause devastating damage. Fortunately, Suzhua and Xia Weiyu noticed it immediately. Xia Weiyu led the support and jungler to the bottom half of the jungle to look for Qi Shua. But they couldn't find him. Xia Weiyu stole a small monster and reminded them, he's in the top half of the jungle. Be careful, Brother Su. Suzhua said, the blue buffs in the top half of the jungle have already disappeared. What is he doing here? As soon as he finished speaking, Suzhua suddenly realized something. He ran over to the dragon pit to take a look and saw a figure walking away. A notification popped up on the screen. Vanguard Tyrannosaurus has been killed by the King of Fighters. Suzhua resisted the urge to roll his eyes. He's stealing Tyrannosaurus. Qi Shua stole the Vanguard Tyrannosaurus by himself. In the top half of the jungle, the first Tyrannosaurus that spawned was called the Vanguard Tyrannosaurus. The jungler could kill it alone. After killing it, the minions of the three lanes would become the Vanguard captain and push the tower faster. However, the side that killed it didn't receive any buffs. In the middle and late stages of the game, the Vanguard Tyrannosaurus would become the golden marked Primordial Tyrannosaurus, which was the Tyrannosaurus. If it was killed at this time, not only would the three lanes become the Tyrannosaurus captain with strong attack power, but the side that killed the Tyrannosaurus would also receive buffs to attack and defense, making it easier to win in a team battle. Therefore, the Tyrannosaurus was also a resource that both sides would fight for in the later stages of the game. However, in the early stages of the game, stealing one Tyrannosaurus didn't have much of an impact. Suzhua said, prepare to defend. Clear the three Tyrannosaurus and push the bottom lane. The Vanguard Tyrannosaurus got up quickly. Yueying quickly cleared the minions of the three lanes. Then, according to the captain's instructions, Nakano, Setsuke, and the other four people pushed the bottom lane. Qingxing retreated early and directly let go of the bottom tower. Due to the early stages of the game, Qingxing and Old Qin's finances were a few hundred yuan worse than those of the top lane and the archer. Suzhua looked at the game's data panel and found that Xia Weiyu had already finished the key damage output equipment. He decisively said, "Middle lane team, push the middle tower as soon as possible." Both sides were fighting in the middle lane team battle. Suzhua directly flashed to the back row and instantly killed the archer. Yueying's jungler immediately followed and wanted to cut off Tianheng's damage output as soon as possible. Qingxing didn't escape this time because his flash was on cooldown and he didn't have a displacement skill. He couldn't escape. Thus, Qingxing directly used his lifesteal skill and braced himself to attack Captain Su's face. A fragile archer attacking a warrior's face. Wasn't this looking for death? Even if the skill could lifesteal, the amount of lifesteal wouldn't be as much as the opponent's. In the blink of an eye, Qingxing was crippled. Xujiang used a substitute skill on Qingxing's body. Qingxing fought as he ran and directly ran back to the second tower. At this time, his health bar was flashing red. He only had a pitiful 100 health points left. The opponent could casually use a normal attack to kill him. Unfortunately, the distance between them was too far. The opponent couldn't catch up. Xujiang's substitute skill helped Qingxing block a large amount of damage while he fell under the tower. Qingxing's chest felt warm. "Thank you, Brother Chu," Xujiang smiled and said, "You're welcome. I'm accumulating material for my 100 ways to die." Qingxing, Yi Xiaoyang looked at the opponent's health and decisively said, "Kill the back row." As soon as he said that, Yi Xiaoyang, who had been watching the show from the middle lane, suddenly flashed to the back row. He used an ultimate to seal and caught Xia Weiyu, who was hiding there. At the same time, Yi Xiaoyang gave Qi Shua a light shield to protect him. Qi Shua immediately followed. With the shield, Qi Shua dominated the back row and killed Xia Weiyu with a burst of attacks. At the same time, Old Qin flashed to the back row and used his lifesteal ultimate to kill the opposing mid laner with 2 slashes. The live audience was stunned. F***ck, Old Qin has grown up. He cooperated with the jungler to kill the opposing mid laner. Was this still the unknown Old Qin? The commentator said excitedly, "Tianheng's teamwork in this group battle is too beautiful." The opposing mid laner went around the back and sacrificed himself to protect the archer. The top laner, jungler, and mid laner worked together to kill the opposing mid laner in an instant. Tianheng lost a support to replace the opposing mid laner and archer. This is a huge win. That's right, Old Qin went around the back with Sun and Moon. What a surprise. He directly flashed to the opposing mid laner's face and killed the mid laner with 2 slashes before the opponent could react. Although his equipment isn't good enough, it's still very easy for him to kill a defenseless mid laner. The warriors, who had been suppressed in the top lane, are finally standing up this time. The audience burst into thunderous applause. Backstage, in the spectator area, Zhao Sinan couldn't help but complain when he saw this. Yueying is done for this round. Look at Qi Shua's equipment. He has already dropped 3 pieces of equipment. When he went to kill Xia Weiyu just now, he killed him with 2 punches. Zhao Xinping said calmly, "Their top and bottom laners are bait to resist. Pressure. They are specifically used to lure the opposing mid laners to catch them and then find a way to resist the pressure and escape. This way, the jungler has plenty of time to develop." The facts proved that this was the case. Tianheng's top laner and archer resisted the pressure in the early stages. The jungler's development was too good. In the later stages of the team battle, the top laner, jungler, and mid laner worked together to attack the backline. Yueying's backline had a hard time surviving. Tianheng's squad dragged on from the disadvantage in the early stages to the later stages. They actually won the team battle. The archer was handed over to Qi Shua and Yi Xiaoyang to kill. Old Qin flashed around in the team battle and once again killed the opposing mid laner. Backstage, in the spectator area, everyone had mixed feelings. Tianheng's improvement speed was really beyond expectations. Qingxing was getting harder and harder to kill. Now, top laner Qin Yizhu also stood up. He was using this game to tell everyone, he wasn't just a silent top laner who would silently choose a meat shield to protect his teammates. He could also become an excellent warrior who could split open the opponent's gap. Although he wasn't a top laner in the league and couldn't beat Suzhua or Zhao Sinan in the lane, he could still win. However, in the team battle, he could trade his life for the opposing team's core and create space for his teammates to attack. Tianheng didn't only have Nakano. Tianhuan was a battle team whose overall strength was also increasing. During this period, not only was little Xing practicing hard, but old Qin was also practicing every day. He knew how to escape and how to kill people. He even let the kids of Team 2 form groups of 3 or 4 to catch him in the top lane to withstand the greatest pressure. Old Qin and Xujiang joined Tianheng in the S7 season. They didn't play with Tianheng in the international competition. Instead, they joined the team when Mingxing retired and Qi Shua took over as captain at the age of 18. They joined the team during Tianheng's most chaotic period. Ever since they officially debuted, Tianheng's results had been going downhill. They had also been questioned by netizens. They hadn't experienced Tianheng's peak. However, they didn't want to be Tianheng's weakness. This season, they would do their best to accompany their favorite team back to the top. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Tianheng's victory in the first round not only made the backstage spectators look at them in a new light, but it also greatly boosted the confidence of the players. Especially Old Qin, who was able to defeat the opposing mid laner in 2 waves. He could finally hold his head up high. A good top laner should be able to attack and defend. When the team needed him as a bodyguard, he could use the tank hero to block damage and protect his teammates. When the team needed him to deal damage, he could also take out the sharpest sword and quickly cut through the enemy's defense. As the orphan top laner, Old Qin, who had always been ignored, chose the warrior side lane very well. This was also the result of repeated practice with Yi Xiaoyang and Qi Shua. After a short break, the second round began quickly. Yueying's team went crazy with their top laners. They directly banned Vampire Duke and Sword Will, which were commonly seen in the back line. Obviously, they were targeting the top laners. Suzhua chose the top laner, Berserker, who had a very strong burst. He was not afraid of anyone in a 1v1 in Berserk state. Tianheng also chose Agony Dual Blades, which was also a warrior hero. His weapon was dual blades, and the controls were more complicated. The dual blades could be thrown out and flew back, dealing 2 waves of damage to the enemies in the path. If the second wave was hit, it would definitely be a critical hit, so his hand speed had to be fast. The commentator was a little surprised. Old Qin's hero pool seems to have widened. In the previous matches, he either chose Steel Body, Paladin, or Black Dragon Knight. Today, he chose a warrior top laner for 2 consecutive rounds. After all, he's a veteran player who has played for 3 years. It's impossible that he only knows a few tank heroes. He must have sacrificed some of his own style for the sake of the team, right? That makes sense. A top laner who doesn't know how to use a warrior hero is not a qualified top laner. Tianheng has won 3 consecutive rounds. No matter how they play, they will definitely enter the winners group. So, Old Qin can let loose and choose a hero with good mechanics. In the bottom lane, Xing also chose the sharpshooter, which he usually did not use often. This hero needed to aim and snipe. If he couldn't snipe, he would have almost no damage. But if he could snipe, it would be very easy to kill someone in one shot in the later game. Yueying's archer was the machine gun hunter, who was good at pushing towers in the early stages. In the second round, after both sides had chosen their heroes, the audience realized that Tianheng's strategy was very similar to the first round. It was also the top and bottom lane to resist pressure. The mid laner was a tool. The jungler needed to develop. The damage output was the top, jungle, and archer. Yi Xiaoyang's main focus was crowd control. When Suzhua saw this lineup, he immediately reminded them, don't fall into their trap again. This time, we won't fight in the top or bottom lane. We'll fight in the jungle directly. In the first round, Yueying was confused by the so-called weaknesses of Tianheng's top and bottom lane. She wanted to kill the top laner or archer as quickly as possible so that she could break through the top and bottom lanes and win easily. However, after 3 consecutive waves of attacks, he did not manage to kill them even once. The opponent always managed to escape with a sliver of HP, which gave Qi Shua ample time to develop. This time, Suzhua would not be fooled again. I'll directly attack you in the jungle so that you won't be able to develop your Qi Shu. Yueying played very fiercely at the start of the game, attacking the jungle as a team. Tianheng's side reacted quickly. Yi Xiaoyang and Qin Yizhu quickly defended. The two sides pulled for a long time in a 3v3 near the blue buff. In the end, Qi Shua seized the opportunity and stole the blue buff with a retribution. Yueying did not manage to steal the blue buff, but the archer and support in the bottom lane invaded the red buff together. It was also very profitable to steal the red buff. Yueying's strategy is clear. They're going to attack the jungle. 3 people in the top lane and 2 people in the bottom lane invaded at the same time. Tianheng's top lane defended, but the red buff in the bottom lane was stolen. It's a bit of a loss. Fortunately, no one died. It's acceptable to let the opponent have 3 buffs at the start. It was normal to lose buffs at the start of the game. Qi Shua stabilized the rhythm and quickly farmed the jungle to steal the river crabs. In this game, he still did not take the initiative to set the pace and let the top and bottom lanes resist the pressure. As a result, there were small team battles in the jungle. Every time Suzhua cleared a wave of troops, he would come to the jungle to harass Qi Shua. He pretended to go home, but in reality, he was hiding in the bushes for a long time. The moment Qi Shua passed by, he would activate his berserk skill and directly kill Qi Shua. Qi Shua was speechless. Was there a need to be so fierce? The commentator joked. Captain Su has a lot of opinions about this old friend of his. Yueying's strategy in this game is correct. The top and bottom lanes have an advantage in the first place. There's no need to continue grabbing them. If they keep a close eye on the jungler, it will be much easier to fight in the team battle. In the bottom lane, Chengxing hid in the distance and secretly aimed at the sniper line. However, Yueying's support caused interference. Xie Weiyu's machine gun hunter forcefully pushed past the line of troops. In 2 consecutive waves, the bottom lane tower was destroyed. Immediately after, the 2 of them joined forces and invaded the jungle. They snatched the red buff and quickly rolled the economy. This game dragged on for 20 minutes. During the team battle, Xie Weiyu used flash to dodge Yi Xiaoyang's crowd control and escaped with little health. Then, he activated his lifesteal equipment and turned back to attack. Although Old Qin killed the opposing mid laner and Qi Shua killed the opposing jungler, Chengxing's crucial sniper was dodged by Xie Weiyu. Xie Weiyu survived until the end and cooperated with Suzhua to quickly kill Tianheng's frontline and turn the situation around. The 2 sides tied again at 11. I remember that in Group A, Tianheng and Yueying tied at 11. In the final game, Tianheng won. This time, the same score has appeared. I wonder if the final game will be the same as Group A. If Yueying wins against Tianheng at 21, based on the current rankings, Yueying should be able to enter the winners group. If they lose at 12, then whether they can enter the winners group will depend on the results of teams like Immortal Soul and Fiery Mark. Yes, Captain Qi and Captain Su have been good friends for many years. Liang and Xiaoyu are also good friends. However, personal relationships are personal relationships. A competition is a competition. If Tianheng deliberately gave in to Yueying, once the disciplinary committee of the alliance decides that they are not playing well, Tianheng will be suspended. No one can bear such a result. I believe that the players know that they won't give in to their opponents. Even if Tianheng is guaranteed to enter the winners group, they must play well against Yueying. If they deliberately gave in during the competition, it would be equivalent to fixing the competition. The disciplinary committee of the alliance was not to be trifled with. No matter how bold Tianheng was, they would not deliberately lose. The fans were all speculating whether Tianheng would bring out the Nakano system in the 3rd round. It couldn't be that Liang would continue to be a tool, right? Would they still let Old Qin deal damage? The facts proved that Tianheng was going to be stubborn to the end. In the 2nd round, Old Qin lost with the double blades of pain. In the 3rd round, they continued to stubbornly take the double blades of pain. In the 2nd round, Chengxing took the sharpshooter and missed the critical sniper shot. He continued to take it in the 3rd round. The fans were speechless. Could Tianheng not be so arrogant? They still dared to take it after losing. Old Qin's double blades of pain was quite lousy. The blades that flew out could not hit anyone when they were retracted. They could not hit anyone in the 2nd round, so they were useless. Little Xing's sharpshooter hit rate was not high either, so they were really going easy on them? If they dare to go easy on them, I'll turn from a fan to an anti-fan. Tianheng's way of taking the hero in the third round puzzled the fans. Some people even suspected that Tianheng wanted to lose on purpose. This lineup had just lost, so how could they dare to take it again? But Coach Lin's intentions were very clear. Get back up from where you fell. There was no problem with the lineup, and there was no problem with the hero. In the second round, you were led by the opponent's rhythm and played too passively. Quickly corrected in the third round. Xianxia said, Qi Shui will be in command for the deciding round, right? I made a mistake in my command just now. Qi Shui said in a low voice, it's fine. I believe you can adjust. Xianxia smiled and said, alright then. They're attacking our jungle like crazy. We'll fight back in this round. In the second round, Tianheng's jungle was invaded by the opponent's frenzied attacks. Qi Shui's rhythm was interrupted by Su Zhua's ambush and did not develop well. This was the key reason why Tianheng lost the team battle later in the game. Therefore, in the deciding round, Xianxia adopted the strategy of offense is the best defense. He took the initiative to attack the opponent's jungle. The two bodyguards, Xianxia and Qin Yizhu, protected Qi Shui as they went to snatch the opponent's buff. In the bottom lane, Xujiang protected Qingxing as they harassed the opponent's jungle. As soon as the two sides met, there was a strong smell of gunpowder. First blood was actually taken by Old Qin, who said that Qin Yizhu's agony double edge couldn't deal a second critical hit. His dual blades that flew out just happened to hit the opponent's jungler when they returned, triggering a critical hit. The opponent's jungler was beaten up by Xianxia and Qi Shui, and his head was taken away by Old Qin's dual blades. Qin Yizhu said excitedly, I haven't taken first blood in many years. Xianxia praised, nice. In the bottom lane, Qingxing accurately hit Xia Weiyu with a long-range snipe and crippled Xia Weiyu. Xia Weiyu had no choice but to return home to replenish his health. The commentator said, Tianheng did a good job at the beginning of the game. Yueying's jungler was killed, and they won't be able to catch anyone for the next few minutes. Fortunately, Yueying is a tool, so it won't affect her too much even if her equipment falls behind. Su Zhu quickly adjusted his strategy. Change lanes. Yueying changed lanes again. When they were in Group A, they had suddenly changed lanes and caught Tianheng off guard. But this time, Tianheng was already experienced. In the top lane, Qin Yizhu faced the combination of archer and support. He withstood the pressure and returned home with low health. The mid laner, Xianxia, quickly filled in the gaps and cleared the minions, preventing the opponent from taking down the tower. Su Zhua's original goal of changing lanes was to break through from the top lane as soon as possible. This was because the bottom lane's sharpshooter could cripple Xia Weiyu with a single snipe, and the bottom lane's tower was not easy to take down. If he switched to the top lane, he could quickly take down the tower and tear apart Tianheng's defense line. But he didn't expect Tianheng's mid laner to provide support so quickly. Xia Weiyu and the support couldn't take down the tower quickly. In the bottom lane, Su Zhu was sniped twice by Qingxing from a distance, and his health dropped to about half. Just as he was about to return home, a figure suddenly appeared from the bushes. Qi Shui jumped over without hesitation, stunned him, and dealt a set of damage. Qi Shui's early game equipment was not good enough, so he couldn't kill a warrior in one shot. Seeing Su Zhu running away with only a sliver of health left, Qingxing crouched down in the distance, scoped in, aimed, and suddenly fired a bullet. With a bang, the low-health warrior instantly fell to the ground. Tianheng Fanqing, sharpshooter, killed YY Old Su, berserker. Qingxing said excitedly, I hit him. The sharpshooter needed his teammates to help him see his vision so that he could aim at the enemy from a distance. Just now, Qi Shui went up and crippled Su Zhu. At the same time, he helped Qingxing see Su Zhua's position. Qingxing accurately hit Su Zhu with a 180-degree snipe from a distance. The master-disciple pair's coordination was extremely good. Qi Shui praised his disciple, which was rare for him. Not bad. Xianxia followed suit and praised, Little Xing, good job. Push the tower quickly. Qingxing, got it. Qingxing quickly went up to the tower and took down half of the enemy's bottom lane tower's health. After Qin Yizhu revived at the base, he did not go to the top lane. Instead, he sneaked to the middle lane. Xianxia pressed the attack button and used a crowd control to seal the enemy's mid laner. Old Qin immediately flashed over and threw out the dual blades in his hands, then pulled them back and dealt 4 consecutive critical hits, instantly killing the enemy's mid laner. Tianheng's Qin and Ye's sudden attack caught Yueying's mid laner off guard. Yueying's lane change allowed them to push the top tower, but their mid laner and top laner were all killed. Instead, they suffered a loss of health. Tianheng decided to use the middle lane as a breakthrough point. Their top laner and archer went to help the middle lane and quickly pushed down the middle tower. The third round dragged on for 25 minutes. Yueying's team retreated to the high ground. They defended tenaciously and repelled Tianheng's 3 consecutive waves of attacks. After Tianheng killed the dragon, they forcefully pushed up the high ground with the dragon buff. Qin Yizhu decisively flashed over and slashed at the enemy's back line with his dual blades. Qi Shua followed closely behind and dealt damage, forcing the enemy's mid laner and archer to retreat. Qingxing stood far away and aimed. He sniped and killed a low health player with 1 shot. In the blink of an eye, Yueying's front line lost 2 players and their tower was forcefully pushed down. The remaining 3 players quickly returned to the base to replenish their health. They wanted to come out and defend their base, but they couldn't. Old Qin and Qi Shua guarded the front line. Qingxing stood far away and furiously attacked the tower until the crystal shattered. Victory, the golden word for victory popped up. The netizens who were scolding Tianheng's stubbornness changed their attitudes. Tianheng-666 Old Qin's sideline was pretty good. Little Xing's sharpshooter sniped 5 shots in the last wave. 4 of them hit and forced the enemy to retreat. The 2 commentators said excitedly, "So, it's not a matter of heroes at all. Tianheng's lineup is actually quite good." After losing the second round, they immediately adjusted for the third round. This shows that the players' mental fortitude is very strong. That's right. They picked themselves up from where they fell. This kind of adjustment ability is only possessed by a top team. Congratulations to Tianheng 21 for winning this round. In the soundproof room, Qingxing said excitedly, "Everyone is awesome." In the past, every time they won a match, he would praise his master and brother Yang. Because most of the time, Nakano and Nakano worked together to lead the others to victory. But today, Qingxing only wanted to say, "Everyone is great." Tianheng's top and bottom laners could also step up and play their roles. Although Tianheng's support died the most times, Xujiang protected Qingxing at every critical moment today. He was the team's most reliable bodyguard. Tianheng's team had only relied on Nakano and Nakano in the beginning. From Group B to Group A, and then to Group S, they had gradually improved. Now, they had finally become a more comprehensive team. These days, the players had been training day and night against the wind. They had pushed themselves to the limit. Qingxing and Old Qin dreamed of running for their lives. They just didn't want to be a burden to Qi Shua and Yi Xiaoyang. The final result made everyone happy. Yueying's team, which had strong top laners and sharpshooters, had abandoned Nakano and relied on their top and bottom laners to resist pressure until the later stages of the game. They had actually won. Qingxing jumped up and hugged Xujiang and Qin Yizhu excitedly. Yi Xiaoyang smiled and walked over to hug them. Qi Shua opened his arms and gently hugged all his teammates. This was his best teammate. Tianheng of S10 was also the warmest, most united, and strongest team in the history of Tianheng. Tianhuan squad's future was promising. After the match, Qi Shua led his team members to the soundproof room to shake hands. Suzhua stood up and patted him on the shoulder. He sighed. "I thought that after Xiaoyu and I got used to each other, we would be able to beat you guys. But in the end, you guys improved faster than I expected." He looked at Qin Yizhu and said, "Especially Old Qin. His style is different now." Qin Yizhu scratched his head in embarrassment. "I still can't beat Captain Su in a one-on-one." Suzhua said straightforwardly, "This isn't a one-on-one game. You played well in the team battles." Old Qin was also very happy to be recognized by the alliance's top laner. Yi Xiaoyang took the initiative to hug Xiaoyu and patted him on the shoulder. He didn't say too many words of comfort. He knew that Xiaoyu didn't need to be comforted. Xiaoyu smiled and hugged him back. A match was a match, and personal relationships were personal relationships. They all knew this very well. Tianheng's team of 5 came to the big stage and bowed before leaving. Xianxia was the MVP in today's 2 matches. Especially in the team battles in the second match, where he flashed to the back row to kill the opposing C position. His performance was remarkable. Therefore, Xianxia was invited to the post-match interview. Xianxia, who was in the interview booth for the first time, was a little restrained. He stood there with a silly smile. The reporter handed the microphone to him. "Welcome to the interview booth, Candle. First of all, congratulations to Tianheng 21 for winning this match. Old Qin's performance in today's match was very outstanding. You even won the MVP award. This is the first time you've won the MVP award this season. Do you have anything to say to everyone?" Xianxia said seriously, "Thank you to my teammates. I was able to win the MVP because everyone cooperated well." The reporter said, "Old Qin is quite humble. We noticed that you didn't choose the tank lane in today's match. Instead, you chose the tank lane for 3 consecutive matches. Is this a change in style?" Xianxia replied, "This is the arrangement of the coaching team. Because our Tianheng's top and bottom lanes are relatively weak, the coach wants us to adapt to the pressure as soon as possible so that we can prepare for future matches, so we've been training to suppress the pressure." He paused and smiled embarrassedly. "I dream of running for my life every day." During this period of time, not only had little Xing been practicing hard, Old Qin had also been practicing every day. He had learned how to escape and how to cut people. He had even asked the children in Team 2 to form groups of 3 or 4 to capture him on the top lane to withstand the greatest pressure. Therefore, it was not an exaggeration to say that he was running for his life even in his dreams. There was a burst of laughter in the press gallery. It seemed that the nightmare training in Tianheng was indeed effective. Old Qin, who was running for his life even in his dreams, was caught several times today, but he was still able to escape with a sliver of blood. The reporter said, "So, you're actually pretty good at playing on the sidelines, right?" Xianxia said, "As a top laner, knowing how to play as a warrior is a basic requirement. Although my sidelines are not as good as the top laners in the league, I can still do it if I need to." The reporter asked curiously, "Then, do you personally prefer tanks or warriors?" Xianxia said, "I like both. Tanks are more tanky and can last for a long time in a team fight. Warriors can play more fiercely and cut off the opposing team's C position. I'll play more defensively while fighting more offensively. I'll take whatever the coach wants me to take." Unexpectedly, the orphan top laner was the most obedient person in Tianheng. He had always been unknown in the top lane. He would do whatever the team needed him to do without any complaints. Such a top laner was actually the most solid support in the hearts of his teammates, right? The reporter said. The next match is Group S's last opponent, Northern Shepherd. This season, Northern Shepherd is very strong. The top, bottom, and mid laners are all world-class players. Tianheng has already won 14 consecutive matches in the group stage. Do you have the confidence to maintain this record until the end? Xianxia said, "Of course we have confidence, but the outcome of a match can't only depend on confidence. Northern Shepherd is very strong, but our Tianheng is not weak either. We will prepare well for the last match in the group stage and give the regular season a perfect ending." The reporter smiled and said, "Thank you for accepting our interview, Old Qin." Xianxia came backstage and asked the coach nervously, "Did I say anything wrong?" Coach Lin smiled and patted him on the shoulder. "Well said." Xianxia breathed a sigh of relief. The team had been waiting in the lounge for a long time. After he came back, everyone packed up and went for supper. Coach Lin was the host today, so everyone ate hot pot together. Yi Xiaoyang casually scrolled through Weibo and found a hot topic on the homepage. #Tianheng comparison between S6 and S10 hashtag. Because of today's post-match interview, the reporter mentioned that Tianheng had won 14 consecutive matches in the group stage. Coincidentally, Tianheng also had a winning streak in the group stage in the S6 season. The fans compared the 2 seasons of Tianheng. S6 was Tianheng's best year in history. Qixua debuted at a young age and single-handedly swept the field. That year, Tianheng started in Group A and won 5 consecutive matches in the first round to enter Group S. After that, they played 2 rounds in Group S, winning 5 consecutive matches in the first round and 5 consecutive matches in the second round. They were unstoppable and entered the playoffs with a winning streak of 15 consecutive matches. The master-disciple pairing of Mingxing and Qi Shua became a classic team in the history of the alliance. Unfortunately, Tianheng lost to South Korea in the S6 World Finals and came back with the runner-up position. Mingxing also retired in a hurry because of his family. This season, Tianhuan had won all the way from Group B to Group S. So far, they had won all the way. Not counting the bracket matches, they had won 14 consecutive matches in the group stage. They were 1 match away from S6's winning streak of 15 consecutive matches, so it was normal for the fans to compare them. The most popular post in the topic section was an analysis post that analyzed the differences between the 2 seasons of Tianheng in detail. In the S6 season, mid-laner Mingxing and jungler Qi Shua had great chemistry. The top laner was the top laner in the alliance, Brother Long. The bottom laner was Old Nya and Ah Ning, who were at their peak. In the S6 season, Tianheng's overall strength was very strong and they almost won the World Championship. In the S10 season, Qi Shua and Yi Xiaoyang's Sun and Moon jungler tandem had reached the level of the top Sino-Vietnamese tandem in the country. However, top laner Qin Yizhu was not as well-rounded as S6 top laner along bottom laner Xu had just become a support, and Xiao Xing was still a rookie. They were also not as good as Old Nya and Ah Ning, who were at their peak. Overall, on paper, Tianheng's strength this season was not as good as S6. However, the good thing was that Tianheng's strategies were more varied this season, and Xiao Xing was improving very quickly. Mid-laner Yi Xiaoyang was still a demon king. Tianheng still had hope of entering the World Championship. Many people in the comment section compared Yi Xiaoyang's and Mingxing's statistics and found that Yi Xiaoyang had more MVPs than Mingxing. Of course, this was also because most of the MVPs in the S6 season had been taken away by Qi Shua. Gradually, some discordant comments appeared in the topic section. How many years has it been since S6? Mingxing's diehard fans are still so loyal. They still can't forget him. In my opinion, Yang Yang is much better than Mingxing. Lai Yang and Shuaiyue also have better chemistry. Mingxing was praised as a god by you guys, but in my opinion, he's just an irresponsible captain. After the World Championship, he just patted his ass and left, leaving the mess to the 18-year-old Qi Shua. If he hadn't suddenly retired, Tianheng wouldn't have collapsed. Previous poster, don't be funny. Tianheng's results dropped off a cliff in the next few seasons. Doesn't that prove that Qi Shua's leadership ability is far inferior to Mingxing's? Mingxing retired so many years ago, and his diehard fans are still here? How is Liang not better than him? Can Liang's fans not cross ears and scam him? The more Yi Xiaoyang read, the more his head hurt. He handed the phone to Qi Shua and said, "Why are they suddenly comparing me to God Ming? There's even a group of anti-fans scolding God Ming for being irresponsible? Don't tell me it's another club stirring up trouble." Qi Shua glanced at the comment section and said, "Yaoguang isn't that free. They might not even be able to secure a spot in the playoffs in Group A. They probably don't have time to sway Tianheng's rhythm at this time." Coach Lin looked at the comment section that was inexplicably arguing and said helplessly, "Xiaoyang, you don't know. Every year, when the regular season is about to end, regardless of whether Tianheng's results are good or bad, Mingxing's corpse will be dragged out to be whipped." When he suddenly retired, it did hurt a lot of Tianheng's fans. He had tens of millions of fans back then, and some people can't forget him. It's normal to compare him to the new midlaner. Don't worry about this. Yi Xiaoyang laughed and said, "Of course I don't care. God Ming is a senior that I respect very much. I've never thought of surpassing him. I debuted in S10, and I'm only competing with the midlaners of S10. There's no meaning in cross-eras comparisons." He and Mingxing had played against each other in the Star City Villa, and they were evenly matched. However, at that time, Yi Xiaoyang's hero pool was still very shallow, and his understanding of the game wasn't good enough. Mingxing had retired for many years, and his hand speed had decreased. That match didn't prove anything. No matter how much controversy there was about Mingxing, he had helped Tianheng cultivate an outstanding player like Qi Shua. His contributions couldn't be denied. He was Qi Shua's master, and Yi Xiaoyang also respected him very much. It was too easy for fans of both sides to step on each other. Moreover, God Ming was usually very busy. Last time, in order to deal with Qi Shua and Yi Xiaoyang being secretly photographed in the hospital, he had specially rushed to the capital. He had already done his best for Tianheng. Yi Xiaoyang quickly posted on Weibo to stop this topic. I've never had any intention of comparing myself to God Ming. We're not from the same season, and there's no way to determine the winner. If it weren't for God Ming's recognition, I wouldn't have been able to join Tianheng so smoothly and become a starter in S10. To Qi Shua, he's a mentor. To me, he's a talent scout. God Ming is a senior that I respect very much. Let's not start a war anymore. Thank you everyone. Mentor, talent scout. These two words were enough to give Tianheng's former captain face. Mingxing's fans were initially very disgusted by the new midlaner. They felt that the new midlaner's fans were too arrogant. However, they found that the new midlaner was modest and polite, and he was also respectful to Mingxing. As for Yi Xiaoyang's fans, of course, it wasn't good for them to continue scolding their senior. The flames of war on both sides gradually calmed down. Those haters who were maliciously trying to step on the two midlaners were all scolded back by the rational netizens. To Yi Xiaoyang's surprise, Mingxing actually reposted his Weibo and said, S6 is a thing of the past. There's no need to compare cross eras. Liang is a very good midlaner, and I also like Yangyang's style of play. Yi Xiaoyang quickly sent him a private message. God Ming, didn't you discard this account a long time ago? Tianheng tomorrow. His Weibo was almost overgrown with weeds. He hadn't posted anything for an entire year. Suddenly coming back to life at this time scared the group of old fans. Mingxing replied, I didn't discard it. After retiring, I've been using this account to watch the news in the esports scene. Don't worry about the netizens stepping on you. I'm going back to the imperial capital tomorrow. I'll go to the base to talk to you guys. Yi Xiaoyang thought that it was another paparazzi incident. He couldn't help but worry. Qi Shua and I haven't been going out much recently. Could it be that we were photographed eating breakfast? Mingxing said, you're confessing without being pressed. How many times have the two of you secretly gone out to eat breakfast? Yi Xiaoyang explained, the breakfast at the hotel isn't good, so we went out to eat some local specialties like rice noodle rolls and buns. Only twice. Mingxing held back his laughter and said, does Qi Shua still eat these? Yi Xiaoyang was puzzled. He doesn't eat? Mingxing did not answer directly. My return this time has nothing to do with the paparazzi. I have something for you guys. See you tomorrow. The next day, when everyone in Tianheng flew back to the team's base, Mingxing was already waiting for them in the training room. He turned on the computer and casually played ranked games. Although his hand speed had decreased after many years of retirement and he could no longer be an esports player, his awareness was still at the level of a world-class mid-laner. Lin Feng walked over and hugged him. Why did you come here personally? Mingxing glanced at Qi Shua and Yi Xiaoyang standing behind him and joked, the netizens are scolding me for being irresponsible. As their master, I can't just ignore everything. That's why I came here personally to ask about you guys. Qi Shua looked at him calmly. Do you still mind the comments on the internet? Mingxing had been retired for many years and didn't mind it a long time ago. He was just joking. He looked at Lin Feng and said, I came here today to deliver some information to your coaching staff. Lin Feng immediately looked forward to it. What information? Mingxing said, Shaoan's ranking training video in the European division, his hero pool data analyzed by the European team, and some training videos of the seeded teams in Korea, Europe, and North America this season. Everyone in Tianheng looked at him in shock. Xiaoan used to be a player in the European division. It was difficult to get his training videos and hero pool data before he transferred to Northern Shepherd unless he knew someone in Europe. Lin Feng said excitedly, where did you get this information? Mingxing smiled and said, I have my own channels. I collected it legally. You guys can use it without worry. He paused and looked at Qi Shua. I'm usually very busy, so I can't help you guys too much. The coaching staff will analyze and organize this information as soon as possible. I hope it will be helpful for your future matches. Qi Shua looked at him with mixed feelings. Mingxing walked to Qi Shua's side and gently put his hand on his disciple's shoulder. He whispered in a voice that only the master and disciple could hear, "I've always owed you an apology for what happened back then. But fortunately, you have Yang by your side. I believe that you guys can lead Tianheng to realize the dream that you didn't realize back then." Qi Shua lowered his eyes. "I know. I've never blamed you." Mingxing smiled and looked at Yi Xiaoyang with a gentle gaze. "Yang, although you don't mean to compare yourself to me, in my heart, you're Qi Shua's best partner. You guys will create miracles. I've always believed that." Mingxing knew very well that his tacit understanding with Qi Shua was not as good as that between Qi Shua and Yi Xiaoyang. That year, they lost the key game of the World Championship because the master and disciple had different judgments about the team battle. Mingxing believed that such a regret would not happen again. This season's Tianheng team was not as strong as S6 on paper, but they were more united than S6 and had more fighting spirit. He was waiting for the day when the younger generation would create a miracle. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The information brought by Mingxing was dozens of gigabytes. The coaching team studied it overnight, and Lin Feng was pleasantly surprised to find that Mingxing had compiled Xiaoan's experience in the European competition into a document. It included videos of Xiaoan's previous team, her, and even videos of him practicing in the international server this season. In the international server, Xiaoan had an unknown alias called XX733. The aliases that he played with were called ZZ750 or ZZ760. Lin Feng knew at a glance that these were the aliases of the siblings, Zhao Sinan and Zhao Xinping. Qi Shua and Yi Xiaoyang's aliases in the international server had been exposed long ago. Now, the Northern Shepherd players' aliases in the international server had also been exposed by the all-powerful God Ming. If one looked closely at the video, they would realize that after Xiaoan joined the Northern Shepherd team, in order to quickly get along with the Zhao siblings, they did not use the method of 3 people ranking together. Instead, Xiaoan first practiced the coordination of the top and middle lanes with Zhao Sinan, then practiced the coordination of the middle and bottom lanes with Zhao Xinping, and then practiced the coordination of the middle and bottom lanes separately. The 3 of them rarely ranked together in the international server. It was probably during the Northern Shepherd team's internal special training and secret training matches that they practiced together. First, they practiced with one of the lanes, and then they practiced together. This method allowed Xiaoan to quickly understand the different styles of his teammates and develop a good rapport with them. The most valuable part of this information was that it showed that Northern Shepherd still had some hidden heroes and lineups. For example, Tianheng's previously hidden duo, which had not been used in the regular season and had been kept for key opponents. After watching more than a dozen training videos, Coach Lin gathered all the members of Tianheng for a meeting at noon the next day. "Our coaching team has carefully read the information given by God Ming. The conclusion is that the 3 lanes of Northern Shepherd are very strong, and the 3 international players have a very deep pool of heroes. They are the strongest opponents we have encountered so far in the domestic competition. In Group S, Jingzhi was a strong double C, Firemark was strong in Nakano, Yueying was a top player in both lanes, and Ice Spirits was strong in team battles. As for Northern Shepherd, all 3 paths were world-class players. The reason why they were able to maintain their first place in Group S was also because of their hard work." Seeing that everyone was listening attentively, Coach Lin continued, "Xiaoan is a player from the European division. We are not very familiar with him. During this season's regular season, he mostly played the more common cannon mid-laner. But in fact, in the international server, he often practices a few unpopular mid-laners." The screen listed the heroes that Xiaoan often trained in the international rankings. The first was the Dark Witch. When Xiaoan chose Dark Witch, ZZ750 would choose Dark Angel to complement him. Coach Lin said, as the mid-laner, the Dark Witch can use the black magic skill Lich's Calamity to deal AoE damage. Dark Angel's mid-range control not only immobilizes people, but also lowers the opponent's defense. This combination is very effective in capturing people. Qi Shua frowned and said, "Dark Angel is a Fathom tank. Zhao Sinan rarely takes tank-type heroes as the top laner. It seems that after Xiaoan joined Northern Shepherd, In order to balance the economic distribution, little Zhao also changed his way of thinking. Coach Lin said, he plays very fiercely with the Fathom tank. He usually only makes one defensive item and then makes a strong item. He is tanky and has damage output. Together with Dark Witch's AoE black magic, he can quickly reduce the opponent's health. Their win rate in the international rankings is similar to your duo. Their cooperation is also very good. Coach Lin paused and then pointed at the next hero with the laser pointer. There is another hero that Xiaoan practices in the international server. It is Forest Lord. I remember that Yang also knows how to play this hero, right? Yi Xiaoyang said, of course. The summoning mid laner uses green vines to control the field. The playstyle is not the same as Cobra King, which summons pets. It is mainly used to control the field and cooperate with teammates. Coach Lin said, there, Forest Lord, mid laner is used to cooperate with Rose Edge, warriors on the flanks. It is very strong in killing the backline. Xiaoan's vine skills are very accurate. The vines can control a large area. Zhao Sinan then flashes and slashes, directly killing a group of people in the backline. Everyone looked at some of the game replays that Coach Lin picked out and felt extremely shocked. In this international ranking game, Xiaoan used a big move, Forest Vines, and directly controlled 5 people on the opposite side. Zhao Sinan flashed and slashed with the sharp sword in his hand, instantly killing 3 people. The cooperation between the world-class top laners and mid laners was indeed terrifying. Tianheng's mid laner coordination was very strong. There was no doubt about that. However, Northern Shepherd's top laner, mid laner, and bottom laner were all world-class players. It was obvious that Northern Shepherd was very ambitious this season. They probably wanted to win the World Championship, so they did not hesitate to bring in a mid laner from Europe at a high price. They were also changing and improving. Xiaoan was also Chinese, so he had no problem communicating in Chinese. He practiced international ranking with Big Brother and Little Zhao every day. The speed of Northern Shepherd's team breaking in was actually much faster than Yueying. Did Northern Shepherd have no weaknesses? The players from Tianheng looked at each other and then at the coach. Coach Lin said, Northern Shepherd is very strong, but they also have weaknesses. Everyone should have thought of it. Their weakness is in the jungler position. The top, mid, and bottom laners were all international class players. Junglers had to give the economy to their teammates and be an unknown tool. There was definitely a gap between Northern Shepherd's jungler and Qi Shua's jungler. Lin Feng said, the jungler is our first point of attack against Northern Shepherd. He showed everyone the hero pool, movement path analysis, and economic distribution of the Northern Shepherd jungler's map that the coaching team had summarized for everyone to take a look. Northern Shepherd's junglers usually choose warriors with thick HP. They are not easy to kill. The probability of blue opening is 80%. The first blue opening is usually given to the mid laner. The jungler's role is to fatten the mid laner and archer as quickly as possible. Therefore, Xiao En and Zhao Xinping's economy takes off very quickly. When the game reaches 10 minutes, they will have the economic lead in all 3 lanes. If they had the economic lead in all 3 lanes, as long as they did not make any mistakes, they would usually win. If they continued to snowball, it would be easy to win the game. Qi Shua frowned and said, if we can combine the mid laners to attack the jungler. Lin Feng said, Northern Shepherd knows that their jungler is weak. The support will always defend the jungler, and the mid laner will support them as soon as possible. If we attack directly, we might not be able to break through. Qi Shua said calmly, but if we leave the jungler alone and attack the side lanes, it will be more difficult to break through. Coach Lin nodded. Yes. Therefore, after the analysis by the coaching team, the strategy that they decided on is to attack the jungler. Xiaoyang will choose his best skill, stab, and attack the opposite jungler with Qi Shua. We will destroy their jungler and prevent them from developing too comfortably. He looked at Qin Yizhu and Qin Xing. What the side lanes need to do is to resist the opponent's attacks before our mid laner destroys their jungler. Don't give the opponent a free kill and economy. Qin Yizhu scratched his head and said, it's not the first time I've fought with little Zhao. I'm confident that I won't be killed by him. But if Xiaoan comes to support, I'm not sure if I can resist a 1v2. Xianxia whispered, Sister Ximping's side lanes and archers are very strong. I'll play dirty and develop. When the time comes, I'll try my best not to be destroyed by her. Defending the side lanes and attacking the mid laner was the best way to defeat Northern Shepherd. Whether it would work or not would depend on the actual battle. As for the BP, Coach Lin said, although we know about the heroes and systems that Northern Shepherd has trained in the international server, I don't plan to eliminate them. It's still the same principle. We're in the group stage of the regular season. No matter if we win or lose, we'll still be in the winners group. The playoffs are a knockout system. We can't lose. It's a good thing to get in touch with their strong lineup in advance and discover our own problems and weaknesses. Don't feel too pressured. Everyone nodded to show that they understood. Lin Feng concluded, the coaching team has come up with a few plans to counter Northern Shepherd's lineup. Everyone, make the best use of your time to practice. It's the last match of Group S. Go all out. Everyone said in unison, Roger that. At the same time, Northern Shepherd had an emergency pre-match meeting. Northern Shepherd's coach said solemnly, in theory, Xiaoan's individual strength and rich experience should be better than Liayang's, but I find it strange. Tianheng's Liayang doesn't seem like a newbie. His performance this season has been too outstanding. He's a bit like Qi Shua in S6. He's a very talented player and the biggest variable in Tianheng. On the big screen, Liayang's hero pool and results were displayed. In the S10 season, Yi Xiaoyang's heroes included Frost, Liang, Ocean, Thunder, Goddess of Destiny, Holy Spirit, Armageddon, Earth, Fairy, Sun Mage, Illusionist, Lord of the Abyss, Succubus, Flower Demon, and so on. Many of his heroes maintained a 100% win rate. His current MVP count was also the highest in the entire league. His hero pool was unfathomable. Zhao Sinan scratched his head and said, if he's really a newbie, then he's very talented. When we first started paying attention to him, he only had 8 national heroes. This season, he's brought out almost 20 heroes, right? After he joined Tianheng, Tianheng's tactics were also very rich. They even brought out Huan's Goddess of Flames system and Jing's Bounty Warlock system after improving them. They've also played very well. Zhao Xinping calmly said, indeed. We know players like Old Qin and Xujiang very well. Qingxing is still a newbie. Tianheng's biggest uncontrollable factor is the mid laner Liang. The conference room was silent for a moment. The coach said seriously, so, when we play Tianheng, we have to focus on guarding against the mid laner. First, we have to guard against their mid laners teaming up to grab the side lanes. Second, we have to guard against their mid laners teaming up to fight in the jungle. Xiaoan, you have to pay more attention to the mid laner. Xiaoan nodded. Understood. I'll try my best to make it difficult for him when we're playing. Zhao Sinan smiled and patted Xiaoan's shoulder. Don't let him go. It'll be much easier for us to fight in the side lanes. The prerequisite for the mid laner's support was to clear the minions. As long as Xiaoan had enough suppressive power and didn't let Yi Xiaoyang clear the minions immediately, Yi Xiaoyang wouldn't be able to leave. Then, Tianheng's mid laners wouldn't be able to fight. Keeping an eye on the mid laner was an important strategy for Beimu to play Tianheng. For a week, all the teams in Group S were training hard. The players didn't broadcast. Other than eating and sleeping every day, they spent the rest of their time practicing their lineups and studying their opponents. Both Little Star and Old Qin had dark circles under their eyes. Yi Xiaoyang and Qi Shua still went to bed early and woke up early. They looked very calm and were in a very good state of mind. Seeing that the two of them were so calm, their teammates felt a lot more relaxed. In the blink of an eye, it was the end of June. The last week of the regular season would determine the fate of many teams. Everyone in Tianheng packed their luggage and went to the Yan Esports Center. They were about to face their last opponent in the regular season, which was also the strongest boss in Group S Beimu. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Tianheng vs Northern Shepherd the last week of June, Sunday 7 p.m. The match between Tianheng and Northern Shepherd was the last match of the S10 regular season. Group A's matches had already been settled on Saturday afternoon. As Yao Guang had been punished for fixing the match, they had been replaced with a new shooter. As a result, their results in Group A plummeted. Finally, the Luo Divine Hall team and the MID team entered the losers bracket of the playoffs as the top two teams in Group A. There was only one match left to be played in Group S. The current standings were: Tianheng had 4 consecutive wins, 21 points in 2 matches, 20 points in 2 matches, and a net score of 6 points. They were ranked first in Group S. Northern Shepherd had 4 consecutive wins, 21 points in 2 matches, 20 points in 2 matches, and a net score of 6 points. They were tied with Tianheng for first place in Group S. Xianxia had 21 Fire Mark, Yueying, and Ice Soul. 12 Tianheng and Northern Shepherd had 3 wins and 2 losses, placing them in third place. Yueying had 21 Fire Mark, 12 points in the remaining 4 matches, and a net score of -3, placing them in fourth place. Ice Soul was in fifth place, and the Fire Mark team had lost consecutively, placing them at the bottom. Regardless of the outcome of the last match, it would not affect the list of qualifiers for the playoffs, but it would affect the matchups in the playoffs. As Tianheng and Northern Shepherd were tied, this match became a battle for first place in Group S. At 6:30 p.m., the audience arrived early. Tianheng and Northern Shepherd's fans were enthusiastic, and they raised their support posters. Tianheng's fan club even made a set of fluorescent headbands made of water, fire, sun, moon, and stars. Many girls wore them on their heads, and from afar, countless suns, moons, stars, water, and fire shapes shimmered in the crowd, as though they had converged into a fluorescent sea. The backstage was also very lively, as all the teams in Group S came to watch the match. Yi Xiaoyang saw Northern Shepherd's team members in the corridor. Zhao Sinan walked forward and said, "Little Bai, I've been looking forward to the day I can fight with you. After all, I was the first to notice you. When you were still a newbie, I was already a member of your stream." Yi Xiaoyang smiled and said, "Thank you, Reporter Zhao, for your attention?" Qi Shua quickly followed, "Thank you so much. If not for you, I wouldn't have been able to get to know him so quickly." And Shepherd's translation. Zhao Sinan was depressed. "Then I'm the one who introduced the two of you. Shouldn't you give me a red packet?" Qi Shua thought, "I'll give you a big red packet at my wedding. As for today, Shepherd, and I." Both's translation, translation's translation, that was translation was that translation. The commentators were Mumu and Brother Dong. The two of them briefly introduced the situation of the two teams in the commentator's seat. Mumu smiled and said, "The duel between Tianhuan and Baimu is a battle for the first place in the regular season of Group S. No matter who wins or loses, the two teams will surely enter the winners group in the playoffs. Moreover, the top two teams have the priority to choose sides." Brother Dong said, "Tianheng and Shepherd are both very strong. Today's match will be very exciting." The official pre-match quiz channel has been opened. We welcome the audience and friends from all the major streaming platforms to participate in the quiz. We will draw some lucky audience members from those who have guessed correctly and give them official limited edition merchandise. Mumu said, "The match is about to begin. Welcome, players from both sides." The players from Tianheng and Shepherd walked onto the big stage to the stirring music. The two commentators spoke quickly and introduced each player in turn. In the soundproof room, Tianheng was making the final adjustments. Coach Lin looked very relaxed. He patted each player's shoulder and said, "Remember what I said. Regardless of whether you win or lose, fight with all your might. This is the last match of the regular season. Don't feel any pressure, understand?" Everyone said in unison, "Understood." After the equipment was adjusted, the referee signaled the start of the match. The first match is about to begin. Let's go to the first BP match between Tianheng and Shepherd. Tianheng was randomly assigned to the blue side. Coach Lin didn't hesitate to ban Pugilist, a tool in the jungle. North Shepherd banned Wind Elf, an archer. Coach Lin followed suit and banned Hero, a tool in the jungle. North Shepherd continued to ban Sharpshooter. Tianheng's BP is only for junglers. Shepherd is targeting the archer position today. So, the mid laner and side laner are all released? Shepherd's 3 lanes are very strong. If they release all of them, will they choose a dual warrior system? Tianheng took Vampire Princess as the archer first. When it was Shepherd's turn to choose, they chose 2 warriors from the first and second floor, Rose Edge, Sword and Blade Will. Mumu said, Shepherd has indeed chosen a dual warrior system. Both warriors are heroes who need to show off their skills. They can move in multiple positions and are very good at cutting into the backline. They are also very fast at carrying the lane. They are a great threat to Tianheng's backline. Brother Dong agreed. Little Star's survival environment is very unfriendly. 2 warriors can cut him. 1 life is not enough. 2 lives, right? The audience roared with laughter. It was not hard to imagine how difficult it would be for Little Star to survive this round. The camera was aimed at Tianheng's soundproof room. Qingxing did not seem surprised when he saw the heroes in the box opposite him. His expression was still very relaxed. He even turned his head to look at Xujiang. No one knew what he was talking about. When it was Tianheng's turn to choose, the second and third floor chose Paladin as the top laner and Radiant Shield as the support. Mumu said, Tianheng has chosen a top laner and a support with strong protection. One will take the damage, and the other will raise a shield to block the damage. There will be 2 bodyguards in small star group battles. On the third floor, Shepherd chose the jungler, King of Fighters. This jungler could be played as a tool and could also be played as a jungler. Qi Shua often used him as a jungler. This move by Shepherd could be considered as a substitute for banned method, dismantling Qi Shua's King of Fighters system. In the second stage, Shepherd consecutively banned 2 spellcaster, Lord of the Abyss, and Goddess of Destiny. Tianheng did not ban the mid laner. Instead, they targeted the support and banned Light of Blessing and Traveler of Space and Time. Mumu and Brother Dong looked at each other. Tianheng's BP today completely ignored Shepherd's flanks and mid laners? Everyone knows that Shepherd's 3 lanes are very strong. Why did they choose to ban both the flanks and the mid laners? On the 4th floor, Shepherd chose the support, White Bear, and left the last lane for the mid laner. Backstage, Jingxia's coach Chen suddenly realized. Tianheng is preparing for the playoffs, right? They brought out all of Shepherd's strong lineups to train their players in advance. He looked at Fang Jingqing. If Tianheng wants to fight Shepherd, they definitely have a chance of winning if they work together. Which combination do you think Qi Shua and Yi Xiaoyang will choose? Fang Jingqing said, double flying? It's more convenient to cross the obstacles and fight in the opposite jungler. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 heroes were chosen from Tianheng's 4th and 5th floor at the same time. Succubus and Incubus. Xia Yuan said meaningfully, Captain Fang guessed wrong again. They really didn't choose double flying. Fang Jingqing raised his eyebrows. Don't ask me any questions about Qi Shua in the future. The combination of Succubus and Incubus had appeared in previous matches. Succubus would attach herself to Incubus and pull him over. When Incubus moved away, Succubus would escape with him. You pull me, I pull you. It was also jokingly called the hand-in-hand combo by netizens. The combination of the 2 heroes could create up to 4 displacements. It was very flexible and very suitable for invading. Shepherd's last target was the mid laner. After Shaoan looked at Tianheng's lineup, he said, let's choose a control-type archmage. It's more useful in a team fight. Shepherd mid laner, Master of the Forest. The lineups of both sides were confirmed. Shepherd's core players were the top, middle, and bottom lanes. Tianheng's jungler had flexible displacements. The archer could use a big move to drain health. Similarly, there were 3 damage dealers. The match began. Tianheng was very active in invading the red buff jungler. Succubus was a jungler. If he didn't have a big move in the beginning, he wouldn't be able to use the possession effect. However, he had a short distance displacement skill to escape. Qi Shua and Yi Xiaoyang worked together to invade. Old Qin followed beside them to protect them. It was a 3v3 in the top lane. Xiao Zhao fiercely jumped over and attacked. He first took down Yi Xiaoyang's health by half. Then, he quickly retreated and waited for an opportunity to attack. Xiaoan was in the bushes attacking from a distance. Shepherd's jungler, Arong, wanted to use punishment to steal the red buff when it was low on health. In the end, Qi Shua pulled the red buff away. When he was about to get out of the battle, he used punishment to steal the red buff and quickly retreated. Zhao Sinan shouted, F***ck, stop them. Xiao Zhao, who was waiting for an opportunity, used sword and blade will. It had two forms, a sword form and a sword form. The sword form was very flexible. It stacked normal attacks and continuously stabbed. Yi Xiaoyang was already low on health. After this round of attacks, he only had a sliver of health left. As long as Xiaoan threw a skill from a distance, Yi Xiaoyang would die. Seeing Xiaoan raise his hand, Yi Xiaoyang decisively flashed over the wall and escaped. He went back home to recover his health. Tianheng managed to steal a buff in this wave of invasions. However, Yi Xiaoyang had used flash, so he had to be extra careful in the next lane. Qi Shua returned to his own jungle with the red buff and quickly farmed his mana. He let Xujiang cooperate with Qingxing to get the red buff from his own team. Qingxing could reduce the pressure on the lane if he got the red buff in the early game. Yi Xiaoyang returned to the middle lane and stood under the tower to quickly clear the troops. He was very cautious in this game because the vines released by Xiaoan's, Lord of the Forest, could extend to a very long position. The attack range was further than his. If he was careless and got entangled by the vines, he would have to take a round of damage. It was very dangerous to have his health reduced by the opponent. Xiaoan had been trying to control his opponent with his vines. Liang didn't use flash. He could find an opportunity to kill him after 2 waves of control. However, his vines would be dodged every time he released them. Liang seemed to be able to predict the movement of his vines. Xiaoan couldn't help but be surprised. He hadn't played against Liang before. He only heard the media say that Liang was a very talented newcomer. After playing against him personally today, Xiaoan was sure that the media wasn't exaggerating. Liang was indeed very strong. Even if he used flash in the beginning, he didn't panic and was very stable in the lane. He didn't miss a single soldier and quickly moved to avoid key skills. He also didn't give you any chance to kill him alone. Zhao Sinan looked at the situation in the middle lane and said, wait for me to catch him when I'm level 6. In the top lane, Old Qin and Zhao Sinan had a hard time fighting one-on-one. Fortunately, he chose to be the tank in this game. He wouldn't lose too much health even if he was hit a few times. However, the river crabs in the top lane were almost killed by Zhao Sinan. Old Qin didn't get a single one. In the bottom lane, Zhao Xinping used the warrior side lane, Rose Edge. When the sword was swung, there would be a blooming rose effect, and the critical hit was very high. She directly rushed to Qingxing's face and slashed at him. She pressed the brittle Qingxing under the tower with 2 slashes. The female A's warrior side lane was more ferocious than any archer Qingxing had encountered this season. Archers could only wear each other down from a distance, but warriors could fight you face to face. If Qingxing moved slightly forward, he would be hit by her W skill. The brittle archer couldn't beat the warrior in the early game and was quickly defeated. Qingxing had to hide under the tower and try to clear the enemies. After a while, Qi Shua was the first to reach level 6 in the game and decisively came to the bottom lane to help. Zhao Xinping realized that something was wrong and quickly retreated. Qi Shua attacked her from a distance, but he didn't kill her. Zhao Xinping returned home with low health. Qi Shua decisively said, let's use the little dragon. The 3 people in the bottom lane of Tianheng began to fight the little dragon. At this moment, Old Qin suddenly said, top laner miss. Yi Xiaoyang was vigilant and immediately retreated. He had already retreated to the bottom of the tower. However, Zhao Sinan was stubborn in the game. He flashed over the tower and slashed him. Sword and blade will, S sword form could stun people, and his sword form could deal critical hits. He refreshed skills when he switched forms. He was very flexible. Zhao Sinan flashed into the tower in the form of a saber and stunned Liang with a single slash. Xiaoan followed closely behind and entangled the vines. 2 vines quickly sprang out from the hands of Lord of the Forest and bound Yi Xiaoyang on both sides. Seamless control. Beimu's top and middle lane cooperated very well. While Yi Xiaoyang's flash skill was on cooldown, Zhao Sinan and Xiaoan worked together to kill Lai Yong. Yi Xiaoyang, how much hatred do you have, Reporter Zhao? Why did you come all the way from the top lane to catch me? It was 2 against 1. It was normal to be caught dead without flash. Yi Xiaoyang reminded, quickly retreat after killing the little dragon. Xiao Zhao is coming. Qi Shua, Roger. The 3 people quickly killed the little dragon and retreated. When Zhao Sinan and Xiaoan rushed over, they only had time to see their backs. It seemed like Tianheng had profited by killing the mid laner in exchange for a little dragon. But in fact, if the mid laner died, Tianheng's rhythm would be broken. The mid laner couldn't invade the jungle together. Beimu would have a period of time to develop steadily. Qi Shua decisively said, mid lane, kill Xiaoan. Roger. Yi Xiaoyang came to the mid lane again after reviving. At this time, his flash skill was on cooldown. The minions on both sides converged, and Xiaoan appeared to clear the minions. Old Qin issued a warning. Top laner miss. Yi Xiaoyang said, Xiao Zhao is coming to catch me again. Qi Shua, he who strikes first gains the upper hand. As soon as he finished speaking, he possessed Yi Xiaoyang. Yi Xiaoyang tacitly flashed in front of Xiaoan. Xiaoan was a world-class player after all. His reaction was very fast, and he instinctively used flash to escape. However, he didn't expect that Yi Xiaoyang would appear in a flash and bring a demon king with him. Succubus was clinging onto King of Nightmares. Qi Shua used Yi Xiaoyang's body as a springboard. He used his Q skill to control Xiaoan under the tower and followed up with a series of combos. Yi Xiaoyang quickly followed up and dealt damage from afar. After taking Xiaoan's head, Yi Xiaoyang used his W skill to escape. Qi Shua refreshed his ultimate skill and possessed Yi Xiaoyang to escape together. Hand-in-hand's ability to catch people was indeed very strong. They ran away after killing them. Reporter Zhao charged out of the bushes. Reporter Zhao, who was carrying a saber, was very aggressive. It seemed like he wanted to take the heads of the Devil Kings, but hand ran too. Fast for Reporter Zhao to catch up. Mumu couldn't help but laugh. Northern Shepherd's top laner killed Tianheng's mid laner, Tianheng's jungler killed Northern Shepherd's mid laner. Does this count as revenge? Looks like the mid lane will be very lively today. The mid lane was indeed very lively. Not long after, Yi Xiaoyang was about to go home after clearing the troops. However, an enchanting female warrior suddenly charged out of the bushes with a blooming rose on her sword. Yi Xiaoyang, sister, aren't you a little too far? You came from the bottom lane to catch me, it wasn't just Zhao Xinping. Zhao Sinan, who was originally retreating, didn't actually retreat. Instead, he had been hiding at the side waiting for reinforcements. The moment his sister made her move, he suddenly switched to his sword form and charged over. The twins seemed to have a tacit understanding in their genes. Rose Edge and Sword Will were the 2 strongest warriors in the entire game. The twins directly jumped over the tower and took Yi Xiaoyang's head. Yi Xiaoyang was killed again. Yi Xiaoyang face-bombed. Are they treating me like a boss? Xu Jiang said, I'll help defend the mid lane. Just now, Zhao Xinping was returning under the tower. I thought she had gone home. I didn't expect her to go around the jungle to kill the mid laner. It was very rare to see someone go all the way to the bottom lane to kill a mid laner. After all, the bottom lane usually needed time to develop. He didn't expect Zhao Xinping to be so aggressive. She didn't even prepare her equipment before going all the way around to ambush the mid laner. Xu Jiang was indeed careless. Xu Jiang quickly went to the mid lane to defend, helping Yi Xiaoyang to gain vision. It seemed that Northern Shepherd would focus on attacking the mid lane today. Qi Shua quickly made adjustments. Yang, defend the mid lane. Xu Jiang, pay attention to your vision. I'll go to the opposite jungle to take a look. The blue buff on the opposite side refreshed. Northern Shepherd's tool jungler would give the blue buff to the mid laner after destroying it. Xiaoan hid at the side. Just as she was about to use her Q skill to get rid of the blue buff, Qi Shua suddenly punished her and snatched the blue buff away. Xiaoan was speechless. She had worked for him for nothing. Next, Qi Shua continuously interfered with the jungle. Not only did he snatch the blue buff, But he also killed a few monsters in the red buff area and plundered a lot of resources in the opposite jungle. Zhao Sinan had no choice but to go back to defend the jungle. The pressure on the mid lane was indeed reduced. Yi Xiaoyang took the opportunity to develop for a while and made key damage output equipment. In the bottom lane, no one came to catch Qingxing. After all, Northern Shepherd went to catch the mid laner. He was suppressed by Sister Zhao under the tower. His economy was not much worse. The only thing that he lacked was the money for the river crabs. He really could not snatch them. The dragon spawned again, and so did the vanguard dragon in the top half of the jungle. Qi Shua looked at the economy of both sides and the health of the defense towers. He said, "Take the vanguard dragon and push a wave of creeps." Northern Shepherd chose to farm the dragon. Both sides took one dragon each. The game had already gone on for 15 minutes. Tianheng led the vanguard captain, Qi Shua, and Yi Xiaoyang to the bottom lane at the same time. They cooperated with Xujiang and Qingxing to push down the tower. However, Shaoan went to the top lane and pushed down the tower together with Zhao Sinan. After the exchange of defense towers, both sides changed lanes and pushed down the outer towers of their respective lanes. The stalemate situation made the live audience very anxious. The two commentators said, "So far, both sides are evenly matched. They have the same number of players, and their economy is about the same." On Northern Shepherd's side, the economy of both lanes has improved. Tianheng's economy is highest in the jungler position. After all, Qi Shua got a lot of buffs and jungle resources. However, the economy of the mid laner and archer is relatively poor. Yi Xiaoyang's economy was poor in this game. First, he did not get any jungle resources, but Xiaoan got a lot of blue buffs. Second, Northern Shepherd paid special attention to him. The warriors in the top and bottom lanes were frantically trying to catch him. He was killed early on and missed some creeps. It was useless for Qi Shua to have a high economy. Their opponent only had a weak mid laner. The top and bottom lanes were full of warriors who were not easy to kill. Qi Shua could not kill them. Yi Xiaoyang and Qingxing had to cooperate and deal damage. Northern Shepherd also realized their equipment advantage at this stage. They immediately attacked the team in the middle lane. This team's playstyle was very rigid. When they attacked the team, the support directly brought White Bear up to sell. The jungler rushed over to control the enemy. Xiaoan controlled the field from a distance. Zhao Sinan and Zhao Xinping moved at the same time. The two warriors went to the back. Although Qingxing flashed to escape, he only had one flash. There were two warriors opposite him. The twin speed was as fast as lightning. Zhujiang and Old Qin didn't even have time to activate their defensive skills before they were stunned by Zhao Sinan's slash. Zhao Xinping immediately unleashed a burst of damage, and Qingxing fell to the ground in less than 2 seconds. He did not even have time to see where Zhao Xinping came from. The teamwork between De and Xiao Zhao was indeed terrifying. Qingxing looked at the middle lane with lingering fear. When De and Xiao Zhao flashed to the back row, Qi Shua and Yi Xiaoyang once again flashed to kill Xiaoan. Northern Shepherd's reporter Zhao killed Tianheng Fanqing, Vampire Princess, Tianheng Shuoyue, Succubus, killed Northern Shepherd Xiaoan, Lord of the Forest. As soon as the team battle began, Tianheng and Northern Shepherd each had a squishy. However, Tianheng's lack of damage output was also exposed. The warrior's damage was very high, especially in a side lane like Rose's Edge. The sword's normal attack could be stacked continuously, and the more they fought, the stronger it would be. Sword and Blade Will's dual form switching ability was also very impressive. After killing someone in the sword form, he could switch to the sword form for another burst of damage. As for Tianheng's Qi Shua and Yi Xiaoyang, they would enter a short skill gap after using their skills. In other words, Qi Shua and Yi Xiaoyang had no skills after killing Xiaoan, so they could only temporarily retreat. As for the siblings Zhao Xinping and Zhao Sinan, they could continue to attack after killing someone, and their continuous damage output was even stronger. Both sides were at the C position. In a 4v4 situation, Tianheng's skills were at a disadvantage, so they could only retreat while attacking. Although Zhujiang and Old Qin protected their teammates and retreated, and no one died, the outer tower in the middle lane was quickly destroyed by the two warriors on the opposite side. Once the middle tower was lost, it would be even more difficult to force their way into the jungle. The two commentators also noticed this problem. Mumu said, Tianheng's damage output is somewhat insufficient. Succubus and Succubus are both burst-type assassins. They are suitable for attacking the jungle and setting the pace, but not suitable for team battles. Yes, after using a set of skills in a team battle, the subsequent damage output will be very weak. However, in the jungle, this pair is the absolute king. In Tianheng's game, the 3 buffs at the start were actually an advantage. However, later on, the mid laner was snatched, and the rhythm of the coordinated invasion was interrupted. The economy was not rolling, and the team battle will be very difficult to fight. Tianheng gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. After a warrior's equipment was equipped, it only took 1 second to kill a brittle. Even with the protection of a support and a tank, they could still bite the bullet and kill the backline. Xianxia could not survive for more than 5 seconds in a team battle. The 2 flanks of Northern Shepherd were warriors. During the team battle, 2 warriors went around the back and flashed to cut him. Xianxia did try his best, but he could not just wear defensive equipment, right? Tianheng was very tenacious in the disadvantageous position, and they held the high ground until the 25th minute. Xianxia used his ultimate skill to clear the enemy troops in every wave. He ran back to the crystal with low HP, recovered to full HP, and continued to clear the enemy lines. Qi Shua and Yi Xiaoyang repeatedly looked for opportunities to kill the enemy's key C position. They held on until the end of the game. At the 28th minute, Xiaoan suddenly flashed and used his ultimate, Lord of the Forest. This hero's ultimate skill was crowd control. It could summon vines in a large area, bind all enemy targets in the area, and stun them for 1.5 seconds. In the narrow terrain of the high ground, if Tianheng wanted to clear the enemy troops, they would not be able to stand too far away. Xiaoan's sudden crowd control directly controlled the 3 Tianheng players. Northern Shepherd used Polar Bear to tank the tower, and after the 2 sides and junglers attacked together, Tianheng tried their best to clear the enemy troops, but in the end, they missed a Tyrannosaurus with low HP, and Northern Shepherd took the opportunity to push the crystal. The computer screen turned gray. Xianxia looked at the screen and saw that his damage was less than 20% in this game. He lowered his head in shame and whispered, I didn't do any damage in this game. I'm sorry. Yi Xiaoyang patted him on the shoulder. It's okay. There are very few archers who can survive under the butcher knives of Northern Shepherd's 2 warriors. You've done your best. Xianxia took a deep breath and quickly adjusted his mentality. I'll do my best in the next game. Lin Feng walked into the soundproof room and encouraged him. Don't worry, this is only the first game. Xujiang looked back at the coach and said, we chose to protect the support and tank, but we still can't protect little Xing. The 2 warriors on the other side are too fierce. They can take our protection and kill the backline. Old Qin agreed. That's right. My paladin used a substitute, but it doesn't mean much. It can only hold on for 2 or 3 seconds. The 2 sides can still kill little Xing when the substitute's duration is over. They took out the agile wind elf and the super long-range sharpshooter to target little Xing in the team battle. Northern Shepherd's strategy was very obvious. They targeted the mid laner in the early game so that the mid laner could not coordinate with the jungler to lead the tempo. In the late game, they killed the archer instantly. As long as the archer died, Tianheng's damage output would not be enough. Northern Shepherd's strategy of suddenly attacking the mid laner from the top lane and the bottom lane really disrupted Tianheng's tempo. Yi Xiaoyang said calmly, I'll take the blame for this game. I couldn't coordinate with Captain Qi. Xujiang said, there's also a problem with my vision tracking. I didn't see Zhao Xinping suddenly go to the middle lane. I thought she went back home with low HP. I should have given you a signal when she disappeared. Who would have thought that Zhao Xinping, who had low HP, would take a big detour to sneak attack the mid laner? Yi Xiaoyang smiled and said, let's go back and review the game. Let's think about the next game first. The combination of succubus and incubus doesn't seem to work against Northern Shepherd. Although Captain Qi and I killed Xiao En several times, if we can't deal with big and little Zhao, the team battle won't be easy. It's the same for threesome. Although they can fly away after a set, their damage output is not enough. Qi Shua agreed. Yes, we need junglers and mid laners with stronger damage output. From the first game, the two of them relied on their explosive power to kill Xiaoen, Big or Little Zhao. If the other damage output could not be dealt with, they still couldn't win. In the current Tianheng, Qingxing's ability was a little far from Zhao Sanan's. Old Qin couldn't restrain Zhao Sanan in a 1v1. The two warriors were a huge threat to the backline. Qingxing could barely deal damage. Therefore, they had to consider how Tianheng would deal damage after Qingxing died. The mid laners needed heroes with stronger damage output. The support and top laners couldn't be tanky either. Lin Feng thought for a moment and looked at Yi Xiaoyang. We'll use Plan B in the next game. Don't choose a tank to protect Little Star. Let Little Star fend for himself. We'll choose a stronger lineup. The mid laner and main C will attack the jungle. We'll have enough damage output in a team battle. Yi Xiaoyang's hero pool hadn't been fully revealed yet. When he was in the international server, the heroes he practiced with Qi Shua weren't limited to just black and white and threesome. They practiced a lot. Some of the combinations had a low win rate and were rejected by the coaching team. Some of them weren't very stable and weren't used in the regular season. There were two types of mid laners. One was a cannon-like Destroyer Sorcerer and North Sea Giant Monster. They could instantly kill a person from a distance and give them a kill advantage. The other type was a continuous output Sorcerer hero. Sun Sorcerer Holman and Moonlight Sorcerer Lin. These two heroes relied on normal attacks to deal damage. They didn't have to worry about cooldowns. They could deal damage as long as they were alive. Sun Sorcerer and Moonlight Sorcerer, who would throw Moonblade from a distance, Yi Xiaoyang said, let's pick Moonlight Sorcerer. In the second game, Tianheng was the first to pick Moonlight Sorcerer Lin. The moment this avatar appeared, the two commentators were stunned. Brother Dong couldn't help but say, mid laner see? Tianheng is really stubborn. In the last game, the mid laner was targeted like crazy. They still dare to pick this great sorcerer? Mumu had mixed feelings. He joked, Liang is the kind of person who isn't afraid of anything. You killed me in the last game, right? Let's continue. I'll pick great sorcerer. If you don't kill me, I'll lose. The fans in the stadium burst into laughter. Liang was famous for his stubbornness. Moonlight Sorcerer was also very common in online games. As the main damage output type mid laner, he could deal damage as long as he was alive. But the premise was that he was alive. Backstage, in the audience area, Fang Jingqing couldn't help but facepalm. He's really not afraid of death. Picking Moonlight Sorcerer on the first floor, he's almost writing a line of words on his face, come and kill me. Xia Yuan smiled and looked at the big screen. Don't you think his personality is quite interesting? In the first game, he was attacked by the side lanes. In the second game, he picked main mid laner who said, if you don't catch me, you're finished. Fang Jingqing said helplessly, if he picks Moonlight Sorcerer, Xiaoan will definitely target him with stab. The Northern Shepherd coach was stunned for a moment. He quickly picked a mid laner, Illusionist. He could one-shot you. He didn't need to be angry. In the soundproof room, Yi Xiaoyang smiled and rubbed his hands. One-shot me? Come on, I'll wait for you in the mid lane. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The lineups for the second round were quickly decided. Tianheng did not choose a tank as their top laner. Instead, they chose a warrior, Kung Fu Master, who cleared troops quickly and had high damage output. As for the archer position, Wind Spirit and Sharpshooter had been eliminated by the opponents. Qingxing chose Holy Spirit Archer. This archer was at the later stages and needed time to develop, but his attack range was very long. The support was Blazing Angel, while the jungler was Sword Saint. The mid laner of Northern Shepherd was Spell Spike, while the side laner, Berserker, and Double Blade of Agony were still two warriors. There was no archer. The jungler, Hero, was a tool, and the support, Radiant Shield, was used to resist damage. When Mumu saw this, he analyzed, Tianheng's mid laner has changed heroes. Moonlight Mage's continuous damage output is very strong. His normal attacks can shoot out moonblades, which can deal considerable magic damage. His ultimate attack is an AoE Moonblade. The jungler, Sword Saint, can cast 3 displacement spells. He can come and go freely and is very agile. Brother Dong said, Tianheng's lineup is better than the first round. The mid laner, archer, top laner, and jungler all have high damage output. But overall, this lineup is a bit fragile. The support, Blazing Angel, is a hero with medium defense. He can't be compared to a tank. When Tianheng fights in a team fight, they might not be able to resist the opponent's burst damage. Mumu said, in Northern Shepherd's lineup, Radiant Shield is a pure tank. His defense is stronger than Tianheng's. The jungler can also be a tank. The side laner and mid laner are responsible for damage output. The mid laner, Illusionist, has high burst damage and can kill people with one move. The side laner is still a big threat to the backline. Brother Dong smiled and said, Northern Shepherd's lineup is more comprehensive, but Tianheng's advantage is their long arms. Tianheng's lineup is a bit like a poke strategy. They will wear the opponent down from a distance, and then let the jungler come in and reap the rewards. Mumu agreed, in a team fight, it still depends on whether Northern Shepherd can take down Tianheng C in the shortest time. The competition soon began. In the first game, Qi Shua and Yi Xiaoyang teamed up to invade and managed to steal 3 buffs at the start of the game. In this game, North Shepherd was obviously more vigilant and split up their defense. In the first half, Zhao Sinan and Xiao En guarded the red buffs together, while in the second half, 3 players guarded the blue buffs together. Qi Shua moved over to take a look, but he was unable to steal any buffs, so he had no choice but to return to his own jungle. Both sides developed steadily, and Yi Xiaoyang quickly cleared out troops in the middle lane. Before level 6, the damage output of a Moonlight Mage was higher than that of an Illusionist because the skills of an Illusionist had a cooldown time. However, a Moonlight Mage could continuously use normal attacks to clear troops. Yi Xiaoyang finished clearing the troops first and helped Qi Shua kill the river crabs. In the middle lane, River Crab was taken down by the 2 of them. Qi Shua's level was higher than the opponent's jungler. However, the opponent's jungler gave Xiao En a blue buff. Since Xiao En's level was higher than Yi Xiaoyang's, she would reach level 6 before Yi Xiaoyang. The first burst of a level 6 Illusionist was very fierce. Illusion Stun, Illusion Missile, and Illusion Shard were a set of combos that could kill 80% of the low-health mid laners. Yi Xiaoyang kept an eye on Xiao En's experience bar and level, calculating the experience of each wave of troops. When the opponent reached level 5.5, he quickly retreated and hid in the bushes at the side of his jungle to observe their movements. Xiao En's Illusionist quickly emitted the light of leveling up. He wanted to kill Yi Xiaoyang, but he realized that the opponent had disappeared. Xiao En guessed that Yi Xiaoyang was hiding in the bushes behind the tower. She brought the troops over and patiently waited for Yi Xiaoyang to appear. Yi Xiaoyang squatted in the bushes and observed carefully. When the troops were only left with 1 drop of health, he suddenly went forward and used his Q skill, Crescent Blade Burst, to quickly finish off the wave of troops. When Xiao En saw him appear, she decisively used a displacement skill to stun him. Then, she followed up with a QR combo to finish him off. However, the moment Xiao En made her move, Yi Xiaoyang immediately used Flash. The 2 of them used their skills almost at the same time. As a result, although Xiao En stunned Yi Xiaoyang, the QR skill was out of range and could not hit him. Xiao En decisively used Flash and followed up with a follow-up combo. Northern Shepherd Xiao En, Illusionist, killed Tianheng Liang, Moonlight Mage. Tianheng Liang, Moonlight Mage, killed Northern Shepherd Xiao En, Illusionist. 2 messages popped up one after the other. Since the minions had been cleared, the defense tower would attack the enemies within range. When Yi Xiaoyang was clearing the minions, a few normal attacks had hit Xiao En. Although Xiao En had jumped over the defense tower to kill him, he had also been killed by the defense tower. As a result, when Yi Xiaoyang died in the middle lane, Xiao En also died. Mumu said excitedly, the middle lane is a kill swap. Brother Dong smiled and said, Xiao En killed Liang first and got the gold coin reward. However, Liang purposely hit him when he was clearing the troops. Xiao En was killed by the tower, so the kill will be credited to Liang. It's not a loss. When the opponent jumped over the tower to kill you, if you only knew how to run, not only would the opponent kill you, but you would also not be able to get the kill reward. Yi Xiaoyang also calculated that Xiao En would definitely kill him, so he stopped his losses in time and hit the opponent a few times to get the kill. The support ability of the illusionist was much better than that of the Moonlight Mage. As long as Xiaoan died, Tianheng's top and bottom lanes could peacefully develop for a while. There was no need to worry about the top lane. Old Qin's Kung Fu master was relatively flexible and had a teleportation skill. Although Xiao Zhao's berserker had a high burst, he could not kill the Kung Fu master with a combo. Even if Old Qin could not beat him in the top lane, he would not be killed by him alone. At most, he could clear the troops and wait for the later team battle. In the bottom lane, Chengxing's Holy Spirit Archer had a very long attack range. He could clear the troops by standing under the tower. Zhao Xinping could not jump over the tower to kill the archer, so he could only control the river crab and take advantage of the small details. Qi Shua was level 6, and as expected, he supported the bottom lane. The three of them worked together to push Zhao Xinping back, and then followed up with killing the dragon. Mumu said, level 6, first support the bottom lane, push back the opponent, and then take the opportunity to kill the dragon. This seems to be the rhythm that Qi Shua likes. He played like this in the previous game. Brother Dong said, in the previous game, Xiao Zhao's support was very fast, and together with Xiaoan, they killed Liang. But in this game, Liang and Xiaoan just exchanged 1v1 kills in the middle lane, and both of them went back home. Tianheng should be able to take down the dragon easily. Xiao Zhao is too far away, and it's too late for him to go over. As the commentator expected, Northern Shepherd's jungler gave the buff to his teammates at the beginning of the game. He was only level 4.5, and Qi Shua teleported Zhao Xinping to half his health. In the bottom half of the game, it was a 3v3. Northern Shepherd was definitely not a match for Tianheng, who had full health. Zhao Sinan could not come over in time and did not plan to, so he could only let go of the dragon. It was just a dragon, and it did not have much of an impact. However, from the situation of controlling the dragon, Qi Shua's jungler's rhythm was indeed much better than Northern Shepherd's jungler. Every time, he would arrive at the battlefield one step ahead of his opponent. This was clear to the players and coaches of Northern Shepherd. Their strength had always been in the three lanes, and the fight for resources in the jungle was their weakness. As long as they could stabilize the three lanes and quickly push the tower, Northern Shepherd's fighting strength would be off the charts during team fights, and they would be able to kill the opposing duo in an instant. The game had been going on for 10 minutes, and the economic gap between the two sides had not widened. Qi Shua was still the richest player in the game. He had taken all the resources in the jungle, snatched the dragon, and snatched the river crabs in the middle lane, and developed very well. On Northern Shepherd's side, the Zhao siblings' economy was basically the same. In other words, the minions and river crabs in the top and bottom lanes were all in their pockets. In the middle lane, Xiaoan's economy was slightly higher than Yi Xiaoyang's, mainly because the first kill reward was a few dozen yuan higher. Chengxing and Old Qin were still suppressed. Fortunately, the two of them did not die, and their minions did not leak out. Although they could not snatch the river crab's EXP, they were not far behind. It was still within an acceptable range. In the middle lane, Yi Xiaoyang cleared the minions faster than Xiaoan. After clearing the minions, he went around his own jungle and helped Qi Shua to invade. Old Qin would also come over to support him. The three of them huddled together to harass the opposing red buff, while the other three players of Northern Shepherd immediately defended. In the 3v3 jungle, Yi Xiaoyang hid in a very far position and swept the area with a big shot, quickly killing the opposing three players. Xiaoan went around to the back and killed Liang in an instant, but Qi Shua followed up and teleported to kill Xiaoan. Mumu said excitedly, the mid laners of both sides have swapped heads again. The two mid laners are fighting very fiercely this round, huh? The top laner is also very fierce. Little Zhao directly killed Old Qin with a big shot. Of course, Old Qin also dealt all his damage before he died. Little Zhao only had a sliver of HP left. Qi Shua took another kill. Sword Immortal's jungler is very difficult to control. He needs to use a displacement skill in advance. The displacement skill is only effective for 5 seconds, and it is easy to interrupt the combo when it is on cooldown. He can chase and escape with 3 displacement skills. He is very flexible. Qi Shua's Sword Immortal has been used in the previous matches, and his results are not bad. This time, he seized the opportunity to enter the game and killed Xiaoen first, then little Zhao, and used punishment to steal the red buff. He even got a buff in the jungle for a 2v2. He got a double kill. What a steal! Northern Shepherd's jungler wants to chase him, but he can't catch up at all. Tianheng's 3v3 team battle is actually quite strong. Liang just zigzagged to block the entrance of the jungle and wiped out the opposing team's 3 HP. Qi Shua will have a very easy time killing them. In this round, on the surface, Xiao En killed Yi Xiaoyang, Zhao Sinan killed Old Qin, and Qi Shua killed Xiao En and Little Zhao consecutively. Both sides had 2 deaths each, and it seemed to be a draw. However, Tianheng's kills were all concentrated on Qi Shua, and Qi Shua got a double kill. Qi Shua's economy was high to begin with, and this double kill made him skyrocket. Zhao Xinping immediately frowned and said, "We can't let Qi Shua continue to develop. We need to team up in the middle lane and force them to stop their rhythm of harassing the jungle." Qi Shua's jungler rhythm was indeed very strong, and his title as a world-class jungler was not for nothing. In this round, Northern Shepherd's jungle was in a passive position from the start. They were repeatedly invaded by Qi Shua, and Qi Shua's little dragon was controlled to death. If they let him continue to gain economy, Qi Shua would become a difficult boss to deal with in the later stages of the game. Northern Shepherd's strength was in the 3-lane and 5-man team battles. They had to use their own advantages to break Tianheng's rhythm. The best way to stop the opponent's invasion of the jungle was to team up and force their way in. Northern Shepherd's 5 players quickly gathered in the middle lane. "You can't let go of the middle tower, right?" Moonlight Mage's crescent blade was shot in a straight line, and it would only deal magic damage if it hit. As long as Northern Shepherd's support, Radiant Shield, stood in the front row and raised his light shield to block the crescent blade, Moonlight Mage would not be able to clear the enemy, let alone kill them. Therefore, if Northern Shepherd grouped up and pushed the middle lane, it was very likely that they would be able to take down all the towers in the middle lane. Tianheng had to send someone to defend it. Yi Xiaoyang pointed at the middle lane, and Qi Shua immediately ordered, "Defend the middle lane." Old Qin, Xujiang, and Xingxing quickly rushed over. Both sides gathered in the middle lane, and the game was in a deadlock until the first wave of 5v5 team battles. The outcome of this wave could affect the final result, so both sides were very cautious. Before the start of the team battle, Xingxing did not dare to expose his position and hid in the bushes far away. On the opposite side, Zhao Xinping and Xiaoen also hid their faces and could not be seen. Until the middle lane's minions met in the middle of the map, and the mini-map was crowded with players, the situation became more and more tense. Zhao Sinan decisively said, "Force it." The support, Radiant Shield, raised his shield and jumped over. The huge shield fell from the sky and directly stunned Old Qin, who was clearing the minions. Of course, their goal was not to kill Old Qin, but to find archers and mages. However, Yi Xiaoyang and Xingxing were standing too far away. Xingxing activated his enhanced basic attack from the bushes, and the support's shield was soon cracked. Zhao Xinping squinted his eyes, and after seeing Xingxing's position, he quickly went around to Xingxing, intending to kill him. Xingxing seemed to have smelled a hint of danger, and flashed over the wall to escape. However, he was a weak tank, and he could not outrun a warrior with displacement skills. Zhao Xinping quickly chased after him with displacement skills, and the dual blades in his hands flew out continuously. Xingxing fought and ran until he was near the red buff, and finally fell helplessly under Xinping's sister's sharp blades. Yi Xiaoyang appeared in the middle lane, and countless crescent-shaped blades shot out like a storm. Zhao Sinan and Xiaoen wanted to work together to kill Yi Xiaoyang, but at this moment, Xujiang's blazing angel suddenly took off. A pair of golden wings, blazing angel, flew over instantly, and picked up Moonlight Mage, and flew together with him to the bushes at the side. Moonlight Mage's ultimate skill was originally shot straight to the middle lane, but after his teammate changed his position, the torrential rain of blades swept wildly from the side, and caught Northern Shepherd off guard. What was a serpentine movement? Yi Xiaoyang personally demonstrated it to the audience. Moonlight Mage moved quickly in an S shape, and the crescent blades in his hands shot out. Zhao Sinan and Xiaoen wanted to kill him, but as soon as they rushed over, Yi Xiaoyang was carried away by Xujiang. The two of them missed, and Yi Xiaoyang swept a wave of ultimate skills from the side. The densely packed crescent blades were like bullets from a machine gun, and in one sweep, all 4 of Northern Shepherd's players were left with low HP. Zhao Sinan hurriedly used displacement skills to escape, and just as he was out of the range of the crescent blades, a snow-white shadow suddenly darted out from the distance like lightning, and a big swipe took off his head. Tianheng Shuoyue, Sword Saint, killed Northern Shepherd reporter Zhao, Berserker. Zhao Sinan wanted to vomit blood, and hurriedly shouted, "Retreat, retreat, retreat." His teammates quickly retreated. In the team battle in the middle lane, 1-for-1, Northern Shepherd didn't gain any advantage, and they were all left with low HP, so they had no choice but to return home. Zhao Xinping looked at Qi Shua and Yi Xiaoyang's economy on the game interface, and a bad feeling arose in his heart. Tianheng's lineup for this game was too long. The biggest advantage of Northern Shepherd's warriors was their high burst damage, and they could insta-kill the backline. But their biggest weakness was their short legs, and their damage output range was very short. A lineup with short legs was very afraid of a lineup with long arms, and once you couldn't catch up to the opponent, you would be kited by the opponent. Yi Xiaoyang and Qingxing were 2 damage output players, and their attack range was very long. In a team battle, their positions were also very far away, and if Northern Shepherd wanted to kill them, they would have to use flash and displacement skills to get to the 2 players. However, Tianheng also had a support that could carry their teammates away. Once Northern Shepherd's 2 sides used flash and displacement skills, and if they couldn't kill the opponent would be carried away by the support and kite from a distance, and Northern Shepherd would be completely passive. It had to be said that Tianheng's lineup for this game was really good. Just now, when she went to kill Qingxing, Little Xing deliberately ran towards the red buff to lure her away. Although she killed Little Xing in the end, she couldn't help in the team battle. Zhao Sinan and Shaoan went to kill Yi Xiaoyang and used a bunch of skills, but in the end, Xujiang carried Yi Xiaoyang away. It was as uncomfortable as a duck that was about to fly away from the mouth. Blazing Angel, a support, could carry the opponent or carry the teammate away. In this game, Tianheng chose to use Moonlight Mage as a mid laner and Blazing Angel as a support. This was a relatively popular playstyle in the European region, and it was called swapping shots. The mid laner used a big move to attack from the front, and it was like setting up a machine gun to shoot at the opponent from the front. As long as the opponent wasn't blind, he would definitely send a tank in front to block the damage, or move to dodge. However, the support would carry the mid laner and adjust his position, and suddenly shoot at the opponent from a tricky angle. The opponent wouldn't be able to dodge in time. This was the case in the team battle just now. Northern Shepherd was rushing forward, and in the end, a rainstorm of crescent blades suddenly swept from the side. Caught off guard, a group of people was collectively swept to critical health. Qi Shua, who was lying in ambush in advance, seized the opportunity to enter the scene. It was easy for him to kill the low-health players and repel the opponent's attack. Shaoan also noticed this and said, "The key to their lineup is Moonlight Mage. We have to kill him." Zhao Xinping said calmly, "He's too far away, and we can't catch up. The support will use a buff, the jungler will use a tank to block his crescent blades, and ambush the mid laner." His teammate immediately said, "Understood." Northern Shepherd's first wave of attack was repelled. Qi Shua said, "After Little Xing revives, take half of the resources in the jungle. Xiaoyang will take half of the resources in the jungle." At the moment, Qi Shua's economy was enough to make core equipment. He looked at the game panel and found that Yi Xiaoyang and Qingxing were still short of money for core equipment, so they gave up all the resources in the jungle. The 2 of them said in unison, "Roger." Yi Xiaoyang went to the jungle, and Qi Shua dropped the blue buff to a sliver of health and gave it to him. In the bottom lane, Xujiang protected Qingxing and quickly cleared the jungle. After the resources in the 2 jungles were cleared, Yi Xiaoyang made a core equipment, and Qingxing also made a core critical hit equipment for Saint Necromancer. Their damage output increased by a lot, and they could join the team. 15 minutes into the game, Northern Shepherd set up an ambush in the middle lane. Yi Xiaoyang found that the opponent's mid laner was not there, so he did not dare to go out of the tower to clear the troops. However, the opponent's jungler rushed to the bottom of the tower, and Shaoan and Xiaozhao followed closely behind. They used a combo to kill Yi Xiaoyang. Yi Xiaoyang was speechless. The 3 of them were camping for him. This was indeed VIP treatment. Qi Shua frowned and said, "They're starting to target the middle lane." Yi Xiaoyang said, the three of them are camping for me. Isn't the aggro too high? Xu Jiang joked and said, we can lose the team battle, but Liang must die. Haven't you heard of this rumor? Yi Xiaoyang looked innocent. There's such a rumor? Qi Shua said calmly, Qingxing, come and fill the middle lane. I'll go and fill the bottom lane. Qingxing and Xujiang, who were farming in the jungle, came over from their own jungles to fill the middle lane. Qi Shua went to the bottom lane to collect the troops. However, Xiao En and Zhao Sinan took the jungler to the top lane. Old Qin was under the tower, and Northern Shepherd's 3 players actually went over the tower and killed him. The support tanked the tower, Xiao En used a crowd control, and Zhao Sinan used a berserk combo to kill Old Qin. Northern Shepherd's combination of junglers and mid-laners has regained the rhythm. They killed 2 people in a row and pushed down the top tower. Fortunately, Tianheng's defensive speed is very fast. They defended the middle and bottom lanes. However, once the top tower falls, Old Qin will be pinned down by the top lane. After Little Zhao is freed, he can join the team as soon as possible. Let's see if Northern Shepherd can seize the opportunity in the next wave. The 2 commentators stared intently at the screen. The game had been going on for 18 minutes, and Tianheng had only lost 1 top tower. This game was obviously going to be a late game. The 2 teams were evenly matched. Northern Shepherd's first wave of attacks was repelled by Tianheng, but Northern Shepherd quickly found the rhythm and attacked again. After Yi Xiaoyang revived, what would be the next strategy of the 2 teams? Attack the jungles? Fight the dragon? Or group push? At this point, everyone's key equipment was ready. The economic gap in this game was not widened. The 2 teams were evenly matched. The team battle depended on the performance of the players. Often, one person's positioning error could lead to the team's collapse. In the soundproof room, all the players looked very serious. The atmosphere in the arena was obviously tense. Northern Shepherd chose to fight the dragon and held the initiative in his hands. After the dragon spawned, the 2 teams had not touched each other. Northern Shepherd suddenly fought the dragon to force the team. Qi Shua knew this very well, but he could not just give it to the opponent directly. Tianheng had lost one of their defense towers. Once the opponent got the dragon, Tianheng would be at a disadvantage. Qi Shua looked at the minimap and decisively tapped a mark near the dragon pit. Gather. Tianheng's 5 players quickly gathered. Qi Shua said, Old Qin, go check the field. Old Qin went to check the field and found that only Zhao Sinan and the jungler were killing dragons in the dragon pit. The others were not there. Old Qin immediately said, they're lying in ambush nearby. Be careful. Qi Shua had already expected this. He immediately said, retreat towards the blue buff. Everyone quickly retreated, but Bay Shepherd's support was equipped with a speed-increasing equipment. As soon as he activated his speed-increasing equipment, the 5 of them rushed over like a gust of wind. Zhao Sinan and Zhao Xinping circled around the back and went straight for Yi Xiaoyang, who was at the center of the formation. Yi Xiaoyang was very stubborn. He directly used a Q skill on the spot. Crescent blades fell from the sky like raindrops. If you 2 want to cut me, you'll have to shed a layer of skin first. Qingxing and Yi Xiaoyang stood very far away from each other. The 2 CS could not stand together. Otherwise, the opponent could kill both of them at once. Therefore, Qingxing and Yi Xiaoyang kept a certain distance. One stood on the left and the other on the right. Holy Spirit Archer had a long attack range. When Zhao Sinan came to cut Yi Xiaoyang, Qingxing could also shoot wildly from the side. In the end, before Zhao Sinan could kill Yi Xiaoyang, he was reduced to half health by the sorcerer's crescent blade and the archer's enhanced normal attack. Zhao Xinping's dual blades flew out quickly. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xiaoyang was reduced to a sliver of health. Yi Xiaoyang decisively flashed over the wall. Xujiang stood at the side to protect him. When he saw this, he immediately flew over and carried Yi Xiaoyang away. At this time, Yi Xiaoyang's health bar flashed red. He only had 1 drop of health left. Xujiang's rescue was very timely. Yi Xiaoyang ran from the blue buff area to the middle tower in an instant. He ran too far. The short-legged warriors could not reach him at all. Yi Xiaoyang, who was carried to the middle tower, flipped his hand and used a big move. A dense cluster of crescent blades shot towards the jungle from a very long distance, directly blocking the movement of the two warriors from Northern Shepherd, Zhao Sinan and Zhao Xinping. The two of them were affected by the slow effect and could not move in the jungle. Mumu said excitedly, Liang's fourth equipment is Arctic Frost Staff. When the skill hits the opponent, it will trigger a small area slow effect. His big move, Crescent Blade Sweep, has a very wide area. After being carried away by the support, he will sweep the jungle from the middle tower. Due to the narrow terrain of the jungle, this skill will be very difficult to dodge. Brother Dong said, Little Xing is standing very far away. Once the two sides of Northern Shepherd are slowed, they will not be able to catch up to him. Mumu said, that's right. Tianhing's coordination with the support is very good. Liang was saved by the support when his health was low. He flipped his hand and used a big move. Not only did he deal full damage, but he also slowed down all the Northern Shepherd players who rushed into the jungle. Since the side with the short arms has been slowed down, no matter how good the two sides of Northern Shepherd are, they will not be able to catch up and kill them. Brother Dong said, however, Tianhing's junglers can be killed. Qi Shua hid at the side and used a big move to rush into the jungle, instantly killing Zhao Sinan. Qing Xing ran and shot at Zhao Xinping, who was chasing after him, one arrow after another. Qi Shua moved over and took the kill. The 5 players from Northern Shepherd sped up and rushed into the jungle to kill Yi Xiaoyang. In the end, Old Qin blocked Xiaoen, and Xiaoen could only kill Old Qin, who was blocking the front. Yi Xiaoyang escaped with a sliver of HP and used a big move to help Qi Shua kill the Zhao siblings. Tianhing made a killing in this exchange of 1 for 2. Originally, Northern Shepherd ambushed Tianhing and wanted to rush in and catch Tianhing off guard. But now, it seems that Tianhing had expected their ambush and had made preparations to counterattack. Should the MVP of this team battle be given to Zhujiang? He saved his own mid laner at the most critical moment and found an excellent position for his teammates to attack. Liang was brought under the tower and shot wildly into the jungle. The opposing warriors could not reach him at all. It was so comfortable, one big move and he was able to wipe out the entire jungle. The support's rescue was very important. If Liang died, Tianhing would not be able to win this battle. But the support saved him in time and found an excellent position to carry him. Don't forget, Zhujiang used to be a mid laner too. He knows where the best position for the mid laner to attack is. Long before the battle against Yueying, Yi Xiaoyang had said that as the most stable mid laner, Zhujiang did not necessarily have to be a tank to take damage and protect Little Xing. Perhaps he could do more. In this match, Tianhing's true playstyle was not a coordinated mid laner, but a coordinated mid laner. Zhujiang did not protect Qing Xing and left Little Xing to fend for himself. He only protected the main and mid laner. As a former mid laner, Zhujiang knew when to use Moonlight Mage's skills and where to best use them. It was precisely because he knew and was very familiar with mid laners that he could think of what Yi Xiaoyang was thinking and predict what Yi Xiaoyang would do next. Tianhing was not a mid laner in this match. Instead, 2 mid laners were fighting together. Zhujiang was Yi Xiaoyang's right-hand man. He was Yi Xiaoyang's eyes, Yi Xiaoyang's protective umbrella and another displacement skill. When Yi Xiaoyang was at critical health, Zhujiang could immediately bring him away from the battlefield. When Yi Xiaoyang wanted to attack, Zhujiang could bring him to the safest position in time. Who said that Tianhing could only coordinate mid laners, and that the other positions were weak? Did the opponents forget that Zhujiang used to be the mid laner with the lowest error rate in the entire alliance? In this group battle, they repelled Bei Shepherd's sudden attack. Qi Shua followed closely behind and took down the dragon with Qing Xing. Tianhing instantly regained control of the tempo and took down 3 enemy towers in a row. In the following match, Bei Shepherd kept looking for opportunities to kill Yi Xiaoyang. However, with Zhujiang's protection, Yi Xiaoyang was equivalent to 2 displacement skills. Coupled with his serpentine movement and super long-range moonblade, Bei Shepherd was having a headache. In the end, Tianhing took the dragon and took down the high ground. Yi Xiaoyang and Qing Xing fired long-range shots, forcing the enemy to retreat. Once the tower fell, the crystal could not be defended. Mumu said excitedly, "Congratulations to Tianhing for taking down the second match." The MVP of this match was indeed a support. A support with 0 kills, 0 deaths, and 7 assists. Although the mid laner's damage output was very high and the jungler took a lot of kills, the support's rescue and positioning allowed the mid laner to deal full damage. It could be said that he was the key to saving his teammates from danger and helping his teammates counterattack. The mid laner turned into a support player. His coordination with the mid laner is indeed very good. In the soundproof room, Xianxia took off his headphones and ran over to hug Xianxia tightly. "Good job." Xianxia hugged him back. His eyes suddenly felt a little sour. In fact, when Xiaoyang first came to Tianheng and his coach asked Xianxia to give up the mid laner position, he appeared to be amiable on the surface. He did not want to cause trouble for his teammates and calmly accepted the change of position. However, he had doubts in his heart. Was my mid laner really that bad? So he had to give it up to a newcomer. Later, after spending more time with Xiaoyang, he realized that Xiaoyang was indeed better than him. His hero pool was more well-rounded than his playstyle was fiercer than his, and his coordination with Qi Shuo was better than his. Therefore, he was willing to be a support and protect Xiaoxing conscientiously. As long as he could win, he would do anything. Today's mid-laner coordination was proposed by Xiaoyang. He still remembered Xiaoyang smiling and saying to him, "Because we have 2 mid-laners in Tianheng. We can do what 2 mid-laners can do." Yes, Tianheng did not only have a mid-laner coordination, but also a mid-laner coordination. Xiaoyang's stable psychological quality and excellent overall vision should not be ignored. Not only was he Qingxing's bodyguard, he could also seize opportunities, find the right damage output points, and tear apart the opponent's defense line. If Xiaoyang was the sharp machine gun, then Xiaoyang was the gunner who adjusted the machine gun's direction. The 2 players' coordinated shots, long arms and short arms, made the Northern Shepherd players feel as if their feet were stuck in a quagmire. Xiaoyang was fully deserving of the title of MVP for this game. When Xiaoyang first joined Tianheng, there were many rumors about the bad relationship between Xiaoyang and Xiaoyang. Some people said that Xiaoyang got the position through nepotism and squeezed out Xiaoyang's midlaner. There must be something going on inside the team. Otherwise, how could a rookie from Liang be the starting midlaner? Why would Xiaoyang, a player who rarely made mistakes, switch to support? Today, there was an answer to all these questions. When Coach Lin saw the 2 hugging, he was very pleased. When Xiaoyang gave up the midlaner position that he had played for 3 years to a rookie, Xiaoyang must have felt wronged. However, he had always been easygoing and had a good temper, so he accepted the team's arrangement. Today, Xiaoyang used his actions to tell Xiaoyang, "In my heart, you are also an excellent midlaner. I have never looked down on you. You can be my right-hand man. Let's kill our opponents together." Whether he was a midlaner or a support, he was an indispensable member of Tianheng. Xiaoyang won the MVP for the first time and proved his strength. This victory was very satisfying. The morale of all the Tianheng players was high. Qingxing was so excited that he almost jumped up. Coach Lin came to the soundproof room to cheer the players on. The second game was very good. From this game, we can see that Northern Shepherd is not invincible. Their 3 lanes are very strong, but they also have weaknesses. Our Tianheng is not worse than Northern Shepherd. In fact, Tianheng's overall strength was not as good as Northern Shepherd's, especially in the archer position. The key to winning the second game was their lineup. Northern Shepherd's warriors had short legs, while Tianheng's 2 CS had a very long attack range. As long as their opponents could not catch up to them, they could exhaust their opponents. But Northern Shepherd was not stupid. They would definitely adjust their lineup for the third game. Zhao Xinping's strongest hero was not a warrior, but an archer. The players sat down. Coach Lin smiled and said, "In the third game, bring out your favorite hero and fight with all your might. Try your best to fight with the Northern Shepherd. Only by fighting head-on will you be able to discover the problem with our bodies." In the soundproof room of Northern Shepherd, the coach's expression was calm. The 2-warrior system does indeed have the disadvantage of having short legs. In the second round, I made a mistake in my BP. I couldn't catch up to the opponent and was kiked to death. In the third round, Xinping will be the shooter. Zhao Xinping nodded. Okay. She started out as an archer and only switched to warrior when she competed in the World Duo competition with Zhao Sinan in S8. It was easier for two warriors to win the two-player competition. After all, archers were too fragile and died easily. The siblings had also made it to the World Finals in S8 and won the two-player competition. They were awarded the honorary title of Professional Ninth Dan. In the whole of China, there were only 6 Ninth Dan players who had not retired yet. Qi Shua and Su Zhuo were the champions of the World Singles competition. Fang Jingqing and Xia Yuan, Zhao Xinping and Zhao Sinan were the champions of the World Doubles competition. Being able to win the World Championship was enough to prove the player's individual strength. Zhao Xinping's warrior side lane had achieved good results in the world competition, but she actually liked archers the most. This season, her data had always been number 1 on the archer ranking. She was not at a disadvantage when it came to one-on-one matches with international-level archers. The two-player system could no longer be used in the final round. Zhao Xinping's best archer was to fight Tianheng head-on. Their chances of winning would be higher. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. The third round of Tianheng vs Northern Shepherd is about to begin. Let's go to the BP of the third round. Tianheng returned to the blue side and prioritized to ban the protective support, Light of Blessing. Northern Shepherd banned the Wild Core, Stealth Thief. Tianheng's second ban is Radiant Shield, which is also a protective support. Northern Shepherd's second ban is Lord of the Abyss, which is a stab. From the BP, all the positions of archers have been revealed. Is Northern Shepherd going to pick archers? After all, warriors are not afraid of Stealth Thief. Only archers are afraid of this kind of hidden stab that can cut into the backline. As soon as he finished speaking, the two sides began to choose. Tianheng's first floor snatched, Wind Spirit, and secured Qingxing's archer position. Northern Shepherd followed up with Sharpshooter and Berserker, which were archers plus top laners. Northern Shepherd picked archers and went to the bottom lane. Xinping's archer has appeared again. She's currently the number 1 archer in China. Her Sharpshooter is a true sniper god. Her bullet hit rate is almost 99%. Yao Guangzhu Mao had previously faked a match and used Sharpshooter to get a fake pentakill, which was praised to the heavens by his fans. In reality, the strongest sharpshooter in China had always been Zhao Xinping. Her results in the national server were unsurpassed. This was also the hero that made her famous. The Valiant Female Captain A, the Calm Sniper, the S7 Best Newcomer Award, and the S8 World Pairs Champion, Zhao Xinping. She had countless fans, and her number of fans was no less than the number of old players like Qi Shua and Fang Jingqing. When they saw her sharpshooter appear, deafening screams and applause rang out in the stadium. Some fans even shouted, "Sister, I want to give birth to your children." This caused the crowd to burst into laughter. Coach Lin had already thought of this outcome when he picked the archer position. He looked at Qi Shua and said, "Qi Shua, we need to choose a jungler who can break into the backline to kill her. Should we take Bloodcloak Thorn?" Qi Shua thought for a moment and said, "Bloodcloak Thorn is too fragile. It's safer to take Ninja." Coach Lin nodded and said, "All right. Floor 3 will take the mid laner. Yang Yang will take Goddess of Destiny and Ninja. Qi Shua will take all the economy in the jungle. Yi Xiaoyang, no problem." Tianheng's second and third floor took down Ninja and Goddess of Destiny, a pair of mid laners. It was obvious that they were targeting Zhao Xinping's archer position. Then, Bei Shiyan took down the mid laner, Dark Witch, on floor 3. Xiaoan had trained this hero in the international server before. He could send out a clone of himself, the Puppet Wizard, to occupy a good position in advance. Then, he could use a big move, Lich's Calamity, which could cause AoE magic damage. He could also switch positions with his own puppet and control it more flexibly. Yi Xiaoyang laughed and said, "He really cracked this time." Qingxing said, "That's right. The Dark Witch can split into 2 heroes, haha. You can't type in the game. Otherwise, Xiaoan would have sent an emoji right now." Xujiang said, "It's okay. I'll edit the video later and add an emoji package for him." The atmosphere in Tianheng was very relaxed. There was no sense of tension in the competition. In the second stage, Tianheng began to target junglers. They took out 2 tools, fighter, and knight. Bei Xian, on the other hand, took out vampire duke and kung fu master, the 2 warriors that old Qin liked recently. Bei Xian chose support, white bear, on floor 4. Tianheng took down support, paladin, and top laner, black dragon knight, on floor 4/5. The 2 knights were the bodyguards of the team. A team battle lineup must be honest. Bei Xian took down jungler, king of fighters, as the last counter. He could be played as a tool. He could work with white bear to stun the opponent's key position and help his teammates deal damage. Both sides began to exchange heroes quickly. Brother Dong analyzed, in the final round, both sides chose more conventional lineups. Tianheng has 2 frontliners, top laner and support, and 3 DPS in the mid laner. Bei Xian has 2 frontliners, jungler and support, and 3 DPS in the warrior, mid laner, and archer. Both sides have their advantages and disadvantages. It's hard to say who will win in the team battle. Mumu teased, the archer is still the key in this round. In the team battle, both sides will definitely have archers. Bei Xian has a lot of control skills. White bear can stun someone by sitting on him, king of fighters can stun someone with a punch, and berserker can stun someone with a slash. Little Star is really going to faint. Brother Dong smiled and said, that's why he brought Purify this round. He's full of desire to survive. The camera was aimed at Qingxing, who was in the soundproof room. Little Star's hands were typing rapidly on the keyboard. The game had not started yet, but he was typing blindly. While he was maintaining the feel of the keyboard, he was also showing off the colorful light effects on the keyboard. The young boy did not look nervous at all. His mouth opened and closed, but no one knew what he was saying. Mumu said, looks like Tianheng's players are in good shape. Bei Xian is also very relaxed. Let's enter the final battle between Tianheng and Bei Xian. The game officially began. The pace of the 3rd round was obviously faster than the previous 2 rounds. It was not that both sides were in a hurry to win this round, but that both sides wanted to take the initiative and control the situation. Qishua had invaded Bei Xian's jungle in the previous 2 rounds. In this round, Bei Xian took the initiative and invaded Tianheng's blue buff. Tianheng quickly defended. Both sides pulled at each other in the jungle for a long time. Zhao Sanan's berserker was very aggressive. He was known as Mad Dog and would fight with his life on the line with his sword. Even though old Qin's knight had high defense, he was still cut to pieces and had to retreat. Qishua beat the opposing jungler to a critical level. Xiao En and Yi Xiaoyang were both wearing each other down. Their health was also below half. Zhao Sanan's Q skill refreshed. Qishua immediately said, retreat. Once the berserker came over with his sword, the 2 squishy players would probably die here. Qishua let go of his blue buff and quickly went to steal the opponent's blue buff. After getting the blue buff, he came back to his own team to attack red. The start of the game with 2 buffs was not bad. However, in the battle in the jungle just now, old Qin had to use blink in order to escape and suffered a small loss. Qishua reminded him, old Qin, be careful. The opposing mid laner might catch you. Without blink in the top lane, the mid laner went over to support. With Xiao En and Zhao Sanan's damage output, even the thickest tank could be killed, let alone a tank that did not have any defensive equipment in the early game. Qin Yizhu immediately said, understood. I'll play dirty. In the bottom lane, it was a 2v2 with the support of the archers. Qingxing obviously felt a lot of pressure. Zhao Xinping's snipe hit rate was too high. Although Xujiang had been blocking bullets for Qingxing in front, Zhao Xinping was always able to find an opportunity to bypass Xujiang's snipe and avoid Qingxing's snipe. Sharpshooter was a very strong hero in the lane. In the early game, without any equipment, he could snipe away 40% of the squishy archer's health. After being shot twice by him, they had to go back home. Otherwise, the next shot would leave their heads behind. Qingxing was shot twice and had no choice but to go back home. Xujiang blocked the creeps under the tower and waited for Qingxing to attack. However, Qingxing went back home to replenish his health and rushed to the top lane. It would take more than 10 seconds. 2 creeps were shot down by the tower and Qingxing did not have time to heal them. With the two creeps missing and the river crab, his level was already one level behind Zhao Xinping. Qi Shua looked at the situation in the bottom lane and said, "Little Xing, hold on. Wait for me to reach level 6 and help the bottom lane." After all, Sister Xinping was the #1 sharpshooter in the country. It was normal to be at a disadvantage when fighting against her. Qing Xing was not afraid of being at a disadvantage. As long as he did not die, he could slowly grow to the late game. Soon, Qi Shua was the first to reach level 6 and quickly came to the bottom lane. Yi Xiaoyang also came to support the bottom lane. Xiaoan prompted, "Mid laner miss." Zhao Xinping said, "They're definitely coming to catch me. Retreat." She retreated very decisively and directly retreated to the jungle with the support. Tianheng's wave of attempts to catch him failed. Fortunately, Qing Xing, who had been suppressed all this time, took the opportunity to push the creeps over. At least he had time to catch his breath. At the same time, Old Qin on the top lane also retreated quickly. North Shepherd's mid laner and jungler also missed the top lane. The commentator said, "The players on both sides have a keen sense of smell and retreated in time." In this wave of attempts, both sides' junglers failed to catch him and only managed to push the creeps. However, if North Shepherd's jungler appears in the top lane, will he let go of the Lil Dino? Qi Shua indeed started to fight the Lil Dino. Tianheng's 4 people were fighting the Lil Dino in the bottom lane. Suddenly, the opposing support threw a white bear over. The white bear did not stun them, but it gave them a clear view of the Lil Dino. Immediately after, a super long-range bullet was shot over with a bang. The Lil Dino was already at low health. Qi Shua was about to punish him, but he was killed by sharpshooter's snipe. The audience cheered as North Shepherd's fans crazily shouted Zhao Xinping's name. Yamu said excitedly, "Sister Xinping is really cool. I thought she was going to go home, but in the end, she squatted by the blue buff and used a super long-range snipe to catch the Lil Dino off guard." Brother Dong praised, "Sharpshooter is the easiest hero to catch the Lil Dino. After all, her reach is too long. It's really not easy to catch the Lil Dino from Captain Qi." Qi Shua said calmly, "It's mine." Yi Xiaoyang smiled and comforted him, "It's okay, it's just a small Lil Dino. We'll catch the big Lil Dino later." The Lil Dino did not have much of an impact, and the initial economic bonus was not much. Qi Shua discovered Zhao Xinping's position and quickly chased her to the opposite jungle. He forced Zhao Xinping to use Blink and then snatched the blue buff from the opposite side. It was not a big loss. Everyone returned to their respective lanes and continued to develop. After a while, the junglers from both sides finished killing the second wave of monsters. Xiaoan said, "Mid laner missed, should we catch it?" Zhao Xinping, "Let's see how it goes." Yi Xiaoyang and Qi Shua once again supported the bottom lane. North Shepherd's jungler and mid laner also came to the bottom lane. The audience with God's view saw that both sides were quickly gathering in the bottom lane, and the battle was about to start. This time, Zhao Xinping did not retreat. She squatted under the tower, narrowed her eyes, and blind-sniped the bushes. Yi Xiaoyang was hiding in the bushes. North Shepherd did not have the vision of the bushes, but she guessed that Yi Xiaoyang would come to catch her, so she blind-sniped. As expected, she sniped Goddess of Destiny, who was hiding there. Yi Xiaoyang's lips curled up slightly. "Since you've discovered me, I don't need to be angry." He pressed the notification to initiate the attack, then blinked into the tower and stunned Zhao Xinping with a talisman. Xujiang quickly followed up to tank the damage from the tower, and Yi Xiaoyang instantly killed Zhao Xinping with a burst of attacks. However, because Zhao Xinping had just sniped him, he was also at low health and was killed by the tower. Tianheng Liang, Goddess of Destiny, killed North Shepherd Xinping, sharpshooter. North Shepherd Xinping, sharpshooter, killed Tianheng Liang, Goddess of Destiny. 2 messages popped up one after the other. Then, more and more messages appeared on the screen. North Shepherd Xiaoan, Dark Witch, killed Tianheng Fanqing, Wind Elf. In less than 2 seconds, another kill notification popped up. Tianheng Shuayue, Ninja, killed North Shepherd Xiaoan, Dark Witch. The pace of this 4v4 battle was too fast. In the blink of an eye, 2 people had died. The 2 commentators did not even have time to react, and the caster immediately replayed it in slow motion. Mumu could not help but sigh. Both sides are fighting fiercely. Liang is still so stubborn. He blinked under the tower and replaced the opponent's archer. After all, the archer is the core of North Shepherd. It's not a loss for him to trade his life for his. North Shepherd's jungler rushed over and controlled Little Star. Xiaoen immediately followed up and killed Little Star. Qi Dui, who was lying in ambush, followed up and killed Xiaoen. This 2-for-2 fight is very exciting. Both sides are stubborn. In such an intense game, the audience will also be more enthusiastic. Compared to the slow operation of both sides to drag the pace of the battle, this kind of direct confrontation, instant kill, and intense team battle was indeed more exciting from the perspective of the audience. The audience applauded continuously. The mid laners and archers of both sides died and returned home. After reviving, they each cleared a wave of minions. Immediately after, Xiaoen and Yi Xiaoyang shouted at the same time, "Mid laner miss." Zhao Xinping, again? Xing, again. The bottom lane became very lively. Both sides were fighting 4v4 again. This time, Zhao Xinping's positioning was more cautious. Before the team battle began, she directly sniped Xujiang in the front row. Yi Xiaoyang wanted to kill her, but she blinked and sniped Yi Xiaoyang. Yi Xiaoyang was not willing to let her go even though he was low on health. He carried the tower and continued to chase after her. Qi Shua's ninja split into a shadow and quickly moved to catch up with Zhao Xinping, killing her in one hit. As soon as Zhao Xinping died, Yi Xiaoyang died as well. Yamu was speechless. Is Yang trading his life for hers? Brother Dong smiled and said, "Actually, Liang's strategy is not wrong. Goddess of Destiny doesn't need much money, and her skill damage is more dependent on her level. Therefore, it won't affect her much if she dies a few times. However, if Sharpshooter doesn't have enough money, she won't be able to deal any damage in the later stages when Tianheng's front row has defensive equipment." They were both dying. Goddess of Destiny's death didn't affect them much, but the sharpshooter's death had a huge impact. Then why not switch? Yi Xiaoyang stared at Zhao Xinping and switched kills in this game. "It's fine if you kill me, but it's not a loss if my teammates can kill you." Zhao Xinping's economic development was seriously affected after being killed twice in a row. Of course, Qingxing wasn't any better. The opposing jungler and Xiaoen teamed up to attack him. Xujiang couldn't protect him even if she used a substitute. After Xiaoen split, the Dark Witch's split body chased after Qingxing. Qingxing's multiple positions couldn't move at all under the encirclement of the Dark Witch's two split bodies. In the livestream, the netizens were excitedly spamming the screen. "Shooters on both sides, should we uninstall the game? The survival environment for shooters is really too difficult. This game is going all out. They don't care about their operations and just fight head-on? It doesn't seem like Tianheng. It's the last game of the regular season. Let's just fight." Actually, it wasn't that Yi Xiaoyang and Qi Shua didn't want to drag on their operations. It was just that the lineup for this game was meant for fighting. Coach Lin also said, "Try to fight as much as possible with the Northern Shepherd team. Fight with all your might." Only in a team battle could they discover the problem with Tianheng's coordination. It was good for them to fight as more teams. There was nothing to be afraid of. They would fight as soon as they met. 15 minutes into the game, the number of kills on both sides had reached 88. Most of the kills were in the bottom lane. Both sides were focusing on the bottom lane. In the audience area backstage, Xia Yuan couldn't help but laugh. This game is so exciting. They've been fighting as a team all this time. Usually, 44 kills at this time is already quite intense. It's already 88 today. Coach Chen also sighed. "Yeah, it's been a long time since I've seen Tianheng fight so hot-blooded." 20 minutes into the game, both sides' towers in the bottom lane and top lane were destroyed. They collectively moved to the middle lane. Zhao Sinan and Qin Yizhu, who had been watching the show in the top lane, were finally able to join the team. This time, Tianheng took the initiative. Qin Yizhu suddenly blinked and jumped into the crowd with a big move. He used Black Dragon's Roar to control the enemy's backline. Xujiang blinked and used Shield Bash to seamlessly control the enemy's backline. The two of them linked their skills very well and controlled Xiaoen and the jungler. Yi Xiaoyang and Qi Shua followed closely and attacked the mid laner first. Qingxing used his big move and jumped around quickly. He shot a few enhanced normal attacks, but Zhao Sinan kept staring at him. In the short 1 second when Qingxing's jump skill refreshed, Zhao Sinan suddenly seized the opportunity and rushed over. He activated Berserk and quickly killed Qingxing with 2 slashes. On Northern Shepherd's side, Xiaoan was killed by Yi Xiaoyang and Qi Shua. Zhao Xingping was too far away and couldn't see where she was. He shot a bullet from a very long distance and accurately sniped Yi Xiaoyang. Yi Xiaoyang only had a sliver of health left. Qi Shua immediately covered him and retreated. Zhao Xingping crouched down and continued to aim. Just as the bullet was about to kill Yi Xiaoyang, Old Qin suddenly moved to the side and blocked the bullet. Yi Xiaoyang and Qi Shua retreated back home. Old Qin was killed by De and Xiao Zhao. In the team battle, 1-for-2. Tianhing's jungler retreated with low health. The towers in the middle lane and outside were destroyed. Northern Shepherd quickly invaded the jungler to grab resources and then went to fight the dragon. In the end, after Qi Shua and Yi Xiaoyang went back home to heal, they immediately rushed to the dragon's respawn point. Yi Xiaoyang suddenly blinked over and used a talisman to freeze the jungler in the dragon pit. Qi Shua's shadow clone quickly rushed forward and attacked from behind with a critical hit. Then, he used punishment and snatched the dragon. Zhao Xingping, the live audience, Yao Mu smiled and said, Sister Xingping unexpectedly shot Tianhing's dragon with a long-range snipe at the beginning of the game. Tianhing's jungler and jungler worked together to snatch Northern Shepherd's dragon. Is this karma? Brother Dong said, Tianhing has succeeded in their revenge. They managed to snatch the dragon and delay Northern Shepherd's attack. Of course, Zhao Sinan wouldn't let Tianhing's jungler leave after snatching the dragon. He activated Berserk and chased after Yi Xiaoyang like a mad dog. He slashed and slashed with his sword. Yi Xiaoyang was cut down to low health. Zhao Xingping aimed from afar and instantly killed him with a snipe, taking his head. Northern Shepherd's original instinct was to lead the Tyrannosaurus team and quickly push back the 3 towers. However, now that the dragon was snatched, he could only defend and clear the junglers to give Tianhing Qingxing time to develop. The game dragged on for 25 minutes. Tianhing used the dragon they snatched to push back Northern Shepherd's outer tower. Both sides pulled at each other for a few minutes. The outer towers of the 3 lanes were all gone, leaving only the high ground. Both sides pushed their junglers to the high ground again. The game was in a stalemate again. The game had reached the end of the 30 minutes. The live audience was very nervous. At this time, Northern Shepherd had a slight advantage in the headcount ratio of 15-14. In Group S, it was very rare to have more than 10 headcount matches. This meant that both sides had been fighting fiercely. The dragon spawned again. Since Northern Shepherd's dragon had just been snatched, he decided not to fight the dragon this time. He led the 3 lanes of junglers to push back and Tianhing retreated to the high ground. In the high ground team battle, the sharpshooter's long-range advantage was fully utilized. Tianhing couldn't find Zhao Xingping's position and allowed Zhao Xingping to snipe. Yao Mu said excitedly, another snipe. Sister Xingping's sharpshooter hit rate is as high as 100% today. This bullet happened to hit Tianhing's backline shooter. Little Xing needs to go back home to heal. Northern Shepherd took the opportunity to push back and pushed down the middle lane tower. Brother Dong said, Xiaoan's big shot is beautiful. Xiaoan's dark witch could send out a wizard's puppet and let it stay in a certain position. When the puppet used a big move, it would cause black magic critical damage in the area. This big move happened to hit Old Qin and Xujiang in the front row of Tianhing. Their health instantly dropped by half. Zhao Xingping followed up with 2 snipes and crippled them. Zhao Sinan used Berserk to rush in and attack the back row. Qingxing, who had just returned from healing, immediately flashed to the side and used his displacement skill to quickly attack. In the blink of an eye, Qingxing cleared the middle lane of junglers. Northern Shepherd turned to the top lane and continued to attack. Qingxing quickly cleared the top lane of junglers. Yi Xiaoyang and Qi Shua cleared the bottom lane together. Northern Shepherd's attack was repelled. A moment later, they brought the junglers to attack the high ground again. Xujiang and Old Qin attacked backhandedly. Qi Shua and Yi Xiaoyang wanted to go to the back and kill the opposing archer. However, Zhao Xinping was standing too far away. She flashed over the wall and escaped. Qi Shua couldn't catch up. Northern Shepherd supported White Bear to tank the damage from the defense tower. Zhao Sinan activated Berserk and rushed forward as if he didn't care about his life. He rushed to the high ground and killed Qingxing at the cost of his own life. Although Qingxing and Old Qin killed him, Tianheng's archer was dead. It was difficult to defend the high ground. Yi Xiaoyang and Qi Shua couldn't catch up with Zhao Xinping. They turned back to kill Xiaowen. Xiaowen couldn't just stay there and wait for them to kill her. She used her big move to cripple them before dying. Zhao Xinping hid in the distance and took the opportunity to snipe Yi Xiaoyang. In the blink of an eye, 4 players from each side died in the group battle. Qi Shua was the only one left in Tianheng. The opposing archer Zhao Xinping was the only one left. The audience was so nervous that their hearts were in their mouths. However, Yi Xiaoyang knew that it was difficult for a single assassin to defend his home base. The opponent's attack range was very far, but Qi Shua was out of skills. Zhao Xinping crouched in the distance and sniped at a 180-degree angle. She used the last bullet to cripple Qi Shua. There were 2 minions left in the high ground. Qi Shua only had a sliver of health left. He used Shadow Clone to move forward and quickly killed the minions. However, another wave of minions arrived on the top lane. Northern Shepherd controlled the minions very well. Qi Shua couldn't clear this wave of minions. Zhao Xinping didn't go to kill Qi Shua. She stood in the distance and moved quickly. She only focused on the defense tower. Before Qi Shua finished clearing the minions, Zhao Xinping destroyed the defense tower. The screen turned gray. Qi Shua's hands left the keyboard and said in a low voice, "I'm sorry, my..." Before he could finish, his body suddenly fell into a warm embrace. Qi Shua froze for a moment. He looked up and saw Yi Xiaoyang hugging him with a smile. He said softly, "Don't be sorry. You did your best." Qi Shua's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly didn't know what to say. All words seemed so weak and powerless. Yi Xiaoyang hugged his captain gently and said seriously, "Last year, Tianheng played against Northern Shepherd in the playoffs. I watched your game from the sidelines. Tianheng was eliminated by Northern Shepherd in 23. At that time, you also defended until the last moment and fell in front of the crystal. It was also at that time that I decided to join Tianheng and fight side by side with you." That game was still fresh in everyone's memory. In S9's Tianheng, Old Nia and On Ning's form declined in the bottom lane. Xu Jiang couldn't keep up with Qi Shua's pace in the middle lane. Old Qin's performance in the top lane was mediocre. Tianheng's loss to Northern Shepherd seemed inevitable. But this season was different. Although they lost to Northern Shepherd, they didn't lose in a cowardly manner. They fought back and forth with the Northern Shepherds and dragged it out for 30 minutes. When S9 lost, Qi Shua was very sad because that was Old Nia and On Ning's last game. They retired with regrets and left this arena. But this time, it was completely different. He wasn't sad at all. Yi Xiaoyang smiled and said, "Losing to Northern Shepherd last season was the end. Old Nia and the others retired with regrets. I know you feel bad. However, this loss was only the beginning. We still have hope in the playoffs." Qi Shua looked up and met Yi Xiaoyang's gaze. He looked at Qi Shua and said seriously, "So, don't think that you can shoulder everything just because you're the captain. We'll shoulder it with you." The corners of Qi Shua's lips curled up slightly. His heart was filled with warmth. Who was Tianheng's captain? Why did Yang Yang seem more like a captain? Ever since his mentor retired from S7, Qi Shua had been taking on all the external pressure as Tianheng's captain. When they lost a game and were scolded, he would stand up and take all the blame to protect his teammates. But today, Xiaoyang gave him the warmest hug he had ever given him. In the past, when they lost a game, although his teammates would comfort each other, Xu and Old Qin didn't dare to take the initiative to hug him because Captain Qi was too cold. But Yi Xiaoyang was bold. At this moment, he forgot the difference between Alpha and Omega. He just wanted to hug this person. He wanted to tell this captain that he wasn't fighting alone, so he didn't have to shoulder it all by himself every time. "You've been doing it for 3 whole years. Aren't you tired?" Qi Shua stretched out his arms and hugged Yi Xiaoyang tightly. In the past, I've always comforted my teammates after losing a game. This is the first time someone comforted me. Xiaoyang was stunned for a moment. His captain's occupational disease was acting up. He subconsciously comforted his teammates after losing a game. But when he felt Qi Shua tighten his arms, Xiaoyang suddenly felt his heart soften. Actually, no matter how strong a person was, they still needed others to care for them. Qi Shua had always been calm and steady, but he was under the most pressure. He also needed someone to share the burden. Xiaoyang smiled and patted Captain Qi's shoulder. It's okay. We'll fight again in the playoffs. The live audience. Tianhuan's fans originally wanted to cry. After all, they had fought for more than 30 minutes and lost in the end. Everyone didn't feel good. In the end, when they saw Shua Yu and Lai Yang smiling and hugging, their tears suddenly stopped. It didn't seem like there was a need to cry. After all, they would still be in the winners group even if they lost. With this thought, Tianheng's fans felt relieved and started to clap. Yao Mu said, today's match was very exciting. Sister Xinping is indeed the #1 sharpshooter in the country. Her perfect sniping allowed us to see the strength of the league's top sharpshooters. Of course, Tianheng's performance was also commendable. Liaoyang's sacrifice was also good. Mid laner and jungler worked together to steal the big dragon. And then there was the final battle to defend the high ground. Tianheng's exciting performance is also worthy of our applause. Congratulations to North Shepherd 21 for winning this match. The regular season is now over. Next, the All-Star voting channel will be opened on the official website. Everyone can vote for the players they like. The commentator began to explain the rules of the All-Star voting. In the soundproof room, Xiaoyang finally let go of Qi Shua. When he turned around, he saw Xujiang, Old Qin, and Xingxing all smiling. Especially Xujiang, who had an understanding smile on his face. Xiaoyang suddenly realized that something was wrong. F***ck. I was too excited and forgot that I'm an Omega. Qi Shua defended the crystal until the last moment. This reminded Xiaoyang of last year's playoffs, Tianheng vs North Shepherd. At that time, he was sitting in the audience, watching Qi Shua defend until the last moment. He finally decided to join Tianheng because Qi Shua's tenacity moved him. He believed that with such a captain, Tianheng had hope. When he lost to North Shepherd just now, he just wanted to tell Qi Shua that he still had a comrade by his side. This time, I'll fight with you. He was so engrossed in the match that he forgot that he and Qi Shua weren't just good brothers. Xiaoyang coughed lightly to hide his awkwardness. For the sake of the CP fans, he turned around and hugged the smiling Xujiang. Xujiang, using me as a shield? Sure. A moment later, North Shepherd's team of 5 came to the soundproof room to shake hands. The Tianheng team had already adjusted their emotions and stood up politely to congratulate them. After they left, Xiaoyang said, our overall strength is still a little lacking compared to North Shepherd's, so there's nothing to be ashamed of. But we still have room for improvement, so don't be discouraged, everyone. Xingxing whispered, I'm still a far cry from Sister Xinping. I'll work hard to catch up to her. Old Qin said, I'll also learn from little Zhao's suicidal style of play. Qi Shua looked at Xiaoyang and met his bright eyes. They'll just have to fight back in the playoffs. The two of them exchanged glances, conveying the same message. Qi Shua smiled and looked at his teammates. Let's go, it's time to leave. Tianheng's team of 5 came onto the big stage and bowed to the audience in unison, receiving warm applause from the live audience. The regular season had come to an end. Tianheng placed second in their group and entered the winners bracket of the S10 playoffs. This season, North Shepherd's 3 players were very strong. They had spent a lot of money to buy a world-class mid-laner from the European region, so they were clearly aiming for the World Championship. But Tianheng's goal was also to become the world champion. In the S9 playoffs, Tianheng was eliminated by North Shepherd. Could the S10 playoffs change their fate? There were still 2 months until the playoffs, so Tianheng still had time to adjust. The fans did not give up hope. Of course, Tianheng's team members would also work harder. This team had yet to reach their peak form. The end of the regular season was just a new starting point for them. In the playoffs, the individual strength of the team members would be stronger, and their teamwork would also be better. Tianheng would appear in front of everyone with a new face. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. After the end of the regular season, everyone in Tianheng returned to the hotel. Coach Lin took the opportunity to review today's match. In the second round, the jungler played very well. The key to their loss in the first round was that Xianxia was killed too many times by the opposing team's 2 fighters. In the third round, it was because their jungler couldn't deal with the opposing team's archer, allowing Xianxia to snipe the key position. Archers are very important in a team battle. Mid laners and junglers don't have any skills after a combo, so they still have to rely on archers to continue to deal damage. He looked at Xianxia, who was listening carefully, and smiled. Little Xing, although you're improving very quickly, you're still some distance away from the top archers. You need to continue to work hard. Xianxia immediately nodded. Yes, I'll practice hard. Coach Lin said. Everyone else, don't relax. The regular season is over. Tianheng placed second in Group S and entered the winners group. I'm very satisfied with this result. The most important thing is the playoffs. Go back and prepare well. After the review, everyone returned to their rooms to rest. Yi Xiaoyang and Qi Shua walked around the corner and arrived at the door of their room. He was about to swipe his card to open the door when Qi Shua suddenly called him. Xiaoyang. Yi Xiaoyang turned around and met Qi Shua's deep gaze. Before he could speak, Qi Shua stepped forward and hugged him gently. Yi Xiaoyang. Wait. Yi Xiaoyang hugged Qi Shua in excitement just now. He didn't know when to stop and forgot that he was an Omega. But now, the excitement of the match had passed. After 2 hours of review, everyone had calmed down. What did Qi Shua mean by hugging him? Yi Xiaoyang froze in place, dumbfounded. Qi Shua's hug was very warm, and his voice was low and gentle. Thank you. Yi Xiaoyang coughed awkwardly. Ahem, what are you thanking me for? Qi Shua chuckled and let go of him. He looked into his eyes and said, didn't you say that you'd bear the burden with me if we lost the match? For the first time, I realized that it's good to have someone to share the burden. Especially when it was with the person you liked. If they won, they would receive applause. If they lost, they would be questioned. Qi Shua had carried the heavy burden on his shoulders alone for many years. Although he didn't say it, he was actually tired. Sharing, it was Yi Xiaoyang felt. After today's match, the hug that Yi Xiaoyang gave him warmed Qi Shua's heart. Xiaoyang was the treasure. Translation. So, after the game after the review. From Yi Lin Sui translation from Lin translation was. The corridor was very quiet in the middle of the night, and they could clearly hear each other's breathing. Looking into Qi Shua's gentle and deep eyes, Yi Xiaoyang's heartbeat suddenly accelerated. He quickly looked away and pretended to be relaxed. I'm your teammate. It's my duty to share the captain's burden. Qi Shua asked in a low voice, just a teammate? Yi Xiaoyang added carefully, or a good brother? Qi Shua was stunned for a moment, then he chuckled. Brother? Yi Xiaoyang's cheeks burned. Brother my ass. He was Omega, and Qi Shua was Alpha. They weren't the same gender. He always forgot this setting. The concept that we're all men was deeply ingrained in him, and he couldn't change it in a short time. Qi Shua didn't say much. He reached out to help Yi Xiaoyang tidy up his slightly messy bangs and said softly, go back and rest early. The regular season is over, and there are still 2 months before the playoffs. We have to prepare well. Yi Xiaoyang nodded vigorously. Okay. Good night, Captain Qi. After returning to the dormitory, Yi Xiaoyang's cell phone suddenly rang. He turned it on and saw a photo and a message from Qi Shua. This is Tianheng's S6 season. It was a group photo after we won 2nd place in the world competition. Yi Xiaoyang opened it. Qi Shua still had the innocence of a teenager. He was expressionless when the photo was taken, and he looked cool. Godming stood in the middle with a gentle smile. Next to him were Old Nya, Ning, and the top laner, Brother Long. The 5 of them were holding the silver world runner-up trophy. But obviously, they weren't satisfied with just 2nd place. Their smiles were a little forced. Yi Xiaoyang replied with a smile, you were already so cocky when you were 18? Qi Shua said, it's just that I don't really know how to smile. Plus, I won second place at the time, so I was a little upset. Yi Xiaoyang felt that the unhappy teenager Qi Shua was actually quite cute. He took a closer look at the 18-year-old Qi Shua. Qi Shua had changed a lot over the past few years. He had gone from being an ignorant and sharp teenager to the calm and collected captain of Tianheng. His innocence and childishness had also faded away. The current Qi Shua was the strongest pillar of support for everyone in Tianheng. Yi Xiaoyang replied, this year, let's go to the world competition and take a group photo. You can smile when the time comes. Qi Shua replied. I'll try my best. He sent a smiley face emoji and said, go to sleep. Good night. Yi Xiaoyang saved the photo before going to bed. In the room next door, Xianxia was sitting cross-legged on the bed. He was crazily sending private messages to Xujiang. Brother Xujiang, don't you think there's something wrong between my master and brother Yang? Xujiang, what's wrong? Xianxia scratched his head in distress and said, that's right. When the two of them looked at each other and hugged, it felt like no one else could get a word in edgewise. Xujiang sent a row of sad emojis, you just found out? Xianxia, huh? Xujiang sent a row of smiling emojis and said, Old Qin and I are both level 7 members of hashtag Sun and Moonshine together hashtag Super Talk. Xianxia, what? Xujiang threw a hyperlink to Xianxia. When Xianxia clicked on it, his worldview was shattered. F***CK. Master and brother Yang actually already had CP fans. Moreover, the fans' imaginations were so realistic. Especially after today's match, when brother Yang gently hugged Master, the fans took screenshots of it and analyzed it. It was really too sweet. I'll cheer them up. If I were Captain Qi, I would also fall in love with Yang, a super warm guy. In the past, when Captain Qi lost a match, he would always bear it alone and calmly comfort his teammates. But today, Yang hugged him immediately and comforted him. He was really warm, like a little son. Family, Captain Qi immediately hugged Yang back. He hugged him a little tightly and possessively. Sisters, I'll move the Civil Affairs Bureau here. It'll be really hard to end it if they don't get married. Xianxia was dumbfounded. Civil Affairs Bureau? Marriage, F***CK, so there were so many people who were CPING Master and brother Yang. No wonder Xianxia felt that something was wrong recently. He had been Qi Shua's disciple for a few years. Seeing Tianheng's journey, he knew how difficult it was for Master. In the past, regardless of whether they won or lost, had Master ever hugged another teammate? Never. Master had that kind of cold, calm, and serious personality. At most, he would pat his teammates' shoulders to comfort them. However, this season, after the reappearance of the Wild Nuclei match, his master hugged brother Yang emotionally for a long time. In later matches, the two of them hugged each other more and more often. Recently, brother Yang suddenly stopped hugging master. It seemed like he was deliberately avoiding suspicion. But today, after losing the match, brother Yang couldn't help but hug master again, so it wasn't that he was overthinking, but that there was really something wrong with the two of them. Xianxia said excitedly, so, you and old Qi noticed it long ago? Xujiang said seriously, of course. After all, I've been teammates with Qi Shua for 3 years. I know his temper and habits quite well. I used to be a mid laner too, but he has never hugged me like this before. Cover mouth and snicker. JPG, Xujiang quickly said, also, Yang is an Omega. Logically speaking, Captain Qi should avoid suspicion. But he didn't avoid suspicion. Instead, he hugged Yang many times. I interpret this as, he couldn't help himself. Xujiang continued his analysis. As for Yang, he has always been magnanimous. I think he hugged Qi Shua out of camaraderie. After all, he often hugged us too. He didn't have the self-awareness of being an Omega at all. Xujiang, in summary, I think that the two of them haven't officially confirmed their relationship yet. But it's a fact that Captain Qi likes Yang. In order to get Captain out of singlehood, we must not be a burden. Xianxia. Brother Chu, do you want to change careers and become a relationship analyst? Xujiang thought about it and said, I can consider this suggestion. After I retire, I'll become a relationship blogger, do video editing, and post some chicken soup for the soul? Xianxia was speechless. But looking at Xianxia's analysis carefully, he felt that it made sense. Did Master really like Brother Yang? If not, with Master's cold personality, how could he take special care of Brother Yang? He would take the initiative to hug him. Every time he went to the airport, he would take the initiative to help him carry his luggage. He even changed his schedule for him, woke up early in the morning, and accompanied him to the snack bar for breakfast. In the past, Qixuan never woke up early, never hugged his teammates, and never went out for breakfast. But for Brother Yang, he threw all these principles to the back of his mind. If it wasn't love, what else could it be? Xianxia said excitedly, then Brother Yang will be my master's wife? Xianxia sent a row of knife emojis. If you dare to call him that, do you believe that he will beat you to death? Xianxia chuckled. I don't dare to call him that in person. Ah, now that you mention it, I'm looking forward to their wedding. Xianxia, when the time comes, I'll be in charge of the video editing of the wedding. In this aspect, I'm no worse than a professional wedding photographer. Old Qin can be in charge of the procurement of fruits and melon seeds. He's very good at these things. Xianxia, then what will I be in charge of? Xianxia, you'll be in charge of being the mascot? Xianxia, you're going to use me as a shark to liven up the atmosphere of Master's wedding? In the next room, Xianxia, who went to bed early and woke up early, had no idea that his 3 teammates had already opened alternate accounts to follow the hashtag #LunaSolar hashtag and had become CP fans. They were worried sick about Captain Tianheng's plan to get rid of his single status. When Xianxia woke up the next morning, he opened Weibo. He was surprised to find that Tianheng had lost the last game of the regular season to Northern Shepherd. There were also more messages of encouragement on Tianheng's official Weibo account. Second place in the winners bracket. This is the best result in the past few years. The old fans are very satisfied. Although they lost the first and third games, they won the second game beautifully. This shows that Tianheng is not incapable of defeating Northern Shepherd. The future is bright. I look forward to the playoffs. The results of the regular season don't matter. The key is the playoffs. Steady. Little Xing, you still have to improve. Tianheng still has room for improvement. Keep it up. Although the ridicule of the anti-fans was annoying, the rational fans still made up the majority. Xianxia reposted the official Weibo account to thank everyone for their support. Then, he saw an official announcement from the Alliance Tournament Committee on the front page. S10 All-Stars will officially begin on July 15. Voting rules: each person can receive 5 votes per day. Votes can be cast for the same player or 5 players separately. Voting requires real name registration. Vote manipulation is prohibited. Voting period: July 1st, 8 a.m., July 14th, 8 p.m. The 15 most popular players will be selected through online voting to participate in the All-Stars of the Chinese region. The rules for this year's All-Stars will be announced on July 15th. The All-Stars will last for 3 days. The venue will be the Imperial Esports Center. Tickets can be purchased in advance on the official website. Xianxia clicked on the official website to take a look. As soon as the announcement was released, the tickets were sold out. It was clear that the popularity of the All-Stars was much higher than that of the usual competitions. The so-called All-Stars was an event where the most popular esports players were invited together for an entertainment event. It was considered a thank you event for the fans. There would definitely be a lot of lucky draws, autographs, photos, and other benefits. Whether or not you could enter the All-Stars depended on your popularity. Xianxia clicked on the voting leaderboard to take a look. Qixua's popularity was too terrifying. In the short span of an hour after the official voting channel was opened, he had actually shot to first place with 3 million votes. Xiaoyang's fans also didn't want to fall behind and directly sent him into the top 5. It looked like entering the All-Stars this year was a sure thing. Xiaoyang also wanted to go to the All-Stars to play. As a newcomer, his popularity had already broken the record in the history of the God War League. The All-Star tournament would begin on July 15th, and the voting period was from the 1st to the 14th. It was also the Alliance's off-season, so all the teams were on vacation. Coach Lin also gave everyone 2 weeks off to make their own arrangements. Qi Shua asked Yi Xiaoyang in private, "Do you have any plans for the 2-week break?" His parents weren't around, so Yi Xiaoyang didn't plan on returning to his hometown in Star City. He wanted to travel around. The only cities he had been to so far were Binghe and Yan, which held esports events. He didn't know much about other places. Since the playoffs were still far away, it wouldn't be bad to take the opportunity to travel and relax. Thinking of this, Yi Xiaoyang said, "I want to travel. Captain Qi, do you have any fun places to recommend?" "I don't know much about traveling. I'll ask Xujiang. He likes photography and used to travel by himself a lot." Qi Shua was an otaku who only knew how to play games and had never traveled before. He sent a message to Xujiang, traveling for 2 weeks. "Do you have any fun places to recommend?" Xujiang sent a curious emoji, "Captain Qi, are you going alone or with 2 people?" Qi Shua, 2 people. Xujiang understood in his heart and quickly typed, "Self-driving tour, Great Ring Road." The scenery is beautiful, and the roads are full of scenery. There are fewer tourists there, so there's no need to line up. It's quite suitable for couples to go out and relax. He thought about it and deleted the word couples and changed it to, "It's quite suitable for good friends to go out and relax." Qi Shua copied Xujiang's message to Yi Xiaoyang, "Self-driving tour, interested?" Yi Xiaoyang, "Self-driving? I don't know how to drive. I don't have a driver's license." Qi Shua, "I want to go out too. I can be in charge of driving." Yi Xiaoyang thought about it and felt that self-driving tour was indeed more free. If he went with a tour group, he would be chased by the tour guide every day and would have to wait for someone. It was quite troublesome. It was much easier to drive by himself. He could stop anywhere he wanted. Yi Xiaoyang replied, "Why don't we all go together?" Qi Shua was stunned. "Everyone?" Yi Xiaoyang, "Yeah, the regular season is over. Anyway, there's still a long time before the playoffs. It's too boring to stay on the team for 2 weeks. Let's go out for a walk." Qi Shua did not know whether to laugh or cry. "You want the whole Tianjing team to go on a trip?" Yi Xiaoyang was puzzled. "What else?" Qi Shua, he had originally wanted to go out with Xiaoyang alone, but in the end, Yi Xiaoyang was selfless and wanted to bring all of his teammates out to have fun. Qi Shua touched his nose helplessly and typed, "Okay, if you like, let's go together." It was indeed inappropriate for the 2 of them to travel alone. After all, they hadn't confirmed their relationship yet. What if someone took a picture of the Tianjing captain taking his Omega teammates on a trip before the playoffs started? There was no way to explain this, and it would affect the reputation of the Tianjing squad. When they got married in the future, they would have plenty of time to go on a honeymoon alone. There was no rush. When Qi Shua thought of this, he said, "Let's ask everyone." Yi Xiaoyang sent a message in the Tianjing family chat group. "It's a 2-week break, so let's go out and relax a little. My family, shall we go on a road trip? Do you want to go?" Xujiang, "Wait, aren't the 2 of you going?" When Qingxing saw the message, he immediately popped up. "Brother Yang, you're going on a road trip?" Yi Xiaoyang, "Yeah, how about we all go out and have fun? Does anyone else know how to drive?" Qi Nizhu, "I know how to drive. I have a driver's license." Yi Xiaoyang, "That's good then. When the time comes, Captain Qi and Old Qin can take turns driving. I'll be covering the entire trip's meals and accommodations. I'll treat everyone to a few days of fun." He hadn't spent the 5 million signing fee he received, so he really wanted to treat his Tianjing teammates to a trip. Yi Xiaoyang treated his teammates as family. He didn't have many friends after transmigrating, and his parents were both dead. His Tianjing teammates were his greatest concern in this world. Xujiang really wanted to complain. "If you guys are going together, why are you dragging so many light bulbs with you?" However, Qingxing, who didn't know the truth, thought that this was Yi Xiaoyang's idea, so he immediately agreed excitedly. "Brother Yang, you'll treat us? That's great. What date are we leaving on? I'll go pack my luggage right away." Yi Xiaoyang, "Let's discuss our itinerary." Qi Shua said, "We'll be going to the city where the All-Stars are located on the 14th, and we have to be back by the 13th. We'll be leaving on the 3rd and returning on the 13th. Is 10 days enough time? At Jiangshui. Chu Jiang replied, it's enough. However, it's too far to drive there from the imperial capital. We can take a plane there and rent a car there. Qi Shua decisively decided, then it's settled. We'll be taking a flight on the 3rd. Everyone, pack your luggage tomorrow. Chu Jiang will be in charge of internal affairs. You're more familiar with the plane tickets and accommodations, so you can book them. Yi Xiaoyang said, thank you for your hard work, Jiang. I'll pay for all the expenses. Chu Jiang realized that Qi Shua didn't seem to have any objections to going on a team trip, so he replied, no problem, leave it to me. I'll find a guide for you guys and make a list of the items you need to prepare for the trip. Chongqing had never gone on a trip with his teammates before, so he excitedly went online to look for information. The Great Ring Road was a very famous scenic route in western China. It spanned several thousand kilometers, and there were grasslands, deserts, and snowy mountains along the way. The scenery was pleasant, and it was very suitable for driving and relaxing. However, the weather there was changeable, and the temperature difference between day and night was great. They would need to protect themselves from the sun and bring along some warm clothes. Chu Jiang quickly made a list of items and asked everyone to prepare. At the same time, he went to book round-trip tickets and planned the itinerary. He also booked all the hotels along the way and sent it to the group to ask for everyone's opinions. Yi Xiaoyang realized that Chu Jiang was really a very careful and reliable person. He was an expert at home and traveling, and he was also the team's photographer. As for Old Qin, he looked up a bunch of food guides. As expected, his focus was on eating. The discussion in the Tianjin group was very lively. Old Qin suggested, we can't set off immediately after we arrive at the station on the first day. Why don't we go there to eat roast lamb? I've been craving roast lamb for a long time. Chu Jiang said, if you want to rent a car, you can book it in advance online and pick it up at the airport. Why don't the 5 of us rent an off-road vehicle? Does Qi Shua have a preferred model? Qi Shua sent an image of a car, do you have this model? Chu Jiang, yes, I'll contact them. Yi Xiaoyang was in charge of paying, Chongqing was in charge of purchasing daily necessities, the housekeeper Chu Jiang helped to organize the itinerary, Old Qin checked the restaurants they would go to, and Qi Shua was everyone's driver. Tianjin's 5 people cooperated with each other very well in life. A day later, the 5 of them flew to Shilin City. Chu Jiang called the staff of the car rental company. They picked up the car at the airport, and Qi Shua drove the car and navigated to the local hotel. The hotel Chu Jiang chose was not only affordable, but the environment was also very good. Considering that Yang was an omega and needed to stay alone, Chu Jiang booked 5 rooms, just like usual for a competition. After everyone checked in, they went to a restaurant with Old Qin and ordered a roast lamb. Chongqing was drooling as he ate. He said as he ate, delicious, delicious. This is the best lamb I've ever eaten. Yi Xiaoyang also praised, Old Qin, your food app is really reliable. Qin Yizhu smiled and said, I prepared a foodie strategy for the whole journey. Will I gain 5 pounds after this trip? Yi Xiaoyang said, top laners need to be fatter to feel safer. Qin Yizhu thought carefully and immediately ate without holding back. That makes sense. If you play as a tank, you need to have more meat on your body. Qi Shua looked at Yi Xiaoyang eating heartily with a face full of smiles, and his mood unknowingly improved. He finally understood the meaning behind Yi Xiaoyang's actions. The regular season had ended, but the playoffs had not started yet. Xiaoyang took his teammates on a trip to relax. In fact, he wanted everyone to let go of all their stress and have fun for a few days. Then, they would play the playoffs in their most relaxed state. Qi Shua never thought of taking everyone on a trip. In his opinion, good results were achieved through training day after day. But sometimes, it was not a good thing for the team members to be too tense. He was still too strict as a captain. Although he lacked a sense of humanity. Xiaoyang was better at winning people's hearts. If Xiaoyang were to lead the team, he would definitely be a very good captain, right? Qi Shua looked at Yi Xiaoyang. For some reason, he felt that Xiaoyang was someone who had been a captain before, not someone who was new to the team. Yi Xiaoyang raised his head and met Qi Shua's gaze. He handed a piece of barbecued meat to Qi Shua and said with a smile, "Eat more. Don't think about the competition when you're out on a trip. Just focus on eating, drinking, and having fun. It's not too late to go back and train again." Qi Shua grunted and took the barbecued meat from Yi Xiaoyang. He took a bite. The meat was fresh and tender. It was fragrant but not fishy. Coupled with the special dipping sauce, it was a pleasure for his taste buds. The five of them ate heartily. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, they went to a hotel for the night and set off for the snowy mountains early the next morning. Qi Shua drove, Yi Xiaoyang sat in the passenger's seat, and the other three sat in the back seat. Yi Xiaoyang specially downloaded some songs and connected his phone to the car's stereo system to play them. The car quickly drove out of the city. Along the way, they listened to the heroic songs and looked at the vast grassland outside the window. All the worries in their hearts disappeared. The beautiful natural scenery was indeed very relaxing. Xujiang set up a video camera and filmed the whole journey. They planned to edit a video for everyone when they got back. The schedule for the next few days was very flexible. Every day, everyone slept until they woke up naturally. They left and stopped as they pleased. They went to the grassland, saw the snowy mountains, and even went to the desert to play dune bikes. They had so much fun that they almost forgot that they were esports players. They were only young people in their 20s. Every day, they stayed at the base and played games in front of the computer from morning to night. After a long time, it was indeed tiring. Relaxing like this was very good for the mental state of the team members. The 10-day trip passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it was time to go back. They once again passed by the grassland where they had camped on the first night. The five of them lay on the grass together and looked at the starry sky above them. Yi Xiaoyang suddenly said, "Actually, it's pretty good to be able to meet like-minded friends when you're young and work hard together. What do you guys think?" Old Qin was stunned for a moment. He laughed dryly and scratched his head. "I'm not very good with words, but I'm very happy to have met you guys." Xujiang smiled and said, "Me too. I won't forget what we've been through these past few years even if I'm old." Qingxing said excitedly, "Me too. I'm very lucky to be able to join Tianheng." Yi Xiaoyang's lips curled into a relaxed smile. "If we have time in the future, let's go play together again. Even if we don't compete in the future, we'll still be friends for life." Qi Shua was speechless. Xujiang was speechless. Qingxing also realized that something was wrong. Friends for life? What about Master's plan to get rid of his singlehood? Are you going to be friends with him for life too? Qi Shua calmly changed the subject. "After this season, I'll treat you guys and take you on a trip." Xujiang tactfully agreed. "Sure. We had a lot of fun this time. Thank you, Tycoon Yang, for treating us. It's Captain Qi's turn next time, so of course we won't be angry." Old Qin also said, "Then let's agree that we'll find a place to take a vacation after S10? Qi Shua said, "Yeah, let's go to bed first. We'll be heading back tomorrow. Our flight is in the afternoon, so rest early." Everyone went back to their tents to sleep. Xujiang sent Yi Xiaoyang a message, "Yang, don't you have anyone you like? Or, what type of alpha do you like?" Yi Xiaoyang replied, "I haven't thought about that. Right now, the most important thing is to play." Xujiang was speechless. "Yi Xiaoyang, what's wrong?" Xujiang held back his laughter and replied, "Nothing, I was just asking out of curiosity." It looked like his guess was right. Yi Xiaoyang did not realize that there was something wrong with his relationship with Qi Shua. Captain Qi still had a long way to go before he left his single status, so he still needed some help from his teammates. Xujiang quickly added Qinizhu and Qingxing into a small group and sent a message. "Captain Qi said that he would like to invite us on a trip after this season. Everyone, be smart and stop being a third wheel." Old Qin immediately understood and immediately replied, "I was just saying that to avoid making things awkward for Captain Qi when the time comes. I'll just say that it's my grandfather's 80th birthday and I want to go home." "I won't be going." Qingxing said, "I'll just say that my parents want to take me overseas." Xujiang, "Yeah. Let them go and have fun by themselves." If Captain Qi doesn't seize the opportunity, I'll be anxious for him. Old Qin sent a row of smiling emojis. I was quite surprised that Captain Qi suddenly asked everyone to come out and have fun. I thought that he was going to go on a trip with Yang Yang alone. Xujiang, they haven't confirmed their relationship yet. If Omega and Alpha go on a trip together, it'll be hard to explain. It'll also damage their reputation. It'll make sense for them to bring us along. Old Qin, that makes sense. Qingxing scratched his head and said, I haven't thought about that. Brother Chu, you seem to know a lot about it? Xujiang sent a row of smiling emojis. I usually read novels. Who's like you guys who only think about the game? Old Qin and little Xing, Yi Xiaoyang only had the game in his mind. He closed his eyes and thought about something in the tent. This trip was very short, but everyone had a lot of fun. He believed that in the upcoming training and games, Tianjing's players would put down all their psychological pressure and play better than they did in the regular season. It was necessary to strike a balance between work and rest. If the game was too stressful, going out to play was actually better than staying in the team and training every day. The playoffs would start in September, so there was still a month and a half. There was still time to go back and train well. Yi Xiaoyang checked his phone and saw that the All-Stars voting was about to end. In the current rankings, he and Qi Shua were firmly in the top 3. The All-Stars only chose the 15 most popular players. Yi Xiaoyang quickly scrolled down and found that Xujiang's votes were hovering around 15/16. Old Qin and little Xing's popularity were outside the top 20, so they probably didn't have a chance. But as a former mid-laner in Tianjing, Xujiang always had a fixed fan base. Yi Xiaoyang thought for a moment, then sent a private message to Qi Shua. Do you want to help pull in votes for Xujiang? The voting ends tomorrow. I think he's just short of a few votes to get into the top 15. Qi Shua replied, okay, let's post it on Weibo. Yi Xiaoyang posted on Weibo, in the All-Stars voting, I voted for Tianjing's Jiang Shui. Everyone, come and vote with me. This was an automated Weibo post for voting. Yi Xiaoyang had been traveling for a while and had collected 50 votes in 10 days, all of which he had voted for Xujiang. Following closely, Qi Shua also voted. Tianjing's fans immediately understood and called out in the group, everyone, vote for Brother Chu. Captain Qi and Yang Yang have already made it into the All-Stars. There's no need to fight for the rankings. Give the remaining votes to Jiang, and Tianjing can make it into the All-Stars. That's right, Northern Shepherd has 3 players in this year's All-Stars. Our Tianjing can't lose. Under the calls of Tianjing's fans, Xujiang's votes increased rapidly. When the voting ended on the 14th, he entered S10's All-Stars in 12th place. Xujiang, thank you for helping me pull in votes. For your wedding in the future, I'll film a wonderful commemorative video for you too as a return gift. On July 14th, the voting for Season 10 All-Stars officially ended. The Alliance carefully checked the votes and after ensuring that no one had maliciously manipulated the votes, they finally announced the list of All-Stars. 3 members of Northern Shepherd were chosen, Zhao Sanan, Zhao Xinping, and Shaoan. All 3 of them were in the top 10 in terms of popularity. Northern Shepherd had a lot of fans, so it was expected that the 3 of them would be voted into All-Stars. Jingzha's Fang Jingqing, Xia Yuan, and Li Yunma were also chosen. Among them, Fang and Yuan were veteran gods and had a lot of die-hard fans. Almost every year, they would appear in All-Stars. Li Yunma was one of the Alliance's first-line supports, so he had a certain amount of popularity. It was normal for him to be chosen. Tianhuan Squad's fans were very supportive. They voted Qi Shua and Yi Xiaoyang into the top 5. On the last day, they voted together and voted Xujiang into All-Stars. Although Qingxing and Old Qin didn't make it into All-Stars, little Xing was still a rookie and had many opportunities in the future. Old Qin had always been a Buddhist, so he helped pull votes for Xujiang on Weibo. He urged everyone to vote for Xujiang, so the fans didn't vote for him. Apart from that, Ice Soul's Captain Chen Qianhua, Fire Spirit's Captain Zhou Jiawen, and Jungler Ah Yan, Yueying's top laner Su Zhua, and Archer Xia Weiyu, as well as Group A's first place, Luotian Temple's Captain Lu Luo, were also chosen. On the night of the 14th, the Alliance personally called all the players who had made it into All-Stars and invited them into the God Wars S10 All-Stars group chat. When all 15 of them were present, the Alliance's staff made a few announcements in the group chat. Hello gods, I'm Sharu, the person in charge of this year's All-Stars. The Alliance has arranged a hotel for this year's All-Stars at Huaxing Hotel. Please report to the front desk before 3 p.m. on July 16th. On July 16th, at 5:30 p.m., we have arranged a welcome dinner for everyone at the restaurant on the 3rd floor of the hotel. After dinner, we need to arrive at the venue on time at 7:30 p.m. At 8 p.m. sharp, All Stars will officially begin. We need to be clean and tidy. No shorts or slippers. We're esports players, so there's no need to wear suits to play games. Everyone can be more casual. This year's All-Stars would last for 3 days. All they needed to bring was a change of clothes for 3 days. Food and accommodation would be provided by the Alliance. If you're coming from out of town, please contact me in advance and tell me the flight number or high-speed rail number. I'll send someone to pick you up. In the blink of an eye, there were more than 10 messages in the group. Got it. Zhao Sinan said, our flight is on the afternoon of the 15th, TC 76893. Fang Jingqing, we'll be arriving at 8 p.m. tomorrow. Please arrange for us to be picked up at the airport. Thank you. The group started to calculate everyone's arrival time and flight number. The Tianhuan squad's base was in Imperial Capital, and it was not too far from the hotel. They could go there on the afternoon of the 16th. At noon on the 16th, Qi Shua and the other two had a casual lunch in the cafeteria. Tang Can, the team leader, took the initiative to ask, do you need me to send a car to take you there? Qi Shua said, no need to trouble Sister Tang. I'll drive myself. He had a private car parked in the Tianhuan base's parking lot. Normally, he would drive himself out if he had personal matters to attend to. There were only 3 of them in this year's All-Stars, so there was no need to trouble the team to send a car to pick them up. Qi Shua drove himself and brought Xujiang and Yi Xiaoyang to the hotel to check in. It was Yi Xiaoyang's first time participating in this world's All-Stars. In his previous world's All-Stars, there were many solo matches, but in this world's All-Stars, it was more like a gathering of highly popular players. The rules were a bit different. As for the solo and duo matches, they were classified as the World Invitational Tournament and would be held after the All-Stars ended. Qi Shua had once won the S6 individual competition, so Yi Xiaoyang also wanted to try participating this year. But for now, he had to deal with the All-Stars first. Yi Xiaoyang sat in the back with Xujiang and asked curiously, what kind of matches will there be in this year's All-Stars? Xujiang said, last year, it was a group match. It was a 5v5 turret push. The rules were pretty much the same as normal matches. Everyone drew lots to decide the groups. Last year, Captain Qi and I were drawn together. Yi Xiaoyang didn't look at last year's All-Stars and asked, it was a random draw. What kind of punishment will there be if you lose? Xujiang said, there's a performance. Yi Xiaoyang froze for a moment. A performance? A pentakill in the stadium? Xujiang chuckled and said, no, it's a talent impromptu performance. Last year, our team won. The ones who lost were Little Zhao's team. In the end, Little Zhao did a street dance for everyone. Everyone said, not bad, but don't do it next time. Xujiang flipped through his phone and found a video of last year's All-Stars for Yi Xiaoyang to see. Yi Xiaoyang leaned over to take a look with interest. After watching the video, he came to the same conclusion. Good dance. Don't do it next time. In the center of the stage, Zhao Sinan's body was about to turn into a fried dough twist. His left foot nearly tripped over his right foot. That's not street dancing. You're dancing a god, right, reporter Zhao, Xujiang said. Last year, little Zhao was forced to do something beyond his ability. He was pushed out by his temporary teammates to perform a dance. Apparently, after this street dance, his Weibo lost 100,000 fans. Yi Xiaoyang held back his laughter and said, Little Zhao is too funny. He's the Alliance's comedian, right? Xujiang nodded. That's right. Apparently, his singing is even worse. Don't ever sing again. Yi Xiaoyang thought for a moment and said, this year, we have 15 players in the All-Stars. They'll probably be split into 3 teams, right? I wonder how the penalties and rewards will be set. Qi Shua, who was driving in the front seat, heard this and said in a low voice, I heard that the rules this year will be more interesting than previous years. There will be a lot of uncertainties in a 3-team competition. In any case, the All-Stars is just an entertainment event. It doesn't matter if you win or lose. Yi Xiaoyang nodded. Yeah, let's just treat it as having fun. Qi Shua asked, Can Yang sing? Yi Xiaoyang coughed softly. I'm alright, but I don't sing well either. After all, I'm not a professional. I think it'll be very awkward to perform on stage, so I'll try my best not to lose. Xu Jiang whispered into Yi Xiaoyang's ear, Captain Qi's singing is pretty good. Yi Xiaoyang froze for a moment. Is that so? Xu Jiang whispered, yeah, but he's never sung in public before. Ever since I joined Tianheng, I've only heard him sing once. That was 2 years ago on his birthday. Everyone was heckling him to sing, but he couldn't refuse, so he just casually sang a song. Yi Xiaoyang asked curiously, is that so? If there's a chance in the future, I'd like to hear him sing too. Qi Shua saw the two of them whispering in the rearview mirror and couldn't help but ask, what are you guys talking about? The two of them said in unison, nothing. Soon, the car arrived at the hotel designated by the Alliance. Qi Shua was very experienced in avoiding reporters. He drove directly into the underground parking lot and took the elevator to the lobby. The Alliance had a staff member in charge of receiving them. When he saw the three of them, he immediately led them to the front desk to check in. Captain Qi, everyone will be assigned a single room. Your rooms will be on the 7th floor, and you'll need to register with your ID. Qi Shua nodded and handed his ID to the front desk for verification. The information of the three of them was quickly entered into the computer, and the front desk gave them their room cards. The staff member smiled and said, there's a welcoming dinner on the 3rd floor at 5:30. Remember to be there on time. The three of them went to their rooms and settled down briefly. After resting for a while, they agreed to go to the restaurant on the 3rd floor together. The restaurant was very lively. In addition to the 15 most popular celebrity players in the Chinese region, there were also the chairman's team of the Alliance, the official host, sponsors, and so on. 2 tables were full. Yi Xiaoyang saw the chairman of the Alliance of Gods, Qiu Heng, up close for the first time. He was a middle-aged man in his 40s. He was tall and had a round face, and he looked very amiable. He even took the initiative to shake Yi Xiaoyang's hand and said with a smile, Liang from Tianheng, right? You're the most outstanding rookie this season. I've seen your matches. Although you debuted late, you have a lot of potential. Your starting point is already at a height that many players can't reach in their lifetime. Keep up the good work. I have high hopes for you. Yi Xiaoyang said angrily, Chairman, you're too kind. I'll work hard. The three of them went to the side and sat down. Xu Jiang whispered in their ears, Chairman Qiu is a smiling tiger. He looks friendly, but he's actually very strict. He's the highest leader in the Chinese region, and all the arrangements for the competition have to be signed by him. He also personally supervised the punishment for Yao Guang's fake matches. 2 years ago, a player was kicked out of the game for sleeping with his fans. He removed his qualification as a professional player without a second word. Yi Xiaoyang said, it's good to be strict. If you don't pay attention to discipline, there will be more and more fake matches and private deals. Xu Jiang nodded in agreement, that's true. Everyone likes Chairman Qiu. He's fought for a lot of benefits for us. At this moment, Chairman Qiu stood up and looked at everyone, esports players should try not to drink. I'll use orange juice as a substitute. Otherwise, I'm afraid that if you drink too much, you'll all blink and crash into the wall. People will think that the Chinese region players are sleepwalking. There was a burst of laughter, and everyone stood up with their glasses in hand. The chairman squinted his eyes and raised his glass full of orange juice, saying, Welcome to Season 10's All-Stars. You represent the highest level of professional players in the Chinese region. This year's All-Stars will have a lot of fun matches. The Alliance has also prepared a lot of surprises for everyone. I hope that everyone will have fun in the next 3 days. Everyone raised their glasses and clinked them. Prepared a surprise? Yi Xiaoyang thought to himself, maybe it's just a scare. The welcoming dinner was very sumptuous. After eating and drinking to their fill, everyone headed to the All-Stars Stadium under the protection of the security guards. At 7 p.m., the audience had all entered the stadium. However, there were still many fans outside the All-Stars Stadium who hadn't been able to buy tickets. They held up their posters and waited for their idols. Seeing the 15 people walking over, the crowd burst into screams, "Captain Feng, ah! Captain Feng, I love you! Sister Xingping is too cool! Sister, look over here! Xiao En, I love you! Yang is so handsome today! Yang, you can do it!" There were all sorts of shouts from the crowd. The fans were very passionate and their screams were deafening. Yi Xiaoyang had experienced this kind of celebrity treatment in his previous life, so he was very calm. He smiled and waved at the fans on both sides of him. Then, he walked with Qi Shua and Xujiang to the interview booth at the entrance. The All-Stars of the God War League was quite grand. There was a red carpet outside, making it look like an award ceremony. The players had to sign their names on the wall and accept interviews. When it was Tianheng's turn, the reporter said excitedly, "Welcome Tianheng Shuayue, Lai Yang, and Jiang Shui to the S10 All-Stars. How are you feeling right now? Do you have anything you want to say to your fans?" The flashing lights below the stage lit up. Many fans raised their fluorescent signs and shouted their names. At this moment, Yi Xiaoyang truly understood how popular he was. Unknowingly, he had gone from being a noob streamer to an extremely popular professional player. Qi Shua said calmly, "Let Yang say a few words on my behalf." He handed the microphone to Yi Xiaoyang. Yi Xiaoyang took the microphone and said with a smile, "Of course we're very excited to be able to participate in the All-Stars. I know that for the past half a month, everyone has been waiting in front of the computer to vote for us. We're really grateful for your support. Whether it's the All-Stars or the playoffs, we'll do our best. It's been hard on everyone to come all the way here. Thank you." There were screams in the stadium. Many fans took out their phones to take pictures like crazy. Many of the fans who had come all the way here felt very warm inside. Yang's attitude towards his fans was as friendly as the rumors said. The reporter asked, "Do the three of you have any expectations for this year's All-Stars?" Yi Xiaoyang handed the microphone to Xujiang, who said seriously, "My expectation is that we won't lose 2 games. Otherwise, I really don't have any talent to perform." Yi Xiaoyang agreed. "I hope so too. It'd be best if we don't lose." The reporter smiled. "It looks like everyone has a headache about the talent show. This year's All-Stars will have a lot of fun segments. Please enter this way." Qi Shua, Yi Xiaoyang, and Xujiang entered the venue from the left and quickly went to the contestants' seats. At 7:30 p.m., the S10 All-Stars event officially started. On the big stage, Yao Mu wore a white evening gown and smiled brightly. "Welcome everyone to the God Wars Pro League S10 All-Stars. I'm the host for tonight, Mumu." The handsome guy next to her wore a suit and was dressed very formally. "I'm the host, Brother Dong. Participating in this year's All-Stars are the 15 most popular contestants chosen by the netizens through public voting. These are also the esports stars of our country's region. Let us give our warmest applause to welcome the gods." The 15 contestants sat in their esports chairs and slowly descended from the elevator. The lights on the big stage were specially modified so that only their black silhouettes could be seen. It was as if they were mysterious experts hiding behind the scenes. As the host introduced them one by one, the lights shone on the corresponding contestants. Each of the 15 contestants had to make an appearance alone. Yi Xiaoyang wore a white t-shirt and blue jeans today. He looked simple and fresh. His hair was neatly combed and his light blonde hair made his face look even fairer. He was able to withstand the 360-degree camera angle. When the light shone on him, he flashed a bright smile at everyone. The bright and handsome Omega guy instantly attracted screams from the audience. "Welcome, Tianhuan Squad's new mid-laner, Lai Yang." The audience's cheers grew louder and louder. When all 15 gods appeared, the audience's emotions were stirred to the extreme. The applause lasted for a long time. To be able to see so many gods appear on stage at the same time was something that could only happen at an event like All-Star. For some Universal Love fans, this was simply a feast for the eyes. Tonight's Imperial Esports Center is really full of stars. Next up, we'll start the first segment of All Stars. Yamu smiled and kept the audience in suspense. Our 15 contestants need to draw lots and be divided into 3 teams. Red team, blue team, and yellow team. There's a special rule for today's event. In principle, members of the same team must be separated. Hearing this rule, the audience burst into laughter. The bullet screen was filled with anticipation. So, Fong Fong and Yuan Yuan will be separated, Tianhuan Sun and Moon will also be separated? Could it be that I can see Yang Yang beating up Captain Qi? Northern Shepherds De and Xiao Zhao will also be separated, All Stars will become a scene of domestic violence? Hurry up, I'm looking forward to it, the Alliance really knows how to stir up trouble. I'll give this year's plan a thumbs up. Will Captain Qi have the heart to kill Yang Yang? I'm curious, it's too boring to always draw lots for a 5v5 tower pushing game. This year, the 15 contestants were divided into 3 teams for a 3-way match. They were even forced to separate their teammates. No matter what the rules were, it would definitely be more fun than a 2-team PK. The audience looked expectantly at the big stage. Yamu said, "Contestants, please step forward and draw lots." The 15 contestants left their seats and walked quickly to the host. A staff member brought a cardboard box to the big stage. Yamu asked, "Who's going to draw first?" Brother Dong said, "Let's go in order, from left to right." Qi Shua happened to be standing on the far left. He took a step forward, reached into the box, and drew a blue card. Yamu said, "Tianhing Shuayue has drawn Team Blue." Another staff member took the box with the blue cards removed and walked over to Yi Xiaoyang and Xujiang. Yamu said, "You can't draw the same team twice. There are only red and yellow cards in this box." Liang, Jiangshui, who's going to draw next? Xujiang smiled and said, "Yang Yang should draw first. Leave the rest to me." Yi Xiaoyang casually drew a red card. Brother Dong said, "Then, of the 3 contestants from Tianhing, Shuayue is Team Blue, Liang is Team Red, and Jiangshui is Team Yellow. The 3 of you, please walk to your respective team's area." The lights on the big stage changed, and 3 areas appeared on the ground, red, yellow, and blue. Each area had 5 computers and gaming chairs. Qi Shua, Yi Xiaoyang, and Xujiang walked to their respective areas and were forced to separate. Next was Beimu's turn. Zhao Sinan drew a red card, Sister Xinping drew a blue card, and Xiao En drew a yellow card. The 3 of them walked to their respective areas. Zhao Sinan walked to Yi Xiaoyang's side and looked at him excitedly. "Xiao Bai, I can finally be your teammate." Yi Xiaoyang smiled and said, "It's my honor. If we lose, I'll leave the talent show to you." Zhao Sinan almost choked on his anger. After a few seconds, he complained in a low voice, "If King made a mistake last year and was used as a shield when we lost. Don't mention my dark history. We definitely can't lose this year. Don't jinx it." Yi Xiaoyang smiled and said, "I hope we don't lose too." Yamu said, "Next is Jingzhe. Let's invite Team Fong to draw lots first." Brother Dong joked, "Which team do you guys want Fong Fong to draw?" The live audience shouted in unison, "Team Blue." Qi Shua was speechless. "Don't come to Team Blue. He's not welcome." A group of people in the bullet screen started to watch the drama unfold. If Fong Fong drew Team Blue, would Team Blue lose for sure? After all, if Qi Shua and Xiao En team up, it'll be a disaster. Do you know about the world-class tandem accident? Fong Fong, don't go to Team Blue. If they team up, it'll definitely destroy their teammates. I want to see them perform after they lose." Amidst the cheers of the fans, Fong Jingqing put his hand into the box, then, he drew a blue card. The live audience burst into laughter. Team Qi says, "Don't come over." I'm dying of laughter. They're on the same team again. It's a disaster. Sister Xinping is already helplessly holding her forehead, ha ha ha. Sister Xinping says, "I don't want to lose. Can you guys not bring me down?" Yaomu was also watching the drama unfold. "Let's congratulate Fong Fong for joining Team Blue." Fong Jingqing's mouth twitched. He said helplessly, "My luck is bad. It must be because of Qi Shua." Brother Dong, I saw the look of disdain on Team Chi's face. Yao Mu, Team Fang seems to be disdainful too. Brother Dong, are the two of them fighting among themselves before the competition starts? Fang Jingqing helplessly walked to the blue area. Qi Shua said, next time, remember to wash your hands before you draw lots. Fang Jingqing raised his eyebrows and said, first come, first served. You didn't wash your hands, so you drew a blue card first. Qi Shua said coldly, is first come, first served used in this way? The fans were about to die of laughter. Team Blue is going to lose for sure. Qi Shua and Fang Jingqing were on the same team. The fans unanimously decided to let Team Blue give up on the healer and be prepared to be punished. The winner of tonight's competition should be between Team Red and Team Yellow. Next, they continued to draw lots. Suzhua and Xiaoyu were also separated. Xiaoyu drew Team Red. He happily hugged Ji Xiaoyang and joined Liaoyang's team. Suzhua drew Team Yellow. Team Yellow's strength increased greatly. After all, he was the top laner of the world champion. Team Ice Soul's captain, Qin Qianhua, drew Team Red. He joined Team Red and also hugged Ji Xiaoyang. Zhao Sinan looked at them suspiciously. Wait, are the three of you very close? Xiaoyu smiled and said, we often play entertainment games in private. Zhao Sinan immediately heaved a sigh of relief. It looks like our Team Red has a chance of winning. Following that, Fire Mark's jungler, Ah Yen, was assigned to Team Blue. Their captain, Zhou Jiawen, was assigned to Team Yellow. Luo Divine Temple's captain, Lu Luo, was also assigned to Team Blue. After the final name list was confirmed, the first round's grouping was shown on the big screen. Team Blue, Qi Shua, Fang Jingqing, Zhao Xinping, Lu Luo, Yan Yan. Team Red, Yi Xiaoyang, Zhao Sinan, Xiaoyu, Qin Qianhua, Xia Yuan. Team Yellow, Xujiang, Xiaoen, Suzhua, Zhou Jiawen, Li Yunma. Yamu said excitedly, Team Blue has 4 captains. Brother Dong analyzed, however, Team Blue's Shuoyue, Ah Yan, and Hero Luo are all junglers. Fang Fang's mid laner and Xinping's archer is a bit biased. Yamu said, Team Red has Yang Yang's mid laner, Xiao Zhao's top laner, Xiaoyu and Xia Yuan's dual archers, and Xiao Chen's support. Are the archer positions duplicated? Brother Dong followed up, Team Yellow's Xiaoen and Zhou Zhou are both mid laners. Xujiang and Li Yunma are both supports. Suzhua is top laner, so there are duplicated positions. However, the All-Stars competition is different from the 5v5 tower pushing mode in our Pro League. The positions don't matter much. Yamu smiled and said, that's right. Players, please take your seats and quickly choose your captain. Next, we will announce the rules of the first stage of the All-Stars competition. The players from the 3 regions quickly sat down in their gaming chairs and put on their headphones. Everyone elected Zhao Xinping to be the captain of Team Blue. She was the only female alpha and had a calm personality. If she was in command, she would be able to minimize the negative buff of Qi Shua and Fang Jingqing working together to bring down teammates. Team Red, 4 people voted for Yi Xiaoyang and made Yi Xiaoyang the captain. Yi Xiaoyang didn't need to decline modestly and calmly sat in the captain's seat. Team Yellow, everyone voted for Suzhua. He was a player who debuted with Qi Shua and Fang Jingqing in S6. He was the most experienced player and had a generous personality. Everyone was willing to listen to his commands. After the captains of the 3 teams were chosen, the rules of the competition appeared on the big screen. The battle for the treasure chest, this year's All-Stars competition system and map. After the All-Stars competition ends, it will be released simultaneously in the online game Entertainment Bureau. The map is a triangle. The 3 top points are the red, yellow, and blue team's spawn points. After players die, they will respawn at the corresponding spawn point. The duration of the competition is 20 minutes. After each death, the respawn time is fixed at 10 seconds. After leaving the red, yellow, and blue spawn points, the wilderness area is a public area. You can fight freely. At the start of the competition, everyone will automatically receive equipment and level up as time passes. There is no economic gap. At the end of the competition, the team with the most treasure chests will be the winner of the competition. The 2 losing teams will be punished. There are 3 ways to obtain treasure chests. First, 5 treasure chests will randomly spawn on the map every minute. Second, killing monsters in the wilderness will drop 5 treasure chests. Third, killing an enemy player will give you the treasure chests that the enemy is carrying. The battle for the treasure chest does not have a hero BP segment. After the competition begins, the hero pool will be open to all 3 teams. Everyone will need to rely on their hand speed to grab the hero they like. Next, there are 5 minutes for everyone to understand the rules of the game. When the players heard this, they looked at each other. Xianxia couldn't help but complain, "Isn't this a 3-team battle for the treasure?" Xiaoyu said, "It's different from the entertainment mode we usually play. If it's a 3-team battle, what if the blue and yellow teams team up to attack us? We definitely won't be able to beat them, right?" Xiaoyuan smiled and said, "The blue and yellow teams won't team up. The blue team might have internal strife." Xianxia said, "This competition doesn't have a jungler or mid-laner position. Of course, there's no combination of junglers and junglers. Qi Shua and Fang Jingqing might not be able to bring down their teammates." Xiaoyuan thought about it carefully and agreed. That's true. The most important difference between the two of them is that they have different understandings of the rhythm of the top lane and bottom lane. However, there's no top lane and bottom lane in this round. It's all about fighting as a team. It doesn't seem realistic to expect them to bring down their teammates. Yi Xiaoyang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It seemed that the negative buffs of Qi Shua and Fang Jingqing bringing down their teammates had already been deeply ingrained in everyone's minds. Yi Xiaoyang calmly replied, "Sister Xinping is in the blue team. She's the captain. The blue team won't be defeated so easily. Everyone, let's discuss. Should we ambush them and reap the benefits, or should we snatch the treasure chest from the beginning?" Xiaoyu said, "Yang, you decide. You're the captain." Chen Qianhua agreed. "Yes, everyone has different ideas. It's too troublesome to discuss. You decide. We'll just follow your commands." Xiaoyuan said, "Agreed." Zhao Sinan rubbed his hands together. "I agree too. I haven't listened to Little Bai's commands yet." Yi Xiaoyang thought about it carefully and said, "Our team has a top laner, support, mid laner, and double archers. It's quite comprehensive. Everyone can choose the hero that they're good at. It's safer for the 5 of us to carry the treasure chests separately. If we kill a player, we can obtain all the treasure chests of the other team. If we carry too many treasure chests, we'll become the target of the other team." He paused and said, "We'll ambush them at the beginning of the game. When the blue and yellow teams fight, we'll go and collect the heads." End of chapter 154. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.